Chapter 1328, Possession. From afar, the Scatter Thunder Clan's star domain was like a giant thunder lake. Even from far away, one could hear the thunderous rumbles of the eternal thunder. These rumbles were fierce, and all fierce beasts avoided the area. If someone got close without the Scatter Thunder Clan token, they would immediately be attacked. Millions of bolts of thunder descending at once had shocking power. This was one of the reasons why the Scatter Thunder Clan could be one of the big clans in the ancient star system without a third-step cultivator. Similarly, the Scatter Thunder Clan had a glorious past. Countless years ago, they were one of the clans that placed a treasure in the Sealed Realm formation. There was an eternal thunderbolt within the Scatter Thunder Clan. It had existed since the beginning of time and had appeared from the void. It rumbled endlessly, and the Scatter Thunder Clan built a temple there to worship the thunderbolt. The location of the temple was the holy land of the Scatter Thunder Clan, and it was extremely well guarded, making it very difficult for ordinary people to get close. There were always elders there, and although they had no third-step cultivator, there was one person at the fifth heaven's blight, the strongest person under third-step cultivators. For Wang Lin, the Scatter Thunder Clan was like a steel wall. There were many powerful cultivators, and like the Tattoo Clan in the past, just one clan was enough to set off a chaotic war in the inner realm. Every Scatter Thunder Clan member cultivated the Tao of Thunder. They believed that there were 6 types of thunder. If they could cultivate them all, they could split the world and inherit the true meaning of ancient thunder. They would then obtain the origin of thunder and climb into the third step. However, since ancient times, very few people had entered the third step. Over the countless years of the Scatter Thunder Clan's existence, only one person had reached the third step during their glorious past. Even without a third step cultivator, breaking into the Scatter Thunder Clan was more difficult than climbing the heavens. Wang Lin calmly stood before the Scatter Thunder Clan's star domain. Before him was the flashing and roaring thunder. It was like a thunder lake with bolts of thunder moving like silver snakes dancing. At a glance, it could shake the hearts of most cultivators and make them not dare to take a single step forward. This place was several times stronger than the thunder lake Wang Lin had encountered in all heaven. Before he got close, he could clearly feel all the hair on his body being pulled by a magnetic force. Even the space outside this thunder lake was filled with the power of thunder and could occasionally explode into bursts of thunder. If it was back when Wang Lin was in all heaven, even after he devoured half an ancient thunder dragon and obtained the ancient thunder dragon origin soul, it would have been extremely difficult to enter. He would likely have to retreat, or else the thunder would kill him before the Scatter Thunder Clan had to do anything. However, after absorbing the power of thunder from the Scatter Thunder Clan statue, the Tao fruit, and then giving birth to his thunder essence, Wang Lin's control of thunder had reached a terrifying degree. He silently looked ahead, and after a long time, he entered the Scatter Thunder Clan's star domain. The Scatter Thunder Clan didn't have anyone guarding the perimeter, as the eternal thunder was the best protection. Wang Lin slowly moved forward. His arrival didn't attract any attention from the Scatter Thunder Clan. Wang Lin slowly crossed 50 kilometers in about 7 minutes. Every step he took, the hair on his body trembled, and traces of thunder entered his body through every single pore. His mind was calm, without any joy or sorrow. It was as if he had entered a realm of emptiness. There was no Scatter Thunder Clan before him, only that boundless thunder lake. At the center of this thunder lake was the eternal thunder. After crossing 50 kilometers, he stepped into the thunder lake. The thunder lake roared and thunder filled Wang Lin's eyes, replacing everything. This unexpectedly lit up the surrounding space. Like the dawn on a cultivation planet, the bolts of thunder swam through the thunder lake and surrounded Wang Lin, creating a thunderous rumble. Wang Lin's left foot was inside the thunder lake, and half his body was in as well. Endless numbers of silver snakes rushed over toward his left foot. As they surrounded him, they filled his body. If it was anyone else, their body would immediately explode, and their origin soul would be extinguished due to not being able to withstand this indescribable thunder. Even their storage space would be shattered this thunder, and all the treasures inside would lose their effects. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and his body became covered in thunder. The thunder lake was like a big mouth devouring Wang Lin. This caused him to be covered in endless thunder. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo while Wang Lin's body remained motionless with half a foot inside the thunder lake. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes went by. Just at this moment, a huge wave was set off in this massive thunder lake, and a roar echoed. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened, and there was a thunder mark flashing rapidly within one of them. In just the blink of an eye, it flashed thousands of times. Every time it flashed, the roar of the thunder would become stronger, and soon, everything was replaced by the roar of thunder. Wang Lin took a step forward and entered the Scatter Thunder clan. The moment he entered, the thunder lake inside the Scatter Thunder clan roared violently, and large amounts of thunder swam like crazy. Wang Lin slowly walked forward. As he moved forward, all the thunder under his feet seemed to cheer and then enter his body. Wang Lin was like a thunder celestial as the thunder gathered in his right eye, causing the thunder mark to become more and more clear. He moved forward for an unknown amount of time and entered the inner part of the Scatter Thunder clan. The thunder here roared even more intensely, and it covered everything. Here, not even divine sense could penetrate, and vision was torn apart. Wang Lin sat down and began to cultivate as more and more thunder gathered in his body. Thunder gathered from all directions, and the violent rumbles stirred up the entire thunder lake. Wang Lin's aura slowly faded until it completely disappeared. Although he was just sitting there, if someone closed their eyes before him, they wouldn't be able to detect him at all. At this moment, Wang Lin had become a bolt of thunder and fused with the thunder lake, so there was no way to tell that he wasn't part of it. After a long time, a thunder mark flew out from Wang Lin's closed right eye. It was too fast and instantly entered the thunder lake. It quickly swam away. This thunder mark looked like a normal bolt of thunder, but as it moved, all the thunder in the thunder lake had to make way and guide it. This allowed this bolt of thunder to move faster and faster. The boundless thunder lake was like a huge ring. At the deepest part, there was no thunder, but 16 cultivation planets. From afar, these cultivation planets were filled with thunder as if they were condensed from bolts of thunder. They were arranged in a circle, and at the center was a broken continent. This broken continent looked as if someone had broken it off from a complete continent. The edges were jagged, and there was still gravel floating around the edges. This broken continent was completely black, without any life. However, every Scatter Thunder clan member knew that that broken continent had been there for as far as they could remember, and it was their holy land. There was a heaven-piercing temple on that continent. A bolt of thunder was sticking out of the void and touching the top of the temple. It had never disappeared over the countless years. That thunderbolt was completely black. If you looked closely, you would see that there were countless colors within. These colors fused together to form this thunder. One of the 16 cultivation planets had an earth yellow color. On this cultivation planet, there were countless caves. There were tens of thousands of caves, big and small. This was where the adults of the Scatter Thunder clan cultivated. In the Scatter Thunder clan, once one becomes an adult and reaches a certain cultivation level, they leave the 3 mother planets, go to the 13 remaining cultivation planets. They could search for their own cave, be gifted one, open their own, or even steal one. The members of the clan could fight with each other, but no killing was allowed. If someone were to kill, they would be severely punished. But as long as no one died, everything was fine. This way of cruel infighting cultivated generations of clan members. The weak will be eliminated. At this moment, on this earth yellow planet, there was a young in black with a bloody wound on his chest walking through the plains with his head lowered. There was no edge to the earth before him. His current mood was cowardly with a hint of sorrow. I hate myself for not having good talent. I hate myself for being a cultivator. I hate myself for being a member of the Scatter Thunder clan. The youth muttered, his expression twisted. His excited mood shook his injuries, causing him to cough out blood. He fell to the ground and looked at the flashing thunder in the sky. The sorrow in his eyes became even stronger. I don't want to become a cultivator. I want to live the life of a mortal. The young man's eyes became lax, but he struggled to lift his right hand and look at his fingers. A moment later, madness filled his eyes, and with the last of his strength, he reached toward the thunder mark between his eyebrows and mercilessly pulled. Blood and flesh splattered. He actually ripped off the Scatter Thunder clan mark between his eyebrows. He gradually closed his eyes with a miserable smile. He couldn't see that the moment his eyes closed, a bolt of thunder broke through the void and appeared in the sky as if it had perceived his existence. After a slight pause, it charged toward the wound between his eyebrows. Chapter 1329, Scatter Thunder Clan. The wound he had torn open between his eyebrows quickly healed, and even the wound on his chest recovered in a short period of time. The thunder mark between his eyebrows had reappeared and was giving off a ghostly glow. After a long time, the youth slowly opened his eyes. There was no cowardice and sorrow anymore. They were replaced with coldness and age. It was as if these eyes had seen everything in the world, discovered the true meaning of life, and had survived for countless years. A cold aura came out of his body the moment the youth stood up. The youth had collapsed in a meadow, and right now all of the grass was bent over as if it didn't dare to stand straight. This body isn't bad. The youth sat up, moved his head, and stood up. A powerful cultivation moved within his body, and origin energy gathered from all directions. However, the body stayed at the core formation stage. There was no cultivation level increase or transformation done to the body. He was Wang Lin. To be more precise, it was a portion of Wang Lin's divine sense possessing this body. His original body was still fusing with the boundless Thunder Lake. Wang Lin wasn't so arrogant to think he could fight the entire Scatter Thunder clan himself. The Scatter Thunder clan was one of the powerful families of the ancient star system, so they had to have a lot of powerful cultivators. If Wang Lin directly rushed in to absorb the eternal thunder, the only thing awaiting him would be death. Therefore, Wang Lin had already made a plan. He was going to possess the body of a Scatter Thunder clan member to absorb the eternal thunder. If he pretended to be a Scatter Thunder clan member, there would be no issue, because he was someone who controlled thunder. In particular, he had possessed the body of someone who hadn't died, so it was foolproof. Wang Lin had even indirectly saved this person's life. After Wang Lin absorbed the eternal thunder and left, this person would regain control of his body. Depending on how long Wang Lin possessed this body, this person would receive a great fortune. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he didn't need to worry about the initial period of adjustment after possessing, and he didn't intend to truly possess this body. After searching the memory of this body, Wang Lin learned that this person was named Yufei. He was a very ordinary Scatter Thunder clan member. His parents had died early in his life, and he was left alone. After many difficulties, he had reached the core formation stage and inherited a cave his parents had left him. This cave was beside a spirit vein and was considered very good. However, with his cultivation level, there was no way he could keep it for long. 3 days after he inherited it, it was stolen and he was forced out. In the 200 years following that incident, his cultivation had been stagnant. If not for the Scatter Thunder clan's physique, which gave him a little more lifespan, he would have died long ago. However, these 200 years were painful for him. He had been bullied by his clan, and his life was worse than death. He had recently become under a nascent soul cultivator, and this was the same cultivation level as the cultivator that had taken his cave away all those years ago. Inside the cave was a thunderfruit tree left by Yufei's parents for him. The nascent soul cultivator had allowed Yufei to grow this thunderfruit. The thunderfruit could allow their clan mark to become even more powerful, and even their lifespan would increase. However, in order to make the fruit mature, a cultivator at least at the core formation stage would have to nourish it with the power of thunder. Yufei knew that his cultivation was stagnant and his lifespan was near its end. After hesitating, he devoured one of the 9 thunder fruits, but this brought a calamity upon himself. If not for the rule that fellow clan members couldn't kill each other, he would have already been dead. However, he was greatly humiliated, and on top of suffering his serious injuries, his cultivation had been sucked away. He was then kicked out by the nascent soul cultivator. Yufei didn't have many memories, and most of them were extremely negative. There was a monstrous hatred. He hated himself. He hated the Scatter Thunder clan. He hated all his clan members, and his personality was twisted. Wang Lin's divine sense left Yufei's memory, and his eyes lit up. Thunderfruit empowers the clan mark. After Wang Lin came to the ancient star system, he had devoured a lot of cultivators here and gained an understanding of the cultivation methods here. The ancient star system was completely different from the inner realm. They didn't cultivate domains. Instead, one's cultivation was gathered in the mark between their eyebrows. This mark was a heritage. The stronger it became, the higher their cultivation level would be. Wang Lin touched the thunder mark between his eyebrows. This mark was made by Wang Lin himself. Although it looked the same as the Scatter Thunder clan mark, the meaning was very different. The Scatter Thunder clan's mark came from the eternal thunder. If the eternal thunder was a creature, then all the mark's extensions of that creature. However, Wang Lin's mark was made by himself, and it was of much higher in status than the Scatter Thunder clan's mark. It was on the same level as the eternal thunder. I need to study the thunder fruit. As for the matter with the Scatter Thunder clan, this Yufei's cultivation level is too low, so he doesn't know much. Perhaps that nascent soul cultivator will know more. Wang Lin pondered as he charged toward the location of the cave in his memory. This cultivation was very large. Wang Lin didn't teleport, but flew over the earth. His divine sense faintly spread out, and he began to observe. Not long after, 3 rays of light appeared before Wang Lin. There was a man and 2 women. The man was wearing white and was very handsome. The 2 women behind him were very beautiful. As the 3 of them flew on flying swords, they seemed to be chatting. The man's cultivation level was decent, late-stage core formation. The 2 women were at the early stage of core formation. While the man was chatting, his gaze swept by Wang Lin. When he saw Wang Lin flying by without even looking at him, he frowned. "Yufei, come here." Wang Lin turned a deaf ear, and his divine sense swept across the earth. He seemed to have found some secret about this planet as he moved forward. When the man in white saw that Wang Lin was still ignoring him, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He let out a cold snort and turned around toward Wang Lin. He waved his right hand, and a thunder sword appeared from his bag of holding. It gave off bursts of thunder and shot toward Wang Lin. "You Fei, you got guts to not pay respects after seeing this lord." The thunder long sword rumbled loudly, but when it got near Wang Lin, it trembled and stopped in midair. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and coldly looked at the man in white. "Are you talking to me?" A simple sentence that anyone could say. Even though he looked like Yu Fei, the coldness in his gaze was like a boundless storm that swept the world. The man in white was rushing forward, but when he saw Wang Lin, he felt his core rumble. It was as if he had been hit by lightning and was caught in an endless world of ice. He felt like he had been completely seen through and no longer had any secrets. This terrified him to the point that his core stopped moving. Cracks appeared on it as if it couldn't withstand this gaze, and it was about to explode. The two women behind the man in white were originally looking at Wang Lin with taunting and teasing gazes. However, when Wang Lin turned around and said those words, they felt the world tremble. The clouds scattered and the sky collapsed. It was as if the cowardly Yu Fei had turned into a ferocious ancient beast that gave off a monstrous aura. Only one thought from him would be needed for them to die. The three of them felt a roar in their hearts, but the outside world was completely quiet. This quiet was extremely bizarre. The youth in white was pale, and his eyes turned lax. He then revealed indescribable horror. Wang Lin frowned. With his cultivation level, he really wasn't willing to bully these Outer Realm juniors. He withdrew his gaze and walked away. It wasn't until after he had been gone for a long time that the youth in white coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The two women behind him also coughed out blood. There were countless cracks on their cores, and they began to melt. The two women's faces were deathly pale, and their cultivation levels immediately fell from early-stage core formation to foundation establishment. As for the young man in white, his core also shattered. He looked at where Wang Lin disappeared with terror and shock. You. The three of them all looked at each other and remained speechless for a long time. They couldn't even have thoughts of resentment due to the fear that lingered in their hearts. The cave from Yu Fei's memories soon appeared before Wang Lin's eye. This cave was indeed good, and it was next to a spirit vein. Wang Lin could also see that there was a small river inside. This river flowed through the spirit vein and was very clear. There was faint spiritual energy coming from the river. There were some restrictions protecting the cave, but in Wang Lin's eyes, these restrictions were simply too weak. His expression was calm as he walked with his hands behind his back. With one step, he arrived outside the restrictions. He didn't even do anything, but the gate opened on its own. Wang Lin walked into the cave without any hesitation. Thunderous rumbles echoed and colorful lights flashed as all the restrictions activated when Wang Lin walked into the cave. Wang Lin didn't even look as he walked through the rumbling. There was an old man in green sitting 100 feet away from him. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the incoming Wang Lin, completely dumbfounded. His pupils revealed monstrous terror. Chapter 1330, Scatter Thunder Ranking. He had never encountered such a bizarre thing in his hundreds of years of cultivation. What made his skin crawl was the extremely familiar figure that had walked into the cave. There was a large amount of restriction in the cave, some from before and many placed by this old man over the years. Once all of them activated, a core formation cultivator would die for sure. As for nascent soul-old monsters, if they were a bit careless, they would be seriously injured or even perish. But he watched the familiar figure slowly walk over under the flashes of restrictions and rumbling of spells. At this moment, the old man's scalp was numb. The other person's cold gaze made his nascent soul feel pain. That gaze seemed to turn solid and pierced countless holes in his body. Not even his nascent soul could escape. A powerful pressure came from that person, and each of his steps seemed to stomp on his nascent soul. The old man's face instantly paled, and he trembled. Then he coughed out blood. He was terrified as he crawled back a few steps. He didn't even have time to get up. You Fei. Wang Lin made his way through the layers of restrictions and walked into the cave. His gaze swept past the nascent soul junior before examining the cave. This cave was not small. It had 6 stone rooms and went through the valley. There was also a small path that led into the valley. The sound of water flowing could be heard. It was the river that flowed in the valley. There was also a fragrance filling the cave. There were clearly a lot of spirit herbs planted here. This cave was very clean without any clutter. The stone walls were very smooth and could almost act as mirrors. There was a large formation slowly rotating on the ceiling of the cave. Once it was activated, the stone wall above would become transparent, and allow one to see outside while in the cave. The nascent soul old man's heart pounded, and he didn't dare to move. The disbelief in his eyes was still strong. In his eyes, Wang Lin was like the owner of the cave leisurely looking around, while he became the outsider, restless and at a loss. Wang Lin looked up at the formation. Although it was rough in his eyes, there were still some intricacies to it. Just as he raised his head, there was a flash of killing intent in the old man's eyes, and he rushed out. He used the teleport spell that only nascent soul cultivators could use. Teleport was the most obvious difference between nascent soul and core formation cultivators. A nascent soul old monster with teleportation was powerful beyond belief to core formation cultivators. He appeared behind Wang Lin in a flash. He then opened his mouth and a ray of green light shot out. This green light contained a bolt of thunder. There were many ghostly wails coming from this thunder, and it shot directly at Wang Lin. The old man didn't even look at the result. After using his life treasure, he teleported again to escape the cave. However, just as he was about to escape, his eyes widened, his body froze in the air, and cold sweat rolled down his face. Wang Lin, who should have been behind him, suddenly appeared before him and coldly looked at him. "Did I let you go?" Wang Lin's two fingers were holding the green thunderbolt, and he waved his sleeve. The old man's body was knocked back, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He slammed into the wall. Eyes filled with panic, he exclaimed, "How did you become so powerful?" Wang Lin gently squeezed with his two fingers, and the green thunderbolt immediately dissipated without a trace. This scene struck the old man's mind like a hammer. He was in shock, and his face became even more pale. His nascent soul weakened, and black blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. "You can't kill me. No killing is allowed within the clan. If you kill me, the elder of the family will." The old man was filled with fear. Wang Lin's strength was beyond his imagination. He didn't think a core formation cultivator he could bully at will and expel could become so powerful in just a few days. However, before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, forming an invisible giant hand that pressed down on the old man's head to search his soul. With Wang Lin's power, the old man wasn't even qualified to resist. The old man's body trembled violently, and a moment later, he fell on the ground, unconscious. After looking through this nascent soul old man's memory, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he began to ponder. He hadn't killed many people of the Scatter Thunder clan, but with all the memories he had just obtained, he had a fairly detailed understanding of the Scatter Thunder clan. They use this method of scattering them so they can learn to fight, learn the law of the jungle, and for a generation of leaders to be born. Aside from the 3 mother planets, where a large number of clan members simply live, the remaining 13 of the 16 planets are all trial grounds for the clan members. Every 100 years, there will be one spot to enter the Holy Land, and everyone on these 13 planets needs to fight for it. Once they enter that Holy Land and personally come into contact with that eternal thunderbolt, their mark will be empowered even more. It will cause the cultivation level of whoever enters to increase greatly. There are still 7 years until the next competition. However, the method the Scatter Thunder clan made for their clan members to compete is interesting. It isn't dependent on cultivation level or fighting skill, but on thunder crystals. In 7 years, the person with the most thunder crystals will be allowed to enter the Holy Land. This is an opportunity one can't let pass. I will be allowed to just enter the Holy Land to absorb the eternal thunderbolt. Wang Lin's lit up and his right hand reached at the void. The thunder mark between the old man's eyebrows flashed, and a jade flew out. The people of the ancient star system rarely used bags of holding. The marks between their eyebrows contained a storage space, and everything could be placed inside. With the jade in hand, Wang Lin easily saw its contents without damaging the divine sense mark on it. This jade contained a formation that was always active and vaguely merged with the world. The contents inside were constantly changing. It was a ranking list. This ranking list had a total of 800 names and a number behind each name. These numbers represented thunder crystals. There were obviously more than 800 people in the Scatter Thunder clan, but only the top 800 could enter this ranking list. Wang Lin looked at the top name on the list and frowned. 1-900-007-000. The person at the top was named Master Spruce. 1-300-009-000. The rank 2 person was named Lotus. After quickly looking at the list, even rank 800 had more than 400,000 thunder crystals. As for the old man in the cave, he only had 70,000 thunder crystals, which was insignificant. Thunder crystals were not objects or just a name. There were many ways of obtaining them. The fastest way was to give tribute to the Scatter Thunder clan. Whether it was spells, pills, alchemy materials, and even Joss Flames, they could all be exchanged for thunder crystals. Joss Flames gave the most, and the rest would depend on the rank. This wasn't the first time he had encountered something like this. The Demon Spirit Land was similar, only they used Warm Merit, and here they used thunder crystals. This way, the Scatter Thunder clan had mobilized the entire clan to gather. Not only would this improve the cultivation of clan members, but also allow them to accumulate resources. This is interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he waved his right hand. The mark between the old man's eyebrows was completely activated, and everything inside was taken by Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't kill this old man. He naturally knew the Scatter Thunder clan was very strict on killing between clan members. Once there was a murder, someone would come to investigate. Wang Lin no longer paid any heed to the old man. He walked into the depths of the cave, toward the valley. The sound of water flowing became even more clear. There was a small river flowing not far from him. There was a large amount of spirit herbs growing on both sides of the river. What attracted Wang Lin's attention the most was the faint trace of thunder coming from the plant growing on the wall of the valley. It grew 7 feet out from the wall and had 6 green fruits. Just as Wang Lin was observing the fruit, 4 rays of light were heading toward the cave. There were 4 old men, each standing on top of a flying sword each. None of them were weak, and one of them was at the mid-stage of nascent soul. There was a look of disdain on his face, and his eyes were cold. One of the 3 men behind him pointed forward and said, "Uncle, Chi-Ji's cave is just ahead. He is the only early nascent soul old monster within 5,000 kilometers, and he has stolen a lot of treasures over the years." The mid-stage nascent soul old man nodded and didn't seem to care as he slowly said, "Very good. Afterward, the 3 of you can go to the Heavenly Thunder sect to collect your benefits. In exchange for helping my Heavenly Thunder sect, you will naturally not be treated badly." The 3 core formation cultivators' eyes were filled with joy. The person who spoke quickly said his thanks and laughed. "Uncle will surely be able to trade for a lot of thunder crystals with these treasures. Then your status at the Heavenly Thunder sect will be a lot higher." The mid-stage nascent soul cultivator looked at the core formation cultivator and softly said, "I won't be using those thunder crystals for myself. I'll give them to the sect master. My Heavenly Thunder sect's sect master is very close to the Scatter Thunder ranking. Soon, he will enter the rankings." After he spoke, the 3 core formation cultivators were shocked, and they became even more respectful. Chapter 1331, for Senior. There were tiny lightning bolts swarming around each of the thunder fruits inside the valley. "This is the thunder fruit." Wang Lin reached out, and one of the fruits flew into his hand. He carefully looked at the green fruit, and it did contain some thunder power. It could improve the body inside and out, making it more suitable for using thunder spells. In Chi-Ji and Yufei's memory, this thunder fruit can be exchanged for 1 thunder crystal. Wang Lin looked at the fruit, but didn't swallow it. Instead, he crushed the fruit, and a small flash of thunder appeared and was absorbed by his right hand into his origin soul. Wang Lin closed his eyes and silently observed the power of thunder from the fruit. A moment later, he opened his eyes. They were filled with thunder. His gaze penetrated the valley to outside the cave, and he muttered, "I was going to go steal, but I didn't expect someone to deliver themselves to me." At this moment, the 4 rays of light arrived near the cave. Without the need for the nascent soul old man to speak, one of the core formation cultivators walked out and shouted, "Chi-Ji, the Heavenly Thunder sect is here. Come out and greet us." This voice echoed for a long time inside the cave. The nascent soul old man looked down at the restrictions outside the cave and frowned. When Wang Lin walked through, he didn't activate any and found them insignificant. However, to this old man, they were very intricate. He faintly felt a sense of crisis. Since this Chi-Ji was able to become a nascent soul old monster, he can't be underestimated. Just the restrictions outside the cave are not simple. He stopped the core formation cultivator from speaking and gloomily said, "Fellow cultivator Chi, I'm Chiu Dihai, one of the 4 grand elders of the Heavenly Thunder sect. Today, I became because my sect master will soon reach the Scatter Thunder rankings. I ask fellow cultivator Chi to donate some magical treasures and pills." His voice was gloomy, and he had spread out his entire mid-stage nascent soul cultivation into his voice, letting it drift into the cave. Just as his voice echoed, the door to the cave rumbled and opened. Something was thrown out. It was Chi-Ji, who was in a coma. This sudden scene startled the 3 core formation cultivators and caused Chiu Dihai's pupils to shrink. "Are you looking for him?" A cold voice came from inside the cave, and following the voice was Wang Lin in white. As he calmly and slowly walked outside, a faint pressure spread out. You're Yufei." One of the core formation cultivators apparently recognized Yufei at a glance. However, Under this pressure, his core trembled and his voice was filled with disbelief. The nascent soul old man stared at Wang Lin. His nascent soul trembled, and he had a bad feeling. Wang Lin was standing right there, but when his divine sense swept by, he found nothing. It was as if this person didn't exist. He had only felt this feeling from his sect master. However, he had a feeling that even if his sect master was here, his sect master wouldn't be able to detect this person at all. What made his scalp numb even more was the pressure coming from this person. This pressure was extremely strong, and under this pressure, he felt the spiritual energy inside his body stop. Those cold words seemed to contain a tearing force that was going to rip him from the inside out. Cold sweat covered his forehead, and Xiao Dihai swallowed hard. He slowly backed away and clasped his hands. This old man doesn't know this Qi Ji, and this is my first time meeting him. Since fellow cultivator was here first, then this old man will leave. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. He suppressed the trembling of his nascent soul and slowly retreated. He felt that this person was too powerful for him to resist. It was best to let him go and return back to the sect. The three core formation cultivators also felt like something was wrong. They retreated in terror and were about to leave this place. You're just going to leave like this? Wang Lin revealed a smile that wasn't a smile and looked at the four of them. This gaze made Xiao Dihai's heart skip a beat, and he didn't hesitate to wave his hand to push the three core formation cultivators toward Wang Lin as a shield. He quickly retreated and was covered in cold sweat when he was about to teleport away. The Scatter Thunder clan didn't allow clan members to kill each other, but you could waste their cultivation or kill indirectly. This old man knew all of this very well, and he had done it many times. At this moment, he was terrified, and his first thought was to escape. Wang Lin ignored that teleporting nascent soul cultivators and waved his right hand. Those three core formation cultivators all screamed miserably as the marks between their eyebrows collapsed and large amounts of treasures flew out. Wang Lin put them all away before stepping into the sky. The three core formation cultivators coughed out blood and fell to the ground one by one. Their cores all collapsed. Although they weren't dead, their cultivation had been wasted. Xiao Dihai had heard those mournful cries after he teleported. The chill in his head had increased, and he didn't hesitate to teleport away. When he reappeared, he was already far away. The moment he reappeared, he teleported once more. After doing this several times, he had used almost all the spiritual energy in his body, but he didn't dare to stop. He took some pills and teleported once more. Wang Lin's figure and voice became a dark cloud that weighted heavily on his nascent soul. He feared that he was too slow and would get caught. He teleported more than 10 times and rushed out more than 50,000 kilometers. During this time, he had devoured a large amount of pills and could be said to be running for his life. He had even crushed the jade from his sect to summon help from surrounding sect members. There were many small sects like the Heavenly Thunder sect. The clan would naturally not interfere and would actually encourage people to form and join sects. Xiao Dihai was covered in cold sweat, short of breath, and had teleported many times. After a teleport, there was a flash of light before him and a middle-aged man in green walked out. He frowned and looked at Xiao Dihai. Elder Xiao, what did you encounter to make you so scared that you even called for help? After Xiao Dihai saw the middle-aged man, he felt relieved, but he didn't answer the question. He immediately looked back and his divine sense spread out behind him. Only after he found no trace of Wang Lin did he let out a wry smile. He looked at the middle-aged man and was about to speak. However, just at this instant, a voice that made Xiao Dihai lose his wits appeared like the cold wind. Not going to run. Xiao Dihai felt his scalp go numb and his eyes filled with monstrous panic. He no longer dared to talk with the middle-aged man and immediately began to teleport away. The middle-aged man was also startled. When Wang Lin's voice echoed, he felt like his nascent soul was hit by a hammer and coughed out blood. After seeing Xiao Dihai's behavior, endless terror arose inside him, and he didn't hesitate to teleport away like Xiao Dihai. If the two of you split apart, I'll destroy both your cultivations. The two of them ran like crazy and teleported non-stop, using all the pills they had. They didn't dare to stop or separate from each other. However, after teleporting a few times, the consumption of spiritual energy was too great for the two of them to bear. Xiao Dihai, you provoked such a person and then dragged me into it. The middle-aged man gnashed his teeth as he escaped and stared with Xiao Dihai with anger. Xiao Dihai's face was pale and filled with fear. He wanted to speak, but the voice that made the two of them panic echoed once more. Keep asking for help and call all the nascent soul cultivators of your Heavenly Thunder sect. Take me to your Heavenly Thunder sect, otherwise, I'll waste your cultivation. The middle-aged man took out a jade and crushed it to request for help before Xiao Dihai. He hated Xiao Dihai to the bones. and if he couldn't drag more people down with him, he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. After 1 hour, an extremely strange scene unfolded on this planet. 4 nascent soul cultivators were escaping in panic. 3 of them revealed intense hatred along with the panic. Wang Lin calmly walked behind the 4 of them. Along the way, as Qiu Dihai and company had called for help, the other 2 elders arrived. The 4 of them escaped together and had to listen to Wang Lin's request to escape toward the Heavenly Thunder sect. A mountain appeared in the distance. This mountain wasn't big, but there were clouds around it. There were also stone steps winding from the peak. There was some building on top of the mountain. It had the look of a sect. When the 4 terrified cultivators brought Wang Lin here, Qiu Dihai quickly said with a trembling voice, "Son, Senior, this is the Heavenly Thunder sect." Along the way, the 4 of them had been forced to rush as fast as they could. Adding the panic and terror they felt, their minds were tormented the entire way. Wang Lin looked at the mountain and waved his right hand. A gust of wind appeared and wrapped around the 4 nascent soul cultivators. The 4 of them let out screams, and their thunder marks were broken open. Large amounts of treasures flew out of them. Wang Lin put them away, and at the same time, the gust of wind smashed through the clouds, and the 4 of them landed at the square of the Heavenly Thunder sect. The entire Heavenly Thunder sect was completely silent. Some of the weaker cultivators were originally cultivating in the square. After seeing the 4 head elders being tossed into the square, they were speechless. Senior, you finally came." In this silence, a person suddenly charged out. He was thin and looked ordinary, but he was at the early stage of soul formation. His eyes were crystal clear as he looked at Wang Lin with excitement in his eyes. "When I saw Senior, my heart couldn't settle down for a long time. Senior's cultivation is heaven-piercing, and your style is unmatched." In that short moment, I felt as if I had seen Senior many reincarnation cycles ago. I couldn't calm myself and only wanted to see Senior a bit more before my lifespan ended. Every time I looked, the spiritual energy in my body would move on its own, and even my cultivation would increase, as if I had devoured countless thunder fruits. Only someone like Senior would have such an ability. Not even the elders of the Scatter Thunder clan, not even the clan head, could compare to Senior when they were at your age. Senior, Junior asks for nothing and is willing to hand over everything I have collected to Senior. I only hope that Senior would let me stay with Senior, so I can see Senior often and witness Senior's rise. Let me be Senior's lackey. Let me clear the path. Let me slaughter all of Senior's enemies. Let me dedicate my life to Senior until my death. Even with Wang Lin's cultivation, he couldn't help but be startled by these words from this skinny man, and he couldn't help but think of Su Ligua. In truth, it was not only him. If any other cultivator were to see this, they would be stunned on the spot. Chapter 1332, Archrival. Wang Lin's always calm expression turned into a strange smile when he heard the words of this skinny cultivator. The skinny cultivator didn't reveal any hint of falsehood, as if everything he had said was natural and true. His expression really made it difficult for Wang Lin to attack and waste his cultivation. With Wang Lin's wisdom, he had naturally seen through that this was all this skinny cultivator's plan. The skinny cultivator knew that he couldn't resist, and this was the only way to keep his cultivation. "What is your name?" Wang Lin landed on the ground like a willow leaf fluttering in the wind. He stood at the center of the Heavenly Thunder sect square. "Answer. My name is Zhou Big Red. Zhou like Little Zhou, and Red like Little Red. Junior has only ever respected one person. Let me clear the path. Let me." The skinny cultivator was going to continue when he was interrupted by Wang Lin. "Enough. Hand over everything you have gathered that can be used to exchange for thunder crystals." Although Big Red looked calm, he was scared out of his wits. Earlier, he was cultivating in the main hall when he heard 4 heavy objects smash into the square. His divine sense spread out to find his 4 head elders thrown to the ground with their cultivations wasted. He was startled and became furious. However, that anger completely disappeared when he saw Wang Lin, and he trembled. He was at the early stage of soul formation, and although he didn't cultivate domains like inner realm cultivators, his mark was 30% active. Also, due to his cultivation level, he had come into contact with other cultivators, and the highest level one he had met was at the ascendant stage. When he sensed Wang Lin, he was terrified to the point that it felt like the world was going to fall apart. This feeling was several times more powerful than when he met the ascendant cultivator. Luckily, he was extremely clever and didn't hesitate to change that terror into excitement, followed by his rapid flattery. He had only used this trick 3 times in his life. The first time was when he was at the Foundation establishment stage and had to resolve a crisis. The second time was when he was at the nascent soul stage. He escaped from the Ascendant Cultivator with merely a scare and had even obtained some benefits. This was the third time he had used this invincible art. In Big Red's point of view, out of all his spells, this invincible art was his true ace, and it could save him at critical moments. So he had practiced it in secret until he was extremely proficient at it. It was his ace, so he only ever used it as a last resort. When he heard Wang Lin's order, he quickly formed a seal and hit the mark between his eyebrows. There was a flash, and things that could be exchanged for thunder crystals flew out until they formed a small mountain. Senior, this is everything Junior has gathered over the years. Although there isn't anything extremely valuable, there are a lot of things. Junior estimates that these should be worth around 50,000 thunder crystals. After he spoke, he carefully observed Wang Lin's expression. When he saw Wang Lin frown, he immediately became terrified. Then he clenched his teeth and quickly spoke. Senior, Junior also has some treasures to give Senior. As he spoke, his right hand hit his mark once more, and 3 more items flew out. The first was a branch as thick as an arm, but it was flashing with thunder. The second was a pill that gave off a green glow. The third was an ancient mirror. These 3 items are things Junior had specially prepared for Senior. Just these 3 can be exchanged for 10,000 thunder crystals. Wang Lin looked at Big Red with a smile that wasn't a smile. His gaze made Big Red's scalp numb, and just as he was about to speak, Wang Lin waved his sleeves, causing everything that could be exchanged for thunder crystals to disappear. No one had noticed him open a spatial crack, and a divine sense filled with ecstasy rushed out of it. Master, you finally remembered me. Ah, little Su has been teaching that Lu Jinbiao a lesson all these years and hasn't been lazy at all. Although Su Ligua's cry had come from the storage space crack, to everyone else, it seemed to have come from the void. At the same time, Su Ligua appeared in the Heavenly Thunder sect. After Big Red heard Su Ligua's voice, his eyes narrowed as if he had met the most powerful enemy in his life. Master, I have been following your order and have been tormenting Lu Jinbiao. That old boy is actually quite pitiful. He could have offended anyone, but he had to offend my mighty, handsome, and powerful master. The moment Su Ligua appeared, he didn't even look at his surroundings. His face was filled with flattery as he rubbed his hands and stared at Wang Lin with a pitiful expression. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but Big Red felt his heart skip a bit. His pupils shrank as he shot Su Ligua a stare filled with hostility. He had only faintly felt that Su Ligua was a powerful enemy, but now it was clear. This person had the same invincible art as him. Seeing how the other was able to embody the invincible arts in just a few words, it was a level above his long speech. Archrival. This person must be my archrival. Big Red took a deep breath and began to observe. Master, please don't send me back too quickly, considering how loyal and hard-working little Su has been. Su Ligua revealed a mournful expression. Big Red looked at Su Ligua, and his expression became even more serious. Even his expression contains the true meaning of the invincible art. Wang Lin revealed a smile that wasn't a smile as his gaze moved between Su Ligua and Big Red. The reason he had summoned Su Ligua was somewhat related to Big Red. Perhaps it would be better for Su Ligua to gather thunder crystals in the Scatter Thunder clan for me. Wang Lin made up his mind. Then he nodded slightly and slowly said, If you do this well, we can talk about it. With that, Wang Lin sent out a message to Su Ligua, giving his order, and as Su Ligua listened, his body began to tremble. He was trembling due to excitement, and after Wang Lin finished, he looked up with excitement and laughed. No one is better than your Granda. Little Su. Master, rest assured. A mere billion thunder crystals, leave it to me. The bad feeling inside Big Red became even stronger. He quickly took a few steps forward, looked at Wang Lin with a respectful gaze, and said, Senior, Junior hasn't finished speaking. Junior still has a treasure that can be exchanged for 10,000 thunder crystals. Only someone like Senior can possess such a treasure. After he spoke, he hit his mark again, and there was a flash of light. A flying sword flew out and gave off a chilling aura. Wang Lin revealed a smile as he nodded slightly and put the flying sword away. Su Ligua looked around and then looked at Big Red. He hadn't paid attention to surrounding people earlier, but now he immediately felt that something was wrong. This person is giving off a faint scent of shamelessness. However, it is far from a match for your Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su has been flattering this fiend since before you were even born. Su Ligua revealed a kind smile as he looked at Big Red and smiled. Fellow cultivator is? Big Red looked at Su Ligua with the same smile and clasped his hands. I'm Zhong Big Red. Zhong as in Big Zhong, and Red as in Big Red. Their gazes collided at this instant. The smile on Su Ligua remained unchanged as he withdrew his gaze. Just as he was about to speak, Big Red was a step ahead and said with a look of flattery, Senior, Junior's Heavenly Thunder sect has a lot of people. Let me get the things they have to exchange for thunder crystals to give to Senior. After he spoke, he turned around and roared at the Heavenly Thunder sect members who were gobsmacked at the scene before them. Under his pressure, everything that could be exchanged for thunder crystals was gathered by Big Red and handed to Wang Lin. Wang Lin put it all away. Then his eyes flashed an indiscernible amount. He waved his right hand and took out a pill. He casually took out pill he didn't know the value of. It was a pill he had refined from the soul of a rank 4 beast in the Cloud Sea. However, when Big Red saw this, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Soul pill. This pill can be exchanged for at least 20,000 thunder crystals and is extremely rare." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his hand. The pill landed in Big Red's hand. "I give this pill to you. From now on, you will help me collect things to exchange for thunder crystals," Wang Lin said gently. He wasn't going to trade for thunder crystals with his own pills, because he would be making the Scatter Thunder clan more powerful. Instead, he was going to use Big Red to collect treasures from the Scatter Thunder clan members and use their own possessions to trade for thunder crystals. Big Red took a deep breath. He held the pill and immediately said, "Senior, rest assured, Junior will do his best." Su Ligua stared at Big Red with hostility in his gaze. Although he didn't care for the pill, this Big Red was uncomfortable to look at, and his gaze became vicious. "Damn it. You dare to fight with your Grandpa Su for favor before this fiend? Little brat, you've got guts. Just you wait. Your Grandpa Su will remember you. In almost 2,000 years, none that have tried to fight with your Grandpa Su for this fiend's favor has had a good fate. Your Grandpa Su has plenty of time to kill you. I'm going to torment you to death like I tormented Lu Jinbiao." Su Ligua's eyes lit up and he revealed a dark smile. Chapter 1333, This is the Life. During this month, he didn't return to the cave, but chose to cultivate in the Heavenly Thunder clan. Over the past month, Su Ligua and Big Red had begun gathering a large amount of items that could be traded for thunder crystals, with the Heavenly Thunder sect as the center. With everything that had been gathered, Wang Lin could trade for 100,000 thunder crystals. Su Ligua rarely got to leave the storage space, so he was extremely excited and began a campaign outside the Heavenly Thunder sect. He didn't like to act alone, so he always took more than 10 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Thunder sect disciples, and they moved like locusts. He had used an unknown method to take any core formation cultivator he found under his command. In just 1 month, there were almost 100 Scatter Thunder clan members under him. Su Ligua seemed to have learned this from somewhere, but he had made them make him a giant bamboo throne. It was 1,000 feet wide and shined brightly, with Su Ligua sitting on top. He also had 4 Scatter Thunder clan female cultivators accompany him. He was extremely arrogant. The dozens of cultivators carried this throne forward. There were also dozens of cultivators on all sides. While moving forward, Su Ligua specially chose 2 very loud core formation cultivators to roar non-stop. "Grandpa Su is here. He is imposing, magnificent, unrivaled, handsome, and incomparable." This voice was like thunder. Su Ligua laughed loudly and felt extremely proud. He was leaning on one female cultivator while eating a fruit from another female cultivator and drinking wine. There were 2 more female cultivators gently massaging his faintly corporeal body. This enjoyment made Su Ligua very excited. Aside from the 4 female cultivators, there were also 4 very handsome men. They were half kneeling there, also serving Su Ligua. This is the life. This is the life I, Su Ligua, should enjoy. That fiend has been going left and right for 2,000 years, but it is Grandpa Su who is truly happy. Haha, it's your Grandpa Su who is smart. Life should be enjoyed. As Su Ligua listened to the roars filled with flattery for himself and enjoyed being served by the female and male cultivators, his entire body felt good. His eyes squinted and he couldn't help but feel melancholy. How long has it been since I've felt this happy? Damn it, if not for that fiend catching me, I could have enjoyed this happy life for years now. Well, maybe my lifespan would have ended by now. Forget it. What's the use of thinking so much? I must make up for all the life I missed in these 2,000 years. There are too few women. If there can be 100, 1,000, it should be perfect. Add 1,000 handsome men and 10,000 people carrying the throne to roar together for me. That would be perfect. To reach this goal, Grandpa Su will have to work hard. Su Ligua was in high spirits. Just at this moment, there was a ray of light flying toward him, and there was a core formation cultivator inside. This person got within 100 feet of the throne and loudly said, "Great Immortal is imposing, magnificent, unrivaled, handsome, and incomparable." With that, he took a breath and quickly said, 50 kilometers ahead is the cave of the late-stage nascent soul old monster, Chen Dongfeng. He seems to have noticed something and has already activated the restrictions. Su Ligua pinched the face of a female cultivator beside him and proudly said, "Continue moving forward. I'll let you all see how Grandpa Su deals with a mere nascent soul cultivator." The 50-kilometer distance was crossed quickly. The giant throne covered the sun, creating a huge shadow over the mountain, and gave off a powerful pressure. There was a cave in the middle of the mountain. There was a large amount of restrictions at the entrance, sealing the cave. There were also 8 small flags around the mountain, spinning rapidly and creating black fog. After the throne closed in, Su Ligua had a self-satisfied look as he slowly raised his right hand. Only after attracting the gazes of all the surrounding cultivators did he wave his hand. With a wave of his hand, the world rumbled and countless sword shadows appeared in the air. The moment they appeared, they let out endless sword hymns, and sword energy scattered everywhere, pushing the clouds apart. Even the world dimmed. Su Ligua was the sword spirit who had obtained the inheritance of the ancient sword intent. Although he was lazy, when he was sealed in the 4 divines sect by Wang Lin, he was forced to cultivate. Not to mention a mere nascent soul cultivator, ascendant, yin and yang, and even nirvana scryer cultivators were no match for Su Ligua. With a wave of his hand, as the world rumbled, endless sword energy appeared. The sword energy was extremely dense and made all the surrounding cultivators tremble as if they were surrounded in never-melting ice. Endless sword energy fell on the mountain. The black fog around the mountain immediately collapsed, and when the 8 small flags were going to explode, Su Ligua grabbed them. That fiend said that no treasure can be damaged. These can be traded for thunder crystals. The sword energy broke through the fog and landed on the mountain. With Su Ligua's careful control, the sword energy penetrated the mountain, and layers of it fell off until the whole mountain disappeared, leaving only the cave without any walls. It was like a mortal house with its roof taken off. Sitting inside was a middle-aged man who was shocked into a trance by what had happened. Grandpa Su is here. He is imposing, magnificent, unrivaled, handsome, and incomparable. Loud roars came from the cultivators beside Su Ligua, and this really exuded an imposing aura. This awakened the middle-aged man who had been frightened into a trance. Obey Grandpa Su and offer up everything that could be traded for thunder crystals. Disobey and Grandpa Su will waste your cultivation and imprison you for life. The 2 core formation cultivators with particularly loud voices immediately roared. The middle-aged man stared dumbfoundedly at the throne. The throne was far too big and gave him a powerful pressure. He swallowed hard and didn't hesitate to respectfully clasp his hands. Junior will hand over everything. Su Ligua laughed. He looked at the middle-aged man and smiled. Good. From now on, follow your Grandpa Su. I want to ask you, where can I find female cultivators? The middle-aged man felt his scalp go numb under Su Ligua's gaze, and he had a bad feeling, but he didn't know what to do. When he heard the question, he quickly said, if it's female cultivators, there is a place 5,000 kilometers away with a sect called the Thunder Celestial Sect. It's a sect filled with female cultivators, and its sect master is extremely beautiful. However, her cultivation level is quite high. It is said she has some relationship with an inner member of the clan. The moment Su Ligua heard beauty, his eyes lit up and he ignored the part about her cultivation level. He waved his hand and roared, lead the way. Come with Grandpa Su to steal people. Steal treasures. The group of people flew off into the distance. The giant throne was extremely eye-catching in the sun, and Su Ligua's proud laughter could be heard. There was also the faint roars of almost 100 people. On the other side, Big Red had also begun to collect like crazy. Big Red was only at the soul formation stage, so for him to complete the task, Wang Lin had given him a flying sword. This sword was ordinary, but it was extremely powerful for first-step cultivators. It allowed him to beat mid-stage soul formation cultivators and even hold out for a while against late-stage soul formation cultivators. However, compared to Su Ligua's arrogance, Big Red was much more cautious. Although he had taken some cultivators with him, he wasn't having a good time. However, he was more familiar with the Scatter Thunder clan and knew what could trade for more thunder crystals. He knew where many caves were located, and adding the pill and the sword Wang Lin had given him, he felt confident. He felt like his chance had come. As long as he could satisfy Wang Lin, perhaps he could get another pill. Thinking about this, Big Red became confident and excited, but he was also secretly on guard against Su Ligua. He felt that this Su Ligua was his arch-rival. Damn it. If Senior only had me beside him, it would be godsend for me. I didn't expect to meet this Su Ligua, who also practices the invincible art. His cultivation level is higher than mine, and he is extremely shameless. He must have practiced the invincible art to reach his current cultivation level. However, Big Red, won't concede defeat. Although my cultivation level isn't high enough, I have secretly researched the invincible art for hundreds of years and wasn't able to display all of it before. Now, with Suligua here, I have to use 120% of my ability to battle him. The winner is still undecided. Big Red sneered as he brought the people with him and destroyed several caves. He was secretly preparing what to say to Wang Lin in his heart, so he could use the invincible art at any moment. I, Big Red, have very high talent in the invincible art. I don't believe I can't beat Suligua. While Suligua and Big Red were gathering, Wang Lin was sitting in the Heavenly Thunder sect with a jade before him. This jade contained a set of cultivation methods used by the Scatter Thunder clan. This cultivation method was called the Great Thunder Stamp. It allowed you to compress all the thunder in your body in exchange for a powerful explosive attack. However, this only worked with the help of the clan mark, and it could help one slowly awaken the clan mark when cultivated for a long time. Wang Lin was studying this cultivation method so he could understand the Scatter Thunder clan's mark. He vaguely felt like learning this would be extremely important in order for him to absorb the Eternal Thunderbolt. Chapter 1334, A Terrifying Guess. For example, Big Red could compress the thunder in his body 10 times and get a burst of power. This was common in the Scatter Thunder clan, but if this was in the inner realm on planet Suzaku, he would be one of the most powerful cultivators. However, this was only secondary. To really use the Great Thunder Stamp, one had to reach the second step. Then they could gather thunder from the void and cause the thunder in their body to compress 1,000 or even 10,000-fold. As a result, its power would be heaven-shaking. This was only one of the methods of controlling thunder. It was due to them studying ways of controlling thunder for tens of thousands of years and finding many methods that even though they didn't have a third-step cultivator, they were still one of the great clans in the ancient star system. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense from the jade. His expression was calm, and he began to ponder. The strongest person in the Scatter Thunder clan is the ancestor who is at the 5th heaven's blight and only one step from the 3rd step. Although this step is like the gap between heaven and earth, his strength is unquestionable. If he uses this spell, I wonder how many tens of thousands of times he could compress it. He might even be able to hold off 3rd step cultivators for a moment. While Wang Lin pondered, he memorized the Great Thunder Stamp. As his hands formed a seal, thunderous rumbles echoed and countless bolts of thunder appeared. They were like silver snakes, and they charged for his hand, forming a fist-sized ball of thunder. There were popping sounds coming from the ball of thunder, and it was being constantly compressed. 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. In the blink of an eye, the ball of thunder had been compressed almost 30,000-fold. The ball of thunder had disappeared and become invisible to the naked eye. Only with your divine sense could you see the ball of thunder that had been compressed 30,000-fold in Wang Lin's hand. Although this body has been modified by me, at most it can only display up to soul formation strength. However, my origin soul is powerful, so it isn't limited by this body, and outsiders can't perceive my origin soul. This is because my origin soul has merged with the thunder here and is on the same level of existence as the Eternal Thunderbolt. Even if the Scatter Thunder clan ancestor came, as long as he cultivates the Scatter Thunder clan mark and the Eternal Thunderbolt, even with a higher cultivation level, his control over thunder can't match mine. Wang Lin looked at the dust particle-sized ball of thunder and pondered. 30,000-fold of compression is the limit of this body. If I try to intensify it more, this body will immediately collapse. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the dust particle formed by compressing the ball of thunder 30,000-fold silently disappeared. Big Red is a member of the Scatter Thunder clan, so there is no harm in him acting. As for Suligua, he is not a cultivator, but a sword spirit, so I'll let him be happy. The Scatter Thunder clan exists within the Thunder Lake, where non-clan members can't enter at all, so they aren't on guard against outsiders. I don't have to be too low-key. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stopped thinking about this. He closed his eyes and began studying the Scatter Thunder clan's mark. This Scatter Thunder clan's marks were all extensions of the Eternal Thunderbolt and had evolved from that power. To study the mark was like indirectly studying the Eternal Thunderbolt. The thunder mark Wang Lin was studying was Yufei's. Although Yufei had ripped out his mark, it was imprinted in his soul, so it was not something that could be destroyed by just ripping off the flesh. As Wang Lin studied it, he could feel how ancient and powerful the Eternal Thunderbolt was. Just this extension of the Eternal Thunderbolt already contained a large variety of thunder, and just this small mark contained a trace of thunder essence. However, he couldn't absorb this thunder essence. This essence contained a will and seemed to be sleeping, but it was constantly absorbing from the members of the Scatter Thunder clan. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin had already been in the hall for more than a month. As he continued to research, he vaguely noticed something strange. His eyes slowly opened and revealed exhaustion, but there was a strange light within them. All members of the Scatter Thunder clan cultivate their mark for countless years, and as the mark awakens more, they obtain endless power and the power to control thunder. While the mark improves their cultivation, at the same time, they are constantly giving their life force and thunder as offering to the eternal thunderbolt. This is very similar to Zhou's flames. Wang Lin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. If the eternal thunderbolt is a third-step cultivator, then entire Scatter Thunder clan are like disciples for the eternal thunderbolt. These disciples all have the marks, and they are constantly cultivating and offering everything. But depending on how much they offer, they get varying cultivation levels in return. All of this is also very similar to the Scatter Thunder ranking in this clan. Wang Lin felt like he had found a heaven-shaking secret. He took a deep breath and muttered, "All the clans in the ancient star system have a mark. This mark isn't always between the eyebrows. The Blue Silk clan has blue hair, but it is also a mark. If all the other ancient star system clans are like the Scatter Thunder clan, then this ancient star system, could it be? Could it be?" Wang Lin's pupils shrank, and he suddenly looked up. His gaze pierced through the hall and looked at the world. His gaze was extremely gloomy. Could it be that the ancient star system is a mysterious existence with unimaginable cultivation and a captive place created by it? For example, when Daoist Water and I battled, there was a world that he had created containing 2 billion disciples. There were also cultivation planets there, and to those disciples, Daoist Water was God. The more he guessed, the more his heart felt cold. But his gaze wasn't able to pierce the heavens and the fog surrounding the truth. This is all my speculation. Perhaps it is not as I thought. However, this means that the Sealed Realm formation is not as the Lord of the Sealed Realm had said. It wasn't placed there to simply trap the people of the Inner Realm. Also, the woman in silver said that Zhou's flames are poisonous and a scam. Coupled with what Dao Master Blue Dream said about the Sovereign being seriously injured by someone in the Inner Realm with a roar and fleeing in panic. Are all of these connected? What kind of secret shrouds the Inner and Outer Realms? Also, what role did the ancient Celestial Realm play in all of this? The more Wang Lin thought about this, the more terrified he felt. A rare trembling arose in his mind. He took a deep breath and calmed down. He buried his speculation deep within his heart. No matter if it is true or false, I won't casually cultivate Zhou's flames. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and became filled with determination. Several days later, Big Red returned before Su Ligua. Just as he returned to the sect, he immediately changed his expression to one full of excitement and respect. After hearing that Wang Lin was in closed-door cultivation, he immediately arrived before the hall and told everyone to leave. He stood outside the hall by himself and looked extremely vigilant, like he was a royal follower guarding his master. It was as if even if an ascendant cultivator came, they would have to step over his body to enter the hall. Not long after he made his pose, Wang Lin's summon echoed in his mind. He immediately became spirited and turned around. He first patted his clothes to dust his clean outfit and then walked into the hall with a flattering expression. The moment he entered, before he even saw Wang Lin, Big Red excitedly said, "Junior Big Red has gathered a large amount of items that can traded for thunder crystals for Senior." As he spoke, he entered the main hall and touched his mark. The things he had collected over the past month flew out and formed a small mountain. He was spirited as he took a deep breath and excitedly said, "This little one hasn't seen Senior for several weeks. Now that I have seen Senior, I immediately feel refreshed. Just breathing the air that Senior has cultivated and has made me feel like my cultivation level has increased. I only hate that I can't follow Senior at all times. However, doing Senior's bidding is a great honor for Big Red. I wish I could turn into many avatars so I could gather faster." Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he looked at Big Red. He waved his hand and put away everything that could be used to trade for thunder crystals. "Not bad. This is a reward for you." Wang Lin flicked his finger and a pill landed in Big Red's hand. Big Red lowered his head and was shaken. He couldn't cover the excitement as he quickly said, "It is this little one's honor to do things for Senior. Senior is as bright as the sun and moon. Even without the reward, this little one would still be pleased to help Senior. Senior, there are only few more days until the day to trade for thunder crystals. The Thunder Crystal Temple will open soon. Should we leave now to trade for some?" Wang Lin pondered a bit, and then looked at Big Red with a smile that wasn't a smile before nodding. When Big Red saw Wang Lin agree, he became excited. He had deliberately chosen to come back before Su Ligua in order to have some time alone with Wang Lin to use his invincible art. He had also decided to take Wang Lin to the Thunder Crystal Temple so that Su Liguo wouldn't find Wang Lin when he returned. Humph. I, Big Red, am about to begin my war with you. I don't believe I can't beat you. As long as Senior accepts me, what are mere things to trade for Thunder Crystals? If I stick with Senior, I'll seriously gain a lot of benefits. From the looks of it, Senior is intending to get into the Scatter Thunder rankings. Once Senior rises, it will also be the day I make a name for myself. Perhaps there will be a place for I, Big Red, in the Scatter Thunder clan. Big Red had ambition. This was his biggest difference from Su Liguo. Chapter 1335, Thunder Crystal Temple. During these 3 days, most of the cultivators on the cultivation planet would rush over to trade for Thunder Crystals from the Elder in charge. Similarly, they could also trade for treasures from the Scatter Thunder clan using the Thunder Crystals. However, in the Scatter Thunder clan, Thunder Crystals couldn't be privately traded and couldn't be transferred. They can only be traded with the Thunder Crystal Temple. Although this was the case, the Scatter Thunder clan had a large amount of people, so they naturally had a way around it. They just traded items of equal worth in Thunder Crystals to replace Thunder Crystals. However, this method was very dangerous, so only powerful old monsters dared to deal in private. Not being able to transfer or trade Thunder Crystals in private was very inconvenient for the members of the Scatter Thunder clan. However, over the countless years, it was never changed. Wang Lin headed toward the Thunder Crystal Temple with Big Red as company. The two turned into 2 rays of light and quickly flew across the sky. The Thunder Crystal Temple was located at the center of the planet on top of the peak of a mountain. This mountain peak was the highest point on the cultivation planet, and it was surrounded by a green fog year-round. One couldn't carelessly enter this place. Once inside the green fog, one would be injured by the thunder inside. A light consequence would be a serious injury, and a serious consequence would be death. This was a forbidden place. Only during the 3 days it was open would the green fog dissipate a bit, revealing a path for the Scatter Thunder clan members to enter. The Heavenly Thunder sect was a bit far from the Thunder Crystal Temple. In fact, the Heavenly Thunder sect was in a remote region of the cultivation planet, just like the country of Zhou on planet Suzaku. No one took it seriously or ever searched it. Even if some powerful cultivator settled there, unless there was a shocking change, the region was truly insignificant to this huge cultivation planet. For example, Yufei had never traveled more than 50,000 kilometers away. Even though people within 50,000 kilometers knew him, the moment he left the area, no one would know him. Even Big Red was the same. It was because of this that Wang Lin wasn't too concerned about his sudden change in cultivation level. It took them almost a month to reach the center with Wang Lin using no spells. While flying, Big Red had exerted his full strength and constantly used his invincible art to flatter Wang Lin. However, he wasn't just flattering with his words, he also worked hard. Often, Wang Lin would only need a look and he would already know what to do. Along the way, Big Red had served Wang Lin well. This was one point that Su Liguo was lacking in comparison to Big Red. Even Wang Lin couldn't help but give him a few extra pills and point out some of Big Red's cultivation flaws. As a result, Big Red had become even more spirited. Without Wang Lin's command, whenever they encountered someone they could steal from, he would viciously charge in and return with a large amount of items to trade. He would then hand them over to Wang Lin without keeping any for himself. Master, further ahead is the range of the Thunder Crystal Temple, so we can't continue to steal here. During the 3 days of trade, conflict is banned within the area of the Thunder Crystal Temple. This is a method of protection. Earlier, we didn't take a straight line and went around to avoid some powerful cultivators. I know Master's cultivation is heaven-shaking, but the Thunder Crystal Temple is only open for 3 days, so it is best to avoid unnecessary trouble. They can all be dealt with on the way back. During these days, Big Red had slowly gone from calling Wang Lin Senior to Master. These 2 words had completely different meanings behind them. Big Red thought that Senior always made him sound like an outsider. If he could call Wang Lin Master, like Su Liguo did, they would be like a family. Wang Lin didn't refuse, and allowed Big Red to change the way he addressed him. After entering the range of the Thunder Crystal Temple, the amount of cultivators increased and rays of light flew across the sky. Big Red was extremely vigilant. Although this place prevented battling, facing all these powerful cultivators made him nervous. Some cultivators had come in groups. More than 10 people flew across the sky arrogantly, and many people quickly avoided them. The people of the Scatter Thunder clan are much better than the cultivators of the Inner Realm. It is easy to find soul formation cultivators, and there are also a lot at the soul transformation stage. As Wang Lin moved forward, he withdrew his gaze from the rays of light passing by. Just at this moment, an extremely powerful aura came from behind Wang Lin and Big Red. This aura was like a wave, and it rumbled loudly. There was also thunder surrounding the area. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators all changed slightly. They all looked over with respectful expressions. It was a middle-aged man wearing a Dao crown, with his hands behind his back. He walked past Wang Lin and created a powerful gust of wind. Ascendant Old Monster. It's Mount Wuyi's Black Devil King. Rumor has it that this person is at the peak of the early stage of Ascendant and could enter the mid-stage at any moment. This old monster is said to not casually leave Mount Wuyi. He must be up to something big. Of course, Black Devil King is ranked 766 on the Scatter Thunder rankings. After exchanging for Thunder Crystals this time, he might move up a few spots. The surrounding cultivators all respectfully clasped their hands and all began to talk after the middle-aged man left. Master, that person is Mount Wuyi's Black Devil King. Mount Wuyi has 4 kings, and all of them are ascendant old monsters. Big Red quickly explained to Wang Lin in a low voice. Although Wang Lin had searched Big Red's memory, he had only looked for important matters. He had browsed through memories like this, but didn't look at them closely. His gaze fell on the Black Devil King. Then he nodded slightly, but didn't speak. The Black Devil King was already used to the discussions and ignored it all. However, the moment Wang Lin's gaze swept by him, his mind trembled. He felt naked and became covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, this feeling dissipated in an instant. The Black Devil King didn't dare to turn around and quickly flew away. Wang Lin remained calm as he got closer to the Thunder Crystal Temple with Big Red. The temple got closer and closer, and he could see the green fog around the mountain. There was a gap in the fog that looked as if someone had split it open, forming a passage 100 feet wide. There were 2 indifferent cultivators in red standing there. They looked like they were in their 40s, but they were old monsters that had cultivated for thousands of years. They had surpassed the first step and were at the illusory stage. The 2 of them coldly swept the incoming cultivators with their gazes. Any cultivators caught in their gazes would tremble and reveal fear and respect. Even the Black Devil King was like a mortal meeting cultivators and became extremely respectful. Without the need for Big Red to give an introduction, Wang Lin knew that these 2 were in charge of guarding the passage. At this moment, many cultivators were flying through the passage and into the depths. There were a lot of cultivators around, no less than 1,000. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of confusion or uproar. They just quietly entered the passage. It didn't take long for Wang Lin's expression to change slightly, and he looked to the side. A moment later, the clouds churned and thunderous rumbles came from within. The endless thunder seemed to connect the heavens and earth. The thunderous rumbles instantly arrived and immediately shook the minds of the surrounding cultivators. Even the 2 cultivators in red beside the passage revealed solemn expressions. Laughter came from the void, and the clouds shrank until they were only a mantle that wrapped around an old man that walked out. This old man had white hair, but his eyes contained a powerful force. He took a step and seemed to cross space and time, causing the world to distort. Nirvana Scryer Cultivator. Wang Lin remained calm and revealed an indiscernible smile. The moment the old man appeared, the cultivators outside the passage were all horrified. They didn't even talk before they all clasped their hands and respectfully greeted him. Greetings, Senior Zhou Tian. Even the 2 cultivators in red became respectful. They quickly clasped their hands and respectfully said, Junior greets Senior Zhou Tian. Senior must have come to aim for a top 10 spot on the Scatter Thunder ranking. The old man clasped his hands and laughed. I can't enter the top 10, but I would be happy to enter the top 30. After he spoke, he flicked 2 pills into the hands of the 2 cultivators in red. Then he walked into the passage. As he walked forward, all the cultivators moved out of the way. The 2 cultivators in red looked at the pills in their hands and revealed looks of joy. They clasped their hands at the old man's back. Without showing a bit of what he was thinking, Wang Lin looked at where the old man went. After the old man left, the surrounding cultivators began to talk. Second-step cultivators often come on the last day. I didn't expect Senior Zhou Tian to come on the first day. Alas, I wonder when I can awaken my clan mark so I can have power like Senior Zhou Tian's. Perhaps it's impossible for me. It isn't impossible. Rumors say that Senior Zhou Tian had a lucky encounter in his youth. There are many highs and lows in life. Perhaps one day we will have our own luck. As they murmured, Wang Lin and Big Red walked into the passage. The 2 people in red looked at Wang Lin, naturally noticed nothing, and let them pass. In their eyes, Wang Lin and Big Red were insignificant people. As he entered the green fog, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had entered an important area of the Scatter Thunder clan. After entering the green mist, he looked around. and his eyes revealed a strange light. This fog. Chapter 1336, promoting into the Scatter Thunder ranking. They didn't dare to get close to the green fog at all, and chose to fly at the center of the passage. It was as if they were worried that a giant hand would reach out and grab them from the fog. Although it wasn't the first time Big Red had come to the Thunder Crystal Temple, after he entered the passage, he was still terrified and cautiously flew forward. Wang Lin was calm as he looked at the surrounding green fog. This fog was terrifying to others, but to Wang Lin, there was nothing to fear. This fog is very interesting. Wang Lin could see that this fog was not really fog, but thunder. Someone had used a powerful spell to bring thunder here, and then crushed it into fog. Then they added their own unique spell to make it act as a protective formation. So thunder can be turned into fog. The Scatter Thunder clan has already studied thunder to this degree. They turned thunder into fog, and in turn changed it into something flexible. In terms of protection, it has a similar effect to my wind and rain world. With a thought, this thunder fog can shrink into a cage. There are endless possibilities. It is wonderful indeed. As he walked through the passage, he began observing the fog even more carefully. The Scatter Thunder clan didn't expect any outsider to come here, and right now the thunder fog is active, which is equal to displaying its core for all to see. Since they are so kind, I won't be polite. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his divine sense spread into the fog, and he began to study it. His divine sense was so powerful that it completely suppressed the thunder fog, so it couldn't resist as Wang Lin studied it. If the fog had not been opened up like this, Wang Lin would have had to be much more cautious, and it would have taken some time for him to see the core of this spell. However, right now it was extremely convenient for Wang Lin. As his divine sense studied the fog, he quickly deduced the spell used. This spell that turned thunder into fog was extremely intricate, so much so that even Wang Lin was marveled at it. Something like this had never happened in the Scatter Thunder clan. They would have never thought that someone could simply enter the fog and see through the origin of the spell used to create the thunder fog. Throughout the ages, Wang Lin was the first one. The Scatter Thunder clan would have never thought that someone could break through the Thunder Lake and mix into the clan. It was something unthinkable. Only third-step cultivators could enter without being injured. No one else could enter at all. Only Wang Lin could do this. His origin soul was a bolt of thunder on the same level of existence as that eternal thunderbolt. This was why he could accomplish this almost impossible feat. Now he had arrived at an important place in the Scatter Thunder clan and saw the thunder fog. It was as if the veil was open for him to clearly see everything, and he learned one of the Scatter Thunder clan's secret spells, Fog Transformation Thunder Spell. If the Scatter Thunder clan knew of this, they would be shocked and terrified. This was beyond their imagination. The passage in the fog wasn't long. It only took 15 minutes to pass through. Even though Wang Lin's divine sense was suppressing the fog, no one noticed anything. After all, Wang Lin's origin soul was also thunder, so using thunder to comprehend thunder left no openings. The moment he walked out of the fog, Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense. His eyes lit up and a rune appeared faintly in his eyes. This rune was the Dao essence of the Fog Transformation Thunder spell. After walking out from the passage, a towering mountain appeared before Wang Lin. At the top of the mountain, there was an extremely luxurious temple that was covered in thunder. The temple had 3 large words at the entrance. Thunder Crystal Temple. Rays of light filled the area. The cultivators that exited the passage all flew toward the temple. Wang Lin and Big Red also flew up and soon arrived outside the temple. Master, there are 3 gates in this temple: east, west, and south. The east gate is for exchanging for thunder crystals, and the south gate is to use thunder crystals to exchange for treasures and pills from the clan. As for the last west gate, only powerful cultivators can go there. That is where the clan gives out tasks. Once you complete a task, you can earn a lot of thunder crystals. Big Red knew Wang Lin had never come to the Thunder Crystal Temple before and had his own doubts. However, given the benefits Wang Lin had given him, he pretended like he didn't know. Wang Lin already knew this from Big Red's memory. He nodded and said, "I'll go alone. When I leave, I'll find you." Big Red quickly nodded. Wang Lin no longer paid any attention to Big Red and withdrew his gaze from the lavish temple. He could tell at a glance that the power of space was at work here. It looked like one, but in reality there were 4 layers of space. The east, south, and west gates all led to 3 different spaces. But there was also a 4th space without an entrance. Wang Lin's divine sense swept by and clearly found 9 auras cultivating inside. There are a lot of powerful cultivators in the Scatter Thunder clan. Out of the 9 auras, there 5 are at the Nirvana Scryer stage, 3 are at the Nirvana Cleanser stage, and 1 is actually at the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Wang Lin quietly walked toward the east gate of the temple. There were a lot of Scatter Thunder clan members here. They were either alone or in groups, and it was extremely lively. In particular, there was a large amount of cultivators at the east gate. They were obviously hiding their excitement as they quickly left. There were also those that had been alive for far too long and remained calm, not revealing any of their thoughts. This kind of mental strength was related to personality and age. Wang Lin had cultivated for 2,000 years and had seen a lot. He was very cunning, and his ability to scheme was no weaker than that of those old monsters that had lived for tens of thousands of years, sometimes even more. After all, aside from cultivation level, your cunning was also a key point to your survival. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush to enter the east gate, so he observed it for a while. Wang Lin then put up an indifferent expression and walked toward the east gate. He didn't know anyone here, and no one here knew him. Adding his indifferent expression, no one came to talk with him. The moment he entered the east gate, Wang Lin clearly felt like he had entered a space someone had created. Before him was a black pool that seemed to be filled with mud-like substance, and it was bubbling. There were 3 old men sitting on the side of the pool, and their cultivation levels weren't low. One of them was at the corporeal yang stage, and the other 2 were both at the illusory yin stage. Thunder moved within their bodies. Wang Lin had learned how to trade for thunder crystals from Big Red's memory. Not wasting any time, he touched the mark on his forehead to pretend to open up his storage space. Large amounts of items that could be used to exchange for thunder crystals flew out into the pool and were devoured by the mud. After a while, Wang Lin still didn't finish, and the 3 old men sitting there opened their eyes and carefully looked at Wang Lin. Their eyes revealed a strange light. The 3 of them had been in charge of this place for a while, and they rarely ever saw anyone who could take out so many things at once to exchange for thunder crystals. This caught their attention. Wang Lin's cultivation level could change at will, and at this moment, he was an ascendant cultivator before these 3 old men. After everything had been exchanged and swallowed by the black pool, Wang Lin calmly took out a jade. This wasn't something to trade, it was the Scatter Thunder ranking. He casually threw the jade into the black pool. Muffled roars came from the pool, and not long after, the jade flew out from the pool and into Wang Lin's hands. At the same time, the Scatter Thunder ranking jade every single clan member had gave off a ripple. This meant that there was a change to the rankings recorded within. Every year during the 3 days the Thunder Crystal Temple was open, there would be drastic changes to the rankings. However, the first 800 names rarely changed, and at most they would be placed in different order. However, at this moment, the Scatter Thunder ranking jade gave off a violent ripple. This only meant one thing. A new person had entered the rankings. Almost every cultivator in the Scatter Thunder clan took out their ranking jade and looked into it. First place was still Master Spruce, but the amount had changed from 1,900,007,000 to 2,400,009,000. As the cultivators of the Scatter Thunder clan looked through the list, the smart ones looked from the bottom and immediately saw the newcomer that had caused the ripple. At rank 799, Yu Fei with 464,000 thunder crystals, only 3,000 higher than rank 800. Yu Fei? I wonder what trial planet he is from. He instantly entered the Scatter Thunder rankings. This person isn't famous, but the clan has a lot of people, so it is impossible to know them all. Since this person could enter the rankings, he can't be looked down upon. Although he is at the bottom of the rankings, to be able to enter the list means he must have skills. This name is easy to remember. Yu Fei. However, these are the 3 days when the rankings change the most. I don't know if this person would still be on the rankings in 3 days. At this instant, there were people talking about this across all 13 trial planets. After all, there were only 800 people on the rankings, so the moment you entered, you would become famous. The name, Yu Fei, was remembered by a lot of the Scatter Thunder clan members. Chapter 1337, The Secret of the Scatter Thunder Clan. So you're Yu Fei? Wang Lin's expression remained calm, and he nodded. The old man examined Wang Lin and slowly said, "Not bad. To be able to remain calm under my pressure means your heart is strong. Accumulating resources for several years before exchanging it all today shows that you're very wise. Very good. You're qualified to enter the West Gate to see if you can find a suitable task. Only low-rank cultivators exchange resources for thunder crystals. Since you're now in the Scatter Thunder rankings, you can complete missions given by the family and earn much more thunder crystals." The old man looked at Wang Lin with admiration. He was satisfied with how calm Wang Lin was. Wang Lin faintly smiled. Then he nodded slightly, but didn't speak. "I didn't think that you would enter the Scatter Thunder ranking before us. As tradition, the people responsible for the East Gate have to give gift to someone who has entered the Scatter Thunder ranking for the first time. This is a great thunder pill. It was personally made by me and had been compressed 8,900 times. Take it to protect yourself. The old man waved his right hand, and a thumb-sized ball of thunder appeared and floated before Wang Lin. The other two old men smiled at each other. One of them waved his hand, and a jade appeared. He threw it at Wang Lin and said, "This jade contains a cultivation method of the Scatter Thunder clan. It is useless to me, but if you cultivate it, it can awaken your clan mark even more. Consider it a greeting gift from this old man." The final old man, who was a corporeal young cultivator, looked at Wang Lin carefully and smiled. "I won't gift you a treasure, but a sentence. Go to the west gate and chose the spiritual thunder task. It will be the quickest way for you to gather thunder crystals. You can smoothly accept this task with my jade." As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and a jade slowly flew toward Wang Lin. Spiritual thunder? Among the memories of the Scatter Thunder clan members he had devoured, there was no spiritual thunder. Since you can enter the rankings, you can know a few things. Our ancestors have been studying thunder for countless years. They found that there are 6 types of thunder in this world. If you can absorb and refine all 6, you will obtain an indescribable thunder. The 6 types of thunder are heavenly thunder, earth thunder, origin thunder, magnetic thunder, Dao thunder, and the last is spiritual thunder. Taking this task isn't just to get thunder crystals, but for you to come in contact with the 6 types of thunder. "Okay, you can leave," the old man explained. Wang Lin nodded before clasping his hands and leaving. After leaving the east gate, he heard a lot of talking, and the name, Yu Fei, was being talked about constantly. Wang Lin walked past them as usual and began to ponder. 6 types of thunder. Although the Scatter Thunder clan's control of thunder is weaker than mine, their study of thunder has reached a peak. That corporeal young junior wants me to choose the spiritual thunder mission. Spiritual thunder. Spiritual thunder. What kind of thunder is this? As Wang Lin pondered, his eyes lit up. He had always been bold, so he simply changed his direction from heading to the south gate to the west gate. There were very few cultivators in the west gate of the Thunder Crystal Temple. Only occasionally would someone walk out, and although their expressions were normal, Wang Lin could see frustration. It seemed they either weren't allowed to accept a task or hadn't found a satisfactory task. After standing outside the west gate for a while, Wang Lin calmly walked inside. He appeared in a new space. This place was very big and was like a void surrounded by thunder. However, this place was obviously isolated, as the sound of thunder felt like it was coming from far away. There were 6 old men at the yin and yang stage sitting there. They had in different gazes, and no one knew what they were thinking about. There were hundreds of jades floating in the air, and they each gave off a different strength of light. The weak lights were soft, while the bright lights were harsh. Aside from Wang Lin and the 6 old men who were in charge of this place, there were about a dozen more cultivators scattered here. Their divine senses were spread across the jades in the air. The Black Devil King was among them. Even Master Zhou Tian, who was extremely respected outside, was also standing here. He was calmly staring at the brightest jade, pondering. Wang Lin's entrance didn't attract anyone's attention. His divine sense spread out without anyone detecting and swept past each of the jades. A moment later, Wang Lin had the general idea. These jades held various tasks given out by the Scatter Thunder clan. These included leaving the clan to hunt for someone or finding extremely rare materials. The brighter the light, the more difficult it was, and similarly, the more thunder crystals you would get as a reward. Wang Lin's gaze swept through them, and in the end landed on a bright jade. This was also the jade Master Zhou Tian was looking at. Head to the 7 million worlds, become the heavenly Dao, and descend divine retribution. At first Wang Lin didn't care, but after looking at it more closely, he trembled and looked even more closely. Descend divine retribution and punish the people of the 7 million worlds. Kill those who reached the peak of the soul formation stage and are about to ascend to the celestial realm. Collect their spiritual thunder. There was a lot of information inside the jade. After Wang Lin finished reading it, a huge wave was set off in his mind, and he didn't dare to believe it. In this world, everything, including vegetation, beasts, cultivators, and so on, all had spirits. Once they reached the peak of the soul formation stage, they would ascend to the celestial realm. Wang Lin understood this. He had learned this back on planet Suzaku. If the celestial realm hadn't collapsed, once a cultivator reached the late stage of soul formation, they would face divine retribution and ascend to the celestial realm. The soul transformation stage, in fact, belonged to celestial cultivation, which was why soul transformation cultivators needed celestial jades to cultivate. There was a place that was created by the first Scatter Thunder clan ancestor. He was considered the strongest Scatter Thunder clan member, as well as the third step cultivator who had led the clan to its peak, and placed a clan treasure in the Sealed Realm formation. The ancestor didn't create this world by himself, but had gotten help from some mysterious cultivators. This place was called the 7 Million Worlds by future descendants. The name implied that there were 7 million worlds inside. There were countless creatures living there, and they were all cultivating. They believed that there was a celestial realm, or someone had made them believe that there was a celestial realm for countless years. Only their celestial realm was the Scatter Thunder clan. Every life inside the 7 million worlds was an ant to the Scatter Thunder clan. For some unknown reason, they wouldn't allow high-level cultivators to sprout there. Once a cultivator reached the peak of the soul formation stage, divine retribution would appear and destroy them. However, some of the cultivators in the 7 million worlds would give birth to a strange force due to their talent or something special about their body. This force would change when the divine retribution hit them, forming one of the 6 types of thunder the Scatter Thunder clan had categorized. Spiritual thunder. Any person who could form this spiritual thunder in the 7 million worlds would pass the divine retribution and enter the celestial realm. Countless legends of them would spread across the 7 million worlds, and praise and admiration of their success would be passed on for generations. However, the truth was that those cultivators were destroyed and had become the Scatter Thunder clan's spiritual thunder. The celestials that delivered the divine retribution were members of the Scatter Thunder clan. The divine retribution the 7 million worlds faced was merely a task the Scatter Thunder clan had placed in the Thunder Crystal Temple. It took a long time for Wang Lin to awaken from the shock. He looked at the shining jade and silently pondered. Since entering the ancient star system, Wang Lin had felt the strength of the ancient star system, and Dao Master Blue Dream had even pointed it out. But it wasn't until now that he finally realized the strength of the ancient star system. I still remember the battle against the Moongazer Serpent in the Void and the first time I saw someone from the ancient star system. He called himself Heavenly Dao. Who knew that the negligible Scatter Thunder clan in the ancient star system would have such a big secret? Unbelievable. Wang Lin had a complicated expression. He had to admit that he had underestimated the strength of the Scattered Thunder clan. However, even if this is the case, I still have to devour the eternal Thunderbolt and destroy the Scatter Thunder clan. Wang Lin had fought many adversities in his life, but he was never held down. Zhou Kazi couldn't, the All-Seer couldn't, the Alliance couldn't, All Heaven couldn't, and even Daoist Water couldn't. He was slowly getting close to the secret of the Scatter Thunder clan and the secrets of the ancient star system. But this ignited his indomitable will. I want to see what this spiritual thunder is. Without hesitation, Wang Lin raised his right hand toward the jade. However, at this moment, Master Zhou Tian had also made up his mind and had reached for the jade just before Wang Lin. Master Zhou Tian was closer to the jade and was faster than Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned as he loosened his hand, and the jade flew into Master Zhou Tian's hands. He grabbed the jade and coldly at Wang Lin. Then he only said one word. Scram. His expression was indifferent, and pressure spread out without showing disdain. This was his pride as a Nirvana Scryer cultivator, a stage that put him above millions of people. Wang Lin was like an ant that he could kill hundreds of times with a wave of his finger. A junior daring to compete with him for a mission was the same as asking for death. Wang Lin's expression was cold, and there was a faint flash of coldness in his eyes. This was a sign that he was going to kill. Chapter 1338, Killing Master Zhou Tian. He even dared to fight a third-step cultivator like Daoist Water. If not for the fact he was chased by Tuasan, and then meeting Dao Master Blue Dream made Wang Lin feel that the ancient star system was unfathomable, then he wouldn't have chosen such a subtle method of dealing with the Scatter Thunder clan. However, all of this had a bottom line. If someone had stepped over this line, Wang Lin's reckless nature would have broken loose. Even if he intended to move more cautiously, he would still kill. Zhang Xingye's battle intent had taken root in Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, this Master Zhou Tian, who was a mere Nirvana Scryer cultivator, dared to bare his fangs. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he looked at Master Zhou Tian, and he revealed a sneer on the corner of his mouth. When Master Zhou Tian saw Wang Lin's expression, his heart skipped a beat, and he felt a vague sense of danger. However, when he looked at Wang Lin, he only saw an ascendant cultivator. For a little cultivator like this to reveal this expression, Master Zhou Tian frowned, and killing intent appeared in his heart. He could never have imagined that someone could enter this place, impersonate a member of the Scatter Thunder clan, and enter the Thunder Crystal Temple. He didn't know that this person before him was like an extremely fierce primal beast. Just at this moment, the 6 Scattered Thunder clan cultivators in charge of this place suddenly opened their eyes. One of them stood up and looked at Wang Lin. Your name is Yu Fei? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. With his wisdom, He immediately judged that the reason this person knew him had to do with the corporeal Yang Jr. that had given him the jade. Without a word, he waved his right hand, and that jade appeared. It flew toward the person that spoke. The cultivator's eyes narrowed when he caught the jade. After looking inside, he examined Wang Lin before clasping his hands at Master Zhou Tian. Senior Zhou Tian, please give us some face. This person was entrusted by an old friend to head to the 7 million worlds to take the trial. The task doesn't just ask for one person. How about letting him go as well? Master Zhou Tian had an indifferent expression as he looked at the cultivator who had spoken. These cultivators that guarded the West Gate were also like ants to him. But in the end, they had higher positions in the family and had an elder behind them. Even though he was arrogant, even he had to carefully consider this. Killing someone here would make it difficult for the elder. Let this little brat go into the 7 million worlds where no one can detect his death. After all, with the restriction around the 7 million worlds, not even the ancestors' divine sense can enter. This is why that place is where the clan deals with personal grudges. It is also where everyone trades in secret. Master Zhou Tian made a decision and no longer paid attention to Wang Lin. He nodded slightly before he disappeared into the jade toward the 7 million worlds. The moment after he disappeared, the jade gave off a bright glow and Wang Lin caught it. His divine sense went in, and he disappeared into the 7 million worlds. The Scatter Thunder clan cultivators in charge of the place frowned and revealed displeased expressions. That person is too ungrateful. We helped him, and he didn't even say thanks. Forget it. I was originally going to persuade him to not enter the 7 million worlds. There was killing intent in that Master Zhou Tian's eyes. That child couldn't see, but we could clearly see it. Once that child enters, I fear he will face a life and death crisis. It is a pity about fellow cultivator Hao Rant's request. From what he said, he had his eye on this person. This matter is not related to us. Whether he lives or dies will be decided by fate. The 6 of them passed messages between each other before they dropped the matter and closed their eyes to cultivate once more. As for Wang Lin, after he disappeared, his vision immediately blurred, but his origin soul was too strong, so he immediately recovered. When he recovered his vision, he could clearly see the narrow passage. This passage gave off a crystal light. When this light touched your body, it made you transparent. Even your insides became invisible. Under Wang Lin's careful observation, he clearly felt there was a thick wall preventing divine sense from extending out. There were also raging, chaotic turbulence surrounding the passage. This place is extremely strange. Looking at the thickness of the wall, there is no way for divine sense from outside to extend in here. It would be impossible for someone to detect a person being killed here. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He rushed forward, moving at a shocking speed. The spatial turbulence began to surge with Wang Lin's speed, and large spatial cracks appeared. However, they couldn't stop Wang Lin at all. The spatial cracks would often shatter and dissipate due to Wang Lin's speed. How could Wang Lin not have seen the killing intent in Master Zhou Tian's eyes? Wang Lin's personality had always been like this. If others don't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If the other party decided to kill him, then he would kill them. Wang Lin and Master Zhou Tian had entered the tunnel to the 7 million worlds almost at the same time. Master Zhou Tian was also moving faster, but he had to avoid the turbulence, so he naturally had to slow down. He had a thunder cloak wrapped around him, making him look like a thundercloud as he charged ahead. His indifference from back in the Thunder Crystal Temple had disappeared, and he was now gloomy, giving off a domineering aura. As a Nirvana scryer cultivator, he had his own pride. The 7 million worlds was a lawless land, and it was a place the powerful cultivators liked to go. Whether it was trading in secret or solving a personal grudge, the elders of the clan wouldn't see it. This was where only the strong were respected. This tunnel wasn't very long, so it didn't take long for Master Zhou Tian to get close to the exit. Arrogance filled his face as he thought, I have to be on guard in the transaction with Master Hao Kun. His cultivation level is slightly higher than mine, so if I go with the intent to battle, I won't be his match. However, I have asked a few close friends to go with me, so Master Hao Kun would be more scrupulous. As he pondered, he moved faster and faster. All he thought about was the exchange, and as for Wang Lin, in his view, Wang Lin was only an ant that wasn't worth thinking about. He would only need to wait at the square in the 7 million worlds for a moment, and immediately kill this Yufei the moment he appeared. However, just as Master Zhou Tian got close to the exit and was thinking about the exchange, his hair immediately stood up. The most intense sense of crisis he had ever felt in his life erupted from within his body. The moment the sense of crisis spread out, an extremely cold voice resounded behind Master Zhou Tian. You want to kill me? This voice was like the cold air from the depths of hell. The moment this voice entered his ears, Master Zhou Tian's expression changed, and he turned around to see Wang Lin slowly walking over. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he revealed a look of disbelief. This was the first time he had seen someone who could walk so calmly through this chaotic space that led to millions of different worlds. The chaotic turbulence collapsed before this person, and there were broken fragments behind him. At a glance, it looked like this person made the world collapse when he moved. Adding the extremely cold voice, it made Master Zhou Tian think that this person had broken through the void to kill him. You hid your cultivation. Master Zhou Tian's face was pale, but there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. He had cultivated for a long time and had naturally faced many life and death crises. Although he was shocked, he quickly recovered, and without hesitation he hit the mark between his eyebrows. When the mark flew out, thunderous rumble echoed and endless thunder appeared in the void. The thunder he gave off was monstrous in this narrow tunnel, and it was as if he had turned into a thunder dragon. The thunder dragon opened its mouth and charged at Wang Lin. I originally planned to kill you in the 7 million worlds, but since you came looking for death yourself, I'll take your life now. Master Zhou Tian's sinister voice echoed as the thunder dragon roared. The roar echoed as if there were countless people roaring at the same time. This sound wave fused with the thunder and produced the strongest attack of a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. He was using his full strength at the start. This showed his fear and suspicion of Wang Lin appearing here. Wang Lin remained calm, and there was a look of mockery in his eyes. He raised his right hand and gently waved. What nonsense! All thunder in the world, listen to my command. Collapse. Thunderous rumbles suddenly echoed violently. The thunder dragon let out a miserable scream, and its head began to collapse. This collapse quickly spread across its body, and the thunder dragon shattered after only a few breaths of time. All of this happened in a flash. After the thunder dragon collapsed, Master Zhou Tian appeared. He was coughing out blood, his face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. His eyes widened and became filled with endless panic. Nirvana Shatterer. This is Nirvana Shatterer Cultivator. No, this is beyond Nirvana Shatterer. This is... His scalp was numb, and he was scared out of his wits as he frantically retreated. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and it was escape, 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 escape. Aren't you going to kill me? A cold voice echoed in the passage. Chapter 1339, Malicious Intent. However, Master Zhou Tian didn't even have that much time. Just as he was fleeing, Wang Lin's mocking voice entered his mind. He couldn't even think before his pupils shrank, and Wang Lin somehow appeared before him. That pair of cold eyes was filled with thunder and pierced into Master Zhou Tian's soul. Rumble, 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 rumble. It was as if millions of bolts of thunder had rushed into Master Zhou Tian's eyes and exploded inside his body. This created an unimaginable storm inside him, tearing his body apart. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs. His eyes became blurry and then widened from terror. All the danger he had faced in his life couldn't compare to what was coming at him today. He was inside this passage where no matter who he called for help, they wouldn't respond. At this moment, he felt endless regret. If he hadn't provoked that person in the Thunder Crystal Temple, this wouldn't have happened. However, this regret came too late. Wang Lin's spell entered his eyes and landed on Master Zhou Tian. His gaze was like a trigger that caused all the thunder Master Zhou Tian had cultivated over the countless years to collapse. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, all the thunder inside Master Zhou Tian exploded outside of his control. He didn't even get to scream before his body exploded into pieces. Those pieces of flesh also exploded and continued to spread. As the heaven-shaking collapse occurred, Master Zhou Tian's origin soul rushed out while surrounded by his clan mark. His origin soul was seriously damaged and almost transparent. After rushing out, he quickly escaped. However, forget him. Even cultivators at the Nirvana Shatterer stage weren't qualified to escape without Wang Lin allowing it. Wang Lin's right hand reached at the void and a suction force surrounded Master Zhou Tian, causing him to scream. He instantly fell in Wang Lin's hand. The large difference in cultivation levels made it so he couldn't even blow himself up. After being caught by Wang Lin, Master Zhou Tian began begging for his life. Elder, forgive me. Junior didn't intend to offend you. Elder, forgive. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened and flooded with disbelief. At such a close distance, and due to the light from the passage, which made Wang Lin's body transparent, he could clearly see a soul sealed inside Wang Lin. You're not. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin coldly squeezed his right hand, and Master Zhou Tian was destroyed. A thunder force came from his origin soul and was absorbed by Wang Lin. His clan mark was put away by Wang Lin. A very short period of time had passed from when he attacked and crushed Master Zhou Tian's origin soul. After killing Master Zhou Tian like killing an ant, he rushed forward, breaking all barriers before him. He rushed into the exit and entered an important place for the Scatter Thunder clan, the 7 million worlds. Ever since the 7 million worlds had been created, aside from the mysterious cultivators that had helped the Scatter Thunder clan's third-step ancestor created, no outsider had ever entered. Wang Lin would be the first after those mysterious cultivators. This was a vast star system that contained 7 million cultivation planets. These cultivation planets were not densely packed, but they were mostly far from each other. This star system was extremely large, almost boundless, but in Wang Lin's eyes, it looked a bit fake. Its brightness was only a decoration, and its size had been carved out by someone. The distance between each cultivation planet was exactly the same. At the center of this endless star system was a large continent. There were countless towering pavilions and a statue on this continent. The statue was that of a man covered in thunder. From afar, it looked like a giant looking at the distance. This was the central square of the 7 million worlds, and also where everyone appeared after accepting the task. There was a large amount of cultivators outside those towering pavilions, no less than 10,000 of them. Most of them were at the soul transformation stage, and many were at the ascendant stage. There were only a few at Yin and Yang stage. There were many above the Nirvana Scryer stage. Most of them were in a hurry. There was a large transfer array outside each of the large pavilions. Wang Lin immediately looked around after he came out of the formation. Although he was prepared, he was still shocked. His expression didn't attract the attention of the guard at the transfer array. Every clan member would be like during their first time here. Enough, don't look inside the transfer array. Wait until after you leave, and you'll have time to look all you want. It must be your first time here. Give me your jade, and let me see. An impatient voice interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts. It was an incorporeal young cultivator sitting beside the formation. Wang Lin took out Yufei's clan jade and threw it. The cultivator examined it for a bit before returning it. Then the guard waved his right hand, and a ghostly light flew toward Wang Lin. Take these and go study them yourself on the side. There were 3 things inside this ghostly light. There was a jade, a token, and a bolt of thunder. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he took the ghostly light and walked out of the transfer array. This place was very busy, so no one paid attention to him. He walked to the side and took out the jade. This jade told him a few things to pay attention to in the 7 million worlds, but it also introduced the other 2 things. The key to enter the 7 million world was the token. Only with it in hand could he enter. As for the bolt of thunder, it caught Wang Lin's attention. Although this thunder looked like it was there, he couldn't touch it with his hand. Thunder seemed to form a formation. With a sweep of his divine sense, Wang Lin found that it unexpectedly contained the power of a thunder lake 100,000 feet wide. What shocked Wang Lin even more was the indescribable will coming from the thunderbolt. This will contained a faint obsession toward life. It was as if what he was holding wasn't thunder, but real life. This made Wang Lin take a deep breath. This is a trace of spiritual thunder. The jade said that every time a new cultivator enters, the Scattered Thunder clan gives one to them. It was only a trace of spiritual thunder, and it wasn't complete. It would take 1,000 slivers to make the complete one. This was to prevent people from abusing the rule of sealing. The people of the clan only had one chance in their life to obtain this thunder. Once it was gone, they couldn't obtain more from the clan. They could only rely on stealing from others or trading in private. Even so, there were still people who had the idea of stealing that sliver of spiritual thunder from newcomers. At this moment, 3 cultivators locked their gazes on that sliver of thunder. As Wang Lin observed the thunder, a middle-aged man came from not far away. This person was smiling, and he seemed to be at the mid-stage of Ascendant. Fellow cultivator, I'm Zhang Jingyun. This must be fellow cultivator's first time in the 7 million worlds. Wang Lin looked up. With a flip of his hand, the spiritual thunder disappeared. He looked at the cultivator before him and nodded. Everyone belongs to the same clan. This is my second time at the 7 million worlds, so I am somewhat familiar with it. How about we form a group and you allow me to introduce you to some people? This would make it convenient for everyone, and it's more convenient to move as a group. What does fellow cultivator think? The middle-aged man looked sincere and his expression was gentle. However, his expression was filled with flaws in Wang Lin's eyes. After all, Wang Lin was an old monster who had lived for 2,000 years, and this middle-aged man naturally just wasn't as good. Wang Lin revealed a smile and looked profoundly at the middle-aged man. He clasped his hands and said, "Then I'll be thanking fellow cultivator." The middle-aged man suddenly became cautious when Wang Lin looked at him. He vaguely felt like his secrets had been seen through. However, after carefully looking at Wang Lin, he noticed nothing and smiled. No problem. We are in the same clan, so we should support each other. What is fellow cultivator called? Wang Lin smiled. Yu Fei. Yu Fei? That name is a bit familiar. The middle-aged man pondered a bit, and then his eyes revealed a strange light. He clasped his hands and laughed. So it is fellow cultivator Yu Fei, the one who just entered the Scatter Thunder rankings. The middle-aged man spoke a few more words, and when he thought he had seen through Wang Lin, he said, Fellow cultivator Yu, this is not a place to talk, and the formation leading toward the 7 million worlds is about to open. How about we go over there? After Wang Lin agreed, the middle-aged man led Wang Lin through the crowd. When another cultivator saw this, he secretly shook his head. Another person is about to have bad luck. Anyone who is led away by that Zhang Jingyun will not only lose their spiritual thunder, not even their life is guaranteed. This Zhang Jingyun was obviously very familiar with the central square, so it didn't take long for them to arrive at a large formation. There were hundreds of cultivators here, all in their own groups. There was a group with more than 10 cultivators. 6 of them were new like Wang Lin, while the remaining 4 had higher cultivation levels at the illusory stage. Zhang Jingyun walked up and smiled. Everyone, I've brought back one more. I believe everyone has heard the name Yu Fei already. Chapter 1340. So this is divine retribution. The cultivators that were obviously new to the 7 million worlds all greeted Wang Lin and spoke a few words. As for their inner thoughts, Wang Lin felt like he was facing a group of children. He could easily see through them. As for the others 4 cultivators, like Zhang Jingyun, they looked at Wang Lin as if they were looking at a little lamb. They faked a smile and said a few words. The rest of the cultivators outside the formation were all indifferent. They naturally saw what was going on, but they ignored it. This kind of thing happened all the time at the central square of the 7 million worlds. Zhang Jingyun and company stood in a siege formation to prevent any accidents. Wang Lin looked around and closed his eyes. He didn't bother paying attention to the messages they were passing to each other. Brother Zhang is indeed mighty to actually get Yu Fei, who has just entered the Scatter Thunder rankings here. I admire you. However, we have to be careful. There must be something remarkable about him to be able to enter the Scatter Thunder rankings. It is best we don't get caught off guard. Brother Zhou is being a bit too careful. This person is only at the early stage of Ascendant. Forget the 4 of us attacking together. Just one of us can kill him at will. In addition, with Senior Zhou here, this person can't do anything. That's right. Senior Zhou is at the illusory Yin stage and only 1 step away from the corporeal Yang stage. He is one who stands above many. And with Senior here, we will naturally listen to Senior. After gathering the traces of spiritual thunder from these people, we can finally form a complete spiritual thunder. Then we can go to the Thunder Crystal Temple to exchange it for those 4 celestial-ranked flying swords. It didn't take long for the formation. The hundreds of cultivators were around to flash and show signs of activating. Some of the cultivators became spirited, and some were excited. They obviously enjoyed becoming the heavenly Dao. Even that illusory Yin cultivator in Zhang Jingyun's group was the same. His lips curled into a smile. A moment later, the formation rumbled, and Wang Lin opened his eyes. Zhang Jingyun looked excited and smiled. Everyone, the formation is about to open. Quickly, take out your tokens. The 5 of us will work together so we don't disperse, and once we enter the 7 million worlds, we can become the heavenly Dao together. What joy! I fear you all only need to experience the feeling of becoming the heavenly Dao once to get hooked. I'm not going to waste more time. Let's go in. Seeing Wang Lin and the others take out their tokens, Zhang Jingyun and company immediately flew in while surrounding Wang Lin's group. The moment they entered the formation, it shined brightly and formed a storm that could tear the world apart. Everyone disappeared within this formation. The world rumbled. On one of the worlds in the 7 million worlds, there was an endless storm. Thunder rumbled, and rain fell from the sky. There was a mortal city on the ground. It was night, and rain was falling. There weren't many people walking outside. However, on the top of a mountain in the distance stood a person. This person had a head of white hair, and his eyes were like lightning. He was like the sun in this windy and rainy night. He stood upright, and his body gave off peak soul formation cultivation. His white hair flowed in the wind while his clothes flapped noisily. I, Liu Bei, began cultivating at the age of 7. I was enlightened in the changes of the world and observed the wind and clouds. I reached the soul formation stage at age 372, and now, after more than 500 years, I reached the peak of the soul formation stage. Today, I'm going to break this world to welcome divine retribution and enter the celestial realm. The old man's voice was gentle, as if he was talking to himself, but his head was facing the sky as if he was roaring at the heavens. If I fail this divine retribution, then I'll reincarnate and cultivate again. If I succeed, I'll wait for you at the celestial realm. The old man's eyes lit up as he waved his sleeve, and a thunderous rumble echoed. The thunder suddenly lit up the dark world, revealing thousands of cultivators around the mountain. They all looked excitedly, with feverish gazes, at the old man on top of the mountain. They were all disciples and descendants of this old man. Become a celestial. Become a celestial. I, Liu Bei, will become a celestial. If the heavens try to stop me, then I'll destroy the heavens. If celestials try to stop me, I'll slay the celestials, the old man roared as he charged at the sky. At the same time, the world rumbled and the clouds scattered. Divine retribution clouds began to gather, and as the wind howled, large amounts of divine retribution clouds formed. There were more than 10 silhouettes inside the divine retribution clouds. These silhouettes shined brightly, releasing waves of celestial spiritual energy. At first glance, they looked like real celestials. The space behind the 10 silhouettes seemed to distort, and then revealed a magnificent continent behind it. It was filled with celestial spiritual energy, with countless celestial cranes flying, and palaces filled the land. Celestial realm. That's the celestial realm. Ancestors' divine retribution made more than 10 celestials appear. This is auspicious. Auspicious. The thousands of cultivators around the mountain widened their eyes and became excited. This was the first time they had seen something like this. When they saw this, their desire to become celestials increased greatly. The moment the divine retribution appeared, a powerful pressure appeared and caused the mountain to tremble. The thousands of cultivators were immediately pushed more than 5 kilometers away. Wang Lin was one of the shadows. Staring at the ground, he felt extremely strong. Others might even have felt excited. After all, becoming the heavens and becoming divine retribution was something most cultivators would be immersed in. It was a feeling they didn't want to lose. However, Wang Lin had personally experienced divine retribution, and not just once, but many times. This was something most cultivators couldn't comprehend. What he had experienced was exactly the same as what the old man was facing, but it was even wider ranged and more powerful. A terrifying feeling appeared in Wang Lin's heart, causing him to be unable to be immersed in his excitement. In accordance with convention, as long as the formation is active, we will encounter people experiencing divine retribution. This time, don't fight with me, just let me do this. Zhang Jingyun revealed excitement and immediately clasped his hands at the people around him. Okay, we'll let Brother Zhang go. The rest all laughed and nodded. Zhang Jingyun became even more excited as he stepped forward and became covered in a crystal light. He stepped out of the clouds and appeared below the divine retribution clouds. At this moment, he was surrounded in celestial spiritual energy. Anyone who saw him would feel like worshipping him. He raised his right hand and pointed at the old man below. His words were like thunder. Lower realm cultivator, survive divine retribution to ascend to a celestial. As Zhang Jingyun's words echoed, a bolt of thunder shot out from the clouds. The old man named Liu Bei stared dumbfoundedly at the more than 10 silhouettes in the divine retribution clouds and felt his scalp go numb. He didn't expect his divine retribution to attract so many celestials. However, similarly, a sense of pride filled his heart. He let out a roar as he displayed his full cultivation and shot toward the divine retribution. The thunderous rumble was heaven-shaking, causing the world to tremble and the rain to scatter. After the thunder disappeared, the old man had a pale face. Several treasures before him all shattered. However, he didn't despair. His eyes revealed an indomitable gaze. His hands formed a seal as he roared and placed down a large amount of protection to prepare for the second divine retribution. As Wang Lin stared at all of this, his mind trembled. He couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, a young man in black, who was one of the newcomers, asked, "Fellow cultivator, why not kill him directly with just one divine retribution instead of gradually increasing its power?" The moment this question was asked, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. The divine retribution he had experienced was also like this. The first hit often wasn't strong, and they gradually grew stronger. Before Wang Lin entered this 7 million worlds, this question didn't appear in Wang Lin's mind. He thought it was just how it should be. However, now this doubt rushed into Wang Lin's mind like a ray of lightning. The heavens are virtuous. Even though they're in danger, it gives them a glimmer of hope. Divine retribution lightning is only to hone the lower realm cultivators, so launching the bolts one by one can make them truly feel the might of heavens before they're destroyed. Of course, this is all nonsense, the clan says. But the true reason for making the divine retribution grow stronger gradually is to force the struggle and indomitable will out from the lower realm cultivators. Only by doing this can mysterious spiritual thunder be born in their body. The cultivator, named Zhou, slowly said. These words had a different meaning in Wang Lin's ears. He closed his eyes, and a huge wave was set off in his mind. He vaguely understood something. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the second, third, fourth, and fifth divine retributions lashed out under Zhang Jingyun's control. At this moment, he had a twisted expression and was filled with endless excitement. The feeling he was currently experiencing was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more comfortable than dual cultivation. I'm the heavenly Tao, and I command thunder. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Before the divine retribution, the old man coughed out blood, and his body was a bloody mess. Despair gradually appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the sixth divine retribution descended. The sixth divine retribution was dozens of feet wide, and it even caused the earth to tremble violently, as if it was going to collapse. It suddenly descended as the old man struggled to let out the last roar in his life. I want to become a celestial. His voice was heaven-shaking, and it entered Wang Lin's ears, causing him to open his eyes. Thunderous rumbles echoed when the sixth bolt of heavenly thunder fell. The old man's body collapsed, and his soul was destroyed. Chapter 1341, On Divine Retribution. The divine retribution clouds gradually disappeared. Zhang Jingyun looked like he hadn't had enough. Sorry, I haven't become divine retribution for a long time and went a bit too far. It's a pity he cultivated all the way to the peak of the soul formation stage, but he is simply too trash for not giving birth to any spiritual thunder. Zhang Jingyun shook his head and was still savoring the feeling. No harm. There are many opportunities in the 7 million worlds, and the birth of spiritual thunder is not easy. There will be opportunities later. Let's first deal with these newcomers. The cultivator, named Zhou, indifferently waved his right hand, so the divine retribution clouds blocked them from view. Then he coldly looked at Wang Lin and company. It was not only him. Aside from the illusory cultivator who was sitting on the side with his eyes closed, the 4 other people, including Zhang Jingyun, surrounded Wang Lin's group. You all. The expressions of some of the newcomers changed, and some of them immediately roared in anger. We have no grudges with you all. What is the meaning of this? We are all from the same clan. What are you going to do? Do it. The cultivator, named Zhou, sneered and moved forward. His hand moved, forming 2 thunder whips. He didn't attack Wang Lin, but 2 others. The other 3 also attacked at the same time. They were all mid-stage ascendant cultivators who had worked together many times. They immediately began a slaughter. Miserable screams echoed. The cultivator, named Zhou, was extremely vicious. He had chosen 2 people who had just reached the soul transformation stage. These 2 people weren't able to resist at all, and immediately died. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a foul smell spread. The person who attacked Wang Lin was the previously gentle-looking Zhang Jingyun. He seemed to not have recovered from being divine retribution, and there was contempt in his eyes. He haughtily formed a seal and created thunder similar to divine retribution. Lower realm hand over your spiritual thunder and die for me. There was a sense of pleasure in his twisted expression as he charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, and he reached out with his right hand. The twisted expression Zhang Jingyun had immediately collapsed, and his face turned pale. Disbelief filled his eyes, and his body froze in the air as if there was a big hand holding him. You. His voice was trembling as he looked at Wang Lin with terror. Before he could speak, an impact that made him lose his wits rushed into his body. His body trembled, and he let out a miserable scream that entered the ears of the surrounding cultivators. Pretending to be the heavenly Tao and delivering divine retribution upon others. But right now, I'm your heavenly Tao. I'm your divine retribution. Wang Lin's voice was cold and contained an inexplicable feeling as he mercilessly squeezed. With a bang, Zhang Jingyun's flesh collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. Just like the old man, his body collapsed and his soul was destroyed. This sudden change shook the minds of the surrounding cultivators. This was especially true for the 3 people who accompanied Zhang Jingyun. They had just killed all the newcomers and had taken the stuff from their marks. Zhang Jingyun's miserable scream and Wang Lin's indifferent words caused their eyes to overflow monstrous fear. Zhang Jingyun thought that he had invited a lamb, but the price of death told him that Wang Lin wasn't a lamb, but a fierce wolf from the inner realm. That illusory cultivator suddenly opened his eyes. He was filled with disbelief, and his body trembled. When Wang Lin killed, he clearly felt Wang Lin's suffocating power. He couldn't even raise any will to resist this powerful aura. His scalp was numb and a huge wave was set off in his mind. He didn't hesitate to try to escape. However, his footsteps trembled when Wang Lin's indifferent gaze swept past him. His mind trembled as if thunder had exploded in his brain, and he coughed out blood. Who gave you permission to escape? Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, but this sentence caused the illusory Cultivator's origin soul to tremble, and he coughed out blood once more. He no longer dared to escape. At the same time, the three ascendant cultivators, along with the cultivator named Zhou, trembled and retreated like crazy. They were going to leave this place that terrified them. However, what awaited them were Wang Lin's red eyes. A bolt of red lightning shot out from his eyes. G-Realm. Most of the G-Realm was in Wang Lin's original body, and only a very small amount had come with his divine sense. However, he still used it because the G-Realm was divine retribution. Since I'm divine retribution, I'll naturally use divine retribution to destroy you all. The red lightning shot out directly toward a cultivator. His eyes became filled with red light, and he let out a miserable cry. In a flash, it broke through his body and destroyed everything. His body collapsed just like the old man who died to the divine retribution. To think of yourself as the heavenly Tao, what nonsense. If you're heavenly Tao, then I'm the divine retribution that will exterminate the heavens. As Wang Lin spoke, the red lightning pierced through the first cultivator and charged toward the second cultivator. This cultivator's eyes were filled with terror as he hit the mark between his eyebrows and took out all his treasures. There was madness in his eyes as he chose to self-destruct. However, not even Master Zhou Tian could self-destruct before Wang Lin, much less this little ascendant cultivator. The moment he took out his treasures, they all shattered before the G-Realm lightning. Even his body that was going to explode was like a flame that was extinguished by water when the red lightning hit him. His body trembled, blood flowed out from his orifices, his body was destroyed, and his origin soul shattered. All of this happened in a flash. Killing these people didn't take Wang Lin any effort. Mere ascendant cultivators dare to compare themselves to heavenly Tao. This will be the root of the Scatter Thunder clan's end. Wang Lin turned around to look at the illusory cultivator after he spoke. He didn't even look at the last ascendant cultivator named Zhou while he was destroyed by the G-Realm. It's your turn next. As Wang Lin spoke, the G-Realm that had killed 3 cultivators suddenly turned around and instantly entered the body of the illusory cultivator. His eyes became dim and his origin soul died. However, his body wasn't destroyed and fell to the ground. However, the clan mark was taken away by Wang Lin when the body fell on the ground. The thousands of cultivators in sorrow immediately saw a scene that they could never forget. A body that gave off celestial spiritual energy, the body of a celestial. A celestial that was just standing within the divine retribution clouds fell from the sky. It was as if veils were lifted, and the celestial spiritual energy surrounding the body disappeared. This corpse was just like them. This wasn't a celestial. It was a cultivator. There was a bloody mark between the eyebrows of the corpse that fell on the earth. There was still thick fear in the corpse's eyes. Wang Lin walked out from the divine retribution clouds and coldly looked at those below him as he said, "That is your celestial." Then he took a step and disappeared from the world. However, his figure was forever imprinted in the hearts of those cultivators. Even after Wang Lin had been gone for a long time, these cultivators still hadn't recovered from the shock. Today, they had not only seen their ancestor get destroyed by divine retribution, but also watched the corpse of a celestial fall. They also saw the one who was powerful enough to kill a celestial and heard his words filled with mockery. But even more so, those words were filled with self-deprecation. These cultivators arrived next to the corpse and stared at it. Is this a celestial? Why do I feel like this person is the same as us, a cultivator? Just stronger than us. After a long time, the thousands of cultivators awakened from their shock when a soft voice echoed across the world and entered their ears. Can I take this body away? As the voice echoed, a young man appeared. He had no hair, and his face was filled with kindness. He stepped out from the void and arrived next to the body. An old man at the late stage of nascent soul was shocked, and he hesitantly said, "You're Daoist scattered spirit. If you want, I can be anyone in the 7 million worlds. If you want it, I am." The bald youth smiled and ignored them. His hand reached out at the corpse and took it with him as he walked into the void. His eyes landed in the direction Wang Lin went to and revealed a strange light. He is different from those people who call themselves divine retribution. Perhaps he is not a thunder slave. The youth pondered and disappeared from the world. He was beyond the soul formation stage, beyond ascendant. He was at the nirvana cleanser stage. This kind of thing should be impossible in the 7 million worlds. It should never happen. If the Scatter Thunder clan knew of this, it would set off a huge wave inside the Scatter Thunder clan. Even the ancestor would leave his closed-door cultivation to check out the situation. At the same time, on the planet Wang Lin was on, Su Liguo was happily gathering resources with thousands of people. His throne was now nearly 10,000 feet wide, and it was filled with beautiful female cultivators. There was one woman who was extremely stunning. She was coldly sitting there and staring at Su Liguo with hatred in her eyes. "You're a mere treasure spirit, yet dare to capture me. You have caused a calamity to fall upon you. Not only you, but even your master will be killed. No matter who your master is, no matter what your master's identity is in the clan, you will both die." Chapter 1342, The Path of a Powerful Thunder Cultivator. There were 7 million worlds here, making this place seem boundless. But the Scatter Thunder clan members didn't need to blindly search. Whenever someone was about to go through their divine retribution, the charm the Scatter Thunder clan members were holding would detect it. Then the nearest Scatter Thunder clan cultivator would be teleported over and be transformed into the heavens. As Wang Lin moved through the 7 million worlds and looked at the planets, a complicated feeling arose in his heart. His expression gloomy as he looked at this world that couldn't be distinguished from the real world. After a long time, he let out a sigh. Then he flipped his right hand, and more than 10 Scatter Thunder clan marks appeared in his grasp. After crushing all of them, a large amount of items that could be used to exchange for thunder crystals erupted forth. After putting them all away, Wang Lin looked at the thunder remaining from the marks. There were all incomplete traces of spiritual thunder. They had all been gathered by Zhang Jingyun and the others over the countless years by murdering newcomers to the 7 million worlds. There were nearly 1,000 of them, and once combined, they would form a complete bolt of spiritual thunder. As Wang Lin waved his hand, the nearly 1,000 strands of spiritual thunder began to fuse, and eventually there was only one remaining. From afar, it no longer looked like thunder, but like a ball of smoke. There were countless faces inside it, and it was rapidly changing. Although it looked like it had nothing to do with thunder, there was a strange thunder force within. It was completely different from the thunder Wang Lin cultivated, but the moment it appeared, the thunder in Wang Lin's right eye flashed rapidly. The smoke ball trembled and charged toward Wang Lin's right eye. It immediately entered his right eye and went into his origin soul. It merged with the thunder inside Wang Lin's origin soul. Thunder rumbled like crazy inside Wang Lin's body, and his hair moved without any wind. His body gave off endless thunder, and he was as bright as the sun, but with thunder scattering in all directions. The moment the two thunders fused, thunderous rumbles echoed inside his origin soul. The memory fragments that seemed to come from ancient times erupted from the thunder inside his origin soul. This large amount of memory was like a storm sweeping across Wang Lin's origin soul. This caused his body to rumble, and the world before him seemed to be split open by thunder. A clear image of the world appeared clearly before Wang Lin. This was the inheritance of the thunder essences that had been there since the birth of thunder. The memory was contained inside the thunder essences and was rarely ever opened. Today, when Wang Lin absorbed a complete spiritual thunderbolt, a gap opened, and some of the memories leaked out. There was a bolt of endless thunder appearing from the void in the image. This thunder contained a powerful aura of essence, and surrounding it were 9 different kinds of thunder. Together, they formed a strange pattern. The thunder essence was at the center, and the 9 other thunders were accompanying it. When they rotated, they seemed to form their own world and gave off a sense of perfection. This was the real thunder essence. An ancient voice broke through time and echoed inside Wang Lin's ears. This voice felt very ancient, as if it was the sound of heaven itself. 9 thunders is the limit. They were formed with the birth of thunder essence. Above 9 is 10, and 10 is perfection. Thunder essence reached completion. The moment he heard the voice, Wang Lin's origin soul rumbled. Then everything before him collapsed, and he recovered. He was still in the 7 million worlds, and everything was still dark with bursts of light. However, he was now covered in sweat, and his eyes were filled with shock. There was originally only one thunder mark in his right eye, but now there was hint of a second one. Only it was a bit smaller. That smaller bolt of thunder orbited the original thunderbolt inside Wang Lin's right eye. Every time it rotated once, it would cause Wang Lin's thunder origin to grow slightly. A deeper understanding of thunder filled Wang Lin's mind. After a long time, the shock Wang Lin was feeling died down, and his eyes lit up. Everything became more clear. The Scatter Thunder clan said that thunder is split into 6 types, but even they don't know that it's not 6, but 9. These 9 thunders all accompanied the thunder essence. In a way, A complete thunder had 10 different types. My thunder origin has already appeared and is on the same level of existence as the eternal thunderbolt in the Scatter Thunder clan, and it is also a thunder essence. I can strengthen my thunder essence by absorbing it, and if I can find the other accompanying thunders, my thunder origin will be complete. I can even break through the second step cultivation and become a third step cultivator with this thunder essence. Right now I have already absorbed the spiritual thunder. There are 8 more. Wang Lin had never been as clear about the future of his cultivation as now. The sliver of memory from his thunder essence had opened the door for him. It could be said that if not for the Scatter Thunder clan, Wang Lin could have never come to the 7 million worlds and most likely would not have discovered the truth about thunder. The Scatter Thunder clan indirectly gave Wang Lin a great fortune. The thunder in Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and with a thought the thunder in his right eye flew out and started floating before him. The thunder essence was filled with life, and there was a smaller bolt thunder around it. This was very familiar to what he saw. The only difference was that it lacked the other 8 accompanying thunders. It was a pity that the only accompanying thunder was too weak. Although it was there was only a trace of it. His right eye flashed, and the incomplete thunder essence immediately returned to his right eye. He muttered, "I'm not willing to kill people going through their divine retribution, but I can kill the Scatter Thunder clan members and obtain it from them." As he sneered, Wang Lin disappeared. His divine sense spread out as a ripple, and a nightmare began in the 7 million worlds. There were a few Scatter Thunder clan members moving through space. The one with the lowest cultivation was at the Ascendant stage and the highest at Corporeal Yang. They were paying attention to their tokens and would immediately head over if they detected anything. This spiritual thunder is extremely difficult to collect. We have already killed 4 lower realm cultivators, but none of them gave birth to spiritual thunder. No rush, this relies on luck. If no spiritual thunder appears, then we can just steal from others. The Corporeal Yang cultivator was filled with arrogance as he spoke. The surrounding cultivators immediately began to flatter him. Just at this moment, an Ascendant cultivator became puzzled and pointed ahead, saying, "Everyone, do you all see this? I have never seen it in the 7 million worlds before." Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous rumble came from where he pointed. It got closer and attracted the attention of everyone else. The Corporeal Yang cultivator's eyes widened and became filled with terror. A thunderstorm more than 100,000 feet wide was raging before them. Before it even got close, they could already see the endless lightning bolts that were like little silver snakes moving along the edge. The sound of the thunder was earth-shattering. "What is this? Escape!" These cultivators immediately became pale. They felt their scalps go numb and were going to retreat. A few smart ones were going to teleport away. The Corporeal Yang cultivator was one of them. However, they were too slow. In an instant, the thunderstorm suddenly sped up and surrounded them. Even the Corporeal Yang cultivator was forced out from teleportation and was sucked into the thunderstorm. The scream seemed insignificant compared to the sound of the thunder. The cultivators all died. The storm swept across the stars, and a huge face vaguely revealed itself within the storm. It was Wang Lin. His face was hidden inside the storm as it swept forward. None of the Scatter Thunder clan members were able to escape death before this thunderstorm. A Nirvana Scryer old man of the Scatter Thunder clan was moving along across space. However, at this instant, his body trembled and he suddenly turned. His pupils shrank and disbelief filled his eyes. Before he could escape, the thunderstorm swept by and swallowed him as it continued moving forward. As Wang Lin began a slaughter, neither Yin and Yang or Nirvana Scryer cultivators were able to resist the thunderstorm at all and were all devoured. In just a few days, almost 1,000 cultivators had been killed by Wang Lin, and everything within their marks belonged to Wang Lin. He had also obtained 4 complete spiritual thunderbolts from them. These spiritual thunderbolts were all absorbed by his right eye and continued to grow. On the 4th day after Wang Lin's thunderstorm engulfed 3 Nirvana Scryer cultivators, his token that indicated that there was someone going through divine retribution began to tremble just as he was about to move. However, the trembling stopped in a flash as someone else had already gone before Wang Lin. The thunderstorm shrunk like crazy and formed a powerful vortex, and Wang Lin walked out of the vortex. His eyes lit up as he walked forward with the token in hand and disappeared. Chapter 1343, Bait. The snow pressing down on the tree branches gave off a shocking feeling, as if the branches could break at any moment. It was currently morning, and smoke gradually arose from the mortal village. The smoke drifted into the air in an attempt to color the snow gray, but was shattered by the falling snow and the cold wind. Sounds of dogs barking came from the city or village. A new day had arrived. The rising sun in the distance was a lot less warm in this cold winter. It lazily released sunlight, but there was no heat. There was a plain to the east of this world. This plain was covered in grass in the summer, so mortals liked to graze their animals here. Lying down on the grass and looking at the blue sky was very pleasant. However, there was no grass in sight, only white. Due to the sunlight reflecting off the white snow, if you looked at it for too long, your eyes would hurt from the endless, white snow. In the winter, no mortals would come here, so there were no footprints. However, today there was a person sitting alone in the snow. This person was a handsome middle-aged man who looked very upright. He calmly looked at the sky with a hint of complication in his eyes. My cultivation. I can't suppress it anymore. The man sighed and looked nostalgically around at the white snow around him while he silently waited for divine retribution to arrive. Not long after, the world rumbled and the snowflakes suddenly collapsed. A wild wind appeared in the sky and swept all the snow away. This wind also blew away the thick snow that had gathered on the plain around the middle-aged man. The snow was pushed apart like the ocean waves, revealing the bare earth below. The bare earth was even more eye-catching than the surrounding snow. At the same time, divine retribution clouds appeared and quickly gathered. There seemed to be a person standing inside. This person gave off dense, celestial spiritual energy and released a majestic aura. Lower realm cultivator, withstand divine retribution and become a celestial. The mighty voice roared like thunder from the clouds. However, when it fell in the ears of the middle-aged man below, it didn't cause his expression to change at all. The middle-aged man patted his clothes and stood up, looking at the clouds. He looked at the clouds with a complicated and extremely mocking gaze. Become a celestial? The mockery in his voice became even stronger. As he mocked, the thunder in the sky rumbled. The celestial in the clouds raised his hand, and the clouds rumbled. A bolt of thunder that could split the world descended on the man. This middle-aged man remained motionless, and the moment it fell, he raised his right hand. The thunder fell on him, and after a thunderous rumble, the thunder dissipated. The middle-aged man's face was pale, but his head was still high. He saw the celestial in the clouds raise his right hand once more, and thunderous rumbles echoed. The second divine retribution was brewing, and it appeared a moment later. However, just at this moment, a shocking change occurred. The sky was originally covered in endless divine retribution clouds, but at this moment, a force suddenly appeared. It formed a pair of giant hands that penetrated the clouds and tore them apart. The resulting thunderous rumble was even louder, and the divine retribution clouds were ripped open, revealing a gap. A young man in white walked out of the gap. The moment this young man appeared, the expression of the celestial changed greatly, and he roared, "Who are you?" This old man was here first. "I'm your divine retribution. I'm here to destroy the heavenly Tao and collect the spiritual thunder." Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the divine retribution clouds in the sky. Thunderous rumble echoed and the old man in the clouds trembled. The thunder inside his body rumbled outside of his control and his expression changed. However, he didn't escape but unexpectedly charged out of the cloud with a ferocious expression. His hands formed a seal, and he spat out a thunder bead that shot toward Wang Lin. Arrogant to the extreme, the old man was very fast and rapidly closed in. He gave off the aura of a late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator. It seemed like he was about to break into the Nirvana cleanser stage. The thunder bead contained endless thunder. It was a treasure composed of 5 spiritual thunderbolts. The bead was charging at Wang Lin with earth-shattering power. "I'll take this bead." Wang Lin calmly walked forward. With one step, he disappeared instantly, and then suddenly appeared behind the old man. Without even turning around, he casually pointed behind him, his point landing on the back of the old man's head. The old man's face immediately turned pale, and monstrous fear filled his eyes. He coughed out blood, and his body trembled as red bloodlines appeared on his head and spread across his body. His body collapsed, High Origin's soul was destroyed, and his mark was taken. Wang Lin's left hand held the bead containing 5 spiritual thunderbolts. Killing this old man had taken him no effort. His left hand crushed the bead, and the 5 spiritual thunderbolts were quickly absorbed by his right eye. They then started rotating within his right pupil. This gave Wang Lin a demonic look. All of this happened too fast. It only took an instant. The middle-aged man was still in shock and hadn't recovered. Wang Lin's right eye had absorbed all 5 spiritual thunderbolts. He floated in the air as he slowly said, "You, spread out all your cultivation and continue your divine retribution." The middle-aged man took a deep breath as he suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and looked profoundly at Wang Lin. He spread out his full cultivation, and his peak soul formation cultivation filled the world. After 10 breaths of time, More thunder came from the divine retribution clouds in the sky. Another gap was opened in the sky, and a person walked out. Haha, I finally met someone going through divine retribution. The man that came out of the gap immediately laughed wildly. However, before his laughter was over, Wang Lin waved his right hand. The person who had just arrived didn't even see everything clearly before his body exploded. The middle-aged man who was going through divine retribution felt his scalp tingle. No matter how dumbfounded he was at this moment, he realized that he had become bait for this young man in white. He can instantly kill celestials. Time passed. Soon, another person walked out of the gap. This person was very cautious and quickly placed large amounts of protection around himself after he appeared. However, with a wave of Wang Lin's hand, all of that protection collapsed along with his body. The cultivator let out a miserable scream and was killed. In just 15 short minutes, more than a dozen Scatter Thunder Clan member had appeared with the middle-aged man as bait. However, without exception, they were all killed the moment they appeared. The middle-aged man going through divine retribution was already numb, and the terror in his heart became stronger and stronger. He let out a wry smile, and simply decided to stop looking and close his eyes. This method was much faster than hunting them. After another half hour, almost 100 people had been killed by Wang Lin. A Nirvana Shatterer Cultivator finally came. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he smiled as he looked at the old man walking out of the gap in the divine retribution clouds covered in thunder. This old man was wearing black, and gave off a powerful sense of majesty. As soon as he appeared, his expression changed and he looked down. He immediately saw Wang Lin and smelled the scent of blood that filled the world. The old man's expression became serious and he revealed killing intent. He unexpectedly didn't retreat, but charged at Wang Lin. His hands formed seals and he pointed at the void. To use this method to kill your own clan, you deserve to die. The old man roared as he turned into a bolt of thunder and charged at Wang Lin. At the same time, a shadow appeared, and that shadow was also the old man. At this moment, his body split into two. One charged at Wang Lin, and the other retreated like crazy. It used teleportation and was about to escape. Wang Lin's expression was calm. This Scatter Thunder Clan Nirvana Shatterer Cultivator was a decisive person. He had thought of destroying an avatar as the cost of escaping in such a short period of time. Wang Lin was, after all, not in his original body. If not for his G realm, it would have been difficult to keep this old man from escaping with just his Nirvana Shatterer cultivation. His eyes flashed red, and his G realm flew out. It turned into red lightning, and immediately penetrated the old man's avatar that was blocking him. The avatar trembled, and its eyes dimmed before it collapsed. The red lightning charged out from the avatar, and charged into the old man's body, right before he could teleport away. The old man coughed out blood and monstrous fear filled his eyes. However, a moment later, his origin soul was destroyed, and he died. His body fell from the air, and his mark was taken. How much longer are you going to hide? Wang Lin's expression was calm. After killing the Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, he looked into the distance. The G-realm red lightning pointed at that direction and crackled, ready to shot out at any moment. Ripples appeared in the sky. The bald young man that had taken the body and was called Daoist Scattered Spirit by the people of the 7 million worlds appeared. Wang Lin calmly looked at the bold youth and slowly said, "You have been following me until today. I'll only give you one sentence to explain. If your explanation doesn't satisfy me, you will die." Chapter 1344, Daoist Scattered Spirit. What shocked him the most was that powerful Nirvana Shatterer cultivator couldn't even endure one blow. What is his cultivation level? The shock from all of this set off a huge wave in the bald youth. But compared to all of this, the fact Wang Lin had pointed him out was even more shocking. From Wang Lin's words, Wang Lin had long known that he had been following him. This was beyond his expectations. Although his cultivation level wasn't at the peak, his hiding technique, which he had inherited from countless years ago, was at the peak. None of the previous Celestials could detect him as he moved through the 7 million worlds, not even ones with higher cultivation levels. Even when a fourth Heaven's Blight cultivator came, the bald youth was able to comfortably follow that person without being detected at all. At this moment, his mouth was dry. The red lightning bolt before him gave him the strongest crisis in his life. Every time the lightning flickered, he felt his skin crawl. He knew he couldn't dodge the lightning. As long as the lightning moved, he would without a doubt die. Wang Lin's cold and calm words were like an invisible sword that penetrated his mind and brought him endless chills. The surroundings were completely silent aside from the thunderous rumbles from the divine retribution clouds and the sweat dripping from the bald youth's face. Wang Lin looked at the bald youth, and after a few moments of silence, he frowned. Seeing Wang Lin frown, The bald youth's mind trembled. He quickly clasped his hands and said, "Celestial, please don't be angry. This lower realm resident is called Scattered Spirit. I meant no harm. Please." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the red lightning bolt shot out at the bald youth at an unimaginable speed. The bald youth only saw a blinding, red light, and the red lightning bolt penetrated the spot between his eyebrows. The bald youth's body trembled, and he coughed out blood, but he didn't die. A powerful aura suddenly charged out from between his eyebrows, forming an aura around him. His cultivation suddenly spread out, and an earth-shattering ancient aura appeared. It was as if there was a heaven-shaking soul sleeping inside this person. This person was so extremely strong that not even the G realm could instantly kill him. Sure enough, as I expected, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he stepped forward and reached toward the youth. The eyes of the bald youth surrounded by the aura suddenly became clearer and older. The moment Wang Lin closed in, he softly said, "If fellow cultivator still wants spiritual thunder, please listen to me." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stopped in the air, coldly looking at the youth. Before, this person's eyes showed immaturity, but now it seemed as if this person's eyes contained countless years of experience. The bald youth slowly said, "This old man's name is Scattered Spirit. I have lived for tens of thousands of years. I have reached the fourth heaven's blight. This old man has 971 avatar like this one before fellow cultivator, and each of them contains my will. With these avatars, I can move through space like the Scatter Thunder Clan cultivators and not be noticed by anyone. I secretly followed fellow cultivator without malice, but I wanted to ask for help and make a deal. If fellow cultivator is interested, it would benefit both of us," the bald young man slowly said as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained calm and slowly said, "You know of the Scatter Thunder Clan?" The bald young man revealed a complicated expression and nodded. "Can fellow cultivator follow me somewhere? I'll tell you everything on the way." Wang Lin revealed no emotion and calmly asked, "What place?" "The end of the world." The bald youth let out a sigh and waved his right hand. The divine retribution clouds immediately dissipated, and at the same time, a rune flashed inside his hand. It flew toward the man in a daze down below and landed between his eyebrows. This caused his cultivation to immediately be hidden, preventing him from causing divine retribution anymore. After doing all of this, the aura around the bald youth withdrew into his body, and he clasped his hands at Wang Lin. He then turned around and stepped into the void. He unexpectedly broke through the void and left this world. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he also stepped forward. He broke through the void along with the bald youth. This old man reached the soul formation stage and comprehended the heavens at 100 years of age. After viewing several divine retributions, I realized that the so-called celestials were not like what the ancestor told us. Because of this doubt, I had suppressed my cultivation to not reach the peak of the soul formation stage. Instead, I secretly looked for the answer. The bald youth walked in front, and with every step, he broke through a world as he walked into the distance in the 7 million worlds. Wang Lin had a calm expression as he moved with him through the 7 million worlds. At this moment, mortal capitals, parts of space, and even the spring rain and autumn wind flashed around them constantly. Unfortunately, although my talent is quite good, I could no longer suppress my cultivation. When I was 200 years old, I could no longer suppress it. So I triggered the divine retribution. The celestial that came was the Scatter Thunder Clan's current head elder. His cultivation level at that time was only Nirvana Scryer. I was seriously injured and was on the verge of death, so I simply couldn't resist. However, instead of killing me, he wasted my cultivation and left. I originally thought that the heavens were merciful, and it wasn't until many years later that realized that he had allowed me to live, so there was a chance I keep cultivating. Thus, there would be another chance to give birth to spiritual thunder. The bald young man's voice was bitter. However, he didn't expect that not only would I rebuild my cultivation, but during that divine retribution, I had comprehended the changes of the world. I borrowed the existence of the 7 million worlds to suppress my cultivation and also came up with a method of allowing my cultivation to become stronger without causing divine retribution. As the bald young man spoke, his eyes were filled with reminiscence. Wang Lin looked at him and calmly said, "Scattering yourself amidst all the avatars." The bald young man nodded. I used the scattered spirit technique to pass into others my cultivation beyond the soul formation stage, and after 1,000 years, I reached the ascendant stage. I had 971 avatars. 971 was the limit of scattered spirit technique, and it couldn't be surpassed, so I found a way around it. Each of the avatars act as a main body, and once more used the scattered spirit technique. Each of my 971 avatars have 971 avatars of their own. With this constant cycle, my cultivation level slowly grew until I reached the Nirvana Scryer stage. When the bald young man got here, he let out a sigh. He and Wang Lin were both powerful cultivators. They had broken through the worlds as they walked and moved further and further away. After I reached the Nirvana Cleanser stage, I began to pursue the doubt I had years ago. I wanted to know if this heaven was really the heavens, if this earth was really the earth, if this celestial realm was really the celestial realm. I wanted to pursue the legend that had been passed down since ancient times from our ancestors, their depiction and craving for the celestial realm. However, although I had reached the Nirvana Cleanser and had powerful cultivation, I could not leave the 7 million worlds. I could only travel within it, and there was an invisible barrier I couldn't break with my cultivation. Thus, I came up with the method of controlling my countless avatars to all break through the soul formation stage and trigger divine retribution. At that moment, a small portion of divine retribution was triggered by me. Every time divine retribution appeared, I would observe it from the side, and as time passed, I gradually understood something. At the same time, I was shocked by what I understood. I couldn't believe that the world I existed in was created by someone else. I couldn't believe that I was viewed as an ant by others and only existed for them to collect spiritual thunder. Wang Lin silently pondered as he listened to the bald youth. There was a complicated expression in his eyes. I'm lost and helpless. I told some people about it, but none of them believed me. Even I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to believe it was all true. It would have been better if I had found nothing and it was all just my own speculation. I spent thousands of years in confusion, until one day, I saw two celestials fighting, and one of them died and his body fell from the sky. I stood in front of the body for a very long time until the corpse rotted and until it disappeared completely. After a long time, I laughed until tears flowed out. That corpse wasn't a celestial at all. It was the same as me, a mortal cultivator. From that day onward, I was no longer confused. I told myself that I wanted to break this world. I wanted to go outside and see what was out there, to verify if my speculation was true. The bald youth was filled with excitement. This was the first time he had said this to someone else. I began to cultivate. Every one of my avatars began cultivating scattered spirit as well. Time continued to pass, but the indignation in my heart became stronger and stronger, until I reached the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Even my avatars had reached the Nirvana Scryer and Nirvana Cleanser stages. I finally broke through the cage and stepped into the starry sky. Chapter 1345, The End of the World. Whether it was Red Butterfly, Li Qianmei, or Situ Nan, none were as talented as this person. They also didn't have his determination to break through everything to find the truth. I broke through the cage and saw the world outside for the first time. It was the starry sky, and it was beautiful, beautiful. My speculation had become truth. I saw cultivators like me, but they were very weak. The weakest was only at the soul formation stage. However, even that soul formation cultivation cultivator could become heaven and come kill my people. I was angry and began a slaughter. As I slaughtered, I learned the truth from the people I killed. The bald young man laughed loudly and tears flowed from his eyes. The truth is that the place I live in is called the 7 million worlds, and this is a place created by the Scatter Thunder clan. We are like cattle in captivity, and when we reach the soul formation stage, they arrive with divine retribution to take our spiritual thunder. I also found out that over the countless years, the legends handed down by my ancestors in the 7 million worlds were all false. They were all fake. The moment they became celestials, they were all dead. This is the celestial realm. These are the celestials. The bald youth's voice contained a hint of madness and was filled with monstrous resentment. Wang Lin silently pondered. His complicated expression became even stronger. The heavenly Tao and divine retribution, in my eyes, are merely a task to the people of the Scatter Thunder clan. A task anyone in the clan can take. What's funny is that even then, I didn't dare to believe all of this. I didn't even dare to kill too many members of the Scatter Thunder clan. I was scared, I was afraid. I also knew that the person that spared me had become the head elder of the Scatter Thunder clan. I was afraid that the Scatter Thunder clan would find out that I knew everything. I feared the celestial realm that had weighed upon me and the 7 million worlds for countless years. I didn't dare to resist. Tears continued to flow from the bald youth's eyes. That memory was the most painful part of his life. I even told myself that none of this was true, that the world I'm in is not a cage. I wanted to escape from the truth I found. So I continued to fly across space through the 7 million worlds just like now. The bald youth said bitterly as he crossed through the worlds. Until one day, I arrived here. The bald young man stopped and looked at Wang Lin as he pointed ahead. In this short period of time, the bald youth had gone through the 7 million worlds. Where he was pointing was still space, but it was covered by a layer of mist and was a blur. This place was extremely quiet, without any sound. The bald youth walked forward but stopped before the mist. He placed his right hand on it and pressed down. The mist churned and a blinding light came from the space before them. At the same time, more ripples spread and a giant barrier slowly revealed itself behind the fog. This barrier was like a wall that extended endlessly and surrounded the world. Cultivators were as small as dust before it. The bald youth softly said, I escaped to here and arrived at the end of the 7 million worlds, the end of the world. Here, my thoughts of escape collapsed. I had to face the reality, the truth. I no longer ran. I chose to face them, chose to resist. I went back to the 7 million worlds and created the Scatter Spirit sect. Every avatar spread out their spirit, and my scattered spirits control a majority of cultivators in the 7 million worlds. I taught them the cultivation method that would allow them to reach the soul formation stage the fastest. I began cultivating like crazy, creating avatar after avatar. Tens of thousands of years later, I reached the point you Celestials call Fourth Heaven's Blight. The bald youth turned to look at Wang Lin. I'm going to kill the Celestials. I'm going to subvert the Scatter Thunder clan and take my people out of here. However, even after tens of thousands of years, even with the power I have accumulated, I still can't beat the head elder, who is at the Fifth Heaven's Blight. I can use everything, pull together all the cultivators I can control, and even use the life and death formation I placed tens of thousands of years ago, but I can only seriously injure him, not kill. This is not even mentioning the rest of the Scatter Thunder clan elders. My cultivation has reached a limit. I can't reach the point where I can withstand the life and death calamity of the Fifth Heaven's Blight. I need your help. The bald youth looked at Wang Lin with plea in his eyes. You are not the same as the Scatter Thunder clan members. You're the first hope I've seen. With your power, you're able to help me. I can see that you also have no good will toward the Scatter Thunder clan. If we cooperate, it would benefit both of us. Wang Lin silently pondered. The youth gnashed his teeth and said, I followed you the entire way and saw that you were collecting spiritual thunder. I have it. If you agree to join forces, I can give all of it to you. Wang Lin still didn't speak and looked at the barrier with confusion in his eyes. In addition, there are countless cultivators of my clan in the 7 million worlds. If this matter succeeds and my clan can get out, I will agree to any request you make in the future. Even if I'm not here, my clan will continue to follow that order for generations. I found out from the memories of the Scatter Thunder clan that in your world, there is an inner realm and an outer realm. If you need it, my entire clan can help you battle the inner realm. After a long time, Wang Lin slowly said, How confident are you in killing the head elder? The bald youth's eyes lit up, and after pondering a bit, he said, If you help me, I'm 70% confident. 70%. Wang Lin silently pondered as he withdrew his gaze from the barrier. His eyes revealed a strange light, and he slowly nodded. The bald youth was exhilarated. He looked at Wang Lin profoundly and smiled. Good. I'm going to kill all the Scatter Thunder clan cultivators here. This will attract their attention, and the head elder will surely come here. No need to do this. If all the Scatter Thunder clan cultivators die, then they won't only send just the head elder. If several elders come, there will be some problems. If you have a method teleporting me into this place, then I can draw the head elder in here. Once he dies, the matter will be settled. Wang Lin calmly looked at the bald youth. The bald youth silently pondered for a while, and then slowly nodded. I can destroy 20% of my avatars to form a charm. This charm, along with me casting a spell inside, can open a passage that will last for only 3 breaths of time. You can't go out from this passage, but you can come in. With that, the bald youth didn't hesitate and closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, tens of thousands of cultivators trembled and their bodies collapsed into flesh and blood. Soon, as Wang Lin quickly moved through space, his eyes shined and he began to ponder. He didn't believe everything the bald youth had said. This was just how he was. With his cultivation level, he naturally knew how much power was required to open a passage. The bald youth being willing to sacrifice so much in an instant was a show of sincerity. Killing the head elder of the Scatter Thunder clan was only one of the reasons. The more important reason was that he wanted to help these people break free. He wanted to break something. He wanted these people to be able to leave here in order to prove something. Wang Lin moved very fast as he charged toward the square at the center. Soon, the square appeared before him. With one step, he crossed an immeasurable distance, landing on the square. He ignored the gazes of the surrounding people, and his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already outside a towering pavilion. This was the place to leave the 7 million worlds and return to the Scatter Thunder clan. There was a huge transfer array beside the pavilion. At this moment, the transfer array was activated with a dozen or so people inside. The transfer array was about to activate, and there were several Scatter Thunder clan members outside who were in charge of the formation. Wang Lin suddenly appeared. He didn't even look around before stepping toward the transfer array. One of the Scatter Thunder clan cultivators in charge of the transfer array immediately shouted, "Stop! The formation is activated. Wait for the next group." However, before they finished shouting, Wang Lin waved his right hand, tore a gap in the transfer array, and walked inside. This scene caused the expressions of the cultivators outside to change greatly, and they were horrified. Even the dozens of people that were inside the transfer array were shocked. The formation lit up, and everyone inside, including Wang Lin, disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1346. Where's Master? At this moment, a shocking change occurred on one of the 16 Scatter Thunder clan planets that were surrounded by the endless thunder. Su Ligua had turned into black fog and was escaping into the distance. He was holding a gorgeous woman who had a sneer on her face. His face was filled with panic and malice as he continuously roared. The gorgeous woman's eyes were filled with mockery as she coldly said, "You can't escape. As soon as you captured me, you caused a great calamity. This is just one elder, and you're already running. It won't be long before my father comes out of closed-door cultivation and refines you into a thunder soul, so you can be tormented for thousands of years to resolve the hatred in my heart." Su Ligua appeared from the fog. Then he slapped her and angrily shouted, "Shut up! What hasn't your grandpa Su seen and experienced? What does this count as?" Killing intent flashed through the gorgeous woman's eyes as she let out a cold snort and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just at this moment, the sky rumbled, and the thunder was heaven-shaking. The endless rumble spread across the sky, causing all creatures to tremble. Even the Scatter Thunder clan members inside their caves were terrified. The entire sky was dark, but in just a moment, countless silver snakes filled the sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. An old man, wearing green, stepped through the sky. It was as if he had crossed immeasurable distances with just one step. "A mere sword spirit dares to be so arrogant before this old man? You managed to escape before, but this time you will die." The old man formed a seal and pointed at the escaping Su Ligua. Thunderous rumbles echoed as all the thunder gathered, forming millions of silver snakes, and shot at Su Ligua. Su Ligua let out a scream and suddenly turned around, using the gorgeous woman as a shield. He sliced the air with his hands at the endless thunder, and endless rays of sword energy came out of his body. These sword energy was heaven-shaking and gave off a cold aura. They collided with the thunder. Rumble, 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 rumble. The sky changed colors, and the clouds shattered. A powerful impact scattered, causing Su Ligua to cough out soul essence and immediately weaken. However, the impact pushed him away and he quickly escaped with the gorgeous woman. "If you let me go, I can reduce your punishment, but if you..." The gorgeous woman also coughed out blood due to the impact and stared at Su Ligua. However, before she could finish speaking, Su Ligua let out a strange cry. His right hand directly reached into her shirt and he squeezed her chest hard. "Shut up, little girl. If I die, I'll kill you first." Su Ligua's squeezed caused the gorgeous woman's face to turn pale. It was clearly very painful. However, just at this moment, the old man's eyes lit up in flames and overflowed with anger. He had been hunting this sword spirit for a long time, but the sword spirit spells were all extremely clever and would often resolve the danger. The sword spirit's speed was also unimaginable. He vaguely felt like he couldn't catch up. When he saw what Su Ligua had done, he let out a roar. His right hand formed a seal, and his mark flashed. Then a ball of black thunder flew out. The ball of thunder moved along with the old man's right hand. It broke through the world and charged at Su Ligua. "Damn it, this again." Su Ligua let out a scream as he withdrew his right hand and turned into black fog. Then he scattered. The moment he scattered, the ball of black thunder arrived. A thunderous bang echoed, causing the earth to rumble and making countless spatial cracks appear. Thunder scattered in all directions, and the rumbling continued. All of this happened in an instant. After Su Ligua collapsed, he turned into black fog and reappeared in the distance. Su Ligua's body reformed, but it was blurry. Even his spirit body was seriously injured. However, his hand was still clinging on to the gorgeous woman. The moment he appeared, 3 black threads came out of the ball of thunder and charged at Su Ligua. Each of those 3 threads contained the power of destroy the heavens. The moment they arrived, Su Ligua grinned as he retreated and used the gorgeous woman as a shield. The three black threads paused and immediately changed directions. Taking this opportunity, Su Ligua quickly retreated and roared, "Old man, what hasn't been seen by your grandpa Su? You're merely at the Nirvana cleanser stage, you're nothing. Once my master returns, he can kill you with just one finger." Black gas came from the face of the old man chasing Su Ligua, and his anger reached a limit. He had lived for many years, but he had never met an enemy with such a vicious mouth. As he chased, the other party had constantly cursed him, and even though his heart was normally as calm as water, he couldn't help but become angry. "When this old man catches you, I'll make you wish you were dead." "Old fellow, can't you say something else? You've already said that 100 times. 100 times, 100 times. Say, old man, do you want to watch me take advantage of this little girl? Why else wouldn't you have caught up with your Nirvana cleanser cultivation? Do you want to see me do it 100 more times?" Su Ligua said viciously as he teleported away. Although he was weak and almost like an empty oil lamp, his words had become more vicious. "Good. Your grandpa Su will let you see all you want." Su Ligua's right hand reached toward the gorgeous woman and tore her clothes. A large portion of her clothes were torn off, revealing her snow-white skin. The viciousness in the woman's eyes became monstrous, and she screamed, "I'm going to kill you." "Shut up, little woman. If you keep making your grandpa angry, I will take over your body. You know I'm a spirit. I can easily take over your body. Then I'll begin to undress." Although Su Ligua was speaking viciously, his heart was bitter. "Master, if you don't come back, your grandpa Su will be finished. You're the one who let me out, but now you're not caring about me. Master, please appear." After the woman heard Su Ligua's words, her face turned pale. She immediately shut up and no longer dared to utter a word. The old man in green who was chasing him had heard Su Ligua's words, especially those last few words. They caused anger to fill his body, so much that he almost coughed out blood. He simply decided to continue pursuing and not speak. While the old man continued to chase, Su Ligua weakened more and more, but he continued to say vicious words. The old man was fuming with anger. A gentle voice appeared in the world. "What a sharp-mouthed sword spirit. I want to see if you can still say those words after I drain your spirit body and seal you inside a pig." A middle-aged man wearing blue appeared along with the voice. He appeared in an extremely bizarre way and stood right in front of Su Ligua's escape path. The gorgeous woman immediately shouted in joy, "Godfather! Peak Nirvana Shatterer!" Su Ligua's pupils shrank and his body trembled. Just as he was about to retreat, the middle-aged man raised his right hand and casually waved. Su Ligua's body rumbled and his body split into pieces, turning into black fog. The woman held by him was surrounded by a gentle force and was taken to the middle-aged man's side. At this moment, the old man closed in. The black fog quickly took form once more, but it was even weaker. It was as if the wind only needed to blow to cause him to scatter. "Hee, I didn't think this little girl's godfather would be so young. Godfather, godfather, I think she should be your mistress." Just as Su Ligua spoke, the middle-aged man's expression became gloomy. He waved his right hand, and wind and thunder rushed towards Su Ligua. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Su Ligua collapsed once more. Just as he recovered, he collapsed once more. This continued, and he rapidly weakened. He was about to be completely destroyed. "Instead of killing you at once, I'll let you continue to disintegrate and taste the fear of death again and again." The middle-aged man's voice was gentle, while the gorgeous woman beside him was filled with monstrous hatred. "Master, save me. If you don't save me, I'll die." Su Ligua was filled with fear. If not for the fact that he had provoked the woman so much that it simply couldn't be turned around, he would have long surrendered. "That's right, you still have a master. I want to see what gall your master has to provoke me. He'll have to be buried with you." The middle-aged man revealed a gentle smile. However, just at this moment, a cold voice slowly appeared from the world. This voice was like countless sharp blades, and was filled with a powerful chill. "I'm his master." The moment the voice appeared, the gentle smile on the middle-aged man immediately became stiff, and shock appeared in his eyes. He had his divine sense spread out the entire time, but until the voice appeared, he hadn't noticed anything. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the entire world was replaced by thunder. It was as if someone had moved the thunder from the outside to here. Wang Lin walked out from the thunder. "Master! Master, save me!" Su Ligua had never been like this. He had never seen so happy about Wang Lin showing. He was filled with grievance and flew toward Wang Lin. However, the green-clothed old man hated Su Ligua to the bones and subconsciously lifted his right hand to stop Su Ligua. However, the price of this subconscious action was death. The moment he raised his right hand, Wang Lin casually waved his sleeve and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was beside the old man, and he casually pointed to the spot between the old man's eyebrows. The old man's body trembled as panic and disbelief filled his eyes. His body collapsed, and his origin soul was destroyed with it. The pupils of the middle-aged man in blue shrank, sweat covered his forehead, and terror filled his eyes. He immediately stepped back and grabbed the woman. He was about to escape. Chapter 1347, Battle at the Scatter Thunder Clan. 1. Wang Lin didn't stop them. He watched the terrified middle-aged man taking the similarly terrified gorgeous woman, and they disappeared in an instant. Outer Realm Nirvana Shatterer cultivators have to die. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and the G Realm charged out. The red lightning immediately charged forward. The G Realm affected the endless thunder in the sky, and the rumbling intensified, as if the sky was going to collapse. The thunder descended down onto the planet like eternal thunder, and it was as if the entire planet had turned into a thunder prison. As the middle-aged man retreated, his face was filled with monstrous fear. He used spells and a large amount of treasure to resist this red lightning that brought him an endless sense of danger like he had never felt before. However, the moment those spells and treasures touched the red lightning, they all collapsed. They weren't able to stop it for even a moment. What kind of thunder is this? The middle-aged man didn't hesitate to grab the girl that called him godfather but was, in truth, one of his dual cultivation partners. Before she could even react, he moved her to block the red lightning. The woman's eyes were filled with disbelief as her body collapsed. Borrowing this time window, the middle-aged man retreated like crazy. He tore open the void and was about to enter. When he was halfway inside, the red lightning penetrated through the void and entered his back. The middle-aged man's body trembled and his eyes became unfocused. His body exploded and his origin soul was destroyed. From when Wang Lin appeared to the end, it had only been a moment. He didn't intend to kill the woman, as someone like her couldn't do much. What happened to her was irrelevant to Wang Lin. Su Liguo witnessed all of this and witnessed Wang Lin's strength. At this moment, he was about to flatter Wang Lin when Wang Lin grabbed Su Liguo and threw him into the storage space. Then Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and flew into the sky. Next, I'm going to battle the entire Scatter Thunder clan. Wang Lin's eyes were cold, and he moved faster and faster. In an instant, he broke through the atmosphere and arrived in space. The thunder among the stars rumbled loudly. It seemed to respond to Wang Lin's will. Wang Lin walked toward the giant continent at the center of the 16 planets. He walked into the thunder, creating a heaven-shaking rumble with the thunder surrounding him. He formed a shocking scene. It seemed as if he had summoned endless thunder here. Wang Lin wore thunder and stepped on lightning as he slowly walked toward the Scatter Thunder clan's holy ground. The eternal thunderbolt in the temple on the continent also roared, seeming to be preparing to confront Wang Lin. Wang Lin was not far from the Scatter Thunder clan's holy land. He immediately closed in, and a powerful voice suddenly came from the holy land. This is my clan's holy land. You can't enter without a summon. Quickly leave. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he completely ignored this voice. He pointed with his finger, and the endless thunder gathered. It was as if Wang Lin's finger had absorbed the thunder of the heavens and earth and began to bombard the Scatter Thunder clan's holy land. The thunderous rumbles were heaven-shaking, and a green light flashed around the holy land. As the large amount of lightning bolts fell, they looked like rain, causing large amounts of ripples on the green light. You dare? Anyone who trespasses on the holy land will die. With a roar, a person flew out from the holy land. This old man was at the Nirvana Shatterer stage. He stepped out from the barrier and formed a seal as he charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin sneered. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. In a flash, he arrived before the old man. The old man's eyes were instantly filled with terror, and before he could react, Wang Lin caught his right hand. Wang Lin moved his arm and lifted the old man. The moment Wang Lin lifted the old man, his origin energy charged into the old man's body. Popping sounds echoed and he instantly killed the old man. Wang Lin loosened his right hand, and the old man screamed as his body crashed into the green light and exploded. The old man's death shocked the Scatter Thunder clan members inside the Holy Land. A sharp cry echoed as all of the Scatter Thunder clan members' jades trembled and gave off a glaring, red glow. The trembling and the red light shocked many Scatter Thunder clan members. However, they soon reacted, and their expressions changed greatly. This red light meant that someone had trespassed on the Holy Land. The jade on Wang Lin also gave off this red light. He took it out and crushed it. His hands formed a seal, and the heavens roared as endless thunder appeared from the void. Wang Lin controlled all that thunder to bombard the barrier. The thunderous rumbles were heaven-shaking. At the same time, hundreds of cultivators flew out from the surrounding 16 planets. They all had gloomy expressions as they charged at Wang Lin. These cultivators were mostly at the illusory Yin, corporeal Yang, and Nirvana Scryer stages. Before they even got close, they shot out spells and magic treasures at Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a cold short. When the hundreds of cultivators got close, he waved his hand. He then opened his mouth and roared, "Thunder of the world, listen to my command." After he spoke, the expression of the hundreds of cultivators changed greatly, and their bodies trembled. At this moment, the thunder inside their bodies trembled violently, as if they had met the King of Thunder. "Gather!" Wang Lin's roar was shocking. The moment his voice echoed, the hundreds of cultivators let out miserable cries. Thunder erupted from each of their bodies, forming bolts of thunder that shot toward Wang Lin. They quickly gathered around Wang Lin, forming a ball of thunder 1,000 feet wide. Wang Lin grabbed it with his right hand, and then threw it at the barrier around the Holy Land. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy, and the barrier trembled violently. What an arrogant tone. The thunder of the world needs to listen to your command? When did my Scatter Thunder clan produce such an unfilial child? A gloomy voice came from the Holy Land. An old man in black walked out, or the temple. He had gray hair and a gloomy expression. His cultivation spread out directly passing Nirvana Shatterer. He was a powerful cultivator at First Heaven's Blight. The moment the old man spoke, tens of thousands of cultivators flew out from the surrounding 16 planets. "Let me see if you have the qualifications to be so arrogant." The old man sneered, and killing intent filled his eyes. He charged out from the Holy Land, and his right hand formed a seal. Then his mark flashed, and a giant thunder dragon appeared and shot toward Wang Lin. The old man was standing on top of the thunder dragon when his right hand reached out, and a long sword appeared covered in thunder. Wang Lin calmly looked at this person and shook his head. "You're not qualified to fight me." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his G-realm shot out at an unimaginable speed. It broke through the void and directly collided with the thunder dragon. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The thunder dragon trembled and let out a mournful cry as it collapsed. The First Heaven's Blight Elder's eyes were filled with indescribable horror. He waved his right hand and attempted to block the red lightning with the sword in his hand. Popping sounds echoed and the long sword immediately collapsed into countless fragments. The old man's face was pale and he wanted to retreat, but the red lightning was even faster. After breaking the long sword, it was going to rush into the old man's body. The old man's eyes were filled with intense terror. The feeling of death had never been so close. Just as the red lightning rushed to the spot between the old man's eyebrows, a crazed roar came from the temple on the Holy Land. "Stop!" As the roar echoed, a tall, middle-aged man stepped out from the temple. With just one step, he broke through the barrier and arrived next to the First Heaven's Blight cultivator. However, his speed was still too slow compared to the G-realm. The moment he came out, the G-realm had pierced through the First Heaven's Blight cultivator's head and come out the other side. This cultivator's eyes became blurry, and he coughed out blood. His body collapsed, but his origin soul rushed out. He was seriously injured, but not dead. Wang Lin frowned. He wasn't here with his original body, so he didn't have much G-realm. That was the reason why he couldn't completely kill a First Heaven's Blight cultivator. "You dare to rebel?" The tall, middle-aged man grabbed his clan's origin soul and looked at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The aura of a Third Heaven's Blight cultivator spread out from his body. It was earth-shattering. Ripples spread across space itself. Wang Lin didn't anything as he raised his hand and hit his forehead. Thunder rumbled as Wang Lin's origin soul left Yufei's body and appeared in the world. His origin soul was filled with thunder, and there was also the spiritual thunder accompanying him. The rumbles were heaven-shaking. "Thunder of the world, listen to my command. Come from the endless thunder lake and destroy for me." Wang Lin's divine sense spread out like crazy. At this moment, the thunder lake around the Scatter Thunder clan began to rage like the sea. A monstrous wave was set off, and the entire Thunderland began to rush toward this location. One could see the Thunder Lake rushing in from very far away. This extremely spectacular scene made it look like the Thunder Lake coming to destroy everything. The expressions of all the cultivators that had come here from the planets changed greatly. Even the expression of the tall, middle-aged man changed greatly. The rumbles of thunder replaced everything. However, at this moment, a mighty roar came from the eternal thunderbolt inside the temple on the Holy Land. "Who are you?" This voice didn't come from the temple, but from inside the depths of the eternal thunderbolt. It was the head elder of the Scatter Thunder clan who had reached the 5th Heaven's Blight. A 1,000-foot face appeared within the eternal thunderbolt. This face was like the sun. It lit up the star system. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he slowly said, "I'm Wang Lin. Today I came to take the eternal thunderbolt and destroy your Scatter Thunder clan." Chapter 1348, Battle at the Scatter Thunder clan. 2. At this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul left the body, and Yu Fei's body slowly floated away. What appeared before the Scatter Thunder clan was Wang Lin's origin soul, filled with thunder. He was like a bolt of thunder that had descended from the heavens. His words were calm, and as he spoke, the thunder lake around the 16 Scatter Thunder clan planets rumbled even more intensely, as if they were responding to him. This scene caused the tall, middle-aged man's pupils to shrink. With his cultivation level, he could clearly feel the almost suffocating thunder might from Wang Lin. "So it turns out you're not a member of my Scatter Thunder clan," the giant face that appeared from the eternal thunderbolt inside the temple said in a low voice. "You dare to run wild in my Scatter Thunder clan with your low cultivation level and declare you will destroy my Scatter Thunder clan? What arrogance!" The voice was filled with mockery, and his roar was like a thunderous rumble that suppressed the sound from the Thunder Lake. Wang Lin's origin soul was floating in space. As the thunder light flashed, the vague image of a dragon flickered. He remained calm before the head elder's roar and wasn't affected at all. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he pointed at the eternal thunderbolt and coldly said, "Do you dare to battle me in the Thunder Lake?" There was no trick or scheme. Wang Lin had come today for a battle. Everything he had done before was for this battle. This was why he had given up Yu Fei's body and revealed his origin soul. All of this was to lure the head elder. Wang Lin believed that while the head elder normally wouldn't have noticed anything, since Wang Lin had displayed his origin soul, the head elder would be able to pick up some clues. He was using himself as bait to have a battle with the strongest person in the Scatter Thunder clan, the head elder. After he spoke, Wang Lin retreated and turned into a bolt of thunder, charging into the Thunder Lake. The thunder might his origin soul gave off made it so no one dared to stop him. The eyes of the tall, middle-aged man lit up, and he was about to chase. But 9 auras came out from the temple and vaguely locked on to Wang Lin. These 9 auras were all Heaven's Blight cultivators. "Battle with me." "Good." A thunder-like rumble echoed. The eternal thunderbolt roared, and the huge face shrank into bright bolts of thunder. Then a person walked out. This person looked about 40 years old, and his eyes revealed no emotion. His lips were thin, so he was a vicious person. At this moment, he walked out of the eternal thunderbolt and left the Holy Land. "Greetings, head elder." The tall, middle-aged man immediately bowed. The eyes of the Scatter Thunder clan cultivators were filled with fervor when the head elder appeared. The head elder was the leader of the Scatter Thunder clan and was the pinnacle of the Scatter Thunder clan. Everyone admired the head elder, and to them the head elder was the heavens. Even the 9 auras that had locked onto Wang Lin appeared, revealing themselves to be 9 people of varying ages. They all bowed. "This child has a lot of secrets and has great use for me. Also, for this person to come here with his cultivation level, I fear he is no alone. All of you, guard this place. I want to see what he is capable of," the head elder said indifferently. Then he slowly walked forward with his hands behind his back. He wasn't fast, but with just a few steps, he crossed an immeasurable distance as if the world had shrunk before him. Wang Lin rushed forward like a bolt of thunder, but after only a moment, he suddenly turned around. The head elder only took 2 steps to leave the people of the Scatter Thunder clan far behind and appear 1,000 feet behind Wang Lin. This place was already very far away from the Scatter Thunder clan's holy land, and there was only endless thunder surrounding them. They were the only 2 people here. Retribution thunder, spiritual thunder, and an eternal thunder similar to the one in my clan's holy land. "Not bad. You have something on you that could attract this old man, which is why you were so sure I would show up." The head elder was calm. He had lived for far too long, so he was very cunning. All of Wang Lin's intentions were clear before his eyes. "You're not this old man's match, so let your helper come out." Even now, the head elder revealed no emotion, and from beginning to end, he was as calm as water while emitting a terrifying aura. After he spoke, he raised his right hand and casually waved. In an instant, space trembled and a giant vortex unexpectedly appeared. A heaven-shattering roar came out from inside the vortex. Thunder dragons came out of vortex like crazy. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 999 thunder dragons appeared. When they appeared, endless thunder surrounded them, and they all let out roars as they charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. This was the first time he had faced someone at the 5th Heaven's Blight. Although it wasn't the 3rd step, it was the strongest under 3rd step. The other side was able to create 999 thunder dragons with just a wave of his hand. This spell was heaven-shaking and was already beyond what could be considered a spell. Those thunder dragons didn't allow Wang Lin to think too much and charged at him. Wang Lin retreated while his hands formed a seal. Thunder flashed around his origin soul, forming a halo around him. The moment this halo appeared, Wang Lin pushed out his hand and coldly said, "Thunder of the world, listen to my command. Upend the heavens and earth, collapse for me." He pushed his hands forward, and the halo around his origin soul immediately spread out with him as the center. When the thunder dragons encountered the halo, their bodies trembled and their eyes became filled with confusion and struggle. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed forward several times. The confusion in every thunder dragon that was pointed at by him collapsed. Then they turned around to attack the head elder. This sudden change caused chaos to occur within the head elder's spell. The head elder's eyes lit up, and he sneered. "Interesting, indeed interesting." As he spoke, his right hand formed a seal, and he pointed at the sky. He slowly said, "I, head elder of the Scatter Thunder clan, slave to the holy thunder, command the thunder of the world with my endless will to disintegrate the world." After he spoke, the nearly 1,000 thunder dragons around Wang Lin gave off endless thunder and roared as if they were crazy. Then they charged at Wang Lin. Even the thunder dragons controlled by Wang Lin began to struggle. It only took a moment for them to break free of Wang Lin's control and fall under the head elder's control once more. Rumble, 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 rumble. Those thunder dragons bombarded Wang Lin, causing his origin soul to almost collapse. He continued to retreat, and his origin soul was turning transparent. Every thunder dragon contained the will of the head elder. Not only did this damage his origin soul, but the will entered his origin soul as if it was trying to control him. This was the first time Wang Lin had encountered something like this, and his mind trembled. As he was being bombarded, he retreated even faster. All of this happened in a flash, fast beyond imagination. However, when Wang Lin retreated 10,000 feet, his expression changed. He didn't hesitate to cough out a mouthful of essence energy and step forward. Then his origin soul rapidly shrank. Just as he quickly changed directions, Rippled appeared where he was. An ancient hand reached out and mercilessly slammed toward him. Although Wang Lin had avoided the sudden danger, he was hit by the shockwave of the palm. His origin soul trembled violently, and his face turned pale. Not slow to dodge, but just how many times can you dodge? The head elder walked out from the ripples. There was a hint of mockery in his calm gaze toward Wang Lin. "You said before that you were going to take my clan's eternal thunderbolt and destroy my Scatter Thunder clan. If this is all your power, you can't do it." Wang Lin didn't speak a single word as he retreated and turned from human form into an ancient thunder dragon. He charged toward the thunder lake in the distance. The head elder sneered, and he waved his right hand. The remaining hundreds of thunder dragons all charged after Wang Lin. This was a scene that could shock anyone who saw it. An origin soul ancient thunder dragon in front with hundreds of thunder dragon chasing. There was also a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back, slowly walking forward. "You want to escape to the endless thunder lake and use it to fight this old man. But all the thunder here contains my will. So how can you borrow any of it?" The voice of the head elder was extremely clear among the endless rumbles of thunder. Wang Lin didn't speak at all and moved like crazy, instantly closing in on the rumbling thunder lake. The endless thunder lake was monstrous, and when Wang Lin got close, the roars became even more intense. At the same time, deep within the endless thunder lake, there was a ball of thunder 10,000 feet wide. Wang Lin's original body opened his eyes and revealed a cold gaze. "Old bastard, you finally came." The moment his eyes opened, the thunder lake around the 16 Scatter Thunder clan planets began to boil. It was as if their king had awakened and was displaying their endless thunder. Chapter 1349, Battle at the Scatter Thunder Clan. 3. The moment Wang Lin's original body awakened, the hundreds of thunder dragons chasing his origin soul trembled violently, and some exploded. Although the remaining thunder dragons didn't collapse, the pressure coming from the thunder lake made it, so they didn't dare to move forward. Even the expression of the calm head elder changed. He paused for a moment, and his face revealed a rare trace of seriousness. At this moment, Wang Lin's ancient thunder dragon origin soul rushed into the thunder lake. He suddenly turned around to face the head elder and quickly turned into his human form. "I, Wang Lin, have come to collect the eternal thunderbolt and destroy your Scatter Thunder clan." Wang Lin slowly repeated what he had said before, and his origin soul retreated into the thunder lake. The head elder's eyes lit up, and he sneered as he moved into the Thunder Lake. The Thunder Lake was originally churning and rumbling, but the moment the head elder entered, it became quiet, as if an invisible force had pressed down upon it. The head elder's divine sense spread out within the Thunder Lake, and the thunder within his divine sense calmed down. It surrounded him as if it were following its master. Is this your helper? This old man wants to see how this helper will help you destroy my Scatter Thunder clan. The head elder's mighty voice spread out in all directions. However, just as he spoke, a cold voice slowly came from the distance. As you wish. These 3 simple words set off a monstrous rumble. This roar was 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times more intense than before, and made the entire Thunder Lake churn. At the same time, the Thunder Lake before the head elder churned, and rumbles that sounded like fists swinging rapidly charged at the head elder. The monstrous rumble carried with it a sense of madness, the momentum to tear the heavens in half, and the might to pierce through the world, setting off a storm in the Thunder Lake. The eyes of the head elder narrowed and looked into the distance. Before him, the thunder rumbled and danced like silver snakes, and the rumble that seemed to come from ancient times got closer and closer. At this moment, if you looked from above, you would see a heaven-shaking scene. In this scene, far away from the head elder in the Thunder Lake, a young man with white hair was moving in a straight line toward the head elder. As he moved forward, his right hand continuously threw punches. Every punch he threw would cause the thunder in the Thunder Lake to gather like crazy. This thunder gradually formed an illusory fist before the young man. At first, the fist was only 100 feet wide, but as Wang Lin continued to move forward and punch, it absorbed more thunder. It grew to 1,000, 10,000, even 100,000 feet. This 100,000-foot fist was completely made of thunder. It was a shocking scene, and anyone who looked at it would be terrified. The rumble suddenly closed in, and the sound spread out in all directions. Even the Scatter Thunder clan members on the 16 planets could hear the thunderous rumble that sounded like the world was collapsing. The expression of the head elder changed and became very serious. Although he knew that the other person must have been confident to lure him here, he was the strongest person under the 3rd step, and he was inside the Scatter Thunder clan, so he didn't take it seriously. At this moment, when he saw the giant fist made of thunder, his mind trembled. This isn't just the power of thunder, there is another spell within it. The thunder rumble was heaven-shaking, and Wang Lin was walking behind it. He continued to punch, and the thunder fist grew once more into 200,000 feet. As a result, it seemed to replace heaven itself as it shot toward the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder. Old bastard, do you dare to fight me? Wang Lin closed in and threw his last punch. With this punch, he activated all the ancient god power in his body. The stars between his eyebrows rotated like crazy, and large amounts of ancient god power flowed out. Adding Wang Lin's cultivation and his control of thunder, he was able to form a heaven-shattering punch. The 200,000-foot thunder fist descended with a thunderous rumble. It was like a giant punch from another world, descending on the head elder with a destructive aura. The head elder retreated a few steps and waved his hand to hit his mark. The clothes on his body moved without any wind, and his hair scattered. Then his eyes shined brightly, and he roared, "What a powerful thunder punch! This old man will battle you." The moment his hand landed on his mark, it shined brightly, and a treasure flew out. This treasure was a green ancient mirror with a thunder mark on the back. This mark was exactly the same as the Scatter Thunder clan's eternal thunderbolt. "Thunder Slaughter Mirror, break everything for me." The head elder roared as he threw the mirror. A thunderous rumble came from the mirror, and it grew countless fold. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 100,000 feet mirror before the head elder. When Wang Lin's thunder fist arrived, a thunder fist of the exact same side appeared within the mirror. This Thunder Slaughter Mirror was one of the Scatter Thunder clan's main treasures. Any spell below the 3rd step would be immediately copied, and its power would be no weaker than the original. It could counter any spell. This treasure was already heaven-defying, and compared to esteemed Xuanbao's rank 9 Nirvana Void treasure, this mirror was rank 2 Nirvana Void treasure. It was far beyond a Void treasure, and was infinitely close to a Nirvana treasure. The giant thunder fist stretched out from the Thunder Slaughter Mirror. At this moment, it was as if there was a giant hiding inside the mirror and throwing a punch from within. This fist was exactly the same as the fist Wang Lin had made. Even the size, thunder, and trajectory were exactly the same. In an instant, these two giant fists collided outside the Thunder Slaughter Mirror. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thunderous rumble was heaven-shaking, and powerful shockwaves spread out like crazy. However, the thunder fists didn't dissipate. They continued to fight, as if two giants were fighting. The thunderous rumbles of the two punches echoed continuously. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he moved behind the thunder fist and continued to throw punches. The punches made the thunder fist rumble even louder, but the copy thunder fist also intensified. The sounds of fists colliding spread across the entire Scatter Thunder clan. The sounds even echoed outside the Scatter Thunder clan. "Break for me! Break! Break!" Wang Lin roared. He stepped forward once more, and the ancient god power inside him condensed like crazy. His ancient god stars were already rotating so fast, they were impossible to see clearly as he continued to throw punches. The Thunder Slaughter Mirror could replicate all spells, but it couldn't replicate the power of the ancient gods. The ancient gods were beings from ancient times. How could a mere treasure replicate them? How dare a mere treasure replicate them? As Wang Lin moved forward, the replicated fist began to retreat. Wang Lin grinned. He was going to push this fist back into the mirror and cause it to collapse. This scene shocked the mind of the head elder. His hands formed seals and was about to use a spell when Wang Lin let out a roar. His two hands clasped together and mercilessly smashed down. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the replicated fist collapsed. Wang Lin's thunder fist pushed the replicated fist back into the mirror. At this moment, Wang Lin opened his mouth and a flash of red appeared. The blood sword appeared and surrounded the world in a bloodlight. It immediately charged out and landed on the Thunder Slaughter Mirror. There was a crisp sound, and then a large amount of cracks appeared around the spot the blood sword had stabbed into. The head elder was filled with disbelief as the mirror shattered into pieces. The bloodlight flashed and returned to Wang Lin's side. Wang Lin pushed the remaining thunder fist through the broken mirror and arrived before the head elder. It suddenly descended. The Scatter Thunder clan's head elder let out an angry roar and spat out a mouthful of energy that collided with the punch, creating another thunderous rumble. As the deafening sound echoed, Wang Lin trembled and was pushed back several steps, and the thunder fist collapsed. However, the head elder was also pushed back, and his clothes were in tatters. His eyes shined brightly, and popping sounds came from his body. "You are qualified to fight this old man, but before me you will without a doubt die. It has been a long time since I have used power beyond the Fourth Heaven's Blight. I don't need Fifth Heaven's Blight power to kill you. Today, I'll let you personally experience the power of peak Fourth Heaven's Blight." The head elder raised his right hand and tore at this mark. It was as if he had torn a seal off, and an incredibly powerful cultivation erupted from his body. This cultivation was very powerful and caused the surrounding space to tremble. Even the thunder didn't dare to approach him. Chapter 1350, Battle at the Scatter Thunder Clan. 4. Giant Thunderstamp. After revealing the seal and displaying peak Fourth Heaven's Blight cultivation, the head elder seemed to become a different person. He gave off a powerful pressure. The surrounding space seemed unable to withstand this pressure. It began to twist, and cracks appeared. After he said, "Giant Thunderstamp," the surrounding thunder rumbled. Then the thunder that was pushed back quickly gathered in the head elder's right hand. A giant ball of thunder suddenly appeared. This ball of thunder instantly became hundreds of thousands of feet large as the endless thunder gathered. The thunder inside roared and rotated rapidly. "Gather for me," the head elder roared, and heaven-shaking rumbles came from the ball of thunder in his hand. The ball of thunder was compressing like crazy. 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, 100,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold. As the ball compressed, the thunder rumbled, and the light was blinding. The light lit up the surrounding space, and even the head elder seemed to disappear into the blinding light. It was as if all the light, thunder, and life were gathered by the ball of thunder in the head elder's hand. It was being compressed, compressed, and compressed again. This terrifying scene shocked even Wang Lin's mind, and his pupils shrank. He knew what spell the other person was using, and he had learned it himself. At this moment, his eyes lit up and he raised his right hand as if he was holding the sky. "Giant Thunderstamp." Wang Lin's voice echoed, and all the thunder gathering toward the head elder trembled. A thunder mark appeared in Wang Lin's right eye, and there was an accompanying bolt of thunder rotating around it. Wang Lin's right eye shined, giving off a demonic feeling. The thunder in this world was split in half. One half charged at Wang Lin's right hand and instantly formed a giant ball of thunder. When the head elder saw Wang Lin also use the giant thunder stamp, his pupils shrank, but he didn't speak. Their gazes collided as they held the balls of thunder, and they began to compress like crazy. The ball of thunder in Wang Lin's hand instantly compressed 100,000-fold and was still going. Earth-shattering popping sounds came from the ball of thunder. 1,000,000-fold, 2,000,000-fold, up to 3,000,000-fold. The ball of thunder in Wang Lin's hand gave off a terrifying aura that could destroy the world. It was no longer a simple ball of thunder, but thunder that could extinguish the world. As thunderous rumbles echoed, the ball of thunder in the head elder's hand also compressed like crazy as it absorbed the surrounding thunder. It had already compressed 5 million-fold. All of this happened in an instant. As the two people compressed thunder, a huge change occurred. The world seemed to be split in half, with one half being pulled toward each of them. Two different forces of thunder suddenly erupted from the split world. What the Scatter Thunder clan held was the eternal thunderbolt, the thunder essence that had appeared from the void in ancient times. His eyes revealed a strange light, and he suddenly jumped. He charged at Wang Lin with the thunder that had been compressed 5 million-fold. Die for me. Everything Wang Lin had obtained was obtained by himself step by step, from when he devoured half an ancient thunder dragon until he formed his own thunder essence. Although it couldn't compare to the eternal thunderbolt, it was on the same level of existence. The moment the head elder arrived, Wang Lin also jumped with the thunder that was compressed 3 million-fold. Wang Lin let out a roar as he rushed out. In the name of my thunder essence, I command all thunder to condense once more. Thunderous rumbles came from the thunder in Wang Lin's hand. It began to compress like crazy and suddenly reached 4 million-fold. This level of compression was Wang Lin's limit. His eyes revealed madness as he closed in on the head elder. They began a battle of thunder among the stars. Both of them were thunder cultivators. The battle of two thunder cultivators could be explained in an extremely simple term. What they were competing with was their control over thunder. Similarly, both of them had natural resistance toward thunder, so no ordinary thunder could hurt them. However, the thunder they were using controlled their wills and therefore could cause severe damage. A thunderous rumble spread like crazy, and the surrounding space began to collapse like crazy. Spatial cracks appeared, and the thunder lake trembled. The collision of the two balls of thunder formed an unimaginable shockwave. This shockwave spread out like surging waves. The impact caused thunder to surge in all directions like raging waves. It immediately affected the 16 Scatter Thunder clan cultivation planets. There were countless deaths and injuries thanks to the rumble. The shockwave of the thunder caused the thunder lake to churn and expand outwards. It instantly expanded by more than 100 times, and a thunderous rumble echoed across the ancient star system. A few cultivation planets not far from the Scatter Thunder clan were affected. Thunder rained down upon them. This was like a collapse that spread like crazy within the Scatter Thunder clan. This collapse was too powerful, and as it spread, it immediately caught the attention of many powerful cultivators in the ancient star system. Some third-step cultivators noticed the huge change in the Scatter Thunder clan. During the collision of thunder, Wang Lin's thunder collapsed, and he was thrown back. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and there were even bits of internal organs mixed in. It felt like all the bones in his body had shattered, and pain washed over him. He was thrown back like he had been hit by a powerful gale. This was merely the first shockwave. As Wang Lin was thrown back, the second shockwave arrived. The destructive aura was enough to wipe out all life. At this moment of life and death, seeing the shockwave close in, Wang Lin wasn't just thinking about himself, but also about how to attack the head elder. He believed that the other party had to be having a difficult time facing the destructive aura from the collapse as well. I'm giving it my all. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness. His character had always been like this. The more dangerous it was, the more bold he became. Due to his precise calculations and amazing mental strength, he was able to again and again beat those stronger than him. As the second shockwave arrived, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and pointed forward. Rays of light suddenly appeared inside this chaos. These rays of light contained thunder, lightning, starlight, endless light from the spatial cracks, and even the light from the Scatter Thunder clan's planets and cultivators far away. More importantly, there was light that came from the 7 million worlds charm in his storage space. These lights gathered like crazy and surrounded Wang Lin. A huge light silhouette suddenly appeared around Wang Lin. From afar, it was impossible to see Wang Lin. One could only see the giant light silhouette absorbing light. Dao Master Blue Dream's strongest defense spell, Light Shadow Shield. The moment the light silhouette appeared, the second shockwave arrived and collided with the light silhouette around Wang Lin. The light silhouette trembled violently, and the light became even brighter, lighting up the entire world. The light silhouette sounded like it couldn't hold on anymore. Wang Lin let out a roar and spat out blood at the light silhouette. The blood immediately spread across the light silhouette, helping it reflect the second, third, and fourth shockwaves. At the moment of reflection, the light silhouette collapsed. Wang Lin's face was pale, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Bloodlight flashed, and the blood sword followed the reflected shockwaves. Die for me. The thunder mark in his right eye flashed, giving off a demonic flow, and flew out from his right eye after the blood sword. His eyes also flashed red, and his G-realm shot out at the same time. All of this happened too fast. In just an instant, the reflected shockwaves shot out along with the blood sword, thunder essence, and G-realm lightning. The head elder was retreating and waved his hand, resisting the power of the shockwaves. However, at this moment, his expression changed like never before, and his eyes overflowed with shock. He could have never expected Wang Lin to be so bold and do something so unbelievable in this situation. In particular, the appearance of the light silhouette was a heavy blow on his mind. This is Dao Master Blue Dream's light shadow shield. Could it be that Dao Master Blue Dream wants to kill me? The reflected shockwaves rushed at him and fused with the shockwave that was already charging at him. It was as if the head elder was now withstanding the entire force of the collapse. A life and death crisis that hadn't appeared in a very long time suddenly arose in the head elder's heart. He didn't have time to think before the shockwaves completely enveloped him. Thunderous rumble echoed across the world and didn't dissipate for a very long time. Wang Lin used the wind and rain world while retreating, however. Just at this moment, a heaven-shaking roar filled with endless anger erupted. When the impact dissipated, a figure filled with endless thunder walked out. It was the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder, but even more powerful than before. His powerful aura formed a storm around him, and he was infinitely close to the third step. His clothes were in tatters, and there was a hole in his chest that was created by the blood sword. There was a crack on the mark between his eyebrows. This was caused by the G-realm. His body was covered in injuries, which were caused by Wang Lin's thunder essence. This origin soul was also damaged, and this was caused by the shockwave. You're dead for sure. With my endless vitality at the fifth heaven's blight, with my status as the slave of the eternal thunderbolt, open the ancient world and summon the ancient Thunder Dragon. Chapter 1351, Battle at the Scatter Thunder Clan. 5. The Scatter Thunder Clan's head elder had a vicious expression, and all the calmness and pride from before were gone. In this short period of time, Wang Lin had brought him too much shock and surprise in their vicious battle. He originally didn't think of Wang Lin as a threat. He thought he could easily kill Wang Lin with only Fourth Heaven's Blight power. However, at that moment, when he felt that life and death crisis, something he hadn't faced in tens of thousands of years, his mind cleared up. If it wasn't for the fact that he was willing to suffer injuries and rip off the last seal to display his full Fifth Heaven's Blight cultivation, that impact just now could have seriously injured him, or even killed him. The impact of the thunder was like an angry wave that broke through all his protections. At that moment, a bolt of red lightning charged straight at him. That lightning contained a trace of divine retribution and made his clan mark tremble until a crack appeared on it. There was also that bizarre and almost invincible blood sword that had brought him a nightmare. It broke through everything and penetrated through his chest. If not for him releasing his Fifth Heaven's Blight cultivation, just that sword would have been enough to cover him in cold sweat. In addition, the other party's thunder essence had closed in, and it contained endless will. It triggered the thunder inside him, and the attacks from both inside and outside left a large amount of wounds on his body. All of this was a lesson that he had paid for in blood. This had awakened the head elder. The young man before him was his archrival. That coupled with him using Dao Master Blue Dream's light shadow shield, endless speculations appeared in his mind. However, whether it was the injuries or Dao Master Blue Dream's spell, they only shocked the head elder. What made him terrified was the other party's grasp and timing and bold and decisive nature. In the extremely dangerous moment when the thunder collapsed, he actually used the light shadow shield to counterattack, catching me off guard. This sounds simple, but very few people would be able to grasp the timing and pull it off so perfectly. Even if it was me, I would hesitate. This person isn't very old, but he already has such a cunning mind. He should be very famous in the ancient star system, but I have never heard the name Wang Lin before. What exactly is he? The Scatter Thunder clan's head elder's expression was vicious as he retreated from the impact, and his killing intent toward Wang Lin grew several-fold. He let out a roar as he raised his hand and clawed at the space around him. Open the ancient thunder realm. A thunderous rumble echoed. It was heaven-shaking and even more shocking than before. It was as if the world was going to collapse, and a giant vortex appeared before the head elder. The center of the vortex was completely black, and endless thunder was moving within. As it rotated, it seemed to open up a black hole to another world. This spell was infinitely close to third-step cultivators extracting the power of Zhou's flames. Wang Lin was in the distance, and his face was slightly pale. Before, he was hit by the impact and suffered injuries. If he hadn't used the light shadow shield to protect himself, he would have been seriously injured. This was a vicious battle. It could be said this was the most powerful opponent Wang Lin had faced in his life. Daoist Water was a third-step cultivator and was forced to retreat before he could kill Wang Lin. However, it wasn't Wang Lin that had forced him to retreat, but the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Therefore, since he had been facing the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder himself this whole time, his blood is almost boiling. Battle intent filled his eyes. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight, never fear a fight. If I can't overcome a fifth Heaven's Blight cultivator, how could I be qualified to challenge a third-step cultivator to kill Daoist Water? Wang Lin laughed loudly, and his hand formed a seal. Rumbling sounds echoed from his body as his ancient god stars rotated rapidly, and the Star of Law appeared as well. His entire cultivation surged rapidly, and the blood sword had long returned to his side, giving off endless sword energy. Wang Lin's eyes shined like torches, and he didn't give the head elder the chance to continue the spell. He raised his right hand and charged forward. The blood sword opened the path, and endless thunder appeared around him. In an instant, Wang Lin became like a thunder meteor as he charged forward in this endless rumble. The firefly dares to fight the bright moon. The head elder sneered as he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood of a fifth Heaven's Blight cultivator. The blood was immediately absorbed by the giant vortex. Ancient thunder dragons that have been gone for countless years, today, as a slave of the eternal thunderbolt, I awaken your dissipated souls. I use my blood as the guide so your endless thunder might can gather and descend upon this world. Display your power that can destroy the world. The moment the head elder's blood was absorbed by the vortex, muffled roars came from within it. These roars were heaven-shattering, and before they even came out of the vortex, the surrounding thunder rumbled. The moment he spoke, thunderous rumbles echoed inside the vortex as if a powerful existence was smashing into it in an attempt to rush out. Ancient thunder dragons, descend. The head elder roared as his hand reached out once more. The giant vortex rotated like crazy, and a thunderous bang came from within. A giant dragon head suddenly came out of the center of the vortex. This dragon head was green and gave off endless thunder. The moment it appeared, it gave off a roar unique to the ancient thunder dragon. Roar. Wang Lin closed in with endless thunder, but the moment he got close, all the thunder around him collapsed. Even he was affected by the roar. He trembled violently, as if his body was going to explode. Then he coughed out blood and was thrown back. Disbelief filled his eyes. A complete ancient thunder dragon. Wang Lin retreated, and his expression was extremely gloomy. The giant dragon head struggled to come out of the vortex with a monstrous aura. Its body was more than 100,000 feet long, and each of its green scales contained thunder. After it charged out, it caused the space around it to collapse. It was as if it could destroy the world if its body moved. If it was just one ancient thunder dragon, Wang Lin wouldn't have been so shocked. However, after the first one, another one rushed out from the vortex. 2, 3, 4, until the 8th ancient thunder dragon appeared before Wang Lin. 8 ancient thunder dragons had appeared in this world. Every single ancient thunder dragon was powerful beyond imagination. Now that 8 had appeared, all thunder had to listen to their command. Ancient thunder dragons, kill this person. The head elder grinned as he pointed at Wang Lin. The 8 ancient thunder dragon rushed toward Wang Lin. These 8 ancient thunder dragons instantly closed in. Thunder had no effect on them because they were ancient thunder dragons. They were the strongest messengers of heaven, who were given the right to command thunder. At this moment, they instantly closed in on Wang Lin. The thunderous rumbles continued. Wang Lin let out a roar and grabbed one of the ancient thunder dragons. His body trembled as if he was hit by a million-pound carriage and immediately retreated as he coughed out blood. However, just after he retreated 3 steps, 2 more ancient thunder dragons rushed in. As the impact continued, Wang Lin continued to cough out blood. He couldn't stop, so he continued to be pushed back. However, just at this moment, 3 more ancient dragons came from behind him, trapping himself inside. The 8 ancient thunder dragons all rushed at him at the same time. A life and death crisis appeared in Wang Lin's mind. His face was pale, but his expression was filled with madness. His whole body was a bloody mess, and he couldn't control the thunder in his body at all. The power of the ancient thunder dragons was far beyond his imagination. They were far stronger than the one he devoured back then. This is an ancient thunder dragon. However, The ancient thunder dragons are already extinct, so these 8 aren't real, but formed from souls. Nevertheless, if these 8 dragons explode at the same time, they will kill me instantly. Even my ancient god body can't withstand it due to the limitation of my stars. However, it is because I devoured half an ancient thunder dragon's soul that I gained the chance to create thunder essence. If I can devour these 8 ancient thunder dragons, then my power of thunder will increase greatly. Wang Lin's injuries were getting worse as the bombardment continued. His origin soul was on the verge of collapse, and his body was at its limit. What to do? Soul. Although these ancient dragons were strong when they were alive, now they are only souls. I need a chance. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he faced the bombardment, and his eyes revealed a strange light. He no longer retreated, but let out a roar at the 8 ancient thunder dragons that was no weaker than theirs. Roar. A vortex appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows, and his origin soul extended out in the form of the ancient thunder dragon. He let out a roar that matched theirs. His roar was heaven-shattering. As it spread out, the surrounding 8 ancient thunder dragons couldn't help but pause for a moment. Soul Lasher. At this moment, there was a flash of light around Wang Lin. The mysterious whip that had accompanied him for countless years suddenly appeared. After the Soul Lasher had fused with Wang Lin's Dao, it could be big or small. It wrapped around Wang Lin and whipped toward the 8 ancient thunder dragons. Chapter 1352, Battle at the Scatter Thunder Clan. 6. The moment the Soul Lasher appeared, the head elder's eyes widened as he looked at the whip. There was a flash of shock in his eyes. This is... No, the aura is different, it only looks similar. The Soul Lasher extended to 100,000 feet, and popping sounds echoed as all 8 ancient thunder dragons were hit by the whip. They let out painful roars and were about to charge once more when Wang Lin grabbed the whip and began lashing out like crazy. The Soul Lasher came from planet Suzuka and specialized in damaging the origin soul. No matter your cultivation level, as long as you were in soul form, you would have to despair before this whip. It was impossible to escape it. Even the heavenly ghost was unable to escape. It would be caught trembling. At this moment, Wang Lin held it and whipped nonstop. The 8 ancient thunder dragons roared intensely, but were unexpectedly unable to get close. They were pushed back by the whip. As they retreated, the parts where the 8 ancient thunder dragons were hit by the whip seemed to burn and showed signs of melting. Wang Lin was spirited, and without thinking, he poured his cultivation into the Soul Lasher. The whip gave off a ghostly glow and golden light came from the broken part of the whip. When the head elder saw the golden light, his expression changed greatly. There was even a trace of fear in his eyes. This golden light. Could this item really be? Impossible. That whip was taken away. How could it be in his hands? It's impossible. I want to see what this imitation whip can do. Ancient thunder dragon, devour for me. The head elder stared at the whip, and his hands formed a seal as he spat out blood once more. The blood spread to the 8 ancient thunder dragons, and they let out violent roars. They no longer retreated, but charged forward. Wang Lin took a step forward and quickly moved the Soul Lasher in his hand. A thrilling battle began between him and the ancient thunder dragons. The ghostly light from the whip lessened and was gradually being replaced by the golden light coming from the broken parts. A moment later, the 8 ancient thunder dragons seemed to go crazy as they gave up on Wang Lin and charged at the whip. The head elder had a hideous expression as he stared at the Soul Lasher and yelled, "Ancient thunder dragons, explode, explode, explode." As the head elder roared, the 8 ancient thunder dragons trembled, and one of the dragon's body began to rumble. The sound of the thunderous rumble was impossible to describe, and thunder scattered from its body, forming a thunderstorm. It wasn't just one ancient thunder dragon exploding, but in a short period of time, 8 ancient thunder dragons had exploded. The 8 thunderstorms spread out. They were powerful enough to destroy all life within a star domain. The storms charged directly at Wang Lin. At this moment of danger, the Soul Lasher in Wang Lin's hand lashed out like crazy, but the storm was too strong. For the first time, the Soul Lasher was not strong enough. Countless cracks appeared on the whip, and as popping sounds echoed, the tip collapsed. Wang Lin's body was covered in blood. At this moment, the head elder relaxed a bit, as if he had confirmed that the whip wasn't what he expected. As he relaxed, killing intent filled him once more as he rushed forward. He was going to cooperate with the thunderstorm to kill Wang Lin. Die for this old man. The head elder instantly closed in with a grin. He raised his hand and was about to slam down. However, just at this moment, a shocking change occurred. Wang Lin struggled inside the storm formed by the 8 ancient thunder dragons. His ancient god body was about to collapse, and his origin soul was seriously injured. His eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a sigh. At this cultivation level, he wasn't strong enough to fight a fifth Heaven's Blight cultivator. He was about to activate the charm to head to the 7 million worlds when shock filled his eyes. A glaring ray of golden light came from the collapsed soul lasher, and in an instant, even more golden light spread out. This golden light contained an indescribable aura, and even the ancient thunder dragons inside the storm seemed to pause. Even the world seemed to stop, making it seem as if someone had used the stop spell. All sounds seemed to disappear from this world, and all the rumbling from the thunder disappeared. Everything beside the golden light and the aura from the whip seemed to disappear. Inside the golden light, the 100,000-foot soul lasher shrank and continued to silently collapse. As layers fell off, the golden light coming from it became even more dense. In just a moment, the 100,000-foot soul lasher shrank until it was only 10 feet long. The last piece of leather on the whip was torn off. Then a shocking change occurred to the whip. At a glance, it didn't look like a whip, but a ray of light. A ray of golden light. It was as if someone had extracted light from the world using a powerful spell and condensed it into this 10-foot-long golden thread. An indescribable pressure came from the golden thread. Wang Lin was holding this golden line. At this moment, his mind trembled and he had an illusion that he was holding millions of souls in this hand. These souls and light were fused together with a strange spell to form the Soul Lasher, which was specialized in damaging souls. A sense of enlightenment vaguely appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin held the 100-foot golden line and gently waved. The golden line twisted like a snake and whipped toward the storm formed by the ancient thunder dragons. The moment the golden line whipped out, it extended indefinitely. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet. This golden line extended endlessly and directly cut through the thunderstorm surrounding Wang Lin. The thunderstorm rumbled and immediately collapsed. As it collapsed, the souls of the 8 ancient thunder dragons were split in half, and they let out mournful cries. They began to dissipate and were about to return to the ancient thunder realm that had disappeared a long time ago. The head elder's eyes were filled with monstrous terror. The moment the golden line appeared, he rapidly retreated but was still hit by it. He immediately coughed out blood as he quickly retreated, and he exclaimed, This. The million-world soul-sealing whip was taken away back then. It should never have reappeared in this world. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? Why do you have the treasure of the leader of that group cultivators that helped the ancestor back then? The terror in the head elder's heart reached a limit. He had personally seen that whip before. Back when the ancestor was still around, he was only a soul formation cultivator. He personally saw the leader of that group of cultivators wield that whip. With one wave, the world collapsed and time seemed to reverse. A giant rift appeared in the world, and within that collapse, the 7 million worlds appeared. He also saw that cultivator wave the whip a second time, which opened the void, and from the darkness, the whip took countless creatures. These creatures were put into the 7 million worlds. They were the first residents of the 7 million worlds. He also saw that when that cultivator took out those creatures, an angry roar came from the void. Then a terrifying aura that he still remembered well came out from the void. A illusory figure rushed out with the roar. However, that figure that terrified him collapsed when the mysterious cultivator whipped a third time. They already left. They took the whip and left. Why did the treasure of their chief reappear once more, and in his hands? Unless this is the ancestor's spirit at work, sending this person here to give me the million worlds soul-sealing whip. The head elder was filled with endless greed. Wang Lin had no time to think about what the head elder was thinking. At this moment, his eyes released a strange light. His heart pounded as looked at the 8 torn-apart ancient thunder dragon souls that were being pulled back. These are ancient thunder dragons. Although they are only souls, they are still real ancient thunder dragons. Back then, I only devoured half of one. I can't give up this opportunity. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. The souls were about to dissipate, and once they disappeared, he would never have such a chance again. At this moment, he couldn't bear to think about anything else, and a vortex appeared between his eyebrows. His origin soul rushed out of it. His origin soul was an ancient thunder dragon, but at this moment, it expanded greatly like boundless fog. Wang Lin was only able to devour half of that ancient thunder dragon because back in planet Suzaku, Wang Lin had become a soul devourer. A soul devourer could devour any soul in the world. Although Wang Lin hadn't used its power in a long time, today he would use it once more. Devour, 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 devour these 8 ancient thunder dragons. Devour them, and my power of thunder will increase greatly. Wang Lin's mind gave off this maddening will. His origin soul moved under his command and began devouring. The ancient thunder dragon souls that were about to dissipate trembled, and a portion of them were devoured by Wang Lin. At this instant, Wang Lin's origin soul surged like crazy and thunder rumbled. His power of thunder had never increased like it did now. This scene caused the head elder to become gobsmacked, and his eyes widened with disbelief. He could have never dreamed that Wang Lin would dare to could devour ancient thunder dragons. How can this be possible? Chapter 1353, Battle at the Scatter Thunder Clan. 7. The 8 ancient thunder dragon souls were torn into pieces and were rapidly dissipating. However, as Wang Lin inhaled, 30% of them were absorbed by him. The moment the ancient thunder dragon origin souls entered his origin soul, the thunder inside his origin soul surged. The thunder inside his body roared and turned into silver snakes 100 feet wide and 1,000 feet long. The popping sounds that they emitted sounded like whips lashing at the sky. An indescribable thunder might came from Wang Lin's origin soul. It was heaven-shattering. All lightning, all thunder, and everything related to thunder formed rapidly inside Wang Lin. He seemed to vaguely grasp something, but everything was still a bit blurry. The thunder essence hidden inside his origin soul began to expand like crazy. It was like a beating heart, and every time it beat, the thunder essence would grow, giving birth to more essence energy. What was even more shocking was Wang Lin's origin soul. When he devoured half an ancient thunder dragon in the demon spirit land, his origin soul turned into that of an ancient thunder dragon. Then, over the years, it gradually transformed and formed thunder essence. His origin soul was now almost a bolt of thunder. However, this was still almost. His origin soul hadn't really become a bolt of thunder. Right now his origin soul began to change rapidly. It was constantly evolving to become a true bolt of thunder. The ancient thunder dragons he had devoured were causing his origin soul to move toward completion. Before this, even though his origin soul was on the same level as the eternal thunderbolt in the Scatter Thunder clan, he was only on the same level. There were still differences in strength within the same level. However, all of this was rapidly changing. Wang Lin's understanding of thunder was being confirmed tens of thousands of times. His origin soul let out a roar as it turned into a soul devourer and inhaled once more. The world changed colors, space trembled, and countless spatial cracks appeared. All the remaining ancient thunder dragon souls were inhaled into Wang Lin's origin soul. At this instant, Wang Lin's origin soul moved like crazy and condensed from its fog form. A terrifying power of thunder essence came out of his origin soul. The moment this aura appeared, the thunder lake around the Scatter Thunder clan retreated and surrendered. As the aura spread, the eternal thunderbolt in the holy land of the Scatter Thunder clan let out a heaven-shattering roar for the first time since the battle began. This roar seemed to come from ancient times and seemed to carry an indescribable pressure. This roar was like a challenge issued by the eternal thunderbolt after it detected something that could threaten it. As Wang Lin's origin soul shrank, his thunder essence aura spread out. In an instant, blinding thunder came out of it. As his origin soul continued to shrink, the fog disappeared, and a giant thunder tattoo appeared from within the fog. The moment the thunder tattoo appeared, a pressure no weaker than that of the eternal thunderbolt spread out. The world trembled and space itself collapsed, and the rumbling of thunder was heaven-shaking. The spiritual thunder rotated rapidly around the thunder, forming this thunder tattoo. Although this sounds slow, it all happened in almost an instant. The head elder was stunned at this sudden change. He had never heard of anyone being able to devour ancient thunder dragons. However, a powerful sense of crisis erupted in his heart. He vaguely felt like something bad was happening. The roar that came from the eternal thunderbolt seemed to be rushing the head elder. I can't let him continue. I must stop him, or else it will be a disaster for my Scatter Thunder clan. The head elder had a hideous expression, and he became sober. He let out a roar as he rushed toward Wang Lin. However, just as he closed in, the thunder tattoo formed by Wang Lin's origin soul retreated and landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. His origin soul returned to his body, and a rumble came from within him. Every fiber of his muscles, every inch of his bones, and even his internal organs were filled with the power of thunder. It was as if he had reincarnated into thunder. The thunder mark flashed in his right eye, and the essence thunder appeared. It was 10 times stronger than before. As the head elder closed in, Wang Lin waved his right hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy from all directions. A fine net made of thunder appeared around Wang Lin. This thunder net contained Wang Lin's will and couldn't be broken unless he was facing a thunder cultivator who could compete with Wang Lin in terms of thunder essence. Otherwise, there was no chance. As he waved his hand, more and more thunder nets appeared, forming layer after layer. Soon, 10 layers, 100 layers, 1,000 layers, 10,000 layers, 70,000 layers. The head elder suddenly closed in with his hand reached forward, displaying his fifth heaven's blight cultivation. He ripped apart tens of thousands of layers of this thunder net, but they instantly recovered. Right now I need to find a safe place to go into closed-door cultivation and devour this. I can't continue my battle with this person. Wang Lin quickly retreated, and the charm leading to the 7 million worlds appeared in his left hand. Seeing Wang Lin retreat, the head elder seemed to have gone crazy, and the sense of danger in his heart became stronger and stronger. I can't let him escape. The head elder coughed out blood and turned into a bolt of blood thunder. The mark between his eyebrows flashed, and thunder gathered in that bolt of blood thunder. The blood thunderbolt struck down on the thunder net. Thunderous rumbles echoed across world, and 60,000 of the 70,000 layers of thunder net instantly collapsed. However, just as the head elder was going to rush in, the 60,000 layers instantly recovered. The head elder's entire cultivation was thunder-based, and in this battle against Wang Lin, he held the advantage at the start. However, Wang Lin's thunder essence had increased greatly, so he could not confront Wang Lin. If it was any other fifth heaven's blight cultivator, killing Wang Lin would be much simpler. However, this wasn't the case for the head elder. He and Wang Lin were both thunder cultivators, so they were competing in their control over thunder. At this moment, Wang Lin was retreating even faster, and the charm in Wang Lin's hand made him feel ill at ease. He didn't have too much time to think, and he revealed a decisive gaze. A fifth heaven's blight cultivator was certainly not only limited to what he had shown before. A fifth heaven's blight cultivator was the strongest power under the third step. After reaching this cultivation level, you were far stronger than fourth heaven's blight cultivators. However, the premise was to use the spell that was unique to fifth heaven's blight cultivators. Life spell. To sacrifice your own life and use your own vitality to use a spell that contained a hint of the third step. This was the real reason fifth heaven's blight cultivators were the strongest under the third step. The head elder had never had to use this before in any of his battles. He didn't have much vitality left, and had to keep his cultivation sealed so that the vitality would be drained more slowly. He had to struggle to survive long enough for that chance to enter the third step. However, he couldn't think about it too deeply now. Killing intent appeared in his eyes as his right hand pointed at the sky, and he shouted, "Sacrifice to the heavens. As a slave to the eternal thunderbolt that descended in my clan, I sacrifice 500 years of my life in exchange for a divine body. I request the holy thunder to descend on my body and turn into the invincible chaos thunder." The head elder's voice contained a strange tone. After he spoke, his mark released a blazing glow. A giant compass vaguely appeared in the world. This compass was boundless, and one could easily see it by looking up. Even if one was outside the Scatter Thunder clan, they would still clearly see it. This compass contained an ancient aura, and it was damaged in many places, as if it had almost collapsed in a great war. However, when it appeared, a powerful pressure descended. This pressure was very strong. The moment it appeared, it caused the 70,000 layers of thunder around Wang Lin to give off a sound that made them seem like they were at their limit. Wang Lin's expression also changed as he stared at the compass, and his expression became serious. His right hand holding the charm also slowed down. He wanted to see what this mysterious compass was and how powerful a fifth heaven's blight cultivator spell was. After the compass appeared, it silently rotated. As it rotated, time seemed to pass and the world fast-forwarded countless years. The head elder's face turned pale as if a portion of his soul was cut off. Death aura filled his face, but the death aura instantly dissipated. When that disappeared, so did the large compass. It was as if the compass had absorbed enough vitality and had disappeared. After it vanished, a bolt of thunder seemed to break off from the eternal thunderbolt at the Holy Land and shot toward the battlefield. In an instant, the portion of the eternal thunderbolt suddenly arrived. As the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder roared, the thunder descended on Wang Lin's 70,000 layers of thunder-like divine retribution. The resulting thunderous rumble was heaven shaking, and the 70,000 layers of thunder collapsed instantly. Even though they recovered instantly, they instantly collapsed once more, and a powerful thunder might descended. Wang Lin's pupils shrank, and he didn't hesitate to crush the jade as the eternal thunder closed in. A black vortex suddenly appeared behind Wang Lin. He took a step back and instantly disappeared. The eternal thunder chased into the vortex. The head elder hesitated for a bit, but seeing that the vortex was about to disappear, he didn't have too much time to think. He charged into the vortex. Chapter 1354, Seven Sword Chops the Heavenly Mountain 1. The moment Wang Lin entered the 7 million worlds through the charm, a net of light appeared before him. This net of light provided protection, allowing Wang Lin to retreat even faster. The eternal thunderbolt immediately slammed into the net of light, and a thunderous rumble echoed through the 7 million worlds. The net of light flickered rapidly and then collapsed. The moment the net collapsed, the tens of thousands of Scatter Thunder Clan members in the 7 million worlds all bled out from their orifices and died. Daoist Scattered Spirit had captured every Scatter Thunder Clan member here after Wang Lin left. He didn't kill them, but sealed them into the net of light to act as a shield. At this moment, this net of light collapsed, and all the Scatter Thunder Clan members here died. The Eternal Thunderbolt also trembled. The protection from the net was very powerful, causing the Eternal Thunderbolt to lose a lot of power. It was about to continue chasing Wang Lin when an illusory figure walked out. Daoist Scattered Spirit stepped out from the void with a mysterious gaze in his eyes, and his right hand grabbed the Eternal Thunderbolt. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Daoist Scattered Spirit's clothes fluttered, popping sounds came from his body, and he coughed out blood. However, he held on to the Eternal Thunderbolt. It continued to weaken, but still didn't collapse. Wang Lin stopped retreating and charged out. His right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch without hesitation. Thunder came out from his right eye, forming a net of thunder. Daoist Scattered Spirit let out a roar and squeezed it harder, causing the Eternal Thunderbolt to weaken even more. Then he let go, and at that moment, Wang Lin's punch and thunder landed on this piece of the Eternal Thunderbolt. A thunderous rumble echoed, and thanks to their combined attack, the Eternal Thunderbolt collapsed. A powerful shockwave caused Wang Lin and Daoist Scattered Spirit to retreat. All of this happened in an instant. As they retreated, the head elder appeared not far away. The moment he appeared, his expression changed. 7 million worlds. He immediately saw Daoist Scattered Spirit, and his pupils shrank a bit. Daoist Scattered Spirit looked at the head elder and slowly said, "Scatter Thunder Clan's head elder, do you still remember me?" The head elder had an extremely serious expression, and with his intelligence, he immediately understood everything. This Wang Lin wanted to lead him here, but feared his suspicion and began a battle. Then he escaped at a critical moment, so that he would chase him into the 7 million worlds, wanting to finish Wang Lin off. Once he entered the 7 million worlds, he would enter the other party's trap. However, his cultivation was heaven-shaking and was only second to third-step cultivators. Although he knew that Wang Lin must have been prepared, he didn't panic. He looked at Daoist Scattered Spirit and frowned slightly. "It's you. That ant from back then. If it wasn't for me letting you live, you would have died to the divine retribution." Although the head elder seemed to be unfazed, he was extremely shocked inside. He recognized this person and couldn't imagine how such a person could appear among the ants in the 7 million worlds and reach such a cultivation level. Yet no one in the Scatter Thunder Clan had found out about it before. This kind of thing was beyond his imagination, and he couldn't understand how it had happened. However, now that he discovered it, he had to kill this person. Daoist Scattered Spirit smiled. There was monstrous resentment in his eyes as he stared at the head elder and said, "I have lived to this day to break through this world and destroy the so-called celestial realm your Scatter Thunder Clan claims to be, and kill you." The head elder sneered and waved his hand. As he did so, removed forward and coldly said, "What nonsense. Even if the two of you join forces, you're not my match." With a wave of his hand, the world rumbled and endless thunder appeared before the head elder. It turned into countless balls of thunder that shot toward Wang Lin and Daoist Scattered Spirit. Daoist Scattered Spirit grinned and revealed a hint of excitement and madness. He had endured for countless years, suppressed for countless years, hidden for countless years, and today he would finally be able to let it all out. His hatred for the Celestial Realm and the Scatter Thunder Clan made him laugh loudly. "Today, I, Scattered Spirit, will get revenge for generations of my clan that died to yours. I want to kill the Celestial." He stepped forward, and his hands formed seals and swung to the side. "This old man has traveled the 7 million worlds over tens of thousands of years. I have circled the end of the world and have left behind footprints over all 7 million worlds. This allowed me to gain enlightenment in a self-created spell. 7 million celestial slaughter stamp." As Daoist Scattered Spirit's mournful voice rumbled, the 7 million worlds rumbled as if it was awakening. Countless illusions appeared around Daoist's scattered spirit. There were too many fragments. They were densely packed and spread as far as the eye could see. However, if you looked closely, you would find that they were exactly the same as the 7 million worlds here. This was Daoist's scattered spirit's great spell. He was extremely talented, and he had used his divine sense to imprint the 7 million worlds into his mind. Then, over the countless years, he refined this imprint so he could simulate the 7 million worlds. This was similar to when Wang Lin imprinted the sea and celestial door into his mind. However, what Daoist's scattered spirit had imprinted was the 7 million worlds he lived in. Even the edge of the world was imprinted in his mind. The moment this spell appeared, the world changed colors and the clouds scattered. The boundless fragments of the 7 million worlds formed a storm and surrounded the head elder. They immediately shrank to form a miniature 7 million worlds. Seal. Daoist's scattered spirit roared, and the fragments shrank, forming a giant seal. The head elder's expression changed. If it was just Daoist's scattered spirit, he wouldn't consider him a threat, but right now there was also Wang Lin, who he dreaded a lot. Although Wang Lin hadn't attacked, his gaze was like a blade locked onto the head elder. The head elder couldn't be distracted. His eyes were filled with decisiveness as he was about to use his 5th Heaven's Blight spell to kill both of them immediately. The thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he coughed out blood. His hands formed a seal, and the wind and rain world appeared around him to resist it. Daoist's scattered spirit's face also turned pale as he waved his sleeve and coughed out blood. The blood fused with the illusion 7 million worlds, and it began to shrink rapidly, getting ready to slaughter the head elder trapped within. The ripples from the thundercloud formation became even more intense when they confronted the shrinking 7 million worlds, resulting in a heaven-shattering rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the 7 million worlds illusion rapidly shrank, it collapsed, but it also created a powerful shockwave. This caused the thundercloud formation to become chaotic, and a large portion of it disintegrated. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he took a step forward. He raised his right hand and mercilessly pressed down. The moment his hand pressed down, the world in his eyes suddenly flipped. Heaven reversal stamp. Flip the sky to become the ground. Flip the stars to become the void. The entire world reversed, and the world in Wang Lin's pupils rotated. The heavens were reversed. At this moment, the illusion of a world appeared and reversed. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the head elder's expression changed greatly. He waved his hand, and thunder clouds appeared below and above him as he tried to hold on. Daoist's scattered spirit's eyes lit up, and he charged out at the head elder inside the reversed world. His hands formed a seal, and 971 marks appeared around him as he charged forward like crazy. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold with killing intent, and he raised his left hand. The war spirit print appeared in his mind, and he pushed forward. A huge palm print appeared and shot at the head elder. This palm print was like the heavens itself, and it contained endless power. It caused the pupils of the head elder to violently shrink. Chapter 1355, Seven Sword Chops the Heavenly Mountain 2. All of this happened in an instant. Daoist's scattered spirit's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he instantly closed in. The 971 marks all landed on the rumbling thunder clouds around the head elder. The clouds rumbled and immediately began to collapse. When they collapsed, there was nothing stopping the heaven reversal stamp from rotating the world, and it came crashing down. The head elder rapidly retreated, but was still hit by the force, and his face immediately turned pale. Just as he retreated, Wang Lin's war spirit print arrived with its unimaginable speed. It immediately collided with the head elder. A thunderous rumble echoed, and Daoist's scattered spirit seemed to go crazy. He closed in with the 971 marks and shot out with the war spirit print, releasing a heaven-shattering force. The head elder was thrown back by this thunderous rumble and coughed out blood. He was injured once more. His expression was hideous as he let out a roar and stopped his body. There was madness in his eyes as he hit his clan mark between his eyebrows. Thunder is split into 6 types: heavenly thunder, earth thunder, origin thunder, magnetic thunder, Dao thunder, and spiritual thunder. All types, appear for me, he roared. Then 6 bolts of thunder flew out from his clan mark. Heaven was the star, and the heavenly thunder was a cultivation planet. It was formed with a secret scatter thunderclan spell. Earth thunder was the innumerable dust and fragments of planets. It was refined and turned into thunder. Origin thunder was the most simple. A cultivator needed to gather origin energy like crazy until it shattered their origin soul. At that moment, a black hole that could absorb infinite origin energy would appear. This was the cost to create origin thunder. As for magnetic thunder, there were special areas in space that contained powerful magnetic force that made all treasures and spells useless. The Scatter Thunder clan used a unique method to give birth to a bolt of thunder every 3,000 years. This was magnetic thunder. Dao thunder was rare in the outer realm. The Scatter Thunder clan's ancestor had slaughtered into the inner realm and gathered the Dao intent of the inner realm cultivators. Then he refined it into Dao thunder. These 6 different types of thunder surrounded him and formed a giant vortex before him. He pushed this vortex and charged forward. When the War Spirit print collided with the vortex, crackling sounds echoed. Large amounts of cracks appeared on the palm, and then it collapsed. Daoist scattered spirits' marks were also no match, and were being pushed back. I want to see how you two will resist the 6 divine thunders my Scatter Thunder clan has collected. Die for me. After I kill the 2 of you, I'll kill the 100 million lives here to appease my anger. I'll wipe out most cultivators here to ensure my Scatter Thunder clan's safety. The head elder roared like crazy and pushed the 6 divine thunders forward. Wang Lin and Daoist scattered spirit constantly retreated. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he retreated, and he roared, "This is your 70% confidence." Daoist scattered spirit's expression was gloomy, and he didn't speak. However, he stopped retreating and his hand formed a seal. Then his eyes lit up, and he roared, "Avatar destruction spell. 971 avatars, collapse for me." After he spoke, the 971 marks gave off a shocking light, and a destructive aura spread out. They all began to explode. Almost 1,000 marks exploded at once, forming an indescribable destructive force, and it confronted the vortex formed by the 6 divine thunders. The resulting thunderous rumble ripped open the void and spread out in all directions. When the 2 collided, the 6 divine thunder vortex suddenly paused. This shockwave was too powerful, and it was no weaker than Daoist scattered spirit's self-destruction. The head elder coughed out blood, and the madness in his eyes became even stronger. Taking this moment of pause, Wang Lin no longer held back. Today's battle would end in either the death of the head elder or the death of Wang Lin. His right hand quickly pointed forward, and the illusions of 2 deer appeared. Then 10 million sword shadows rushed out and fell down like rain. At this instant, Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal, and then he waved it. Endless light appeared around him and quickly gathered around his body, forming a giant light silhouette. As Wang Lin used the light shadow shield, everything inside the 7 million worlds gave off light that broke through the void to gather on Wang Lin's body. This caused the light silhouette to grow and reach an unprecedented level. Just after he finished all of this, the 10 million sword shadows landed on the vortex, and all collapsed. The vortex closed in and landed on the light silhouette around Wang Lin. Wang Lin coughed out blood, and the light silhouette trembled violently, almost collapsing. However, a large part of the 6 divine thunders' power was reflected at the head elder. The head elder cloud coughed out blood once more, and his face turned extremely pale. Just at this moment, Daoist scattered spirit suddenly walked out. His hands formed a seal, and his body began to emit a monstrous flame as if his was burning. He chose to burn the origin energy in his body and charge at the head elder like a meteor. But the head elder was too strong. He turned around and controlled the 6 divine thunder vortex to attack Wang Lin, and his other hand turned into a thunder arm to confront Daoist scattered spirit. However, both Wang Lin and Daoist scattered spirit were extremely powerful. With them working together, and the head elder being injured, it was difficult for a winner to be decided quickly. He isn't injured enough. If we can injure him once more, I can kill him. Daoist scattered spirit roared. This was already the critical moment, and he no longer cared if the head elder hurt him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The light silhouette around him was about to collapse, and once it broke, he would have no protection. This would mean his defeat in this battle. It was too late to think now. Wang Lin revealed a decisive gaze, and with a thought, the wind and rain world activated. I'll trust you once more. Wang Lin revealed a decisive gaze. It was not easy to injure the head elder, as the head elder's spells were too strong. He could hold off both of them and not be at a disadvantage. Then there was also the spells he could use by sacrificing his life, which was filled with endless possibilities. If it was outside the 7 million worlds, and the head elder was willing to sacrifice 1,000 years of life, Wang Lin would certainly not be his match. In order to injure him now, I must use Joss Flames. Joss Flames are poisonous and are useless to me, but they can be used to kill. Wang Lin quickly thought of this and activated the wind and rain world. His divine sense spread out, and a mighty voice echoed within the wind and rain world. All those killed by me, worship me and become my disciples. At the expense of your souls, dedicate yourselves to Joss flames. Gather it for me. As Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, large amounts of Joss flames appeared from the heads of the countless souls inside the rain and wind world. A lot of souls collapsed. They sacrificed themselves to send out Joss flames. Those with high cultivation levels gave off a large amount of Joss flames, but none of them could compare to the ancient celestial concubine. The Joss flames she gave off was 1/3 of the total Joss flames. These Joss flames were gathered from the wind and rain world by Wang Lin, and he condensed them into a ball. The Joss flames inside rotated like crazy, and an endless pressure spread out. As the pressure spread out, the head elder's pupils shrank and became filled with disbelief. During this battle, Wang Lin had surprised him many times, but the moment he saw this small ball, he was shaken. Joss flames. You actually have Joss flames. Wang Lin knew time was of the essence. As the Joss flames gathered, killing intent appeared in his eyes, and he threw it forward. The ball of Joss flames charged forward, and when it touched the vortex of 6 divine thunders, it suddenly collapsed. The power of Joss flames was the power that third-step cultivators controlled. The moment it collapsed, the world trembled, layers of space disintegrated, and the 6 divine thunders shook violently. A large majority of the Joss flames ball dissipated, but just as it dissipated, Wang Lin sent out a crazed will inside the wind and rain world. Destroy the souls, offered Joss flames. As his voice echoed, large amounts of souls in the wind and rain world exploded and died. They turned into large amounts of Joss flames and bombarded the head elder. The vortex formed by the 6 divine thunders collapsed, and the remaining Joss flames charged at the head elder. At the same time, Daoist scattered spirits' attack became even more intense. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world as the head elder coughed out blood multiple times. A thunder armor had unknowingly appeared around him. His body was pushed back and his eyes became unfocused and bloodshot. There was madness in his eyes. I sacrifice my vitality to summon the eternal thunderbolt of my clan to descend on the 7 million worlds and punish all living beings. As he roared, outside the 7 million worlds, the eternal thunderbolt in the Holy Land suddenly moved. The entire thunderbolt seemed to awaken and then left the Holy Land. It broke through the void and charged for the 7 million world. What comes next is what I said I was 70% confident about. Daoist scattered spirit took a deep breath and sat down. There was sorrow in his eyes, but also determination. 7 million worlds, 100 million life formation, activate. Chapter 1356, 7 Sword Chops the Heavenly Mountain, 3. Daoist scattered spirit's eyes were filled with sorrow as if he didn't want to activate this formation, but he had to. He had never forced anyone. His Tao teachings had spread over the countless years to cultivators and morals. The world we are in is false. The celestial realm that we have been told of is false. We need to break open the world together to see the truth, to walk out of this world and become real people. This is my Tao. The 7 million worlds, 100 million life formation used the lives of the 100 million people in the 7 million worlds as the root. As Master Scatter Thunder's words echoed, people left their houses across the mortal cities of the 7 million worlds. There were young and old, male and female, they all walked out and sat down. They couldn't use spells, but a powerful will filled their minds. The wood to break through the world. We are not ants. We are not livestock. We don't want to be captives. We want to break the heavens, break out of this world, and break the celestial realm. I'm willing to give my life so that the future generations can have a bright future. The cultivators of the 7 million worlds all walked out from their respective sections. They looked at the sky with determination before sitting down and releasing even more powerful will. We are not dumb cultivators. We are not cultivators that would allow others to destroy us with divine retribution. We have flesh and blood. We have joy and sorrow. Cultivating to be a celestial is the grand Tao, and we want to rise to the celestial realm. However, this celestial realm is fake, so we'll destroy the celestial realm and become celestials ourselves. Countless peak soul formation cultivators who had their cultivation sealed by Daoist scattered spirit so they wouldn't attract divine retribution walked out from their hiding places. They looked at the sky with a vicious gazes, and their willpower erupted. We are humans, not random livestock to be slaughtered. We are cultivators, not things to be used by the celestial realm to collect spiritual thunder. The celestial realm will collapse, and the world will shatter. We want to walk out of the cage. The thoughts of every living being surged in their minds and gathered to form an indescribable storm. This storm was the resistance of the 7 million worlds after being suppressed for countless years. It was the unwillingness of the 7 million worlds being amplified countless fold. This power was invincible. Even the heavenly Tao would be shaking before this power. This was the rebellion of ants. This was a heaven-defying will that shocked even Wang Lin. This was not the heaven-defying will of one person, but the defying wills of countless living beings in the 7 million worlds. I used the flesh and blood of my 7 million worlds to open this seal that prevents any external forces from entering. Daoist scattered spirit's mighty voice spread to every corner of the 7 million worlds. As his voice echoed, his power suddenly increased and became stronger and stronger, forming a powerful storm. This storm was extremely powerful, and it was something Wang Lin had never seen before in his life. It was impossible to see it with one's eyes, but if one checked with their divine sense, the storm was like a sun giving off a heaven-shattering power. This storm was formed by the will and life of every person in the 7 million worlds, and it was everywhere. This storm formed a giant wall that prevented any external force from entering. All of this sounds slow, but it happened in an instant. The moment the storm of will and life formed, the eternal thunderbolt from the Scatter Thunder clan broke through the void and arrived. It crashed into the storm in an attempt to break in. A thunderous rumble echoed, shocking the entire world. The storm began to tremble and roars filled with reluctance echoed inside it. These were the roars of the countless cultivators and millions of mortals. The roars fused together into a sound that could confront heaven itself. Wang Lin was stunned while looking at everything before him, and his mind trembled from the roar. His soul seemed to resonate with the roar, and he felt as if he was being baptized. The confirmation of his Tao became more clear. The eternal thunderbolt didn't break the storm the first time, and the storm became even stronger. The roar of millions of people erupted at the same time. Under the pressure of this force, the eternal thunderbolt was forced back several thousand feet. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The eternal thunderbolt flashed and seemed to connect with heaven itself. It immediately descended once more. This shocking scene caused the head elder's eyes to be filled with fear. For the first time, he was scared. It never occurred to him that such a shocking thing could happen in the 7 million worlds. Not only him, not even the Scatter Thunder clan's first ancestor could have imagined something like this would happen. Mad, you've all gone mad. All the cultivators in the 7 million worlds have gone mad. Even all the mortals have also all gone mad. The eternal thunderbolt arrived outside the storm surrounding the 7 million worlds. It descended on the storm a second time. The storm rumbled and countless mortals in the 7 million worlds coughed out blood and fell, but even more people walked out to replace the fallen. Some mortals struggled to get up. Even if blood was gushing out from their mouths, they were still going to give all their strength. The cultivators also coughed out blood, but they were releasing even more will than the mortals, so they suffered even more injuries. Some cultivators' bodies exploded, but the rest didn't give up. Even if they died, they were still willing to continue. They had no path of retreat. Master Scatter Spirit's eyes were filled with endless sorrow as he sat down and closed his eyes. As he closed his eyes, he seemed to dissipate from the world and then became part of the 7 million worlds. At this instant, a large amount of light came from Daoist's scattered spirit. He became the center of the 7 million world storm and became even more powerful. It was as if the formation had gained a formation spirit. The storm roared. No matter how much the eternal thunderbolt bombarded it, the storm didn't move. A crystal sword began to condense inside this storm. The moment it appeared, the world trembled and it floated above Daoist's scattered spirit. This sword was 7 feet long and 3 inches wide. It was bright and gave off a dazzling glow. Fellow cultivator, this old man has used the lives of the 7 million worlds and the world itself to create this formation. It will seal this world and at the same time condense this heaven-chopping sword. Take this sword and chop down 7 strikes to kill the head elder. This is where my 70% confidence comes from. The 7-foot sword flashed and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his hand, and the sword flew into his grasp. Holding the sword, Wang Lin could clearly feel the unimaginable madness inside it. This aura was filled with unwillingness and the intent to break through the world. What was this sword? This was clearly the hope of all life in the 7 million worlds. All of this happened in a short period of time. The expression of the head elder changed greatly. He looked at the 7-foot sword, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Arrogant. You're nothing more than the 7 million worlds. He grinned as he stepped forward toward Wang Lin with this right hand raised, and a thunderous rumble echoed. Wang Lin silently pondered as if he didn't see the head elder closing in. The endless thunder instantly closed in, forming countless balls of thunder. They were about to crash into Wang Lin, and even the head elder was less than 100 feet away. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head as he gripped the 7-foot sword and chopped down. The world trembled, and a blinding light appeared. This light covered the world and seemed to absorb all other light. It was like the first ray of sword light that appeared at the beginning of time. One sword chopped to shake the heavens. There was no sword energy, but countless roars that could shatter bones echoed. The moment the sword fell, countless people died in the 7 million worlds. However, all of their deaths were willing, and they turned into an indescribable force that rushed out from the sword. The countless roars were inside the sword light, charging at the head elder. The thunder he had created collapsed in an instant without any chance to resist. The head elder's mind trembled violently, and he quickly retreated. The thunder armor around him expanded to block before him. The first sword strike collided with the thunder armor. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed, and a mournful cry came from inside the light. The head elder's eyes were filled with disbelief, and a strong sense of fear appeared in his eyes. This thunder armor was refined by the third-step ancestor of the Scatter Thunder clan and was able to resist Wang Lin's Joss flames. However, when the sword strike landed, he coughed out blood, and he was thrown back 10,000 feet. The sword light disappeared, and the first strike was over. The head elder's eyes were filled with monstrous fear. His body trembled, and crackling sounds came from the thunder armor. Then a large amount of cracks appeared on it. Then, with a bang, the treasure that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years shattered into countless fragments. A deep wound appeared on the head elder's chest. It was a bloody wound, and his face was extremely pale. He coughed out another mouthful of blood and didn't hesitate to retreat, staggering as he did so. Chapter 1357, 7 Sword Chops the Heavenly Mountain 4. The head elder was completely shaken by the power of that sword. He was extremely frightened. That sword strike would have been enough to destroy him completely, if not for the thunder armor. Not even his origin soul would have a chance to escape before it could be destroyed by that strike. What kind of sword is this? Not even the eternal thunder armor can resist it. And I was seriously injured. The head elder's face was pale and filled with horror. The eternal thunder armor was one of the 3 major treasures of the Scatter Thunder clan, and it was far stronger than the Thunder Slaughter Mirror. It was refined by the Scatter Thunder clan's third-step ancestor and was passed down for generations, protecting the Scatter Thunder clan. Only people at the 5th Heaven's Blight could use this armor. Even when facing third-step cultivators, this armor would allow them to survive for a bit. However, the armor was destroyed in one hit, which made the head elder's scalp go numb. He was about to retreat when a flash of cold light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He slowly raised the 7-foot sword. Although this strike was extremely powerful, Wang Lin clearly felt countless people in the 7 million worlds die. This strike came at the cost of countless people willingly giving up their lives. This sword was heavy, very heavy. Seeing Wang Lin raise his arm, the head elder's pupils shrank like crazy. His hand formed a seal and pointed to the sky as he roared like crazy. Eternal Thunderbolt, break this storm and descend. As he roared, he hit his clan mark and released all the power in his clan mark to summon the Eternal Thunderbolt in here. He had a feeling that he would only have a chance to survive if the Eternal Thunderbolt could get inside. Otherwise, he would without a doubt die today. He had never before felt such a powerful sense of a life and death crisis. He let out an almost crazy roar as the thunder outside the storm raged several times stronger and began bombarding the storm. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Every time the thunder bombardment landed, the storm would tremble and countless would die. Wang Lin ignored what was happening outside as he raised the sword in his hand while staring at the head elder. The second sword strike chopped down. The ray of sword energy shot out, containing the souls of countless lives, and it was filled with a monstrous killing intent. The indescribable sword energy rushed toward the head elder. The head elder roared, "Eternal Thunderbolt, descend, descend, descend." The clan mark between his eyebrows split in half, and a shocking force surrounded him. At the same time, his roar seemed to be heard by the Eternal Thunderbolt outside the storm. The Eternal Thunderbolt seemed to use some unknown method to instantly expand several-fold into a bolt of thunder 10,000 feet thick and descended on the storm. This storm shook violently, and people continued to die inside the 7 million worlds. Even the second strike Wang Lin was preparing was affected as large amounts of the power had dissipated before reaching the head elder. Daoist scattered spirit formed a seal and pointed at his chest. He coughed out blood and seemed to weaken, but a powerful force came from the 7 million worlds. This power came from the mountains, rivers, the earth, the grass, and all beasts. the power infused into the storm to prevent the eternal thunderbolt from breaking through. The head elder retreated with a miserable scream and coughed out 6 mouthfuls of blood. The protection he had formed with his clan mark collapsed, and a wound appeared on his chest once more. The wound was deep enough for his bones to be visible. If that was all, it wouldn't show the might of this sword energy. The 2 wounds from the first 2 strikes were filled with countless souls of the 7 million worlds. They turned into mournful souls that began devouring at the wounds, causing black gas to come out of them. If it wasn't for the eternal thunderbolt using its might to disrupt the storm to dissipate 70% of the force, there would have been no way for the head elder to escape. However, in spite of this, the head elder was still seriously injured. Intense pain could make one mad, and despair could make one crazy. At this moment, this was what the head elder was experiencing. The pain from the countless souls devouring him filled his body, and despair filled his mind when he found that not even the eternal thunderbolt could break it. How could he escape? When the madness filled him, he stopped running. His hands formed a seal, and he waved his hand as he roared. No one can kill this old man. I sacrificed 3,000 years of my life to awaken my thunder mark, and use my 3rd step ancestor spell. Yin and Yang eternal thunder, appear for me. After the head elder roared, his face turned even more pale, and 3,000 years of lifespan dissipated. An extremely powerful force gathered before him. This force suddenly rotated him before him, and then formed a Yin and Yang symbol. The Yin and Yang symbol rotated until it turned into a vortex, and thunderous rumbles came from within the vortex. A pressure beyond 2nd step cultivators suddenly appeared from within the Yin and Yang symbol. Yin and Yang eternal thunder, kill this person, the head elder roared, and the Yin and Yang symbols suddenly split in half. The Yin thunder that destroyed the soul, and the Yang thunder that destroyed the body fused together to form the Yin and Yang eternal thunderbolt. As the thunder rushed toward Wang Lin raised his right hand and mercilessly chopped down a 3rd time. The sword energy was dazzling and contained countless souls of the 7 million worlds. The mournful cries of countless souls echoed as the sword energy collided with the Yin and Yang eternal thunderbolt. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Wang Lin coughed out blood before retreating a few steps. He revealed a fierce expression as he charged forward and chopped down the 4th time. Although the Yin and Yang eternal thunderbolt was strong, it was no match for the souls of the 7 million worlds. The Yin and Yang eternal thunderbolt collapsed, and the shockwave landed on the head elder's body. He coughed out blood, and his face became extremely pale. A 3rd wound appeared on his chest, and his internal organs began to collapse. Countless souls rushed into his body and began to devour him. The intense pain caused the head elder to almost go crazy. He ignored his serious injuries and charged toward Wang Lin. Even if I die, this old man will drag you into the reincarnation cycle with me. However, just as he rushed forward, Wang Lin's 4th chop descended. It was filled with the hatred of the people of the 7 million worlds toward the Scatter Thunder clan. At this instant, Wang Lin's right hand moved, and he didn't hesitate to chop a 5th time. The 2 rays of sword energy flew one after another, almost forming a wave. Inside them were the mournful screams of countless souls. The head elder was already crazy from the pain. He no longer cared about his lifespan and waved his hand. I sacrificed 10,000 years of my life and collapsed my 3rd step thunder essence inheritance to use my countless Scatter clan members as Joss flames to activate my Scatter Thunder clan's Big Dipper spell. The head elder's roar was heaven-shaking, and he immediately sacrificed 10,000 years of his lifespan. The Big Dipper spell was the Scatter Thunder clan's most powerful spell. The Big Dipper spell borrowed the power of the stars and turned into 9 killing stars. The space before the head elder distorted and shined brightly as 9 stars appeared in a formation. One look would make you feel as if your mind was being sucked in. The 9 stars gave off a demonic light and quickly flew out to resist Wang Lin's 4th and 5th rays of sword energy. A thunderous rumble quickly spread out when the rays of sword energy collided with the 9 killing stars of the Scatter Thunder clan's #1 spell, Big Dipper. The intense rumble echoed as if space itself was collapsing. This tearing force spread out across the 7 million worlds. The square the Scatter Thunder clan controlled at the center rumbled and was torn into countless fragments. As the rumble echoed, the Big Dipper map trembled and was torn into pieces. The 9 killing stars all shattered and dissipated. The head elder's body was a bloody mess and his legs exploded, leaving only his upper body. An indescribable fear washed over him and awakened him from his madness. He anxiously retreated, his hands forming seals as he did so. The flesh on his lower body moved, and he rapidly recovered. This person has the Million World Soul Sealing Whip, so I can't escape with my origin soul. Wang Lin's body trembled when the fourth and fifth rays of sword energy dissipated. Countless lives were lost in the 7 million worlds, and he coughed out blood. His flesh and body collided nonstop. He suddenly looked up and stared at the head elder. Killing intent filled his eyes, and he roared, "If you don't die today, then I, Wang Lin, will not stop." As he roared, his eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed out once more. He raised the 7-foot sword and chopped down for the 6th time. The 6th ray of sword energy caused the world to tremble, and the edge of the 7 million worlds began to collapse, as if it couldn't handle it anymore. Countless spatial cracks appeared, and even the 7 million worlds began to fragment. It was as if the 7 million worlds was about to collapse completely. Chapter 1358, 7 Sword Chops the Heavenly Mountain, 5. When the head elder saw this, he lost his wits. He retreated even faster, and the fear and terror in his eyes were things that had never appeared before in his life. If people of the ancient star system saw the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder, someone who wouldn't easily bow his head to third-step cultivators, acting like this, they would be filled with disbelief. As Wang Lin held the 7-foot sword, he could clearly feel that the 6th strike was far stronger than the 5th strike. There was also a sign of a monstrous resentment inside it. This resentment was extremely strong, so strong that even Wang Lin was shocked by it. He had gathered resentment before, but it was insignificant compared to this. The moment the 6th strike appeared, the world trembled and Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He clearly saw souls appear like threads out of the void. These souls were different from the ones before. They were filled with monstrous resentment. In an instant, endless amounts of resentful souls seemed to be summoned, and they appeared in the world. Those souls immediately revealed their figures. There were men and women, and they all revealed vicious gazes. They surrounded the 6th ray of sword energy and formed the heaven-shaking, ghostly 6th strike. This was a strike of resentment. It was formed by the resentful souls of all the cultivators that died to divine retribution in the 7 million worlds. Although they had died, their resentment still lingered. At the moment of their deaths, they realized everything. They resented the celestials. They resented the celestial realm. At this moment, the 6th strike awakened all those resentful souls that had gathered for countless years. They were going to devour the celestial and vent their resentment. When Wang Lin chopped down the 6th strike, the ray of sword energy charged at the head elder as if they had found an outlet for their grievance. The sword energy ray suddenly descended. The head elder didn't retreat much and didn't have time to use a spell. He was seriously injured and didn't have much vitality left. In a flash, he was surrounded by the resentful souls. The head elder roared miserably as the resentful souls surrounded him and devoured him like crazy. In a flash, his lower body that had just recovered was devoured completely. Even the broken bones were devoured. His upper body was surrounded by the endless resentful souls. His body was a bloody mess, and pain washed over him. His screams were extremely miserable as the resentful souls bit off his flesh. In an instant, the head elder's flesh and bones were devoured, leaving only his origin soul filled with thunder. However, even his origin soul was being devoured. Under this intense pain, the head elder had lost his mind. His painful roars echoed and thunder erupted from his body. He destroyed one resentful soul, but more would take its place. It was as if they would not give up until they devoured him. Die, 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 die for this old man. The head elder roared as the clan mark between his eyebrows shattered. This time it shattered completely, and a monstrous force spread out from his body and immediately destroyed all the resentful souls. The collapse of the clan mark was equivalent to the self-destruction of an inner realm cultivator. However, due to the unique nature of outer realm cultivators, after they shattered their clan mark, they wouldn't immediately die. Instead, they would gain great power and would live for a period of time. At this moment, the head elder's clan mark erupted and his power increased greatly. He formed a new body made of thunder and destroyed all the resentful souls. However, his eyes were delirious and red from madness as he charged at Wang Lin. Die, die, die. All of you are going to die. I sacrifice all my life, all my cultivation. This old man will use the 3-breath spell. All of you will die. The 3 breaths spell wasn't the Scatter Thunder clan's spell. It was left by those mysterious cultivators before they left. It could be considered a Dao spell. It could cause the enemy to lose all vitality in 3 breaths, but the cost was his life. No one who used this spell would survive, as it was a spell that used a life to exchange for a life. Even third-step cultivators would have a headache facing this Dao spell. This was the real reason why the Scatter Thunder clan could still be considered a great clan without a third-step cultivator. The head elder went crazy as he pointed at Wang Lin and let out a ferocious roar. 3-breath spell, die for me. In an instant, an unimaginable aura appeared in the 7 million world and gathered toward Wang Lin. This was the power of a Dao spell. Wang Lin's expression changed greatly. It was impossible to resist or break this power, and it instantly arrived. Wang Lin felt his vitality loosen, as if it was going to be extracted from his body. One breath passed by quickly. The gate from the Wind Celestial Realm appeared in Wang Lin's mind, and the Flowing Time spell activated. Flowing Time, reverse 1,000 years. As Flowing Time worked rapidly, Wang Lin waved the sword one last time. The Seventh Strike. The Seventh Strike was heaven-shaking. The long sword flew out of Wang Lin's hand and charged into void. The Seventh Strike was so strong that it caused space to collapse and the continents to shatter. A heaven-shaking roar spread across the entire 7 million worlds. The collapse of the 7 million worlds spread endlessly, and countless fragments collapsed. There were countless mortals and cultivators on those fragments, and they all willingly gave their everything. A sword strike that was infinitely close and even beyond a third-step cultivator suddenly appeared. If Daoist water were to face this strike, he would have to run. If it touched him, he would without a doubt die. No matter how much the head elder ran, he couldn't avoid it. The head elder coughed out a mouthful of essence origin energy, and the body he had just reformed with thunder exploded. His origin soul wasn't able to escape before the ray of sword energy pierced his origin soul. He let out a miserable cry, and his origin soul rapidly started dissipating. He quickly retreated. Seeing that he was about to die completely, his eyes widened, and he let out the last roar before his death. Eternal Holy Thunder, save me, save me. As his voice echoed, the eternal thunderbolt that was bombarding the storm suddenly stopped, as if it had sensed that its slave was about to die. The thunder rumbled violently and swelled into a bolt of divine thunder more than 100,000 feet long. It charged directly at the storm. The power of the eternal thunderbolt increased greatly and smashed down on the storm. The storm that had lasted until now suddenly collapsed. Cracks covered the storm. More and more cracks appeared until the storm collapsed and scattered in all directions. Daoist's scattered spirit coughed out blood and was forced out from being merged with the 7 million worlds. The eternal thunderbolt instantly charged into the 7 million worlds and arrived before the dying head elder. It collided with the unimaginable seventh strike. The ray of sword energy trembled and showed signs of collapse. However, the sword's original body was inside, and it charged out at the eternal thunderbolt. At this instant, Daoist's scattered spirit formed a seal and roared. The 7 million worlds has been broken up, and my clan is free. All my people, all creatures, we will break the celestial realm together. The collapsing 7 million worlds turned into countless fragments. All the surviving beings willingly gave their lives to the sword and began their final battle with the eternal thunderbolt. The 7-foot sword contained all the power of the 7 million worlds. The eternal thunderbolt was the holy object of the Scatter Thunder clan. The confrontation of the two forces was the determination of the people of the 7 million worlds to break free. A thunderous roar echoed across the entire world. This roar was extremely powerful, causing cracks to appear on the barrier at the end of the world, and then the barrier suddenly collapsed. The collapse of the barrier caused chaos to enter, and the 7 million worlds began to collapse. At the same time, the 7-foot sword collapsed and dissipated into countless fragments. The eternal thunderbolt also seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. It no longer cared about the head elder and quickly broke the void to retreat back to the Holy Land. When it got back inside the temple, a formation activated, preventing anyone from entering the Scatter Thunder clan. It was activated outside of the Scatter Thunder clan's control. Remaining clan members, the celestial realm has been opened. The world has been destroyed, so we are heading out. Daoist's scattered spirit was filled with monstrous excitement. He waved his sleeve and took all the remaining lives in the 7 million worlds through the gap that was left opened when the eternal thunderbolt left. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the soul lasher suddenly appeared. It shot straight for the origin soul of the head elder, who was near death, preventing him from resisting. Chapter 1359, Legend. What was left was only a broken origin soul, and most of his memories were lost. While he was in a daze, Wang Lin's soul lasher wrapped around him and pulled him over. After the soul lasher turned into a golden light, it could become as long or as short as Wang Lin wanted. The previously almighty head elder's origin soul was caught by Wang Lin. How could Wang Lin let the origin soul of a fifth heaven's blight cultivator that was one step away from the third step go? Just killing him to make him part of Magic Arsenal was already extremely powerful, not to mention the comprehension of thunder within the head elder's origin soul. To outsiders, the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder's origin soul was considered a heavenly treasure. However, to Wang Lin, it was even more important than a heavenly treasure. It was a chance for a great fortune. I have great use for his origin soul. Wang Lin moved and charged at the gap in the world along with Daoist scattered spirit and the millions of people from the 7 million worlds. After the great battle, the 7 million worlds was in ruins. Spatial cracks filled the 7 million worlds, and the barrier along the edge had collapsed. Storms swept through and devoured everything. These 7 million worlds were already created by someone else. Dust turns to dust, and earth returns to earth. Everything returned to what they were. The sounds of the collapse were like death bells for the 7 million worlds as it dissipated. When Wang Lin left, his heart was clear. Although he had only been in the ancient star system for a short period of time, he had devoured a large amount of cultivators and had gained their memories. Wang Lin knew that the head elder was like the king of the Scatter Thunder clan and had absolute authority. Even throughout the ancient star system, the head elder was extremely famous. Aside from the few third-step cultivators, almost no one would dare to provoke him. The Scatter Thunder clan had even sent a treasure into the Sealed Realm formation, so the head elder was very important in the ancient star system. His death would set off a calamity. It has to be said that even though Tua's son had killed countless people in the ancient star system, he hadn't encountered anyone with status like the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder. When a clan was in danger, the people higher up would send in their clan members to take the brunt of the damage. Then the higher-ups would escape with their lives. As a result, the death of the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder would be enough to shock the entire ancient star system. Wang Lin didn't know if the third-step cultivators had spells to learn of this, but what awaited him was great danger. The people of the 7 million worlds had come out, and the Scatter Thunder clan would certainly be destroyed. This was a shocking change. The collapse of a large clan would attract a lot of attention. As Wang Lin moved forward, his eyes lit up. Although the danger was monstrous, he wouldn't retreat. The rumbling of the 7 million worlds collapsing gradually faded. This battle was more intense than his battle against Daoist water. Against Daoist water, Wang Lin had no chance, but he did against the head elder, which only made it even more difficult. If not for joining forces with Daoist scattered spirit, it would have been impossible to kill a fifth heaven's blight cultivator. Following the gap, a bright light appeared before him. Daoist scattered spirit excitedly brought his entire clan out, and appeared in the Scatter Thunder clan's star domain. The moment he appeared, 2 streams of tear flowed from his eyes, and he let out a laugh filled with endless exhilaration. Not only him, but the people under his protection were the same. Thanks to his protection, even mortals wouldn't die in space like they normally would. They had personally witnessed themselves breaking out from the 7 million worlds and entering the celestial realm that shrouded over them. The excitement they felt was indescribable. This is the celestial realm. This is the celestial realm that has always decided whether we live or die. From now on, my clan will be the Celestial Clan. Since this place has the Scatter Thunder clan, then there should be our Celestial Clan. Daoist scattered spirit laughed louder and louder until he began to cry. Not only him, but everyone from the 7 million worlds began to cry. The hardships they had faced couldn't be understood, especially the price of breaking out, which was the life of 90% of them. This sadness drilled into their hearts. From now on, we are free. Wang Lin silently looked at Daoist scattered spirit and company. He listened to their words, watched their smile and tears, and couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart. He quietly looked up and wished he had the gaze to pierce through the void and see what was really above the heavens. After a long time, Wang Lin lowered his head and muttered, "Did we really break out?" He couldn't help but think back to the Cloud Sea, when he, Li Qianmei, and Lu Yunsong talked about Dao all night. The heavens was the circle. Even if you walked out, there were still countless invisible circles around you. How do you get out? Daoist scattered spirit gradually calmed down the excitement in his heart. He then turned toward Wang Lin and clasped his hands. He was extremely sincere. "I will never forget fellow cultivators' help. My entire celestial clan will never forget for generations. As long as fellow cultivator has any sort of request, there is nothing my celestial clan wouldn't dare to do." After Daoist scattered spirit spoke, the few million people he managed to save all looked at Wang Lin excitedly. There was gratitude in their eyes, and they all clasped their hands. "My celestial clan is not afraid of any request." Daoist scattered spirit waved his hand, and thunder appeared in his palm. Tens of thousands of bolts of spiritual thunder flew toward Wang Lin. This is what I promised, fellow cultivator. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he waved his hand and collected them all. This was what he had earned, even though each of them meant the life of a cultivator going through divine retribution. The Scatter Thunder clan's eternal thunderbolt was injured just now. I'm going to attack the Scatter Thunder clan and devour that eternal thunderbolt. What will you do now? Wang Lin's gaze fell on Master Scattered Thunder. Killing intent appeared in Master Scattered Thunder's eyes, and he said, "That's good. I can't let the Scatter Thunder clan go. If I don't take advantage of this and destroy the Scatter Thunder clan, I won't be able to absolve the hatred of losing 90% of my clan in order to escape the 7 million worlds." Wang Lin no longer wasted time and charged forward. Thunder flashed in his right hand, and he turned into thunder. He was going with his original body, so he was much stronger than when he was possessing someone. Wang Lin only dreaded the fifth Heaven's Blight Head Elder, the rest were not an issue. If they weren't all Thunder cultivators, then Wang Lin could get into some trouble. After all, there were still 2 Fourth Heaven's Blight cultivators in the Scatter Thunder clan. However, since they cultivated thunder, even though they were at 4th Heaven's Blight, Wang Lin wasn't afraid of them. A battle between Thunder cultivators was competing for their control of thunder. Wang Lin had devoured 8 ancient thunder dragons and had tens of thousands of spiritual thunderbolts. Although he hadn't had time to refine them completely, the power of his thunder essence was heaven-shaking. So who could compete with him? Even though they were thunder cultivators at the 4th Heaven's Blight, they were not a match. With the head elder dead, the Scatter Thunder clan is no longer a threat. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he moved faster and faster. Thunderous rumbles echoed as he charged toward the protective formation formed by the Scatter Thunder clan's 16 planets. This battle must be fast. I must slaughter my way inside to devour that eternal thunderbolt, and then leave. As Wang Lin rushed forward, endless thunder gathered around him. It was as if the Emperor was traveling with thousands of his guards. This was because Wang Lin's thunder essence was so strong that it automatically attracted the surrounding thunder to gather. More and more thunder began to gather. A moment later, the thunder around Wang Lin was like a thunder lake, giving off endless thunder might. Even divine retribution was only as powerful as this. At this moment, Wang Lin was controlling heaven-shaking thunder. If others saw this, they would be shocked. Even third-step cultivators would narrow their eyes. There was an ancient legend that had been buried by time, and this rumor contained the biggest secret to becoming a third-step cultivator. Rumors stated that one had to rely on Zhou's flames to nourish their essence and allow it to grow for a chance to open the gate to heaven. This would allow one's essence to become complete and allow their body to completely change. From that moment on, one would no longer be just an ordinary cultivator. However, there was an even rarer rumor that was older than Zhou's flames. In this legend, one doesn't rely on Zhou's flames, but on one's own comprehension. They would use an unknown method to complete their essence, break through the gate to heaven, and become a heaven-shaking third-step cultivator. To enter the third step in such a way would make anyone a legend. Wang Lin's cultivation level was getting closer and closer to this legend. Chapter 1360, Spiritual Support Collapses. When Daoist Scattered Spirit saw Wang Lin, he was startled. During the battle against the head elder, he realized how strong Wang Lin was. Those spells were like miracles of creation itself. Now that they had left the 7 million worlds, Wang Lin was able to summon all this thunder. The thunderous rumbles of dancing thunder shocked him once more. Wang Lin's expression was indifferent as he got closer and closer to the defensive formation around the Scatter Thunder clan's 16 planets. As he charged forward, the mighty thunder lake around Wang Lin roared, and the thunder inside flashed violently. The Scatter Thunder clan's defensive formation suddenly appeared before Wang Lin. The formation formed by the 16 planets gave off a green light and formed a circle around the planets. When Wang Lin got close, he could hear crackling sounds from the green light, and the green light went from illusory to almost solid. The green light turned solid like an eggshell around the Scatter Thunder clan. After breaking this eggshell-like barrier, the Scatter Thunder clan would be revealed before Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and his body stopped 10,000 feet before the formation. His right hand reached at the void as if he was pulling the endless thunder around him, and then he lifted it up. The world rumbled, and the thunder rumbled violently, and began to tilt. Looking from above, the thunder around Wang Lin was like a mirror, an ocean. At this moment, due to Wang Lin's shocking force, this mirror-like ocean began to tilt. Wang Lin's ancient god stars rotated between his eyebrows, and his arms swelled. As he roared, The thunder around him rumbled even more intensely as it went from being tilted to standing upright. It was a mirror that was lifted upright and displayed to the world. Daoist scattered spirit's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Wang Lin in horror. Not only him, but the Scatter Thunder clan had long known that a powerful enemy was arriving. All the Heaven's Blight cultivators had come out of the Holy Land and were staring at Wang Lin. When they saw Wang Lin, their minds trembled and their expressions changed greatly. Earlier, although Wang Lin had taken over Yu Fei's body, his origin soul had flown out and his appearance was revealed to everyone. The head elder hadn't returned after chasing this person, but Wang Lin had come back. This shocked the Scatter Thunder clan greatly, and countless speculations flew through their minds. Every single one of them made them panic. Head elder's cultivation is heaven-shaking, so he shouldn't have had any problems. I think it is more likely that he has used some unknown method or has a helper to trap the head elder so he could come to break the formation. We don't need to panic, we just need to hold the formation, and head elder will soon be back. That's right, with head elder's cultivation level, aside from third step cultivators, no one is a match. Head elder also has many spells and treasures, so he won't encounter any problems. But the eternal thunderbolt suddenly left, and when it returned, it was a lot weaker. The defensive formation also activated at the same time outside our control. The Scatter Thunder clan members were all gloomy as they looked at Wang Lin outside the formation. However, they still believed that the head elder was fine and would soon arrive. Wang Lin raised his arms as if he was holding the giant Thunder Lake. A mysterious light shined in his eyes, and he slowly said, 8 ancient thunder dragons that entered my origin soul, in my name, I order you to fuse into one. Then, along with my ancient thunder dragon origin soul, all 9 dragons fuse into one and destroy that formation. Wang Lin's voice echoed across the world. Thunder erupted from his body and rushed into the Thunder Lake. The mirror-like Thunder Lake rumbled, and a heaven-shaking roar came from it. A giant dragon head came out of the Thunder Lake and let out a ferocious roar. This dragon's head was exceedingly large and was covered in green scales. It was extremely ferocious and gave off a fierce aura. It was like the demonic dragon that could destroy the world, and it rushed out with a thunderous bang. Just its head was no less than 100,000 feet large. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the dragon head charged out, and a moment later, the rest of the dragon charged out from the Thunder Lake. The Thunder Lake became smaller and smaller. When the tail of the dragon appeared, the lake dissipated completely. A heaven-shaking thunder dragon almost 1 million feet long appeared in this world. This dragon was formed by Wang Lin after he devoured 8 ancient thunder dragons and integrated them into his origin soul. Although it was only an illusion, it contained unimaginable thunder force. If one looked at it with their divine sense, they would see 9 souls fighting each other. However, one was obviously stronger than the remaining 8 and suppressed them. The 1 million-foot thunder dragon roared and thunder gathered at the top of its head. Wang Lin's figure appeared there. He stepped out from the head with an indifferent expression and pointed forward. With this, the giant thunder dragon roared and charged forward. It charged to the Scatter Thunder clan's defensive formation with the force of a 10,000-man army. The 10,000 feet distance only took the dragon an instant to cross. Its large body immediately slammed into the formation. A thunderous rumble instantly spread out in all directions like crazy. Popping sounds echoed across the formation and cracks appeared on it. The eggshell-like formation was unable to bear this impact and almost collapsed. An uproar came from inside the formation. The Scatter Thunder clan members were gobsmacked. Their eyes were filled with fear and panic, but, most of all, disbelief. Your Scatter Thunder clan's head elder's body has collapsed, and his origin souls has been captured by me. Even your clan's eternal thunderbolt has fled back here, and you think a mere defensive formation can stop me? Wang Lin's cold voice was like thunder as it passed through the formation and entered the ears of the Scatter Thunder clan members. When they heard this, their bodies trembled and their eyes flooded with disbelief. Impossible. This person wants to mess with our minds. With head elder's heaven-piercing cultivation, how could he lose to this person? What absurdity. Your words are too arrogant. There is no credibility at all. Unless you can request a third-step cultivator to act, then no one can win against him. Even if you were to go up against third-step cultivators, head elder has many spells and treasures. There is no danger to his life. Arrogant. Your words are beyond ridiculous. If head elder is really dead, then I'll destroy myself without you doing anything. Laughable. Laughable. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and the dragon under him raised its head. It let out a roar and mercilessly slammed down. Even more cracks appeared on the eggshell formation, and it was about to collapse. The thunderous rumble was heaven-shaking, and the dragon seemed to go crazy. As its head slammed into the formation, even its tail whipped the formation. The formation could no longer bear the heaven-shaking collisions. With one final smash from the dragon's head, the formation collapsed with a thunderous rumble. Countless fragments scattered everywhere, and a giant gap opened up. The thunder dragon roared and didn't stop after breaking the formation. Its head was so big that when it entered the formation, it caused a large portion of the Scatter Thunder clan's cultivators to subconsciously retreat. Daoist Scattered Spirit followed the thunder dragon into the formation. He had an extremely complicated expression filled with hatred as he rushed forward. This person is only at the Nirvana Shatterer stage, but for some unknown reason, he can display the power of a Heaven's Blight cultivator. Everyone, attack at once and kill him quickly. That bald fourth Heaven's Blight cultivator is the real enemy. Stop him from advancing. The Scatter Thunder clan had 11 people at the Heaven's Blight stage. At this moment, 7 of them charged at Daoist Scattered Thunder, and the one leading was one of 2 the 4th Heaven's Blight cultivators. The other 4th Heaven's Blight cultivator charged at Wang Lin. Without the head elder, no one in the Scatter Thunder clan can stop me. Wang Lin shook his head. He didn't want to get entangled with these cultivators. He needed to head inside to devour the eternal thunderbolt as soon as possible. The thunder dragon below him charged into the Scatter Thunder clan. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the expressions of the Scatter Thunder clan cultivators that wanted to stop Wang Lin all changed. Then they retreated. Head Elder will soon return. We have to do our best to stall them. Once Head Elder returns, they will without a doubt die. The Scatter Thunder clan cultivators' eyes were all bloodshot as they rushed forward. They didn't care for their lives, and even exploded their clan marks to stop Wang Lin. All of this was because they refused to believe that the Head Elder would lose. They were confident that once the Head Elder returned, there would be no danger to the Scatter Thunder clan. The Head Elder was the spiritual pillar of the entire Scatter Thunder clan. Wang Lin sneered. As the Thunder Dragon moved forward, he waved his right hand, and the Soul Lasher appeared. The golden whip unrolled, revealing a broken origin soul. It was the Scatter Thunder clan's Head Elder. Chapter 1361, Get Down Here. Head Elder. This. Impossible. How can Head Elder be captured? Could it be that a third-step cultivator has acted? What he said before was true. Head Elder's body has collapsed, and even his origin soul was nearly destroyed, leaving only this stand of remnant soul. Who the hell is this person? Head Elder has fallen and was captured by him. The Eternal Thunderbolt returned weakened. An uproar was set off in the Scatter Thunder clan. The Head Elder was the spiritual pillar of the entire clan and their ancestor. They didn't believe Wang Lin's words before, but now that they had seen the Head Elder's origin soul, their eyes were filled with fear. Their minds trembled as their spiritual pillar had completely collapsed. If even the Head Elder had fallen, what could they do to resist? All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin was completely ruthless and merciless to the people of the Outer Realm. There were a lot of Scatter Thunder clan cultivators outside the Holy Land. However, when they saw the giant Thunder Dragon, they all screamed in horror and quickly retreated. Thunderous rumbles echoed when the Thunder Dragon rushed at the Holy Land and smashed into it. The Holy Land rumbled. There was also formation around it, but it rumbled and collapsed when the Thunder Dragon collided with it. The continent trembled and piece of its edges collapsed. The Holy Land trembled as if there were dragons moving underground. Popping sounds echoed and cracks spread across the Holy Land. The rumbling from the temple on the Holy Land became even louder. The Eternal Thunderbolt inside the temple had been weakened a lot. The moment Wang Lin's Thunder Dragon shattered the formation, a thunderous rumble came from the Eternal Thunderbolt. A thunderstorm erupted from the temple, tearing it to pieces, and the pieces scattered in all directions. The moment the temple collapsed, the Eternal Thunderbolt seemed to realize that it was in danger and began to shrink. Then it began to fly toward the endless void. A giant vortex appeared in the void far away. The vortex was covered in thunder, and the Eternal Thunderbolt was heading toward the center of this vortex. Seeing that the Eternal Thunderbolt was about to escape, Wang Lin suddenly stood up and enclosed in on it with 3 steps. He was currently under the giant vortex, and a majority of the Eternal Thunderbolt had already gone inside it. Only a portion of it remained outside. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to reach out and grab the escaping Eternal Thunderbolt. Then he mercilessly pulled. Get down here. A thunderous roar echoed, and a roar came from the vortex along with a powerful impact. Wang Lin coughed out blood. He was unable to resist the intense power from the vortex. A majority of the Eternal Thunderbolt was pulled into the vortex due to this force. leaving only a few hundred feet outside. Wang Lin's body was also pulled in. It looked like he was going to be pulled into the vortex. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious. He had done whatever it took, and in the end, he had worked with Daoist Scattered Spirit to kill the Scatter Thunder Clan's head elder. All of this was to absorb this eternal thunderbolt. However, at the most critical moment, the eternal thunderbolt was going to escape. If it was escaping through the stars, Wang Lin could chase it, but what happened was beyond Wang Lin's imagination. The aura coming out from the vortex was unfamiliar to Wang Lin, and something in there caused a hint of fear to appear in his heart. This feeling made his scalp numb, like how Daoist Scattered Spirit felt when he saw the so-called celestial realm for the first time. This eternal thunderbolt I have my eyes on. No one can steal it from me. I'll kill celestials and gods if they try. There was a defying will in Wang Lin's heart, and after experiencing the defying will of the countless people in the 7 million worlds, he wouldn't allow whatever was on the other side of the vortex to steal from him. Ancient God Body, expand. As Wang Lin held on to the eternal thunderbolt being pulled away, the ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly. In an instant, he grew to almost 10,000 feet tall into his true ancient god body. A 10,000-foot ancient god had heaven-shattering power. Wang Lin's arms also grew. The blood in his body circulated rapidly, and his heart beat faster to increase blood flow. This gave him even more power. The ancient stars formed a storm as they rotated between his eyebrows. Ancient god aura surged through every inch of his body, forming an indescribable storm. This storm fused with his heartbeat, forming a heaven-shaking roar. All of this created an explosive force in Wang Lin's face. The veins on his face swelled as he viciously pulled down. Come down. Thunderous rumbles echoed violently, and Wang Lin's body retreated like crazy. He forcibly pulled the eternal thunderbolt 1,000 feet out from the vortex. Another powerful force came out from the vortex, holding on to the thunderbolt, and began battling Wang Lin. I won't allow anyone to steal from me. Wang Lin had a ferocious expression as every part of his body moved, and his heart beat at an earth-shattering rate. The stars between his eyebrows were rotating so fast that it was impossible to see them clearly. It was even impossible to see them clearly with divine sense. An even more powerful ancient god aura came from his body, and the world trembled. A faint, angry roar came from the vortex. With this pull, the eternal thunderbolt was pulled out a few thousand more feet by Wang Lin. This scene caused the countless Scatter Thunder Clan cultivators to become gobsmacked. A muffled voice came out from the vortex, and even the entire ancient star system seemed to tremble before it. Let go at once. This is not something one person can own. If you continue, I'll kill you. At this moment, the countless people in the ancient star system heard this voice. Inside the Blue Silk clan on Mount Blue, Li Qianmei calmly looked into the distance. There was confusion and struggle in her eyes. It was as if a memory she couldn't cut off or forget was slowly awakening. Dao Master Blue Dream beside her let out a sigh and stopped playing the zither. He was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He rushed out from the house. His eyes became cold, and he stared at the endless, starry sky. Chapter 1362, Earth Escape, Thunder Refining. The sign that the ancient imperial concubine had predicted has appeared. Dao Master Blue Dream's expression was gloomy as he looked up into the void. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void. At this instant, not only Dao Master Blue Dream, but the expressions of almost all the third step cultivators changed. They looked up at the sky with extremely gloomy expressions. Part of the ancient celestial realm existed within the ancient star system, though few people knew of this. Inside it were a few women, and they all opened their eyes and looked up. Within the ancient star system, there was a huge figure quickly moving through space. It was Tuasan. His eyes were red, and his right hand was repeatedly hammering the spot between his eyebrows, creating thunderous rumbles that spread far and wide. You want to make a god a slave? What a dream. I'm a noble god, and you're a mere cultivator that wants to take over my soul. What wishful thinking. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. There was madness in Tuasan's eyes and voice. Tuasan suddenly stopped and turned around, and his bloodshot eyes stared into the starry sky. The aura of my clan. This aura is very, very familiar. I vaguely know him. No, it was 2C who knew him. The voice echoed in Wang Lin's ears like a thunderous rumble, but his hands held the eternal thunderbolt tightly. Not only did he know loosen his hands, he mercilessly pulled the eternal thunderbolt once more. What a joke. Why should I let go just because you're telling me to? This eternal thunderbolt belongs to me. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. The muffled sound from inside the vortex became a roar, as if Wang Lin's refusal had angered the mysterious existence. Thunder swam around the vortex and rotated rapidly, as if something was going to charge out. Wang Lin could clearly feel this anger, and his eyes turned cold. Anger. If my fire essence was complete, I could make you suffer just from that anger. Even if you didn't die, you would be seriously injured. Wang Lin held the eternal thunderbolt and mercilessly pulled down while the ancient god power surged through him. The eternal thunderbolt was almost pulled completely out of the vortex. The roar from the vortex became even more intense. Although it was pulling as well, it was obvious it couldn't compare to Wang Lin's ancient god power. Traitor of the void extinction Dao, evil remnant of the descendants of the ancient gods. If not for the fact I'm very familiar with the aura around your body, I would have long destroyed you. Since you're looking for death, I'll comply with your wish, the thunderous voice in the vortex said. The thunder at the center of the vortex collapsed and turned into black gas. The gas formed two giant hands that tore the vortex from both sides. In an instant, the vortex was ripped open by this pair of giant hands. The gap ripped open by the vortex was completely dark, and it was impossible to see what was inside, except for the rough arms that were coming out. The moment the arms appeared, space itself began to collapse, as if it shouldn't exist in this world. Wang Lin felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his eyes turned bloodshot. He seemed to recognize that arm. He recognized these arms because he had seen one a long time ago. He had fought against it over 1,000 years ago in an unforgettable battle. At that time, he didn't know much about cultivation or the secrets of the inner and outer realms. He was still ignorant. However, after experiencing more than 1,000 years, every time he thought about what happened back then, he would be shaken. A sense of madness came from Wang Lin's body. He stared at the arms and let out a miserable cry. It's you, the one who stole Wan Air's soul from me back on planet Suzaku, messenger of the heavens. Wang Lin rarely let out roars, but right now he was mad like a beast, and anyone who saw him would be shaken. A cold snort came from the vortex, and then an arm mercilessly reached for Wang Lin. There were thunder and lightning surrounding the arm, making it seem as if the arm itself was thunder. It descended like a bolt of thunder and instantly reached toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin was already crazy. In his whole life, he had one bottom line. Anything to do with Li Muin was enough to make him go from absolutely calm to completely insane. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to let go of the eternal thunderbolt and charge at the arm. As he moved, the ancient god power in his body rumbled and his cultivation raged. A giant ancient god silhouette appeared behind him, giving off a powerful pressure that suppressed space itself. This is 2C. A shocking voice came from the vortex. Fire. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with endless madness as he raised his left hand. Blue fire appeared from his left eye and immediately erupted from his body. A blue vermilion bird appeared and let out a cry. As it cried, the blue fire immediately spread, and in an instant, a sea of fire covered the area. Thunder. Wang Lin's right eye flashed, and so did the thunder mark. The giant dragon under him coiled around him, and the vermilion bird and the dragon crossed. A shocking spell of thunder and fire appeared. Battle. Wang Lin roared as the blood sword appeared and instantly grew to 1,000 feet. Wang Lin grasped the sword in his hand. The moment he grabbed the blood sword, the ancient god silhouette raised its hands. There was a flash of bloodlight, and a 10,000-foot blood sword appeared in its hands. At this moment, Wang Lin's ancient god power entered the blood sword. The sea of blue fire surged into the blood sword. Even the blue vermilion bird became part of the blood sword. At the same time, the thunder dragon suddenly entered Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body was like a black hole, absorbing the entire thunder dragon. Then he redirected the power of the thunder dragon into the blood sword. The fusion of thunder and fire, the eruption of ancient god power, and the battle intent erupting from the Star of Law caused Wang Lin to mercilessly chop down as the hand reached forward. The world rumbled, an unimaginable ripple spread, and the holy land below them shattered. The 16 planets were all affected by this impact, and were pushed away, changing their trajectories. This sword pierced the heavens. The bloodlight was blinding and became the only light source around. The hand that had reached toward Wang Lin trembled, and a line of blood appeared around the wrist of the hand. One strike caused the hand to detach from the arm, and blood sprayed everywhere. A muffled scream came from the vortex, and the arm withdrew back to the vortex. However, as it retreated, the blood sword charged once more at the giant vortex. The strike caused the vortex to rumble, but it wasn't damaged. Instead, The strike had caused it to rotate even faster due to a powerful force hitting it. The arm retreated back and the vortex disappeared as if it never existed. Just as it was about to disappear, Wang Lin stepped forward with the blood sword and charged forward with bloodshot eyes. Even though the sword was invincible, no matter how much Wang Lin struck it, the vortex wasn't affected at all. He watched the vortex slowly disappear and heard the angry roar that came from within. "Why do you have that sword? That sword?" The voice dissipated and the vortex gradually disappeared. Wang Lin's last strike descended right as the vortex disappeared and missed. "I don't care who you are or where you come from, but one day I'll break open the heavens and find you all. Back then, before my cultivation was complete, you took my wife's soul and caused her to be in her current state. I'll not let this vendetta go." Wang Lin's expression was ferocious. This was the first time he had become angry since coming to the ancient star system. All of this happened too fast for anyone to react. Too fast for the eternal thunderbolt to enter the vortex. The vortex had disappeared, leaving the eternal thunderbolt with no place to run. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and stared at the eternal thunderbolt. After being injured by the sword in the 7,000,000 worlds, it was extremely weak. Then, just now, it was affected by the shockwave of Wang Lin's madness. The moment Wang Lin looked at it, it rapidly retreated as if it had intelligence. "Where are you running to?" Wang Lin was still filled with killing intent as he used spatial bending to appear before the eternal thunderbolt. His right hand reached out mercilessly. Thunderous rumbles came from the eternal thunderbolt. It stopped running and instead charged at Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin immediately seized it with his right hand, and the eternal thunderbolt began to struggle. Wang Lin immediately opened his mouth to devour it. The eternal thunderbolt was instantly devoured by him. "Refine this eternal thunderbolt. Refine the 8 thunder dragons. Take all of the head elders accompanying thunder, and my thunder essence will be complete. My cultivation level will increase." Wang Lin had cut off the hand of the messenger of the heavens. Although the messenger of heavens had still not shown itself, it was far stronger than the one Wang Lin had encountered on planet Zhou. However, Wang Lin had still cut off its hand using his thunder, fire, battle intent, and blood sword, and forced it to retreat. After taking the eternal thunderbolt, Wang Lin suppressed the madness and sorrow that had surfaced due to the appearance of the messenger of the heavens. He waved his sleeve, and the palm of the messenger of the heavens fell before him. After the palm was cut off, it was no longer flesh and blood. It was now a palm-shaped crystal that gave off a bright glow. After looking at it, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This palm was lacking a palm print. All human hands have palm prints. No matter how high one's cultivation level was, they wouldn't choose to destroy their palm print. Could it be that the messengers of the heavens all don't have palm prints? Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he put the stone palm in his storage space. He looked around at the Scatter Thunder clan members that didn't dare to get close. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, and he was about to leave. As for the cleanup, Daoist scattered spirit would do the rest. None of this was related to Wang Lin anymore. Just as Wang Lin was about to leave, a person charged out from the distance after hesitating for a long time. Starlight surrounded him, and there was an awl-like object under his feet as he flew toward Wang Lin. "Moss, Master, do you still remember me?" The cultivator's body trembled. When he uttered these words, it was the same as betraying the Scatter Thunder clan. Although the clan was facing a crisis, he could still be killed by his clan first. However, thanks to the determination in his heart, he didn't have time to think too much about it. Damn it, a person has to make a decision in their life. This will all depend on my luck. If I stay, I'll die, so I'll follow Master even if I'm betraying my clan. I don't care. Wang Lin stopped and turned around with a cold gaze. His gaze landed in the cultivator's eyes. This person trembled as he clenched his teeth and quickly said, "Master, I'm Zhou Big Red. Zhou, as in little Zhou. Red as in little red. I'm Zhou Big Red, Master. Master for a day, Master for life. Master, don't leave me. I'm willing to serve Master for the rest of my life and never betray you." Wang Lin's expression was still cold as he slowly said, "You want to come with me?" Zhou Big Red quickly flew out further so he wouldn't be killed by his own clan. After he heard Wang Lin's words, he quickly nodded and said, "Master, as long as you let this little one follow, I'll do whatever Master asks. Whether it is setting fire or stealing, I'm proficient in anything. I'm no worse than that Su Ligua, Master. Please give me a chance, Master." Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhou Big Red. Then he turned around and waved his sleeves. A wind wrapped around Zhou Big Red and put him into Wang Lin's storage space to accompany Su Ligua. He then took a step and crossed an immeasurable distance to appear where Daoist Scattered Spirit was battling the Scatter Thunder clan's Heaven's Blight cultivators. Spells filled the area. When Wang Lin appeared, his eyes glowed red. His G-realm shot out as red lightning, and it was simply too fast. It drilled into the head of a first Heaven's Blight cultivator, causing his origin soul to collapse. Then it entered a second Heaven's Blight cultivator, causing his head to explode. Fellow cultivator scattered spirit, take care of yourself. I'm leaving. Wang Lin took another step as he withdrew his G-realm and disappeared without a trace. He had appeared and instantly killed 2 people. This terrified the people battling Daoist scattered spirit. Daoist scattered spirit laughed out loud. Brother Wang, take care. This old man believes we will meet again someday. When we meet again, you will be surprised. Wang Lin's voice came from the void as he left the Scatter Thunder clan domain. Surprised? Daoist scattered spirit was puzzled, but he didn't think too much as he began exacting revenge against the Scatter Thunder clan. Wang Lin quickly moved through the ancient star system, and his aura quickly withdrew until there was nothing left. He was like a mortal, and his 5 essences were intertwined so that his aura wouldn't reveal itself at all. A third-step cultivator should be able to find me easily, but since I have 5 essences covering my aura, I just need to find a place with a lot of people. If someone is really looking for me, I should be able to hide for a while. Right now I need to quickly refine the thunder. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he used spatial bending several times before appearing above a cultivation planet. This cultivation planet belonged to a small clan of the ancient star system. It was filled with mortals, and the capital was especially full of people. The streets were bustling, and there was no less than 10 million people in this city. When he appeared, his hair turned black and was tied up. He was dressed in white and had a fan in his hand like a scholar as he stepped into the strange, mortal world. The street was filled with people. Men and women didn't avoid each other with suspicion like they did on planet Suzaku. They all dressed gracefully and were very lively. There were also stalls on the side, though only a few had open seats, and a lot of people were gathered. Wang Lin even heard someone reading when he passed by a restaurant. As for the Zhangyan sect Xiao Yuhuan, he had a strange personality and loved to move through the mortal world. There are countless rumors of his adventures, and that's how he met his cultivation partner, Chu Yuexian. What we'll talk about today is how these 2 celestials met. The story will be glamorous and incomparable, so, all of you, listen well. Wang Lin smiled. The mortal cities of the ancient star system were interesting. It was incredible for mortals to talk about cultivators, even if most of it was made up. However, this showed that the mortals here were not unfamiliar with cultivators. The moment he entered this city, Wang Lin could tell that there were many cultivators here without spreading out his divine sense. There was even a male and a female cultivator in the restaurant listening intently to the story. There were nearly 100 cultivators in the eastern part of the capital. It's better this way as it makes the life force more chaotic here. Thanks to my essences helping me hide, I should be fine for a short period of time. It should be enough time for me to refine the eternal thunderbolt into my origin soul. I wonder how much my cultivation level will increase. Wang Lin calmly walked toward the restaurant. Chapter 1363, Long Silence. There was a thing called mortal crystals that was like silver and gold for mortals, depending on the size. Mortal crystals were useless to cultivators, but due to their rarity and beauty, they were used as money by mortals. With Wang, even my mind has calmed down in this place. Wang Lin put the wine jug next to the oil lamp and sat down. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, his origin soul started working rapidly, forming a powerful force. It was like a storm inside his origin soul, but none of it could be detected by anyone outside. Wang Lin was calmly sitting there, but the fire on the oil lamp seemed to move. Wang Lin's figure under the fire began to twist. There was a shocking scene inside Wang Lin's mind. 8 ancient thunder dragons roared like crazy in an attempt to charge out of his origin soul. However, his origin soul was like a cage, and no matter how much they tried, they couldn't even shake it. Even with Wang Lin's cultivation level, it wouldn't be easy to refine and absorb the 8 ancient thunder dragons. However, aside from the thunder essence, he also had a fire essence. As the 8 ancient thunder dragons struggled, blue fire appeared in his origin soul and surrounded the ancient thunder dragons. After the fire had locked the 8 ancient thunder dragons down, it began to refine them. The Vermillion bird circled the 8 ancient thunder dragons and would sometimes spit out fire to increase its power while refining them. Wang Lin's origin soul was already made of half an ancient thunder dragon. Thunder filled his origin soul, and a 9th ancient thunder dragon made up of his origin soul appeared. It circled the 8 ancient thunder dragons, waiting for the chance to devour them. Time slowly passed. The 8 ancient thunder dragons let out miserable cries inside the blue fire. These cries were completely isolated within the origin soul, and none of it came out. Wang Lin's house was completely silent, just like everyone else's. As late night arrived, the lights from the houses extinguished one by one. Almost all the houses on the west side were extinguished, aside from a few. A faint sound came from outside the houses and gradually became louder until it broke the silence, but it wasn't intrusive. The cold wave is coming. Close the door and turn off the light. A voice slowly came and slowly went, and then the silence returned. However, the moment that person left, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and they shined brightly. His hand reached out, and the jug of wine flew into this hand. He took a big drink. The spicy wine entered his abdomen and heat filled his body, leaving a hint of spiciness in his mouth. Then Wang Lin closed his eyes again. His origin energy surged, and even more fire appeared in his origin soul. The power of fire entered his origin soul and made the sea of fire even more monstrous. It refined the wine until only its essence remained. The essence was moved toward the sea of fire that was refining the 8 ancient thunder dragons. During this period of time, the sea of fire erupted and began to burn even more. As the fire raged, one of the 8 ancient thunder dragons began to scream miserably. The ancient thunder dragon trembled and suddenly collapsed. The moment it collapsed, the 9th ancient thunder dragon formed by Wang Lin's origin soul charged in like a bolt of thunder and inhaled. The collapsed ancient thunder dragon's soul had lost all resistance after being thoroughly refined by Wang Lin. Then it became a part of him. Inside the house, Wang Lin's face turned rosy as if he had consumed something very nutritious. Although his eyes were closed, there was a faint thunder mark flashing through his eyelid. The room was very quiet, but the fire on the table flickered violently, and Wang Lin's shadow distorted even more. A moment later, the fire went out and the room was as dark as outside. Only Wang Lin's thunder mark still faintly gave off a glow. Only 7 of the 8 stubborn ancient thunder dragons remained, and they struggled like crazy. The sea of fire went from being split into 8 parts to 7 parts, causing the fire each ancient thunder dragon was enduring to become even stronger. Under this intense burning, the 7 ancient thunder dragons screamed miserably. It didn't take long for another ancient thunder dragon to collapse and get absorbed by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's origin soul charged at the remaining 6 ancient thunder dragons. He charged through the fire and began a crazed battle to devour them. The night gradually passed, and the sun covered the ground, awakening the sleeping city. However, the sunlight came a bit late as layers of dark clouds had blocked the sun, so everything was hazy. Waves of thunder came from the thunderclouds, and fine rain began to fall. Wang Lin opened his eyes while sitting. I have devoured and absorbed 7 of the 8 ancient thunder dragons. Only 1 left. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Chapter 1364, Ancient Star System Order. Inside the houses, residents could clearly hear the rain land on their roofs. The rain flowed down along the edges of the roofs, forming curtains. The branches of leaves hanging from the doors rustled with the rain as the rain flowed down and became one with the rain curtains. The earth seemed to have been dry for a very long time. As the raindrops fell, large amounts of dust came with them, but before the dust could be kicked up high, it was immediately knocked back down by falling rain, becoming part of the mud puddle. Pedestrians quickly moved through the rain wearing rain cloaks, with their heads lowered. Even though it was raining, it was daytime, so they still had to work. Some children crawled along the windows and reached for the rain while laughing. Their laughter traveled far in the rain. This rain was falling because of Wang Lin. Wang Lin pushed open the door of the house and felt the damp air blow into his face. It was very refreshing. He looked up at the rain that fell from the sky and the roaring thunder from the clouds. At first the thunder sounded far away, but the sound quickly closed in until a big boom went off next to his ears. It scared some children, and they no longer dared to be near the windows. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he picked up the wine jug and took a drink. He smiled as he looked at the familiar mortal life before him. The children especially reminded him of the past. Once upon a time on planet Suzaku, he also crawled on the window and extended his hand out to let the rain fall into his hand while he screamed cheerfully. It has been almost 2,000 years. Cultivators don't know time, and not many can remember their age. I can't remember how old I am. Wang Lin took another sip of the wine and felt melancholy. The cold air was very strong as it fell on Wang Lin's body. He silently pondered for a moment, and when he was about to close the door, his expression changed, and he slowly looked up at the sky. The sky was still covered in dark clouds, and the rain blocked the view. Naturally, none of this affected Wang Lin, and he saw 2 swords flying in the clear sky above the dark clouds. There was a man and a woman on the flying swords. The man wore blue and was very handsome. His cultivation level wasn't low, around Nirvana Scryer. The woman was graceful and wore phoenix-colored clothes. She was very beautiful and gave off the aura of a noble. Below them were the dark clouds. From their location looking down, they could clearly see the lightning moving within the clouds and hear the rumbling thunder. Yu Xian, the clan has called for an urgent meeting. Your cultivation level isn't high enough, so don't be brave. The woman looked at the man gently and whispered, I'll listen to you. I wonder what happened for the elders to send out this urgent call. This is very rare. The man had a serious expression. He also had the same doubts in his heart and was about to speak when he suddenly looked into the distance. His arm blocked the woman and they stopped in the air. A ray of black light flew across the black clouds. The black wind was originally going in the same direction as the two of them, but once it detected them, it changed its direction toward them. It only took a moment for the black wind to close in, and a young man in black appeared. He had an indifferent gaze and silently looked at the woman named Yu Xian. The pupils of the man blocking the woman shrank, and he clasped his hands. Greetings, Brother Zhou. The woman revealed a gentle smile and softly said, Little sister greets big Brother Zhou. The young man named Zhou had a complicated expression as he withdrew his gaze and looked at the man in blue. He coldly said, The Scatter Thunder clan has been destroyed. Their head elder has been defeated and is missing. This has all been confirmed by the Sovereign Council. They sent the Ancient Star System order to tell all the clans. This urgent call is to get the announcement from the Sovereign Council. The Sovereign Council's Grandmaster Yin Luo used the Great Divination spell to find the appearance and origin soul imprint of the person who destroyed the Scatter Thunder clan. The Ancient Star System kill order has been sent out. This matter is so great. I fear even the likes of us have to go search. Even this cultivation planet must be carefully searched. Take care of yourselves. What? The expression of the man named Yu changed greatly and disbelief filled his eyes. The woman beside him was also shocked. The Scatter Thunder clan's head elder was rumored to be at Fifth Heaven's Blight and couldn't be defeated by anyone but third-step cultivators. Unless the perpetrator is a third-step cultivator. Also, the Scatter Thunder clan had hundreds of thousands of people with many powerful cultivators. How could they be wiped out? The Scatter Thunder clan also has the eternal thunderbolt that has existed since ancient times. This matter. The young man in black was going to leave, but turned around and coldly said, This is unconfirmed, but the Sovereign Council said that the eternal thunderbolt was devoured by that person. At the moment, the entire ancient star system is searching. The Sovereign Council sent out an elder looking for this person. Under the clouds where the rain fell, Wang Lin slowly withdrew his gaze. His eyes were calm as he sat down and looked to the side. There were flashes in his eyes and he murmured, I have been found out so quickly. The Sovereign Council. I have to refine that last ancient thunder dragon as soon as possible and then fuse with the eternal thunderbolt. Wang Lin silently pondered as he closed his eyes. The monstrous flame in his origin soul was refining the last ancient thunder dragon. As time slowly passed, the rain outside became heavier and heavier. The dark clouds covered the city, causing the outside to be very dark. Even when it was noon, no sunlight penetrated the clouds. After refining for half a day, the ancient thunder dragon wasn't able to resist Wang Lin's fire anymore. It let out a miserable scream before it collapsed and was absorbed by Wang Lin's origin soul. At this moment, all 8 ancient thunder dragons had been devoured by Wang Lin and had become part of him. At this instant, his origin soul grew like crazy. The fire dissipated and was replaced by endless thunder. The thunder essence began to grow like crazy at an earth-shattering rate. Wang Lin's origin soul slowly changed from the shape of an ancient thunder dragon to a bolt of thunder. A bolt of thunder that connected the heavens and earth. Wang Lin's head was the heavens and his feet were the earth. This bolt of thunder was now the same as the one the Scatter Thunder clan had, eternal. The moment this bolt of thunder formed completely, the clouds outside rumbled and even more rain fell. The thunder seemed to have gone crazy and rumbled violently. The entire cultivation planet could hear the shocking thunder coming out from the clouds. In the Imperial City, there were several old men in a towering pavilion. Almost all of them were at the Nirvana Cleanser stage, and one of them was at the Nirvana Shatterer stage. As they all stood inside the pavilion, they looked at the clouds churning and listened to the rumbling thunder. They all revealed strange gazes. This rain came a bit too suddenly. The thunder also seems a bit too violent, but even our combined divine senses didn't find anything. One of the old men said, Perhaps we are just too worried. Alas, even a large clan like the Scatter Thunder clan has been destroyed and their head elder killed. Looking at the thunder before me, I can't help but feel something is wrong. But perhaps I'm just thinking too much. The Nirvana Shatterer old man shook his head and stopped talking. It doesn't matter who that person is. Since the ancient star system kill order has been given, as long as his whereabouts are found, he will without a doubt die. There was a large mountain range in the eastern part of the planet. This was where the Zhou clan was located. Different from the Scatter Thunder clan, the Zhou clan was only a small sect and only occupied a single cultivation planet, much like the sects in the inner realm. At this moment, inside the Zhou clan, there was a person with white hair standing on top of the mountain. He looked very old, and he stared into the distance. After a long time, he whispered, "Why do I feel like a calamity is about to strike?" Wang Lin knew that time was of the essence. After devouring the 8 ancient thunder dragons, he released the eternal thunderbolt. The moment it was released, it was about to break free from Wang Lin's body. However, just as it was about to move, Wang Lin's origin soul, which had become a bolt of thunder, rushed at the eternal thunderbolt and began devouring like crazy. The eternal thunderbolt struggled like crazy. There was a will inside the eternal thunderbolt much like the soul of a cultivator, and it began a struggle to the death with Wang Lin. Fuse with me and become part of my thunder essence. Allow my thunder essence to reach completion, and along with the accompanying forms of thunder, increase my cultivation level. Wang Lin's divine sense swept forth like a storm and tore up all the resistance the eternal thunderbolt put up. Dao spell. Fuse. Wang Lin's right eye lit up, and the 2 different thunder essences in his eyes began to rotate. His eyes gave off a demonic feel. Chapter 1365, 3 Images. This rain was very fast, and seemed to have no end as it constantly fell. Fortunately, the streets had shallow waterways that led most of the rain out of the city like rivers flowing into the ocean. An entire day of time was lost in this rain. When night arrived, it was not as lively as the night before. People stayed inside their homes and didn't go out. It was impossible to see the clouds at night, but the lightning that occasionally lit up the sky revealed the world to everyone. There was cold wind mixed in with the rain. The cold wind howled, causing the rain to fall at an angle. The branches of wet leaves hanging before every door began to shake violently. Some were not tied well enough, and the ropes snapped. They began flying in the wind like lonely boats in the violent ocean. Some were thrown into the sky, where they circled in the air and disappeared into the darkness. Some fell to the ground and landed in the muddy water. They tried to fly again with the wind, but then a muddy boot crushed them, pushing them back into the mud. They would never break free again. Thunder began to roar at this moment, and the lightning lit up the city. During this brief moment, one could see an old man wearing a Daoist robe standing in the middle of the street with his hands behind his back and his eyes glowing like torches. He was still standing on a leaf with his right foot. Half of the leaf was still struggling in the muddy water as the wind blew. There was a strange mark between his eyebrows. Behind him were 7 middle-aged cultivators, their gazes cold. With a wave of his hand, the 7 people immediately surrounded the old man, and their hands formed seals. A faint light came from each of them and formed lightning-like threads connected to the old man's body. This formed an image that looked the same as the tattoo between the old man's eyebrows. The old man became the center, and 7 rays of light shot out of his body. The old man closed his eyes and suddenly reopened them a moment later. The moment he opened his eyes, the light from his clan mark began to spread out like a fan. At the same time, the light from the 7 people around him glowed brightly and gathered inside the old man's body, causing the light from his clan mark to shine even brighter. As the light from his clan mark swept by the houses, the old man's gaze suddenly changed. These old and shabby houses suddenly looked like they were brand new, and then, in another instant, they were in ruins. Not only was the time of the houses reversing, even the mortals in the houses became younger. Soon, they dissipated one by one as if they had never appeared in his world. Some people that had lived here and died long ago seemed to have resurrected. Their lives played out before the old man. Wang Lin was still sitting inside the house. The devouring of the eternal thunderbolt inside his origin soul had reached the critical moment. The eternal thunderbolt contained a will that was struggling frantically and was letting out thunderous roars, much like the thunder outside. However, no matter how it tried to break free, it couldn't break out of Wang Lin's body. After Wang Lin's origin soul had devoured the 8 ancient thunder dragons, it had turned into a bolt of thunder. It was like 2 bolts of eternal thunder were battling each other at the beginning of time. Only one could remain. Only one could become the true king of thunder. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and they started shining. His expression was calm as he waved his hand, and everything inside the house began to distort like a mirror. It continued to distort until cracking sounds appeared, and, finally, everything shattered. After doing this, Wang Lin closed his eyes and ignored the outside world. He once again went into cultivation and began the final step of devouring the eternal thunderbolt. In the rain, the old man in the Daoist robe slowly looked across the houses. When his gaze passed Wang Lin's house, he didn't even bat an eye. He just saw a scholar disappear within the house and get replaced by a much livelier family. After a long time, the old man had scanned the entire western side of the city. After finding nothing, the old man calmly formed a seal, pointed to between his eyebrows, and let out a roar. The light from his clan mark became even brighter, and when the old man looked again, the city had disappeared. Time continued to reverse, and an ancient battlefield appeared before the old man. Two mortal armies fought, dyeing the earth dark red. The old man suddenly closed his eyes. The light from his clan mark dimmed until it returned to normal. The 7 cultivators around him also withdrew their marks. Now their faces were slightly pale. There is no cultivator hiding here. Let's change to a different location. The old man waved his sleeves and jumped into the air through the dark clouds. As he flew into the distance, the 7 cultivators followed. Similar scenes not only happened in various cities, but also on many planets across the ancient star system. Once the ancient star system order was given, every clan had to obey, and they had begun a detailed search of every single cultivation planet and abandoned planet. The people of the ancient star system formed a giant net. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral and didn't change at all when they left. His eyes didn't even open. The roar of the eternal thunderbolt was getting weaker, and so was its struggle. With clouds still filling the sky, even now the rain didn't seem to lessen. Not even the night watchman appeared, and the only sound was the sound of rain falling. The two thunders inside Wang Lin's origin soul finally fused together. The eternal thunderbolt let out an unwilling roar before it was completely devoured by Wang Lin's origin soul. The moment the eternal thunderbolt was devoured, the will inside was refined by Wang Lin and became one with his origin soul. He felt his origin soul tremble, and his thunder essence was growing at an unimaginable speed. This growth was impossible to describe. Just the thunder essence had allowed Wang Lin's cultivation to break through the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer and reach toward the late stage. As his thunder essence rumbled, Wang Lin's cultivation would instantly reach the late stage of Nirvana Shatterer if he used his thunder. The power of essence, the fundamentals of all domains. Obtaining the essence meant that he had seen through all laws of thunder. There was no longer a domain cap on his cultivation, and this was unheard of. After devouring the will of the eternal thunderbolt, Wang Lin's mind rumbled. Memories flashed through his mind. These were the memories from the will, the memories of the eternal thunderbolt. The memories were broken due to the passage of time, so only 3 images appeared. The first image was of a collapse of a star system. The collapse spread across countless star domains and star fields, across an area far larger than both the inner and outer realms. This collapse was like the apocalypse. Within the collapse, countless creatures perished. Wang Lin saw cultivators in strange clothes, strange monsters, mosquito beasts the size of a planet, and he even saw a Ji Qiong with countless heads. However, just as he was about to continue to look, a bolt of thunder seemed to frantically come from the void as if it was escaping something, and it flashed through the void. This was the first image. It was very short, but the shock it brought Wang Lin was huge. That flash was the eternal thunderbolt. However, it was countless times more powerful than when Wang Lin devoured it. In the second image, the thunderbolt swam in a person's hand. He was middle-aged and he had an indifferent gaze. There was a flower tattoo between his eyebrows. The flower had 7 petals representing the 7 colors. Unfortunately, this ancient void god thunderbolt will never return to what it was like in the past. Forget it. I'll just send you out and see what your luck is. The middle-aged man shook his head and waved his hand. The thunderbolt rumbled as it went down endlessly and disappeared. The third image's setting was on top of the Scatter Thunder Clan's temple. There was a bolt of thunder that connected the heavens and earth. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of time and would remain eternal. There were 8 cultivators floating around this bolt of thunder. One of the 8 was an old man, and he had a thunder mark between his eyebrows. The other 7 all wore strange clothes that was made from an unknown substance. It looked like each of them was wearing a river. The person stood at the head. He was clearly the leader. Even the person of the Scatter Thunder clan looked at this person with respect and a hint of fear. There was a golden line around this person's body. Wang Lin felt that the golden line was extremely familiar. I didn't think he would be here. Unfortunate, unfortunate. The leader shook his head and turned around. The moment he turned around, a rumble echoed through Wang Lin's mind. His pupils shrank, and he was startled for a moment. He is. Chapter 1366, Five-Colored G-Realm. However, the image of the person turning around while speaking lingered in Wang Lin's mind. It was like an imprint engraved in his mind. This person's appearance was unfamiliar to Wang Lin. He believed he had never seen that person before, but there was a five-colored light flashing in his left thigh. Wang Lin was very familiar with this light. He could tell at a glance that it was the G-Realm. Five-Colored G-Realm. Wang Lin had only seen the five-colored G-Realm once. It was a long time ago back on planet Suzaku. It belonged to Na Duo from the Five Elements planet. The moment Wang Lin saw the five-colored G-Realm, he had the inexplicable feeling that this five-colored G-Realm was the same as Na Duo's five-colored G-Realm. Meeting Na Duo had opened the door to the G-Realm for Wang Lin. Wang Lin had also found out that there wasn't just one type of G-Realm. Na Duo was one of the people that had hunted Situ Nan and was healing as a mummy on planet Suzaku. Wang Lin had taken his bag of holding, and after Wang Lin got his revenge in Zhou, this person had caught up to him. Although the image had disappeared, Wang Lin's eyes shined. He seemed to have found a great secret. The golden light around the person should be the soul lasher. Combined with what the head elders said during our battle, then there is Na Duo's five-colored G-Realm. Could it be that these mysterious cultivators didn't leave, but headed to the inner realm? Due to some unknown reason, his five-colored G-Realm ended up in Na Duo's hands. Even the soul lasher was left behind on planet Suzu. Na Duo must know a lot about this. Five Elements planet. Na Duo. As Wang Lin silently pondered, his eyes lit up. After a long time, he took a deep breath and put all of this aside. This was not the time to be thinking about this. At this moment, the thunder in Wang Lin's origin soul was several times stronger than before. It filled his body and formed a vortex that rumbled loudly as it rotated. Every time it rotated, it would cause every inch of Wang Lin's body to be filled with the power of thunder. At this moment, he was no longer a cultivator, but a bolt of thunder. A bolt of heaven-defying thunder. This cultivation went through a strange change at this moment. This kind of change had never happened before in the inner realm nor the outer realm. If he simply used this thunder power, he could break through from the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer to the late stage. However, if didn't use thunder and instead used his own domain, fire, and origin energy, Wang Lin was still at the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer. This was directly related to the fact he had five essences in his body. The rain outside the house continued to fall, and lightning sometimes flashed across the sky. Wang Lin stood up and held the broken raincoat in his hand. He put it on and walked out the door. The moment he opened the door, lightning arrived and lit up the dark street. The rain created a haze, making it impossible to see far. No light came from any of the houses. They were obviously already asleep. Occasionally, there would be cries of children being awakened by the sound of thunder, but soon were coaxed back into sleep by their parents. The rustling rain set off ripples on the ground, which was littered with scattered leaves. Wang Lin stood at the door and looked at the sky that was lit up for a moment by the lightning. He then tightened the raincoat around him and walked out. There was no one else on the street beside Wang Lin. The only thing that accompanied him on this silent walk down the street, aside from the rain, was the wind. The connection between the western and northern parts of the city was always very lively. If the weather was good, even late at night, the brothels and casinos would always be very populated. However, under this heavy rain, this place had become quiet. Only the places that pretended to be restaurants still had light coming from them. Wang Lin slowly walked through the western side of the city and arrived outside a restaurant. There were only 2 or 3 people inside, and the waiter had a sleepy gaze that made him look like he would fall asleep at any moment. Wang Lin walked into the restaurant and placed the wine jug before the waiter, making a soft sound. "Give me a jug of wine." When Wang Lin entered, he brought in some wind and rain. The man felt a chill and looked at Wang Lin. He grumbled before taking the wine jug off the table and walking into the back room. A short moment later, he put the wine jug before Wang Lin and lazily said, 3 mortal crystals. Wang Lin left the money and took a sip of the wine. The familiar, spicy feeling entered his throat and turned into heat in his stomach. This wine was very strong and suitable for when one was about to kill. Wang Lin liked it a lot. Holding the wine jug, he walked out of the restaurant. Thunder rumbled and lightning lit up the road before Wang Lin. He didn't go back to the western side of the city, but walked toward the northern side. In the rainy night, he would sometimes drink a mouthful of wine. His pace wasn't fast, but every time he took a step, the rain seemed to pause for a moment. In the sky north of the capital, the old man in the Daoist robe who had used the spell to search was leaving with a gloomy expression. The 7 others that followed him all looked tired. They had already searched many places tonight, but they had found nothing. Clearly the person that wiped out the Scatter Thunder clan wasn't here. Elder, large amounts of people have gathered in this star domain, but none of them have found anything. Perhaps that person isn't here. He may not be on this cultivation planet, but he must be in this star domain, the old man said gloomily as he walked through the air. The Sovereign Council's Grandmaster Yun Luo foresaw that this person would be in this star domain. It won't be long before he can pinpoint the planet. If we can find him before Grandmaster Yun Luo, we will surely. The old man's eyes lit up when he got to this point. However, just at this moment, thunder echoed across the air and lightning lit up the sky. At that moment, a figure wearing a raincoat and holding a wine jug walked over. He was too fast, so fast that no one saw him, so fast that none of the 7 people noticed him at all. This figure suddenly arrived 3 feet away from the old man in the Daoist robe. The old man in the Daoist robe's pupils shrank, and his eyes filled with shock and fear. He didn't have time to do anything before the figure took a sip of the wine in his right hand, and his left hand landed between the old man's eyebrows. In an instant, a thunderous rumble came from the sky. A portion of the old man's origin soul was ripped off and pushed out from his body. Just as this portion of origin soul left the old man's body, Wang Lin took a step forward. His left hand grabbed the origin soul that extended outward and then walked into the distance. At this moment, the thunder just ended and the sound was still echoing. Then lightning lit up the sky once more. The 7 cultivators hadn't noticed anything at all. Even the old man in the Daoist robe was confused but soon recovered. It will surely be a great merit. The old man's expression was still gloomy, but he was deathly pale. It seemed he hadn't noticed anything or remembered the fear he felt. He took a step and continued to fly forward. As the lightning lit up the earth, the figure went further and further away from those 8 cultivators. In his hand was an origin soul that looked like the old man. The old man tried to call for help, but no sound came out. These 8 people only needed to turn around to see this, but they weren't aware at all and gradually left. Wang Lin took a sip of wine as he walked through the muddy water on the street of the western city and opened the door to his house. He was still holding an origin soul in his left hand, and the moment he entered, his left hand squeezed. The origin soul silently collapsed, and all memories were extracted by Wang Lin. Wang Lin wouldn't carelessly risk killing the old man in the Daoist robe, but he needed to know the current situation in the ancient star system. He had used his thunder to instantly cut off a portion of the old man's origin soul to search the old man's memory. It is indeed as I expected, the ancient star system has begun to search carefully. The Sovereign Council's Grandmaster, Yun Luo. This person's spell was able to calculate my location. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. With this memory, he not only learned about the hunt the ancient star system had called for, but also the search net they had placed. While sneering, Wang Lin waved his hand, and an origin soul appeared in his hand. This was the origin soul of the Scatter Thunder Clan's head elder. His eyes were closed, and he was on the brink of death. The other 5 accompanying types of thunder, aside from spiritual thunder, must be obtained through the origin soul of the head elder. When he used the 6 types of thunder, they didn't come from his body, he summoned them. Although they dissipated, they weren't destroyed and could be summoned again. Unfortunately, there are 9 types of thunder, and it's not complete. I wonder if completing my thunder mark will allow me to cross the Heaven's Blight stages and reach the 3rd step as a thunder cultivator. Without hesitating, Wang Lin opened his mouth and inhaled. The head elder's origin soul entered Wang Lin's mouth as a stream of light. Thunder rumbled inside Wang Lin's origin soul as the head elder's origin soul was completely crushed. At this moment, Wang Lin's thunder origin soul moved. After devouring the head elder, his origin soul unexpectedly changed into the appearance of the head elder. His origin soul suddenly opened its eyes, and thunder flashed through them. Heavenly thunder, earth thunder, origin thunder, magnetic thunder, Tao thunder, and spiritual thunder. Appear for me. Chapter 1367, Master Simo. Under this violent light, a rift appeared in Wang Lin's origin soul, but it didn't bring him any harm. The inside of the rift was completely dark, as if it led to another world. Under Wang Lin's will, the darkness in the rift began to move like fog, and there were faint rumblings coming from within. In just a moment, 6 types of thunder rumbled and flew out. They were the result of the Scatter Thunder clan collecting them for tens of thousands of years. They immediately rushed out and rotated rapidly around Wang Lin's origin soul. A feeling of swelling came from Wang Lin's body. It was fortunate that he had the body of an ancient god, because if he was an ordinary cultivator, he would have exploded immediately. Even so, There were strands of thunder coming out from Wang Lin's pores. This caused his clothes to move without any wind, and thunder moved across the entire room. Due to this, the thunder outside became even more crazy and rumbled loudly. This drastic change caused Wang Lin to open his eyes. My judgment was wrong. Wang Lin's expression became gloomy and his body disappeared from the house. He moved across the rumbling sky and instantly appeared in an endless mountain range in the southern part of the planet. The endless mountains were linked together, making it impossible to see where they ended. The mountains were covered in many giant, ancient forests that were filled with ferocious beasts. Wang Lin appeared in a valley in the depths of the mountain range. The moment he appeared, he waved his hand and light distorted around him so that he could blend into the surroundings. Under the light, Wang Lin sat down, formed seals with his hands, and began to refine like crazy. He previously thought that he could contain the 6 types of thunder within his origin soul, but he unexpectedly found that his origin soul couldn't devour them in a short period of time. Not only that, but thunder was coming out of his body. The thunder was weak, but it was enough to attract the attention of some of the cultivators on the planet. When Wang Lin left the house, the expressions of the cultivators in the pavilion in the Imperial City all changed. They had faintly noticed a shocking thunder force, but when their divine senses rushed over, they found nothing. However, all of these cultivators were very smart and immediately realized the reason. It doesn't matter if this is the person who slaughtered the Scatter Thunder clan. This person must have a hidden agenda for hiding here. The Nirvana Shatterer old man had a gloomy expression. His eyes lit up and he charged off into the distance. The rest followed him. Not only him, the old man in the Daoist robe who had his divine sense split was about to leave when he suddenly turned around. His eyes revealed a strange light as he turned without saying a word, and his divine sense began a careful search. Similarly, in the western part of the planet, there was a group of cultivators in white. They had searched the entire western side of the planet and found nothing. Just as they were about to leave, the expression of the middle-aged man who was the leader changed, and he changed directions without hesitation. In a foggy star domain in the ancient star system lived one of the large ancient clans, the Misty clan. Deep within the foggy star domain, there was a blue planet. Within this blue planet was a lake as calm as a mirror. It was very beautiful. There was an island at the center of the lake with 2 or 3 elegant pavilions built on it. They were surrounded by a large amount of flowers that gave off pleasant fragrance. The wind would create ripples in the lake and blow the fragrance of the flowers into the distance. There was a woman in black sitting outside the pavilion. She had green silk draped over her head, and the wind caused her hair to flutter. Her face was covered by green silk, so it was impossible to see it. Her hands were like jade, and there was a ball of water that gave off water vapor moving above the lake. The ball of water seemed to be filled with chaos and filled with light. Its insides twisted and distorted until the figure of a man in white that gave off the aura of loneliness appeared. As the ball of water twisted, the figure became even more clear. Looking at it closely, it was Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the eyes of the woman in black lit up behind the green silk. The ball of water exploded into a curtain of water. The curtain of water revealed a star domain, and in that star domain there was only one cultivation planet. The woman in black softly said, "Tell the elders of the Sovereign Council that Yun Luo has found the person who destroyed the Scatter Thunder clan. He is here." The moment she finished speaking, 3 figures vaguely appeared and clasped their hands at the woman before disappearing. It wasn't long before all the ancient star system cultivators around the planet Wang Lin was on obtained the Sovereign Council's order and began to gather. At the same time, there was an abyss within a spatial rift. This place was dark all year and was always filled with cold energy. Any living being sucked in would instantly perish. However, deep within the darkness and cold energy of the rift sat a middle-aged man. He wore a gloomy expression as he sat there and cultivated. Every time he inhaled, the endless cold energy would gather. Crackling sounds echoed as ice formed and instantly collapsed into energy that was absorbed by this man. There was a ball of white light floating before him. The white light seemed to contain souls, but it was impossible to see what was inside clearly. It slowly rotated, and faint white lines flew out of it and were inhaled by the middle-aged man. After a long time, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and looked at the white light before him. He muttered, "A rank 6 Dao spirit is indeed amazing. I've only absorbed 60%, but I already faintly feel signs of breaking past the early stage of Nirvana Void. Although I'm still far from a breakthrough, but it's a feeling that hasn't appeared in a long time. The 4 void realms, Nirvana, Spirit, Arcane, Tribulent." The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, and he looked up. A ray of red light pierced through the void and rushed into the rift. It suddenly appeared before the middle-aged man. The red light lit up everything, and there was a blood-colored piece of paper at the center. Master Simo, orders from the Sovereign Council within. Capture the person who destroyed the Scatter Thunder clan to earn a rank 6 Dao spirit as a reward. Kill him, and you will only obtain a rank 9 Dao spirit. A gloomy voice echoed from the blood paper. This middle-aged man was one of the third-step cultivators hunting Tua-san when Wang Lin entered the ancient star system. Master Simo. Master Simo's eyes lit up, and his right hand reached out at the blood paper. He crushed the paper, and then a red gas entered his arm. This matter is simple. My avatar is enough. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, and an illusion walked out of his body. This avatar looked exactly like him, but its cultivation wasn't at the third step, but fifth heaven's blight. His avatar took a step forward and disappeared from the spatial rift. As for Wang Lin, he was hiding within the mountain range, ignoring all the cultivators that were searching for him on the planet. Ignoring the rays of light flying above his head, he closed his eyes and began refining the 6 types of thunder like crazy. The first one he refined was the spiritual thunder. He already had a lot, and it didn't take long for him to absorb all the spiritual thunder the Scatter Thunder clan had gathered. As a result, his spiritual thunder was every powerful. It slowly rotated around Wang Lin's origin soul. Every time it made a rotation, it would make his origin soul grow, and his cultivation level would increase a bit. His thunder cultivation was growing toward the peak of Nirvana Shatterer. It was difficult to reach Nirvana Shatterer in 10,000 years, much less breaking through further. Wang Lin's cultivation time simply couldn't compare to that of those old monsters. He relied on the Dao fruit to reach the Nirvana Shatterer stage, and then on the thunder. Although this was the case, it couldn't increase his cultivation level too much, unless all 9 types of thunder were completed. However, Wang Lin didn't know if he could enter the third step after the 9 types thunder were complete. He had a feeling it wouldn't be this simple. After all, he had chosen not to cultivate Joss flames. No matter what happens, I can't cultivate Joss flames. Wang Lin's decision was firm. After absorbing the spiritual thunder, his origin soul opened its mouth and began to devour the other 5 types of thunder. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 1 day went by. During this day, even more ancient star system cultivators had gathered here. There was no less than 100,000 cultivators. There were many powerful cultivators here, and very few weak people were sent out. The entire cultivation planet had been searched like crazy by these cultivators. The search had already flipped the entire planet inside and out. Even the mountain range had been searched inch by these cultivators. But in the end, no matter how much they searched, they found nothing. Chapter 1368, The Great Void Gate. As Wang Lin sat there, he had completely merged with his surroundings. Whenever someone's gaze or divine sense passed by, their senses would be distorted, so they wouldn't detect Wang Lin. His aura had long fused with the mountain range, so it was impossible to tell them apart. The heavenly thunder had already been successfully refined and had become one of his accompanying thunders. The earth thunder had also been successfully devoured by Wang Lin a few hours ago. Wang Lin knew that time was of the essence. He didn't hesitate to charge toward the 4th type of thunder, the origin thunder. This origin thunder was formed by the origin energy of the world. After being refined by Wang Lin for 3 hours, it trembled and could no longer resist. Right now there were 4 types of accompanying thunder around Wang Lin's thunder origin soul. As the 4 types of accompanying thunder rotated, his origin soul became even more powerful, and his thunder cultivation was getting closer to peak Nirvana Shatterer. Magnetic thunder. I command you as the thunder of heaven to become my accompanying thunder. Wang Lin's divine sense roared. The 5th type of accompanying thunder, magnetic thunder, was very strange. It contained a powerful magnetic force and gave off a powerful repulsive force. To completely absorb it, he would have to refine it for several days and slowly make the repulsive force dissipate until it became his own. However, Wang Lin didn't have much time to waste. Seeing the magnetic thunder resisting violently, he let out a cold snort, and the 4 types of accompanying thunder around his origin soul descended. They formed a powerful force and collided with the magnetic force. There was a violent roar, and the magnetic thunder resisted for a moment before it collapsed. The moment it collapsed, Wang Lin's origin soul devoured the magnetic thunder. However, due to the fact that it was not absorbed but devoured after collapsing, it was a lot weaker than the other types of accompanying thunder. However, Wang Lin couldn't care too much about it. After absorbing the 5 types of accompanying thunder, they rotated rapidly around his origin soul. At that instant, His cultivation broke through from the late stage of Nirvana Shatterer to the peak of Nirvana Shatterer. When his thunder cultivation reached the peak of Nirvana Shatterer, his origin soul expanded rapidly before pounding on the sixth type of accompanying thunder, Dao Thunder. The Scatter Thunder clan had found Dao Thunder in the Inner Realm. Only Inner Realm cultivators cultivated Dao and could form Dao intent. This was how Dao Thunder was formed. If this thunder resisted, Wang Lin wouldn't hesitate to crush it. His origin soul arrived with the momentum of a large army, but the Dao Thunder unexpectedly didn't resist at all. Complicated Dao intent came from the countless souls within the thunder. Wang Lin felt that these souls were extremely familiar. They were all Inner Realm cultivators. These souls also felt Wang Lin's Dao intent and charged at his origin soul. Without the need for Wang Lin to devour it, the Dao Thunder integrated with its own. A perfect integration. All 6 types of accompanying thunder were devoured and were rotating rapidly around Wang Lin's thunder essence. His thunder cultivation had reached the peak of Nirvana Shatterer. His eyes suddenly opened, and in the thunder mark in his right eye, 6 types of accompanying thunder rotated. Endless rumbles came from the thunder in the sky. The 100,000 cultivators on the planet searching for Wang Lin immediately noticed the difference in the thunder. Their divine senses fused together and swept the entire planet, but they still found nothing. If it wasn't for the Zhunyan sect stopping them, these cultivators were going to ignore all life on the planet and refine the entire planet to force Wang Lin out. Rays of light filled the sky. There were cultivators everywhere. Wang Lin revealed a sneer. The 6 types of accompanying thunder were complete, but this wasn't the end. He still needed 3 more types of thunder to complete his thunder essence. However, he had no clue where to search for the remaining 3. When it comes to accompanying thunder, there is no need to follow the rules and search for them. If I say they are accompanying thunder, then that's what they will be. Wang Lin was never one to follow the rules. Since he had no idea what the 3 types of accompanying thunder should be, he was just going to make his own. I want to see if I can reach the 3rd step with the help of my thunder essence reaching completion. Wang Lin's eyes glowed red and his G realm shot out. G realm is divine retribution and is also thunder. I don't care what the divine retribution was before. Now you are the G thunder and my 7th type of accompanying thunder. I, Wang Lin, am the thunder of heaven. My words are orders you follow for life. G thunder, return. Under Wang Lin's will, the G thunder rumbled and charged at his right eye. It penetrated this right eye and imprinted itself in his pupil. It became the 7th type of accompanying thunder. At this moment, inside Wang Lin's right eye, there were 7 types of thunder rotating around his thunder essence. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. Wang Lin had already merged with the mountain range. The eruption of thunder spread out across the mountain range and across the entire continent. The thunderous rumble was heaven-shaking, and endless thunder was set off across the continent. This thunder didn't hurt mortals, but it was extremely bright. The cultivators searching for Wang Lin were all shocked, and then became excited as they began searching once more. There were several cultivators at the Heaven's Blight stage working together, causing their divine senses to increase greatly. Thundertoad, you're a fierce beast, and contain your own bloodline. You have followed me for many years, and although your cultivation level isn't high, you have cultivated my defying nature. Today, as the Lord of Thunder, I grant you the title of the 8th type of accompanying thunder, the Bloodline Thunder. I don't care what the 8th type of thunder was in the past. From today onward, you will become the eternal 8th type of accompanying thunder. Wang Lin's divine sense was powerful, and when it spread out, the thunder toad that had followed him for countless years appeared. The thunder toad let out a roar, and then turned into a bolt of thunder that charged at Wang Lin's right eye. In an instant, the thunder toad disappeared, and a bolt of bloodline thunder appeared in Wang Lin's right eye. 8 types of accompanying thunder rotated around his thunder essence. Now the world changed colors, and the clouds scattered. Not only the earth, but even the sky was covered in thunder. Thunderous rumbles spread out and shocked the minds of all the cultivators here. Right now the sky was thunder, and the earth was also thunder. The space in between was surrounded by thunder. There was attraction between the thunder from the sky and the thunder on the earth. Bolts of thunder connecting the sky and earth appeared. The 100,000 cultivators searching for Wang Lin were no longer excited, but terrified. They had never seen something like this before. Watching the thunder rumble, their hearts began to tremble. The last type of thunder. I can't find this last type of accompanying thunder in this world, but throughout my life, I have always defied the heavens. I refuse to bend to fate, and I'll become the Lord of the world. I'll destroy this heavens and shatter this earth. I fought against the heavens for the soul of my wife and stole from time. I've lived my life as a heaven-defying cultivator. Although it has been bloody, I have no regrets. I, Wang Lin, have traveled the world for 2,000 years, but my heart remains calm. I seek a heaven-defying heart, and I cultivate a heaven-defying will. Since I can't find the last form of accompanying thunder, then I'll use my entire life of cultivation to form the defying thunder. This defying thunder has never been born before, but today, with my command, this world will give birth to the defying thunder that will replace the 9th type of accompanying thunder of the past, and become the only 9th type of thunder, defying thunder. Wang Lin's will were filled with madness and power. He suddenly stood up and looked at the sky. His body was as straight as a pine tree, filled with heaven-defying will. His eyes were like thunder, and his aura charged into the sky. His heart contained defiance and struggled directly against fate. What happened at the 7 million worlds removed my last bit of hesitation. If the heavens are insensitive, then us cultivators should resist. If it doesn't care, why should it control all lives and mess with my life? Wang Lin's voice roared, and the endless thunder seemed to resonate. The thunder formed a giant thunder lake and spread in all directions. A bolt of thunder that had never appeared since the beginning of time was born from Wang Lin's words. It was invisible and couldn't be seen by most people. Only those filled with a defying will could detect it. When this thunder suddenly appeared, it charged toward Wang Lin's right eye. It contained the struggle against fate and heaven. It integrated in an instant. In Wang Lin's right eye, the 9 types of accompany thunder around his thunder essence were complete. As they rotated, they formed a thunder tattoo in Wang Lin's right eye. The moment the thunder tattoo took shape, an indescribable thunder force erupted from Wang Lin's body like an endless volcano eruption. As the thunderous rumble echoed, a giant, illusionary gate suddenly appeared before the gobsmacked cultivators on the planet. This gate was boundless and seemed to be part of heaven itself. It was like the door of the heavens, and if one could open it, they could leave this world. 3rd step, Great Void Gate. Some of the cultivators immediately recognized it, and their expressions changed. Disbelief filled their faces. The moment the door appeared, Wang Lin clearly felt the indescribable power coming from it. It was as if everything he had was nothing but dust compared to it. Even if I can't break it, I have to try. Chapter 1369, Thunder Tattoo Shakes the Heavens. An indescribable shock spread out like crazy. Wang Lin coughed out blood and blood exploded from his body. He was knocked far away by the shockwave. However, the motionless gate also rumbled and unexpectedly opened just a small crack after being hit by the bolt of thunder that contained Wang Lin's heaven-defying will. Although this gap was very small, it did open. Although it was far from opening completely, this gave Wang Lin hope. The boundless gate slowly dissipated. Wang Lin's body was pushed by the impact, and he landed loudly on the ground. After a brief moment of silence, it was unknown who shouted first, but everyone's gazes gathered on the spot where Wang Lin had fallen. Kill. This person didn't succeed in breaking into the 3rd step and is seriously injured. Killing him will be great merit. He is the person who destroyed the Scatter Thunder clan. Kill him, and your name will spread across the ancient star system. This person is powerful, so we can't give him the chance to recover. We must kill him immediately. As murderous roars echoed, the 100,000 cultivators began to move. They used spells and treasures as they charged at Wang Lin. The sky was covered by the light of treasures and spells. They formed a destructive aura that charged at Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Although he was injured, with his cunning, he was already prepared. When the attacks arrived, Wang Lin pressed down on the ground and lifted it with a roar. The entire mountain range rumbled and thunder filled the area. Wang Lin rushed into the air, and the mountain rose up into the air with him. Countless fierce beasts escaped in panic and large amounts of trees collapsed, setting off a monstrous dust cloud. This scene was so shocking that it caused terror to appear in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators once more. This scene was enough to shock anyone. The mountain range was covered in thunder and was lifted into the air. Wang Lin let out a roar as he waved his hand, and the mountain range split into countless thunder mountains that scattered in all directions. Treasures and spells collided with the countless thunder mountains, creating a thunderous rumble. Large amounts of cultivators weren't able to dodge fast enough and were hit by the thunder mountains. They coughed out blood, and their bodies collapsed. Some people's origin souls completely disintegrated as well. However, if this was all, it wouldn't show Wang Lin's methods. Although Wang Lin was injured, he had been injured by the Great Void Gate, and his thunder cultivation had to reach the peak of Nirvana Shatterer to be able to summon the Great Void Gate. Ordinary cultivators were not worth taking seriously in his eyes. Thunder mountains, contain my thunder, and turn into sealing thunder to seal all of them. Although this is not enough to seal you all for life, it's enough for me to leave. Wang Lin smiled as he waved his hand, and endless thunder fused into the countless thunder mountains. As the rumbles echoed, the countless mountains descended from above on top of the cultivators. They all connected together and fell on these cultivators. The 100,000 cultivators were terrified and were about to scatter. However, thunder surrounded them, distorting the origin energy of the world and preventing them from escaping. The countless mountains descended from the sky and landed on the ground, completely sealing the 100,000 cultivators below it. These people were at various cultivation levels, and Wang Lin obviously couldn't fight them, so he had borrowed the Thunder Mountains to seal them. Right now, thunderous rumbles echoed as the cultivators attempted to break the Thunder Mountains that were sealing them. The Thunder Mountains rumbled violently, and large amounts of rocks fell off. It seemed like they could collapse at any moment, and allow the 100,000 cultivators sealed under them to break free. Wang Lin sneered as thunder flashed in his right eye, and the thunder tattoo appeared once more. The moment it appeared, heavenly thunder appeared, and Wang Lin pressed his hand down. The thunder tattoo split into countless parts and imprinted on the countless thunder mountains. It was like a rune was placed for the real seal to start working. Using countless thunder mountains to seal 100,000 cultivators would make Wang Lin famous. When the thunder tattoo landed, the mountains no longer trembled. They became even more stable. Some angry roars could still vaguely come out from below the mountains, but they couldn't break out of the seal in a short period of time. Wang Lin's face was pale. He was injured by the Great Void Gate, and then had to seal 100,000 cultivators, so he was exhausted. This is merely the start of the ancient star system's hunt. I can't stay here. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he took a step forward. Ripples echoed as he disappeared using spatial bending. Even the completion of my thunder essence can't open that barrier to the third step, can't open the Great Void Gate. Wang Lin's figure reappeared, and he immediately took another step. However, if one thunder essence isn't enough, then I'll use 2 complete essences to smash it. If 2 aren't enough, I don't believe 5 complete essences can't open the Great Void Gate. At that time, I'll instantly reach the third step, and even be considered a powerhouse in the third step. Wang Lin's eyes were cold and determined as he disappeared once more. Chapter 1370, I was wrong about him. The thunder tattoo imprinted on the mountains gave off a ghostly light and a faint heaven's might. After a long time, ripples appeared in the sky above the mountains, and a person walked out. He was a middle-aged man wearing green, and the moment he appeared, his pupils shrank. He wasn't looking at the mountains, but at the sky. It just appeared before. Void Gate. This is the aura of the Void Gate. It can't be wrong. The middle-aged man looked very gloomy as he gazed at the sky like he was looking for something. The Void Gate hasn't been opened. Otherwise, my original body would have noticed. A cultivator that can make the Void Gate appear. Interesting. No wonder the Sovereign Council would be so generous as to take out a rank 6 Daoist spirit. The middle-aged man was Master Simo's avatar. He wasn't in a rush before. He had made his way here slowly and didn't care too much about the capture. However, now, everything changed and he became more serious. After withdrawing his gaze, Master Simo looked at the mountain below him and his pupils shrank again. He took a deep breath and stared at the thunder tattoo imprinted on the mountains. His expression became even more serious. He is a thunder cultivator. He is trying to become a third-step cultivator as a thunder cultivator. Throughout the ages, thunder cultivators have had the most difficult time reaching the third step. Thunder is a power of the heavens, and even in the Scatter Thunder clan, only one person has ever reached the third step. He also stopped at the early stage of Nirvana Void, but if he went crazy and summoned Heavenly Thunder, even mid-stage Nirvana Void cultivators would have a headache dealing him with. No wonder he wanted to destroy the Scatter Thunder clan. His purpose must have been the Eternal Thunderbolt in the Scatter Thunder clan. After devouring the Eternal Thunderbolt, he triggered the appearance of the Void Gate. Master Simo's expression was gloomy, and he roughly guessed what had happened. What is even more terrifying is that even after he tried to break the Void Gate, he had the power to fuse the thunder with the mountains to seal 100,000 cultivators. This kind of feat can't be accomplished by someone ordinary. He must have planned this all along. Only someone who is extremely calm and calculating can do this. Master Simo took a deep breath and a mysterious light shined in his eyes. He gained a strong interest in Wang Lin. Hunting an ancient god already made me excited, and now I can hunt a cultivator like this. Good. Master Simo laughed and didn't even help the 100,000 cultivators below before he turned around to leave. However, just as he turned, he suddenly trembled and turned back around. He carefully looked at the void where the void gate had appeared. Something's not right. For the first time, horror and disbelief appeared on his face, along with doubt and shock. There is none. There is no aura of Joss flames. Master Simo paused for a moment and waved his right hand. The wind howled and filled the world, forming a giant image. This image clearly showed Wang Lin charging at the void gate 3 times and how he sealed the 100,000 cultivators. Staring at this dumbfoundedly, Master Simo's face immediately turned pale. He didn't use any Joss flames. There isn't even a trace of Joss flames on him. He actually didn't rely on Joss flames, but caused the void gate to appear only by the completion of his essence. This is unheard of. And he actually opened the void gate by a sliver. How is this possible? No one can complete their essence without the use of Joss flames. No one can trigger the void gate without the use of Joss flames. Master Simo gradually hid the terror in his eyes and replaced it with calm and peace. He then took a step forward and moved at a speed several times faster than when he came, anxiously pursuing Wang Lin through the trail Wang Lin had left. At the moment Wang Lin's thunder essence reached completion and summoned the void gate, in the Blue Silk clan, Dao Master Blue Dream's hands over the zither suddenly trembled. He raised his head, waved his sleeves, and charged out of the room. Li Qianmei was sitting on a chair and looking at her father, but she didn't say a word. However, the confusion in her eyes was gone and was replaced with clarity. It seemed she had remembered a lot. She then gently stood up and walked out. The moment Dao Master Blue Dream walked out from the room, he waved his right hand. Endless, blue light filled the sky and rapidly condensed into moving pictures. The pictures contained Wang Lin's 3 attempts to break the void gate. Dao Master Blue Dream stared at the pictures and carefully examined them. His expression gradually became more solemn, and in the end, he was filled with shock. This was a very rare expression to appear on Dao Master Blue Dream's face. Your father underestimated a person. This is the first time I've been wrong. After a long time, Dao Master Blue Dream let out a sigh, and disbelief still remained in his eyes. You will continue to be wrong. No one can see through his future. Even if you're one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system, you still can't. Li Qianmei looked at the man attempting to break the void gate in the pictures and smiled gently. Are you blaming your father? Dao Master Blue Dream looked at his own daughter with a complicated expression. Li Qianmei shook her head and softly said, I haven't recovered all of my memories, just a bit. If I had really forgotten him, then it would have been best we never meet again. However, since I remember some, I won't let it go. When my memory is restored, I'll go find him. The woman that had divined Wang Lin's position was cultivating on the island at the center of the lake when Wang Lin triggered the void gate. The many flowers and plants all withered and quickly collapsed. The lake around the island became violent, forming a vortex around the island. The woman's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a mysterious and shocking light. The first is the sign flowers withering. The second sign is the lake turning to a vortex. The third sign is thunder descending. The fourth sign is the sea of fire. The fifth sign is the island splitting. The sixth sign is the ancestral remains shattering. As the woman spoke, the sky rumbled and a bolt of thunder descended on the hill of the island. It was heaven shaking. This caused the expression of the woman in black to change greatly. The ancestor passed down 9 signs, and now 3 of them have appeared. There was a star domain in the ancient star system with many cultivation planets. More than 1,000 planets filled this vast star domain. This was a very famous place in the ancient star system called the Fallen Land. A total of 372 small clans lived in this dense area, and it was extremely chaotic. Due to the chaos, traders of large clans, or those that had provoked powerful enemies would gather here. Then more and more people gradually gathered here until it formed a force that can't be underestimated. Normally, the Sovereign Council wouldn't allow such a place to exist, and because it harbored a large amount of traders, it was hated by many clans. However, over the countless years, very few people dared to attack this place. About 20,000 years ago, a large clan was hunting a trader. When they saw the trader enter this place, they didn't stop, but charged in. However, the moment they entered, a gust of wind blew by. The nearly 1,000 cultivators from the large clan immediately died. This was just one of the rumors. Another was that one of the 5 masters, Devil Master 9 Heavens, once secretly came here. However, he was forced to retreat with serious injuries and had set an oath to never take half a step into the Fallen Land. There was another rumor. It stated that millions of years ago, someone stole something from the Sovereign Council but escaped here. Even the Sovereign Council was unexpectedly afraid, and after setting a 100-year agreement, they retreated. These various things made the Fallen Land mysterious, and few people knew its secrets. However, in turn, large amounts of cultivators sought refuge here for various reasons. This fallen land gradually became very lively and became the largest trading hub in the ancient star system. Various treasures were traded here. At this moment, Wang Lin was sitting inside a cave on a planet without much spiritual energy in the fallen land. This cave took up a portion of a mountain, and he was the only one inside. Wang Lin had long decided to enter the fallen land. He naturally knew of this place after devouring the memories of so many ancient star system cultivators. Now that he was being hunted by the ancient star system order, this was a relatively safe place. After all, the Sovereign Council didn't control this place, so the order couldn't be passed here. Although even though this place wasn't completely safe, the same could be said about the other places in the ancient star system. Out there, he would continue to be hunted, and, eventually, even third-step cultivators would make their move. As a result, there was no difference where he went. The fallen land only took pills and treasures, the stranger the better. Even large amounts of origin crystals were sold. Wang Lin had traded some pills in exchange for 100 years of residence in this cave. Wang Lin had been cultivating here for the past several days and had devoured pills to help his injuries recover. As for his physical injuries, due to the toughness of his ancient god body, he had almost recovered. On this day, while his eyes were closed, his expression changed, and he slowly opened his eyes. A figure appeared at the entrance of the cave and quickly entered. Chapter 1371, I Can't Endure It. Master, I have returned. Pills cost the most here, far more than treasures. There is also a type of puppet here. Although it's not strong, it's very popular. One only needs to imprint their divine sense on it to be able to control it at will. Zhou Big Red was very excited as he spoke. When Wang Lin arrived here, he had let Zhou Big Red out and sent him to gather some information. Zhou Big Red was from the ancient star system, so it wouldn't be suspicious for him to go out. Also, I found nothing about the ancient star system order, so Master can rest assured. After releasing Zhou Big Red, Wang Lin had used a spell to check his heart. After all, Wang Lin had destroyed the Scatter Thunder clan, and he wasn't sure what ideas Zhou Big Red might have. However, what Wang Lin found strange was that Zhou Big Red unexpectedly had almost no feelings toward the Scatter Thunder clan. From his view, the clan had never helped him, and because of the Thunder Crystal, he had to constantly offer tribute. In his early years, he had relied on himself to rise to his current cultivation level, and he saw how vicious the people in the clan were to each other, so he felt no sense of loyalty. Therefore, after learning he could grow stronger by following Wang Lin, he chose to leave the Scatter Thunder clan without hesitation. Although the Scatter Thunder clan was destroyed, there were a lot of people who had left the clan over the countless years and lived elsewhere. It wouldn't be a surprise for people of the Scatter Thunder clan to appear in the fallen land. Wang Lin softly asked, "Puppet?" Zhou Big Red became spirited and quickly said, "Master, this puppet is very expensive here and is made from unknown materials. It can display the power of a normal cultivator and even has divine sense. It is wondrous." Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He was interested in the puppet. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin slowly asked, "Is there any news on the Fire Sparrow clan?" "There aren't many Fire Sparrow clan members here, and I didn't encounter any on this planet. However, after gathering some information, they are mostly gathered on a fire attribute planet nearby. As for the specifics, this little one isn't too familiar, but I should get a clear idea soon." Zhou Big Red patted his chest as he spoke. Wang Lin's eyes shined an indiscernible amount. Although his thunder essence was complete, the accompanying thunders were still a bit flawed. However, he was confident in fixing this. The reason he was still in the ancient star system was for his fire essence. In order to complete his fire essence and awaken the Vermillion bird again, he needed to absorb a large amount of fire. The Fire Sparrow clan was Wang Lin's first choice, and he wouldn't easily let them go. However, he wouldn't get lucky with the Fire Sparrow clan like he did with the Scatter Thunder clan and receive help breaking through all the obstacles. It also wasn't realistic to blend into the Fire Sparrow clan to approach the core of the clan. Wang Lin originally planned to do this, but he was now being hunted by the entire ancient star system. It was very likely that before he could get into the core of the Fire Sparrow clan, the people hunting him would arrive. Although this was the case, Wang Lin did think of a strange method. If he succeed, he could completely devour the fire from the Fire Sparrow clan. "Zhou Big Red, take my pills and buy a puppet." Wang Lin pondered a bit before waving his right hand, causing 3 pills to appear. A burst of fragrance filled the cave. Zhou Big Red stared at the pills and swallowed hard before respectfully receiving them. Holding the pills, Zhou Big Red revealed a flattering smile and whispered, "Master, there are also cultivation furnaces being sold. should this little one? Wang Lin frowned, causing Zhou Big Red to shut up and quickly leave. After leaving the cave, Zhou Big Red's clothes became covered in sweat. Although following Wang Lin was a big opportunity, that frown had terrified Zhou Big Red. When I was in Master's storage space, that Su Ligua was too vicious. He constantly bullied me because his cultivation level is higher. I'll remember this. Once my cultivation level increases, I'll definitely get my revenge. Humph, humph, as long as I properly serve Master, that day won't be far away. Zhou Big Red held the pills and flew off into the distance. He had been here for several days. Relying on his invincible art and his clever nature, he had made friends with quite a few of the lower-rank cultivators. Soon, he arrived outside a valley and clasped his hands. Big Brother Zhou, Little Brother Zhou, is here to visit. This valley was very quiet and was filled with thorn plants. At a glance, it was desolate and filled with Yin energy. There were also scattered animal bones on the ground that formed a formation. There was a cave in the inner part of the valley. There was no door to the cave, but a black fog covered the entrance, making it impossible to see inside. After Zhou Big Red spoke, a strange laugh came from the cave, and the black fog shot into the sky. At the same time, a skinny old man wearing a black robe walked out from the cave. This old man's hair was a mess, and his body was like a bag of bones. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked extremely scary. The skinny old man floated next to Zhou Big Red and said, "So it's Little Brother Zhou. You said earlier that you had to return to your master. I didn't expect you to return so fast." Zhou Big Red's expression remained neutral, and he smiled. He waved his right hand and took out one of the 3 pills Wang Lin had given him. He flicked one directly toward the skinny old man. The old man's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he took a closer look. His expression immediately changed, and ecstasy filled his eyes. "This is a high-quality pill. It is extremely suitable for my cultivation and extremely hard to find. Little Brother Zhou, this." Zhou Big Red laughed and clasped his hands. "No harm. This kind of pill is useless to Master. Little Brother sees that Big Brother has been at the mid-stage of soul formation for a long time, and I presume you need the pill. Just accept it." The skinny old man took a deep breath and was no longer polite as he quickly put the pills away. He looked at Zhou Big Red and whispered, "Little Brother Zhou, your master's cultivation level, could it?" The old man hesitated a bit before saying, "Could he be at the Yin and Yang stage?" Zhou Big Red expected this person to talk about his master, so his expression immediately turned respectful, and he whispered, "My master's cultivation is heaven-piercing, and even I don't know the exact cultivation level. However, I've seen Master kill Nirvana Scryer cultivators with one blow." The skinny old man sucked in a breath of cold air, and he didn't dare to try to find out if this was the truth or a lie. It didn't matter if it was true or not. Someone who could casually take out pills like this was not someone he could provoke. Little Brother Zhou is fortunate to follow such a master. Your cultivation will definitely soar in the future. Don't forget your big brother then. The skinny old man's eyes were filled with envy as he clasped his hands. Zhou Big Red clasped his hands and laughed. "Naturally. In fact, I came out this time to ask Big Brother Zhou for help. Little brother can ask. As long as I can do it, I'll help." He had met Zhou Big Red several days ago. This person was obviously very rich, and the pills Zhou Big Red had made his eyes red. He wanted to steal from him, but he was cautious. After gathering some information, he had learned that Zhou Big Red had a master. Someone who could make a soul formation cultivator his servant was not someone he could fight, so he had suppressed his greed. Zhou Big Red was also good at flattering and gave out a lot of pills. Just like this, the two gradually became acquainted, with their own agendas in mind. Originally, this old man was still suspicious, but seeing how Zhou Big Red's master could casually hand out pills like this, he felt Zhou Big Red's master had become a lot more mysterious. Earlier, Big Brother Zhang mentioned the puppet, and Little Brother went back to tell Master. "My master is interested in buying a puppet." Big Brother Zhang knows Little Brother is new and unfamiliar with this place. "I hope Big Brother Zhang can help me on this, and once this matter is done, there will definitely an reward to thank you." Zhou Big Red's eyes lit up, and he smiled as he looked at the skinny old man. After the old man heard this, he hesitated and whispered, "Brother Zhou, this puppet is not easy to buy. If we were on the main planet, it'd be easy, but here, the Dark Scorpion clan controls the trade on puppets. They are extremely domineering, and the price is several times higher. Are you sure you want to buy?" Seeing Zhou Big Red nodding, the skinny old man pondered for a bit before clenching his teeth. "Okay then, I'll take you there once." After he spoke, he led the way, and they charged off into the distance. There was a ruined city on the western area of the planet. It looked to be in disrepair, with the walls broken in many places, but it was extremely lively. A large amount of cultivators moved about there. The skinny old man was obviously very familiar with this place. He led Zhou Big Red to a relatively complete building, and they carefully walked inside. The hall was at the center of the city, but very few cultivators were here. It was as if the cultivators dreaded the hall and didn't dare to casually enter. They would often go around it. Zhou Big Red and the old man's figures were seen by many people. A lot of them secretly shook their heads. The moment they entered the hall, Zhou Big Red's body trembled as he felt cold energy come from all directions. He couldn't withstand it at all with his cultivation, so it immediately entered his body. It was as if a big hammer had slammed down on his heart, and he immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. The old man was a bit better, but his face was pale. He quickly kneeled on the ground and said, "Juniors have no ill intent. We just want to buy a puppet." The hall was very large, and there was a statue in the center. This statue was dark, and it was a statue of a scorpion. It had its tail raised and gave off a chilling aura. The cold energy that made Zhou Big Red cough out blood came from this scorpion. "Wanna buy puppet? What can two little soul formation cultivators like you have to buy puppets?" A cold voice echoed as a person walked out from the back of the hall. This person wore black and looked around 40 years old. He had a gloomy expression and a look of contempt in his eyes. There was a ferocious scorpion mark between his eyebrows. This scorpion was lifelike and looked almost alive. The tail unexpectedly swayed and gave off a demonic feeling. Zhou Big Red took a deep breath and quickly bowed. He took out the pill Wang Lin had given him and respectfully said, "Junior wishes to use this pill to trade for a puppet." The middle-aged man's expression remained the same, and his right hand reached out. The pill flew into his hand. He casually looked at it. However, his eyes immediately changed, and he completely ignored Zhou Big Red and the old man. He quickly sniffed the pill, then his divine sense spread out, and his pupils shrank. "It's actually a soul pill." The middle-aged man's gaze fell on Zhou Big Red. Then he slowly said, "How many more do you have?" Zhou Big Red bitterly smiled and said, "There is only one." As he spoke, he didn't even wait for the other to ask, and took it out himself. Holding the two pills, the middle-aged man was still sizing Zhou Big Red up. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze. He believed that the person in front of him must have gotten very lucky. These pills were rare, and two were already a lot. After nodding, the middle-aged man waved his hand. His clan mark shined, and a puppet that looked exactly like a real person appeared before them. There was no clan mark between the puppet's eyebrows, and it had a dull expression. There was no intelligence and no vitality, only a gloomy aura. Its cultivation level was about early-stage soul formation. "These two pills can only exchange for this puppet. The two of you can scram." The middle-aged man turned around and quickly walked into the depths of the hall. It wasn't until he left that Zhou Big Red and the old man looked at each other. They both saw the fear in each other's eyes. Zhou Big Red felt regret. He didn't think that just trading for a puppet would result in them encountering a life and death crisis. He quickly collected the puppet and left with the skinny old man. As for the middle-aged man, after entering the temple, he took a step and sunk into the ground. There was another world hidden underground. There was tower hidden underground, and the hall was merely the top. This was the second floor, and it also had a scorpion statue, but there was a young man sitting on top of it. As the young man was cultivating, he seemed to be absorbing power from the statue. When the middle-aged man arrived, he opened his eyes. "Young master, earlier, two soul formation cultivators brought these two pills." The middle-aged man quickly handed over the pills. The aloof young man picked them up, and after looking at them, he slowly said, "Soul pills. The rank is ordinary, but the soul is not bad. No need to make such a fuss. As for the two little cultivators, capture one and injure the other. Leave a divine sense mark and see where he goes. Don't bother me with such trifling matter in the future." The young man closed his eyes and no longer paid attention to this. The middle-aged man bowed and then disappeared. Zhou Big Red and the skinny old man quickly left the city. In the sky, the old man wryly smiled and said, "Little brother Zhou, the Dark Scorpion clan is extremely domineering, and no one on this planet dares to provoke them. We were lucky to be able to trade for the puppet." If the old man didn't get to finish speaking before his pupils shrank and he looked ahead. Zhou Big Red trembled and his scalp felt numb. He didn't hesitate to charge forward and escape. There was a cold snort, and shortly after, two rays of black light shot out. One of them shot toward the old man. He wasn't able to resist at all and was immediately captured. The other ray of black light instantly caught up to Zhou Big Red and landed on his back. His face immediately turned black, and he coughed out blood as he escaped like crazy. The middle-aged man from the Dark Scorpion clan appeared and coldly looked at where Zhou Big Red disappeared to. He turned around and grabbed the unconscious old man before returning to the Dark Scorpion clan's main hall. Zhou Big Red's face was extremely pale. The life and death situation he had just faced had taught that this place was far more dangerous than the Scatter Thunder clan. The pills attracted too much attention, alas. I handled this wrong. Not only did I hurt fellow cultivator Zhang, but I almost caused a calamity. Zhou Big Red flew at top speed toward Wang Lin's cave. Cultivation. If I had a higher cultivation level, a cultivation level like Su Ligua's, this would not have turned out like this. Zhou Big Red, must become strong. Zhou Big Red clenched his teeth, filled with determination. An hour later, Wang Lin's cave appeared before him. After landing on the mountain, Zhou Big Red revealed a bitter expression and walked toward the entrance. He coughed out another mouthful of blood when he landed. Wang Lin was cultivating and opened his eyes the moment Zhou Big Red walked in. His eyes shined like bright lights as he looked at Zhou Big Red. Wang Lin slowly asked, "Where's the puppet?" Zhou Big Red's face was pale, and he silently waved his hand. The puppet appeared. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the puppet flew toward him before stopping before him. Wang Lin carefully looked at it, and his eyes revealed a strange light. This thing. A moment later, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and put the puppet away. Then he casually asked, "How did you get injured?" Zhou Big Red pondered for a long time, and then softly told him everything that had happened. In the end, he saw Wang Lin's expression become more gloomy, and he bitterly said, "Master, I was reckless on this matter. If I had controlled the information better, this wouldn't have happened. At least I got the puppet and completed Master's order. As for my injury, I will be able to recover after going into closed-door cultivation for a period of time." He saw that Wang Lin didn't speak, and when Wang Lin's expression became even more gloomy, his heart trembled. He whispered, "Master escaped to the fallen land to escape pursuit. This little one can endure." Before he finished speaking, he heard Wang Lin let out a cold snort, and his face turned even more pale. What a poisonous method. No matter how much time you spend in closed-door cultivation, you can't easily recover. That person broke the trajectory of the cultivation in your body and also left a divine sense imprint. Zhou Big Red's body trembled, and he clenched his fists. However, he quickly loosened his fists and silently pondered. "You're my subordinate. You can endure it, but I can't." Wang Lin got up and walked toward the exit. Zhou Big Red suddenly looked up and stared at Wang Lin. His eyes couldn't help but turn red, and he whispered, "Master." Wang Lin didn't turn around but coldly said, "Lead the way." Zhou Big Red took a deep breath and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Without hesitation, he led Wang Lin toward the city. Wang Lin thought that he was too slow and grabbed him. They moved like lightning and caused thunderous rumbles as they charged toward the city. All the cultivators on the cultivation planet felt a tremble in their souls. The sky changed colors, the earth trembled, and the clouds scattered. In only a moment, Wang Lin had brought Zhou Big Red to the broken city. He loosened his hand and allowed Zhou Big Red to float beside him. Zhou Big Red was excited as he pointed at the city and whispered, "Master, the Dark Scorpion clan is there." Wang Lin's eyes glowed like torches as he looked at the city below him. "This city will be destroyed in 3 breaths. People not related, quickly leave." His voice was like thunder descending on the city. The sound created a blast that caused the city below to tremble and kick up a large amount of dust. The expressions of the cultivators in the city all changed greatly, and some even coughed out blood. Then they frantically escaped the city. Inside the main hall, the middle-aged man was sitting there while the old man named Zhang was filled with fear, begging for mercy. Just as he was about to continue, Wang Lin's voice echoed. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly opened in shock, and he coughed out blood. He immediately stood up. Not only him, but all the Dark Scorpion clan cultivators cultivating in the tower opened their eyes and stood up in shock. Even the young man in the second floor trembled, and his face turned pale. The voice had penetrated the earth and landed directly here, shaking the tower. 3 breaths of time passed by in an instant, and Wang Lin's right hand pressed down. Thunderous rumbles echoed as endless thunder gathered from all directions, forming a giant thunder net. It descended on the city as Wang Lin's hand pressed down. The endless thunder created a scene that shocked the hearts of all the cultivators escaping from the city. With a thunderous bang, the earth trembled violently, and the thunder net fell. The entire city collapsed. Even the tower collapsed, and the entire city became a ruin. Countless cracks more than 1,000 feet deep appeared. This caused the tower hidden under the earth to reveal more than half of itself. The top of the tower had already collapsed, and the old man named Zhang was looking at the sky. He saw Zhou Big Red, and his mind trembled. He is Zhou Big Red's master. The middle-aged man next to the old man named Zhang was gobsmacked. This was so sudden, he didn't even have time to react. Wang Lin slowly descended and floated where the collapsed roof was. Zhou Big Red followed Wang Lin with excitement in his eyes. Wang Lin pointed at the middle-aged man and looked at Zhou Big Red. Was it him who hurt you? Chapter 1372, Blazing Fire Mutation Crystal 1. Zhou Big Red stared viciously at the middle-aged man and nodded. He pressed his hand against his chest and gnashed his teeth. That's right, it was definitely him. The middle-aged man's face immediately turned pale, and he didn't hesitate to retreat. His hands formed a seal, and the scorpion between his eyebrows began to move as if it was alive and gave off a demonic glow. However, just at this instant, Wang Lin calmly raised his hand and pointed. With one point of his finger, the world changed colors, clouds scattered, and endless rumbles echoed. Endless clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. When Wang Lin's finger landed, the thunder in the sky rumbled. A bolt of thunder as thick as a thumb descended at an unimaginable speed. The middle-aged man trembled, and the bolt of thunder struck his head. A destructive storm rushed into his body from his forehead. Popping sounds echoed inside his body as his flesh and blood shattered, his bones fragmented, and his origin soul was destroyed. After the thunder passed, the middle-aged man seemed to have evaporated. All traces of him had disappeared as if he had never appeared before. After the thunder passed, the surroundings were deathly silent. The cultivators that had escaped the city were filled with intense fear. They looked at Wang Lin with terror in their eyes. With a raise of his hand, Wang Lin had caused the clouds to gather and thunder to descend to instantly kill an illusory cultivator. This spell was enough to shake the minds of all the cultivators here. The old man named Zhang was completely pale and had even stopped breathing. He was in a daze, and his face revealed unimaginable horror. Even Zhou Big Red was shaken. Even though he had seen Wang Lin's power back in the Scatter Thunder clan, seeing it again here, he felt Wang Lin's infinite might once more. Wang Lin's expression hadn't changed at all, even though he was being hunted and was hiding in the fallen land. If it was anyone else, they would want to avoid everything and wouldn't casually act. However, Wang Lin's cultivation was heaven-shaking, and he had experienced too much danger in his life. He had walked on the line between life and death too many times. So what if his pursuers found him? Even if it would attract powerful enemies, he wouldn't just ignore his servant being injured. Just like what he said before, even if Zhou Big Red could endure it, he couldn't. There were few people in this world who could force him to endure. Wang Lin was not like his weak self from the past. He was now a powerhouse and had the heart of a powerhouse. Even tigers could be bullied by dogs when they left their mountain, and dragons could be forced to back down by shrimps. But in truth, it was because the tigers and dragons were willing. If they weren't, who would dare to provoke them? This matter wasn't over with just killing the middle-aged man. Since he had decided to act, he was going to destroy all threats. Wang Lin's right foot stomped the ground. The top floor of the tower trembled and cracks spread from his feet. Soon, the entire floor was covered in cracks. The top floor of the tower collapsed with a bang. Zhou Big Red held the old man named Zhang, and they stared dumbfoundedly at what was happening below. They saw Wang Lin sink down and arrive at the second floor when the floor shattered. Just as he descended, a fierce aura filled with killing intent appeared. There was a roar and a ghostly light shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral. The moment the ghostly light closed in, his right hand casually reached out. A giant hand appeared and caught the ghostly light. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free. The ghostly light flashed violently in the hand that had appeared, revealing a purple bead. It flashed violently, and even more intense light came from it. Dark scorpion bead, collapse. A roar echoed, and a destructive aura came from the rotating bead. Just as it was about to explode, Wang Lin's right hand mercilessly squeezed. With a bang, the bead shattered, releasing the destructive power inside, destroying this floor of the tower. The young master retreated from the dust with a pale face, but he stared straight ahead with eyes filled with shock. This bead is a bit interesting. Wang Lin's indifferent voice came out from the dust. His uninjured figure slowly walked out. The moment he appeared, the youth revealed a look of disbelief. His scalp was numb, and he was almost scared out of his wits. He was extremely clear on the power of that dark scorpion bead. The explosion was enough to seriously injure a Nirvana Scryer cultivator, but this person was able to casually withstand it with a simple squeeze without suffering any injuries. Just thinking about this made the youth tremble. He was terrified and was about to escape when Wang Lin waved his right hand. An electric net appeared and surrounded the youth. It immediately shrank, and the youth's scream followed. He lost all power to resist, as if he was sealed, and floated in the air. Without even looking at the youth, Wang Lin stomped the ground once more, dropping down to the next floor. Just as he entered, he waved his sleeves and caused a sea of fire to appear. Two old men charged out at him from below. The fire immediately caused the two of them to cough out blood, and the fire entered their bodies. The fire formed a seal, and they floated into the air. They are indeed like scorpions that like to move about in the dark underground, still not willing to appear even with all this. Wang Lin calmly walked into the next floor. Just like this, Wang Lin continued down floor by floor. Mournful screams echoed as more dark Scorpion clan members were sealed and thrown into the air. There were now dozens of them. Your Excellency has gone too far. Just as Wang Lin continued down, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the tower. At the same time, a powerful force came from underground and charged toward Wang Lin, who was in middle floor of the tower. This storm rose through the tower floor by floor. More power gathered with each floor it passed, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through the floor Wang Lin was on. This storm appeared clearly before Wang Lin's eyes. Inside was a black scorpion almost 100 feet large. This scorpion was formed by a spell, and it charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't retreat, and his hand formed a fist. The ancient god power in his body condensed like crazy, and then he threw a punch at the incoming scorpion. The moment his punch flew out, an ancient god silhouette appeared behind him, and also threw a punch that immediately collided with the scorpion. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy, creating an indescribable shockwave that scattered in all directions. The sky changed colors, and the earth rumbled. The entire planet shook violently, and large amounts of dust were kicked into the air. There was a thunderous bang, causing the exposed part of the tower to tremble and countless cracks to appear on it. The impact caused the entire exposed part of the tower to collapse into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Even the part hidden underground suddenly collapsed and set off a huge shockwave underground. It was as if earth dragons were moving underground as mighty waves were set off. When the tower collapsed, dozens of cultivators were forced out from inside. Their faces were all pale, and they coughed out blood as they looked at Wang Lin with intense fear in their eyes. The surrounding cultivators watching all anxiously retreated. They were completely shocked by what had happened. It was something they had never seen before in their lives. At the center of the collapsed tower, Wang Lin's clothes flapped as the wind blew on him. His hair flowed in the wind, but his body didn't move. He withdrew his right hand and calmly looked down as he coldly said, "You hurt my servant, and now you're saying I'm going too far? You all are too weak." There was a giant skull more than 10,000 feet large. It was originally hidden by the tower above it, but now that it was gone, everything below was clearly revealed before him. Deep within the skull was an old man sitting on some broken stones. He wore a black robe with a scorpion embroidery. This scorpion was a bit strange. It had a total of 9 tails. There was also a scorpion mark between his eyebrows, but compared to the one on his robe, it was inferior. His clan mark only had 4 tails. These 4 scorpion tails hung down, covering his face and making him look terrifying. However, at this moment, his face was pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly looked up, and his eyes revealed a ferocious light before charging at Wang Lin. Although my Dark Scorpion clan is only a small clan, it is one of the 372 clans recognized by the Fallen Land. If you act against me today, you will make an enemy out of the entire Fallen Land. If that happens, the Emperor of the Fallen Land definitely won't spare you. A mere second Heaven's Blight cultivator dares to speak like this before me? Wang Lin's expression was calm, and his gaze was like lightning as he looked at the old man. Thunder flashed in his right eye, and the world immediately trembled. The old man's expression changed greatly. In his eyes, the other person had disappeared and was replaced by a bolt of thunder. This bolt of thunder descended from the sky and penetrated his eyes, directly entering his mind. Chapter 1373, Blazing Fire Mutation Crystal 2. The old man's mind trembled and his face showed even more pain. He coughed out even more blood and quickly retreated. Disbelief filled his eyes. 4th Heaven's Blight. This is the power of 4th Heaven's Blight cultivation. Damn it. How did my Dark Scorpion clan offend an old monster like this? Just as the old man was about to retreat, Wang Lin reached out toward him. The old man immediately became aware of the origin energy surging like crazy around him. It was as if the origin energy had formed an invisible cage and was closing in on him from all directions. Popping sounds echoed inside him, and intense pain filled his body as if all his bones were going to collapse. The sense of life and death filled his body, and the old man no longer dared to retreat. He had a feeling that if he retreated, he would without a doubt die. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to hit his clan mark, and it began to move strangely. In an instant, the 4-tailed scorpion immediately flew out, and floated in the air. It grew until it was 1,000 feet large, and then waved its tail and let out a roar. This 1,000-foot scorpion was extremely ferocious, and when it appeared, it let a hiss as it charged at Wang Lin. The old man was still unsure as his hand reached at the void while clenching his teeth. There was a flash of light and hundreds of puppets charged out. Every single puppet gave off the aura of a yin and yang cultivator. After they appeared, they immediately surrounded Wang Lin. The old man had a ferocious expression and immediately retreated after roaring. "All puppets, explode for me." Wang Lin let out a sneer and completely ignored the scorpion and puppets. Ripples appeared under his feet, and he disappeared. The old man was rapidly retreating, but his body suddenly trembled. Wang Lin's figure appeared from the void behind him, and his index finger casually pointed at the old man's forehead. The shadow of death filled the old man's heart, and his eyes became filled with fear. He wanted to dodge, but the gap in strength made it impossible for him to avoid it. He could only watch as the finger closed in on him. The finger didn't even touch him, but the aura it contained caused a rumble inside the old man's body. Bang! The old man's body shook violently, and his origin soul was shaken out from his body. His origin soul floated there and didn't dare to move. The fear in his eyes was monstrous, and he seemed to be begging for mercy. The four-tailed scorpion mark returned to the old man and became a mark once more. His body was thrown back in an arc and, while coughing out blood, landed on the ground. Wang Lin's index finger was pointed at the old man's origin soul's forehead as he slowly said, "Are you still going to run?" Just the aura from his fingertip is enough to force my origin soul out of my body and seriously injure me. If I was hit by that finger, I'd be killed instantly. This person is definitely not just at the fourth heaven's blight. The old man trembled and shook his head. He had almost lost his wits, and the power in that finger made him give up all will to resist. That finger hadn't even landed between his eyebrows yet, but this just terrified him even more. "From now on, your Dark Scorpion clan belongs to me and will obey all my orders. Otherwise, I'll wipe out your entire clan." Wang Lin withdrew his index finger and coldly looked at the old man's origin soul. The old man trembled and nodded. He whispered, "The fallen land always obeys the strong. To have a strong master like you is good fortune for my Dark Scorpion clan. All 176 of my Dark Scorpion clan members will obey master. No one will dare to disobey." Zhou Big Red rolled his eyes and quickly said, "Master, you absolutely can't just listen to their words. Make them issue an oath with their clan marks. If they violate the oath, then the entire Dark Scorpion clan will die." After the old man heard Zhou Big Red's words, his body trembled, and he looked at Zhou Big Red with a vicious gaze. However, that viciousness soon collapsed, and he revealed a bitter expression and nodded. "Okay, this old man will issue an clan oath that you will be our master. If we betray you, we will die without a grave." After he spoke, his clan mark gave off a ghostly light. The four-tailed scorpion seemed to be in extreme pain and let out a silent roar. Soon, the light dissipated and an imprint slowly appeared on the scorpion. The surrounding Dark Scorpion clan members were released by Wang Lin. They had personally witnessed what had happened, including the person referred to as Young Master. Fear filled their eyes. They all made an oath with their clan marks. As a result, the Dark Scorpion clan became the first ancient star system clan Wang Lin had taken over. Wang Lin's cave became the Dark Scorpion clan's holy land. Using the spell of the Dark Scorpion clan, they turned the area around the cave into a desert. This would become the new home for the Dark Scorpion clan. After the old man named Zhang saw Wang Lin's might, his mind was shaken. He had made up his mind that he would absolutely follow Zhou Big Red. As for Zhou Big Red, he had become even more spirited. He was able to command the Dark Scorpion clan with his soul formation cultivation. There are 372 small clans in the Fallen Land. My Dark Scorpion clan is at the bottom. We only control this almost abandoned planet and have few members. The ancient star system has the Sovereign Council, while the Fallen Land is ruled by the Fallen Council. There is a total of 13 Fallen Elders who are in charge of the Fallen Land. As for the Great Emperor of the Fallen Land, he controls the Fallen Council. He is very mysterious, and the rumor is that he is a third-step cultivator, which is why this place is not controlled by the Sovereign Council. The Elders of the Fallen Council aren't set. Every 100 years, they can be challenged, and the winner becomes the new Elder. Rumor has it that over the years, the Sovereign Council has secretly sent many people here in order to take an Elder's spot. However, none have ever succeeded, and they all inexplicably died during the challenge. If you don't intend to become a Fallen Elder, there is no need to worry about your life. The old man from the Dark Scorpion clan looked at Wang Lin at this point. At this moment, he was respectfully standing in Wang Lin's cave and telling Wang Lin everything he knew. As for the puppet, it can only be bought from cultivation planets controlled by a fallen elder. Even the puppets in my Dark Scorpion clan were bought from there. However, the higher cultivation level of the puppet, the more difficult it is to buy. Ordinary cultivators can't even buy them. Only clans of the Fallen Land are qualified to buy them. Rumor has it that the method of making the puppets was passed down by the Great Emperor. As for the method of making them, only the 13 elders know. Among all the puppets in the Dark Scorpion clan, the most powerful is a Nirvana Cleanser puppet, which cost a heavenly fortune. If this is taken out of the Fallen Land, it can be exchanged for a lot of treasures and pills. As the old man spoke, he touched his clan mark. There was a flash of light, and a puppet that looked like a middle-aged man appeared. This puppet had a numb expression, and at a glance it looked like a real person. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that it had no vitality and was covered in seals, making it impossible to see inside. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he carefully looked at the puppet. After pondering for a bit, he slowly asked, "Does the Fallen Land have Nirvana Shatterer puppets?" The old man hesitated for a moment, and after a long time he whispered, "It does." Wang Lin's mind was shaken, but he remained calm and slowly said, "Oh, are there Heaven's Blight puppets?" The old man pondered even longer and said, "This little one isn't sure, but some people have said they have seen Heaven's Blight puppets. I just don't know if it is true or not." Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He didn't expect to find such an unimaginable thing in the Fallen Land. A Heaven's Blight puppet was too shocking. Since there are Heaven's Blight cultivators, could there be third-step puppets? Wang Lin didn't ask this, as such a matter was too absurd, and he didn't believe there were any. A moment later, Wang Lin asked, "What is the influence of the Fire Sparrow clan here?" The Fire Sparrow clan is one of the big clans in the ancient star system, and they have sent people here over the years. There are a few hundred of them. Although everyone knows they were sent by the Fire Sparrow clan, since they don't participate in the elder struggle, they remain safe. They have made friends with various clans and participate in the puppet trade. They secretly collect blazing fire mutation crystals, and every now and then, they send them back to the Fire Sparrow clan. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Blazing fire mutation crystals? This is an object unique to the Fallen Land. Rumor has it that it was brought by the Great Emperor and is a material used to make puppets. However, they are very rare. I have a small piece and can offer it to Master. The old man hesitated before taking out a white sandstone about the size of a grain of rice. Wang Lin grabbed the white sandstone and carefully looked at it. His pupils rapidly shrank, but soon returned to normal. "You can leave. Gather all news of the Fire Sparrow clan and report it all to me in detail." Wang Lin waved his hand, and the old man quickly left. After he left, the door of the cave closed, and Wang Lin placed down restrictions. He immediately looked down at the white sandstone in his hand, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter along with a hint of shock. Blazing Fire Mutation Crystal. So it is called the Blazing Fire Mutation Crystal. Back then, the old Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor said that the Four Divine Sect originated in the ancient star system and then entered the inner realm. This is indeed true. This Blazing Fire Mutation Crystal was brought here by the mysterious Emperor of the Fallen Land. But why would it be here? Unless... Wang Lin's eyes lit up and revealed a hint of uncontainable excitement. Chapter 1374, Arrival of Master Simo. In the Alliance star system, deep within the burning space of the Vermillion Bird Divine Sect, there floated a large, white stone. That was where the old Divine Emperor cultivated. The blazing fire mutated crystal of the Fallen Land was exactly the same as the white stone. Could it be that the Great Emperor is related to the Vermillion Bird Sect? Wang Lin didn't hold much affection toward the Vermillion Bird Sect. However, he owed the old Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor a lot, and it was a kindness Wang Lin was unable to just forget. The old Divine Emperor's spirit and his tens of thousands of years of silent dedication had filled Wang Lin's heart with respect. In Wang Lin's eyes, the old Divine Emperor was the same as the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The only difference was that one guarded the Four Divine Sect, while the other guarded the entire Inner Realm. What made Wang Lin so excited was what the old Divine Emperor had told him. "My name is Liu Yun, and I was born in the ancient Qi refiner world. I became the alchemy boy of the fourth-generation Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor. I'm thankful to the fourth Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor for not abandoning me and teaching me Qi cultivation. At the age of 1327, I gained some achievements as a Qi refiner. I followed the Divine Emperor and witnessed the glory of my Vermillion Bird Divine Sect. At age 11,463, the Tattoo clan invaded from outside and stirred up the world. My Vermillion Bird Divine Sect helped the Celestial Realm battle the Tattoo clan. Afterwards, the fourth Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor left with the other 3 Divine Emperors to head to the outside world. Before they left, I was designated the 5th Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor. Wang Lin's gaze was still on the small, blazing fire mutation crystal, and his eyes lit up. The old Divine Emperor said that the 4th-generation Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor came with the other 3 Divine Emperors to the Outer Realm, and then he never received any news from them. The Fallen Land also possesses someone that belonged to the Vermillion Bird Divine Sect. Could it be that the 4th-generation Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor came to this Fallen Land back then? Looking at the time window, that doesn't seem right. Wang Lin suppressed his initial excitement and began to think. After a long time, he still wasn't sure and let out a big sigh. I'll know this sooner or later. I didn't expect that such a secret could be found here in the Fallen Land. If this place is really related to the 4th-generation Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor, then perhaps I can achieve my 4th awakening here. Then my fire will become ethereal fire that can ignite the fire of anger in my enemies and burn them to ashes. When that happens, even though my fire essence won't be complete, it will be like heaven and earth compared to my current fire. Back then, I couldn't see through this crystal, but now, after my 3rd awakening, I can make this crystal erupt with a destructive force that can destroy heaven itself. Wang Lin waved his right hand and put the crystal into his storage space. There was also a stone statue in his storage space. This was the stone statue formed the body of the old Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor. He maintained the pose of his finger pointing to between his eyebrows. His divine sense swept by the stone statue. After pondering for a bit, his gaze moved to the puppet. This puppet was that of a middle-aged man, and he stood there motionlessly with a dumb expression. Wang Lin's divine sense shot out and surrounded the puppet. His divine sense then turned into countless fine needles that penetrated the puppet's body. Wang Lin's divine sense slowly entered inch by inch as he attempted to see through the puppet's secrets. As time slowly passed, Wang Lin's expression became serious. This puppet contained no flesh or blood, but was formed by a strange crystal. This crystal was soft and small. As for its bones, they were also made of crystal, but this crystal was extremely strong and emitted powerful origin energy. There was a soft layer of light inside the puppet, and it was extremely tough. When Wang Lin's divine sense tried to enter, he was stopped. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he used all his divine sense to rush into the puppet and charge at that layer of protection. There was a thunderous bang, and the puppet's body trembled. Wang Lin suddenly stood up. His divine sense could destroy that puppet, but couldn't break through that layer of protection. At that moment, if he hadn't withdrawn his divine sense fast enough, that layer of light would have destroyed all the secrets inside, without letting someone else see it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his expression became solemn as he pondered. This puppet is interesting. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the puppet flew toward him, stopping just 3 inches away from his hand. This allowed Wang Lin to easily press his hand against the puppet's chest. His divine sense came out once more and went through his right hand. It was about to extend into the puppet once more when Wang Lin's body trembled, and he let out a surprised sound. There are meridians inside this puppet. Being this close to the puppet and touching it allowed Wang Lin not notice something he didn't pay attention to before. He saw almost completely hidden meridians that had dried up and were extremely different to detect within this puppet's body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked more carefully and was shocked. This isn't a puppet, but a cultivator. This is a puppet formed by refining a cultivator using some unknown method. Wang Lin silently looked at the puppet. The puppet had a numb expression. His eyes were hollow without any sign of life or intelligence. The crystal replacing the puppet's flesh and blood. It feels familiar, as if I have seen it before. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before determination filled his eyes. The secret of this puppet should be hidden inside the layer of protection. Only by looking inside can I see its secret. Wang Lin's divine sense moved, and the thunder tattoo in his right eye flashed before flying out. The entire cave was covered in thunder, and while a thunderous rumble echoed, the thunder spread out. The thunder spread out from inside the cave, causing the face of the Dark Scorpion clan members to turn pale, and they all looked at the cave. Activating the thunder tattoo had caused Wang Lin's cultivation level to increase greatly. Even his divine sense was like a thunderstorm, and it charged at the layer of protection inside the puppet. When his divine sense collided with it, a thunderous rumble echoed, and the light began to collapse as it wasn't able to withstand the divine sense. However, at the same time, what was inside also began to collapse, not allowing anyone to see the secret within. However, just at this instant, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted, Stop. With one word, he stopped the movement of the heavens, and everything inside the puppet stopped as well. However, the light only paused for a moment before it returned to normal and collapsed. The puppet that was stopped collapsed with it as well. The puppet exploded and the shock waves spread to the mountain, creating a thunderous rumble. The mountain shook and large amounts of dirt fell off it. If not for the restrictions Wang Lin had placed, the mountain would have become a flat ruin, and even the planet would have shaken violently. The surrounding Dark Scorpion clan cultivators all looked at the cave in fear. The old man revealed a bitter smile. He felt a familiar aura from the shockwave, so he knew that puppet had likely been destroyed. The cave was filled with clouds of dirt, but it gradually settled. Wang Lin stood there with his eyes shining brightly. Although the stop spell had only stopped the collapse for an instant, it had still allowed him to see the secret inside. He saw an origin soul floating inside. The origin soul looked exactly the same as the puppet. This discovery made Wang Lin certain that the puppet was a cultivator. The moment the puppet collapsed, the particles that replaced the flesh and blood shattered. It was as if lightning had struck Wang Lin, and he remembered why they looked familiar. In the demon spirit land, he had seen the severed head of an ancient god. There were some crystals particles left on the wound, and they looked extremely similar to these particles. He still had a small bottle that contained the particles he had collected from that wound on the ancient god's head. Wang Lin vaguely grasped some clues, but they were extremely messy, and he couldn't link them together. Great Emperor of the Fallen Land. Who the hell is this person? Wang Lin silently pondered as the door to the cave opened, and he walked out. Scorpion Elder, lead the way to the nearest cultivation planet with a fallen elder. The old man from the Dark Scorpion clan quickly nodded after hearing Wang Lin's words, and led the way. At this moment, ripples appeared in the space outside the fallen land, and a middle-aged man walked out. This was the person pursuing Wang Lin, Master Simo. His eyes were gloomy and revealed a strange light as he looked ahead at the star domain that wasn't controlled by the Sovereign Council. Grandmaster Yin Luo divined that he was hiding in the fallen land. This place is extremely chaotic, so I have to be careful. Good thing I came here before and saved the 9th fallen elder, the armored dragon clan's head. Borrowing his identity, I should have no problem. As Master Simo pondered, he charged forward toward the fallen land. I have to find him as soon as possible, regardless of the danger, and search his soul to find the secret of Trigger the Void Gate without Joss Flames. Chapter 1375, First Encounter with Fire Sparrow. Master, the closest fallen elder is the 9th elder, and also the head of the armored dragon clan. There are many cultivators there, and it is very chaotic, the old man from the Dark Scorpion clan said as he led the way. Along the way, Wang Lin rarely spoke as the two of them rapidly flew across the star domain. Wang Lin's mind was still filled with what he saw inside the puppet. He seemed to have gained some insight, but there was a layer of fog in the way, making it impossible to see things clearly. Although the Armored Dragon clan is also a small clan, they have over 1,000 members. The head of the clan is at the 4th Heaven's Blight, and when he uses his clan dragon armor spell, no ordinary cultivator can break his protection. The 9th Elder is also famous among the Fallen Council, and a small clan like my Dark Scorpion clan wouldn't dare to show them any disrespect. The Dark Scorpion Elder told Wang Lin everything he knew about the Armored Dragon clan. After a long time, Wang Lin slowly said, "Does the main planet of the Armored Dragon clan sell the blazing fire mutation crystal?" The Dark Scorpion Elder quickly said, "There are, but the Fire Sparrow clan has been gathering them like crazy. Whenever it appears, they are willing to buy it at any cost, making it difficult to compete with them. The purchase of the crystals and puppets requires us to go to the trade pavilion on the Armored Dragon clan's main planet." The two of them were powerful cultivators who were both flying at full speed. It only took a few hours for them to cross the star domain and travel far from the Dark Scorpion clan. Before Wang Lin was a green cultivation planet. This planet was covered in green and gave off powerful life force. It was also filled with spiritual energy, far better than the Dark Scorpion clan. The moment the two of them closed in, 3 rays of light shot toward them. There was an old man within one of the lights, and he wore a green shirt. He smiled and clasped his hands. Elder predicted the Dark Scorpion clan's patriarch would come, so he told the 3 of you to wait. Dark Scorpion Patriarch, please follow the 3 of us. The 2 people behind the old man all clasped their hands and were extremely polite. The Dark Scorpion clan was still one of the 372 clans. Although not a fallen elder, the clan's patriarch was not someone ordinary clan members could show disrespect to. The Dark Scorpion Patriarch smiled and nodded. He let Wang Lin go first, and then followed. The 3 people from the Armored Dragon clan lead them toward the planet. When the three people of the Armored Dragon clan saw the Dark Scorpion Patriarch's behavior, they were shocked. The old man's eyes lit up, and he carefully looked at Wang Lin. Although he didn't notice anything, he began to pay more attention. To make the Dark Scorpion Patriarch act so politely, this person can't be underestimated. Everyone turned into rays of light and closed in on the planet. Just as they were about to enter the atmosphere, Wang Lin noticed something and pretended to casually look back into the distance. Ripples appeared in space, and a middle-aged man walked out. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Lin and revealed a gloomy smile. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, as if he didn't care, and he turned his head back. He followed them through the atmosphere and disappeared. Wang Lin quickly passed through the atmosphere, and his heart was gloomy. That middle-aged man had looked at him first, arousing his vigilance, so he had looked back. This immediately made his mood gloomy. He had briefly seen that person before. He was one of the third-step cultivators chasing Tuasan when he first entered the ancient star system. Upon seeing him again, Wang Lin was immediately able to tell that this person was not someone of the Fallen Land, but from the ancient star system. For a third-step cultivator to come here at this time, there was no need to even guess his motive. Wang Lin knew exactly why he was here. He must have come to kill me. However, he probably didn't come with his original body. Otherwise, he wouldn't just have the aura of a Fifth Heaven's Blight cultivator. Of course, he could be hiding his cultivation. He also seemed to dread this place. Otherwise, he would have already attacked. The Sovereign Council is very fast. Fifth Heaven's Blight. A flash of battle intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he revealed a sneer and passed through the planet's atmosphere. In the space outside the Armored Dragon clan's planet, Master Simo withdrew his gaze and smiled. He didn't think he would meet the person he was looking for as soon as he arrived. His target's appearance and aura had already been recorded by Grandmaster Yin Luo, so he was able to recognize Wang Lin instantly. Unfortunately, I can't act here, or else it will cause too much of a commotion. It would be bad if the Great Emperor were drawn out. However, if he is on a planet, then it will be hard for him to escape. I just need to find the right reason to capture him. Master Simo smiled, and his eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. A figure flew over from the distance along with a loud laugh. It was a white-haired old man wearing a blue robe flying out from the Armored Dragon clan's cultivation planet. Senior Simo, we haven't met for many years, and you're still looking as good as ever. The old man laughed loudly, and origin energy surrounded his body. He gave off the aura of a Fourth Heaven's Blight cultivator. Master Simo laughed and clasped his hands. Fellow cultivator son, it has been a few hundred years since we last met. I'm here to bother you again. How can Senior coming be considered a bother? You and I have known each other for a long time. If not for Senior Simo's guidance, I would have died to the Third Heaven's Blight. Senior Simo, please follow me to my cave. The old man laughed. He was the ninth fallen elder, and he normally didn't bother with worldly matters. He was in closed-door cultivation when he received Master Simo's message, and he immediately came out. The two of them chatted as they walked toward the planet, and their figures gradually disappeared. After Wang Lin and the Dark Scorpion Patriarch entered the planet, the three members of the Armored Dragon clan respectfully left. After they left, the Dark Scorpion Patriarch led Wang Lin to a city on the east side of the planet. The Dark Scorpion Patriarch said in a low voice, Master, if you want to buy puppets or blazing fire mutation crystals, you can only go to the eastern city. There is a shop controlled by the Armored Dragon clan there. Unless I'm coming for a large auction, I always go there. Wang Lin nodded, but killing intent appeared in his heart. He had originally come to buy some high-rank puppets to study, and if he encountered some blazing fire mutation crystals, he would buy some as well. These crystals could help his fourth awakening. If he absorbed a lot, it would benefit him greatly. In addition, obtaining large amounts of these crystals was also related to how he would take the Fire Sparrow clan's essence. However, after seeing Master Simo, Wang Lin changed his mind. Since the other party had pursued him all the way here, it would be difficult to escape. However, Wang Lin didn't intend to escape. He was planning to fight here. The person hunting me didn't attack, due to some concern. He must have come here to find a reason to kill me. Since he has something to worry about, that is for the best. And since he is only displaying Fifth Heaven's Blight cultivation, that means he obviously isn't willing to reveal himself as a third-step cultivator, or it really is just his avatar that is here. If it really is an avatar pursuing me, then I'll let his avatar perish as an example. Although it is only an avatar, I'll still need to prepare. After all, a Fifth Heaven's Blight enemy is not easy to deal with, and although my Thunder Essence is complete, I still need to be cautious. Wang Lin's expression was cold. After learning where to go, he grabbed the old man and sped up. They turned into a ray of light that shot toward the city. Wang Lin put down the old man and said, Quickly, lead the way. The old man saw the killing intent from Wang Lin's body, and his mind trembled. He quickly led Wang Lin through the city and soon arrived before a large pavilion. The pavilion looked very ancient, and just as he walked in, a person walked out. It was a woman who looked around 30 or so. The moment she walked out, a fragrance rushed toward them. "Oh, isn't this Lord Dark Scorpion? Didn't you just come here a few months ago? Could it be that you know that I've obtained some treasures and came here to check?" The woman's voice was delicate, and she revealed a charming smile. Her gaze swept past Wang Lin, and a hint of shock arose in her eyes. The Dark Scorpion Patriarch smiled and clasped his hands. "Today I'm only here to accompany this fellow cultivator." The woman smiled and carefully looked at Wang Lin. She leaned over and said, "Fellow cultivator, please follow me upstairs. If you need anything, please, just ask." Wang Lin's expression remained calm, and he clasped his hands slightly before following the woman upstairs. The second floor wasn't big, with only a few exquisite seats. Wang Lin sat down and looked at the woman. The Dark Scorpion Patriarch stood behind Wang Lin and didn't sit down. When the woman saw this, her eyes revealed a strange light that was very well hidden. She lowered her head and softly said, "I wonder what fellow cultivator needs." "Blazing fire mutation crystals," Wang Lin slowly said as his gaze moved away from the woman and toward the entrance to the second floor. There was a flash of light in his eyes. "This old man also wants blazing fire mutation crystal." Just as Wang Lin spoke, a cold voice came from the entrance to the second floor. Shortly after, a person walked out. This person wore a fiery red robe and had disheveled white hair. However, it seemed like there was a sea of fire inside his body, and the temperature inside immediately increased. Every step he took left a fire footprint, but the fire didn't burn the stairs. They seemed to be burning in thin air and gradually disappeared. There was a fire mark between his eyebrows. The fire was lifelike and seemed to be burning. When he arrived on the second floor, his gaze met Wang Lin's gaze. "Cultivator, let this old man have the blazing fire mutation crystals." Wang Lin smiled. Chapter 1376, Do You Dare to Fight? 1. Third Heaven's Blight. Both in the inner realm and the outer realm, clan or sect, a third Heaven's Blight cultivator was a powerhouse that no one would dare to provoke. They all had very high statuses and enjoyed great amounts of power. In the inner realm, if a sect in the rank 8 region in the Cloud Sea had a third Heaven's Blight cultivator, they would be a sect at the pinnacle. Even the rank 9 region didn't have many third Heaven's Blight cultivators. The power of the inner realm was far inferior than that of the outer realm. The old man that appeared before Wang Lin was a third Heaven's Blight cultivator. The Fire Sparrow clan was one of Ancient Star System's top clans. They had the power to send out a third Heaven's Blight cultivator to become the leader of the Fire Sparrow clan in the Fallen Land. Wang Lin had long noticed the aura of the Fire Sparrow clan before entering. He wasn't surprised by the appearance of this old man at all. After seeing the Fire Sparrow clan in the Fallen Land, Wang Lin smiled. The old man from the Fire Sparrow clan entered the second floor and casually sat down. His eyes lit up, and he began observing Wang Lin. Although he looked calm, he was extremely vigilant. He naturally knew the Dark Scorpion Patriarch and what his cultivation level should be. But even someone like him was not qualified to sit down and was standing there like a servant. This made Wang Lin very mysterious in his eyes. In addition, the most important thing was that he couldn't see through Wang Lin's cultivation. No matter how his divine sense spread out, he couldn't find any cultivation aura from Wang Lin, much less figure out what clan Wang Lin was from. The people of the Ancient Star System didn't always have their marks between their eyebrows. Some powerful cultivators could hide their clan mark, making it impossible for others to detect it. "You want me to let you have the blazing fire mutation crystals?" Wang Lin revealed a smile that wasn't a smile as he looked at the old man from the Fire Sparrow clan. The old man's mind trembled. He almost felt fear when facing Wang Lin. After pondering for a bit, he clasped his hands. "The blazing fire mutation crystals have great use for my Fire Sparrow clan." This old man. When he got to this point, Wang Lin let out a cold snort. This cold snort made it seem as if millions of bolts of thunder had exploded inside the second floor of the pavilion. The charming woman's expression immediately changed. She subconsciously took a few steps back, and her face turned pale. As for the old man from the Fire Sparrow clan, his body trembled violently. Facing this sound, he felt like he was hit by a 1,000,000-kilogram carriage. His origin soul trembled, his pupils shrank, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The fire inside his body seemed to lose control and erupted from his body. The chair under him was turned to ashes, and the flames were about to spread. Wang Lin waved his hand, and an invisible wind blew toward the old man from the Fire Sparrow clan. The fire around the old man that had just spread out was extinguished by the wind. Some of it was forced back into the old man's body. The old man's face immediately turned pale, and he immediately retreated. He retreated 3 steps in a row. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the second floor. The footprints were black, as if they were burnt, and white smoke appeared. After 3 steps, the old man let out a roar, and all the fire in his body erupted to stop himself from retreating. However, at this moment, Wang Lin's cold gaze met the old man's. Wang Lin's gaze was like a sharp, invisible sword that pierced through the old man's eyes and directly attacked his origin soul with a destructive force. Even the origin energy in the old man's body was unable to stop this invisible sword. He retreated once more, and indescribable fear appeared in his eyes. Inside his body, the invisible sword closed in, but it didn't pierce through his origin soul. Instead, it circled once around his origin soul and gradually disappeared. All of this happened in an instant, but to the old man from the Fire Sparrow clan, it was like a nightmare. He was walking on the line between life and death. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and slowly said, "You can't refer to yourself like this before me." The surroundings were completely silent, and the charming woman took a deep breath. Her gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with respect, and there was a deep sense of awe hidden in her eyes. "Oh, Junior was reckless. I ask Senior to please forgive me. Junior knows he was wrong." The old man from the Fire Sparrow clan was covered in sweat, and a huge wave was set off in his mind. He clearly knew that if this man wanted to kill him, it would be extremely easy. He no longer had any of the arrogance he had when he walked out, and he respectfully stood on the side, no longer dared to find a seat to sit on. It was as if no one was qualified to sit before this young man. Wang Lin ignored the old man from the Fire Sparrow clan and casually said, "Bring me all your blazing fire mutation crystals." The charming woman respectfully bowed. Then she took out a jade and squeezed it. The jade began to glow, and the woman waved her hand. The jade flew toward the wall before Wang Lin and fused with it. The wall immediately began to move, and ripples appeared on it. Shortly after, the wall became transparent, allowing one to see inside clearly. Inside the wall were 3 fist-sized white stones, slowly rotating. The charming woman lowered her head and whispered, "Senior, my Armored Dragon clan doesn't have much blazing fire mutation crystal for sale. There are the only 3 pieces. Originally, fellow Cultivator who came first to trade for them. Since Senior wants them too, it does make it difficult on Junior." The old man from the Fire Sparrow clan looked at the 3 white stones and let out a sigh in secret. He clasped his hands. Since Senior wants them, how would Junior dare to compete? Wang Lin's gaze swept past the wall. There was no crystal in the wall. It was merely an image produced by a spell for people to watch. With a wave of his right hand, 3 pills appeared in his grasp. The moment the pills appeared, the power of fire appeared, making it seem as if they were 3 balls of fire. Wang Lin threw the 3 pills toward the charming woman. When the woman saw the 3 pills, her eyes shined, and she caught them. After taking a closer look, she explained, "These are soul pills made from the souls of top qualified fire beasts." Wang Lin slowly said, "Is that enough for the crystals?" The charming woman took a deep breath, and then took a closer look at the crystals. Then she nodded. "It's enough." Just at this moment, the old man from Fire Sparrow clan said, "Fellow Cultivator Zhou, can this old man look at the pills?" Although the old man's expression had remained calm, his heart was a mess. When he saw the pills, he felt an aura that shook his heart. The charming woman looked at the old man from the Fire Sparrow clan with hesitation. However, after seeing Wang Lin that didn't speak and had closed his eyes as if he didn't care, she nodded. She handed 1 pill to the old man from the Fire Sparrow clan. The old man took a deep breath, and his divine sense went into one of the pills. His body trembled, and his eyes revealed a strange light. Then he took a closer look before closing his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes and returned the pill. Although his expression was unchanged, a monstrous wave was set off in his heart. Essence. This is fire essence. This pill contains a trace of fire essence. Although this pill doesn't have much use for others, it has great use for my Fire Sparrow clan. However, where did this essence come from? Wang Lin opened his eyes and casually looked at the old man from the Fire Sparrow clan. He revealed an unnoticeable sneer and slowly said, "Bring over those 3 crystals." The charming woman quickly nodded. She took the 3 pills and then quickly went downstairs. The pavilion became silent, and the old man from the Fire Sparrow clan was still pondering. No one knew what he was thinking. Wang Lin was in no rush. A moment later, footsteps echoed and the charming woman rushed up. However, before her stood a middle-aged man. He wore a Daoist robe and gave off a sense of pressure without showing his anger. The charming woman was following him and looked extremely respectful. The moment the man appeared, The Dark Scorpion Patriarch behind Wang Lin moved. He bent down to Wang Lin's side and whispered, "The Armored Dragon Clan's young master. Strange, he has very high status and rarely comes here." After the man arrived on the second floor, he laughed. He didn't even look at the old man from the Fire Sparrow clan and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. "I'll take Senior's pills. These are the 3 blazing fire mutation crystals." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the 3 white stone appeared in his hand. They floated toward Wang Lin. After seeing Wang Lin put them away, his eyes lit up and he laughed. "Does Senior have more of those pills? Is there anything else you want to trade for?" "I have a lot of pills. I just don't know what you can take out to trade." Wang Lin smiled and looked at the middle-aged man. After being asked the question back, the old man was startled for a moment and said, "Any planet with a fallen elder can sell puppets and blazing fire mutation crystals, but my Armored Dragon clan has 3 treasures. You can only get these 3 treasures from my Armored Dragon clan. The first is the Dragon Scales. 3,982 scales make a set, and they contain the blood of my clan. After using a spell with it, it can form multiple layers of protection. No ordinary treasures can break through. It can even block some spells." After this, he looked at Wang Lin and said, "There is also the second treasure, Whitebone Dragon. This dragon was made from refining the skeletons of dead Armored Dragon clan members for generations. There aren't many, but each Whitebone Dragon has earth-shattering force. Also, they are already dead, so they will live forever." "Oh, what about the third treasure?" Wang Lin smiled. Chapter 1377, Do You Dare to Fight, 2. The Armored Dragon clan's young master smiled and slowly said, "The third treasure of my Armored Dragon clan is the strongest. It is called the Dragon Collapse Pill. You don't consume these pills. Instead, they explode and injure the enemy. One is not powerful, but with hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Their power is endless. Of my Armored Dragon clan's 3 treasures, the latter 2 were gifted to us by the Great Emperor. Only my Armored Dragon clan possessed them." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After pondering for a bit, he said, "I don't want the Dragon Scales or the Whitebone Dragon. However, I'm interested in the Dragon Collapse Pill. Let me look at one." The Armored Dragon clan's young master reached at the void and used some unknown method to cause a white pill to appear in his hand. He threw the pill, and it flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught it and took a closer look. This pill contained 4 auras. These 4 auras were extremely chaotic and formed a strange balance. Once this balance was broken, the resulting explosion would be equal to the attack of a Nirvana Scryer Cultivator. 1 soul pill for 100 of these pills. Wang Lin's words were firm. The Armored Dragon clan's young master pondered for a bit. Then his eyes lit up and he nodded. "Okay, I wonder how many Dragon Collapse Pills Senior wants to exchange." 10,000. The Armored Dragon clan young master's pupils shrank and he nodded. 10,000 Dragon Collapse Pills are enough to threaten a First Heaven's Blight cultivators. He waved his right hand, and there was a flash of light. Dragon Collapse Pills fell out one by one, forming a small mountain. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and then, after collecting all 10,000 pills, he left behind 100 soul pills. He got up and left, and the Dark Scorpion Patriarch quickly got up and followed. After leaving the pavilion, Wang Lin revealed a sneer. He turned around toward the Dark Scorpion Patriarch and ordered, "Go back to the Dark Scorpion clan first. I have some personal matters to deal with." The Dark Scorpion Patriarch nodded. He was afraid to ask why and quickly left. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He slowly walked within the Armored Dragon clan city. He had set the bait and was now just waiting for the target to bite. "I charged directly into the Scatter Thunder clan before, but for the Fire Sparrow clan, I'll have them send me in." Wang Lin walked for a while and then turned around shortly after. "You followed me the entire way. Are you looking for death?" Wang Lin's voice was cold. When his voice echoed, ripples appeared 100 feet behind him. The old man from the Fire Sparrow clan walked out. He looked extremely respectful and clasped his hands. "Senior, please don't be angry. Junior has followed Senior to make a trade." Wang Lin didn't speak. He only coldly looked at the old man from the Fire Sparrow clan. Sweat came from the old man's forehead, and he quickly said, "Junior has a large amount of blazing fire mutation crystals. If Senior wants, Senior can trade for them all. Junior only wants those pills." Wang Lin casually asked, "How many blazing fire mutation crystals do you have?" "I have 100 pieces the same size as the one Senior saw before." The old man's mind was shaken by Wang Lin's share. After just a few sentences, his clothes had been soaked. Wang Lin calmly said, "Bring them over." The old man hesitated for a bit. Then he clenched his teeth and his right hand hit the fire mark between his eyebrows. Then a ball of blue fire flew out toward Wang Lin. After Wang Lin caught it, he immediately noticed that this small flame was like a bag of holding, and inside were 100 crystals. Although they were of varying sizes, on average they weren't much different. Wang Lin took out 100 soul pills and threw it to the old man. Then Wang Lin took a step and disappeared from the city. When he reappeared, Wang Lin was already standing on the top of a mountain. With a wave of his hand, the 10,000 dragon collapse pills appeared in surrounding the area. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he sneered. Although soul pills are expensive, one doesn't have the same value as 100 of these pills, each of which are equal to the attack of a Nirvana Scryer Cultivator. Armored Dragon Clan, since you want to get involved, then don't blame me for being ruthless. He sneered and waved his right hand. Then his cultivation spread out. The fire tattoo in his left eye flew out, and a sea of fire immediately surrounded the 10,000 dragon collapse pills. Refine, Wang Lin said, and the fire turned blue. As it swept by, the dragon collapse pills popped. The pills began to melt under this intense heat. Dao spell fuse. Everything in this world, be it spells, treasures, power, law, all fuse for me. Dao Master Blue Dream's Dao spell was very powerful and was of great help to Wang Lin. At this moment, with the help of the fire and the Dao spell, the 10,000 dragon collapse pills began to gradually fuse. The temperature of the fire became stronger and stronger. A golden pill the size of a nail appeared in the sea of fire. In the end, Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and all the fire went inside the pill. This small pill contained a heaven-shattering destructive force. It was no longer 4 auras fused together, but 5. The extra aura was the power of fire. As a result, the power of the pill had increased greatly. 10,000 pills fused into one, and there no loss of power. As a result, it is comparable to the self-destruction of a first Heaven's Blight Cultivator. With the fused Dao spell, a change occurred, and it became infinitely close to a second Heaven's Blight self-destruction. Then I added the 5th aura, which is fire. Now the pill can display the power of a third Heaven's Blight Cultivator exploding. Wang Lin's right eye flashed, and thunder appeared. It turned into a thunder tattoo and flew into the golden pill. Popping sounds echoed from the golden pill, and it began to fuse once more. As it fused, the world changed colors and thunder began to gather, entering the pill. 6 auras. Adding on the Scatter Thunder Clan spell, it can hurt 4th Heaven's Blight Cultivators. Wang Lin's eyes were filled killing intent. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood. This was ancient god blood, and it contained essence origin energy from his origin soul. The blood landed on the golden pill. The golden pill immediately turned dim from the blood and gave off a blood-colored glow. This blood was filled with killing intent. Adding my ancient god blood and essence energy, it will be powerful enough to threaten 5th Heaven's Blight Cultivators. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the blazing fire mutation crystals he had obtained flew out. Fire from Wang Lin's left eye surrounded the crystals, and they began to fuse. These crystals can't make my Vermillion bird awaken for the 4th time, but with my control of fire, I can turn them into treasures. The destructive force won't be weaker than the Dragon Collapse pill I just re-refined. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to use the Dao spell to fuse them. A Vermillion bird mark vaguely appeared in his left eye, making the fire even stronger. 5th Heaven's Blight, so what? If you really came with your avatar, then I'll make you go extinct right here. If you came with your original body and use your 3rd step cultivation, I don't believe you will survive. After all, a 3rd step cultivator can easily destroy the entire fallen land. Even if no one stops you, at most I'll just escape here. The bait has already been set at the Fire Sparrow clan, so they will naturally come and find me. Wang Lin let out a cold snort, and the fire before him shrank. All the blazing fire mutation crystals had been refined into a dark blue crystal. Not only did it contain fire essence, but there was also the shadow of a Vermillion bird. The killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He raised his right hand at the sky, and 2 deer beasts appeared. The moment they appeared, Wang Lin shouted, "There is still one more seal on the broken swords that were stabbed into the deer corpse. I want to see if I can open it now that my thunder essence is complete." As he spoke, thunder rumbled inside his body and gathered in his index finger. The thunder formed a net, and popping sounds echoed like crazy from his finger. 1 ray, 2 rays, 100 rays, 1,000 rays, 10,000 rays. 1,000,000 rays of sword energy erupted from the thunder net and continued to increase. Finally, the 10 million rays of sword energy broke out from the limitation of the thunder net. In an instant, the entire sky was covered in sword energy and endless killing intent spread out. 10 million, 20 million, until it finally stopped at 39.99 million. I still can't completely break the seal, but I broke part of it, allowing the power of the sword energy to increase greatly. Now it's time to battle. Wang Lin stood up and let out a loud laugh. I'm waiting here for you. Do you dare to fight? His laugh was heaven-shaking with the intent to challenge, and it spread out in all directions. At this moment, all the cultivators on the planet clearly heard this. In a residence in the city on the eastern side of planet, the old man from the Fire Sparrow clan stood there with a solemn expression. There were 7 other Fire Sparrow clan members standing beside him. They couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. The 100 soul pills were being burned by fire before the old man and were gradually melting. Even the souls were burnt until they dissipated, leaving only a drop of blood. It gave off a demonic glow. Just as I expected, the reason these pills contain essence is because of this drop of blood. What kind of blood is this? The old man from the Fire Sparrow clan took a deep breath, but just at this moment, a laugh filled with the intent to challenge and killing intent echoed. The old man from the Fire Sparrow clan suddenly raised his head and looked up. At the same time, in the holy land of the Armored Dragon clan, the clan patriarch and Master Simo was sitting inside a pavilion. Before them stood a man. He was the Armored Dragon clan's young master. Father, I've already gifted the 10,000 dragon collapse pills, as you've ordered. The Armored Dragon patriarch's expression was gloomy as he looked at Master Simo at the side and said, this person stole 10,000 dragon collapse pills from my Armored Dragon clan. I ask Master Simo to help me capture this person. I'll greatly reward Senior once he is caught. Master Simo revealed a smile. Just as he was about to speak, a laugh echoed across the sky. The laugh was a challenge. It was also cold and filled with endless killing intent. I'm waiting here for you. Do you dare to fight? Chapter 1378, A Generation of Masters. I underestimated his cunning. However, before absolute power, it's all useless. Master Simo sneered as he stepped forward and then disappeared without a trace. Only the father and son duo from the Armored Dragon clan remained, their expressions gloomy. Father, that cultivator's cultivation level is high, and he is not simple. He was hiding here, and we. The young master of the Armored Dragon clan said softly. The Armored Dragon patriarch gloomily said, of course he is not someone simple. If I'm not wrong, he's the person who wiped out the Scatter Thunder clan and killed their head elder. Then he was hunted by the Sovereign Council and sealed 100,000 cultivators. What? The Armored Dragon clan's young master was startled, and his expression changed greatly. Otherwise, why would a third-step cultivator like Master Simo come here? If not for his cultivation being so powerful, how could your father help him? After all, the person who destroyed the Scatter Thunder clan isn't a third-step cultivator, or else why would I help Master Simo? The Armored Dragon clan's young master pondered a bit, and then softly said, if Senior Simo succeeds, it'll be fine, but if there is no possibility, even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. He will be trying his best to escape to heal, much less deal with us. Even if he does come find trouble for us, I'll make it so he will never leave. Your father is, after all, 9th Fallen Elder and a representative of the Fallen Council. He won't dare. The Armored Dragon patriarch looked proud as he waved his sleeve and left. Wang Lin's expression was calm, revealing no emotion as he looked up at the sky. He had his hands behind his back and his white robe flapped in the wind. If one looked at him from a distance, he looked like a celestial. He stood there and seemed to fuse with the world itself. He was heaven. He was earth. The child from 2,000 years ago had now grown up and stood at the peak of cultivation. He even dared to challenge third-step cultivators. Even if the third-step cultivator was only here with his avatar and only had fifth heaven's blight cultivation. However, in this world, both in the inner realm and the outer realm, aside from Wang Lin, how many dared to challenge third-step cultivators? Right now, Wang Lin contained the aura of a master of a generation. Below his calm nature hid a heaven-defying storm and monstrous killing intent. He dared to fight the heavens, fight against fate, and fight the Tao. This was Wang Lin. The heavenly Tao wanted to steal Li Muin's life, but he had risked it all for a chance of survival. He had condensed Joss flames, but then abandoned them, relying only on his 5 essences to trigger the Great Void Gate. He walked down an ancient path that almost no one knew of anymore. He had led the people of the 7 million worlds to break through heaven and out of their prison. He had killed the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder, even though his cultivation level was lower. He had used his own power to charge through the ancient star system to bring Li Qianmei home. He had caused chaos in the ancient star system and was being hunted by the entire ancient star system. With all he had done, even Qing Shuang, one, would sigh and knew she wasn't his match. This was Wang Lin. He walked the world not seeking immortality, but to live right without regrets and do nothing he felt ashamed of. Sword energy filled the world, and only one was missing from reaching 40 million rays of sword energy. The clouds scattered, and at this moment, it was impossible to tell if the world contained sword energy or if the sword energy contained a world. When Wang Lin's right hand pointed, the almost 40 million rays of sword energy began to gather. It was as if a vortex had appeared at the tip of Wang Lin's finger and moved all the sword energy. In just an instant, the nearly 40 million rays of sword energy disappeared and fused with Wang Lin's right index finger. This finger contained heaven-shattering force. Just one finger contained the power of 40 million rays of sword energy. A thunderous rumble echoed in the sky and a vortex appeared in the distance. The vortex connected the heavens and earth. It quickly closed in with a thunderous rumble. Master Simo was inside the vortex. To dare to challenge me, Master Simo. You've got guts. Master Simo's voice echoed as he charged at Wang Lin from inside the vortex. It looked like Master Simo had sucked the power of the heavens to form this vortex, which then became a spell to attack Wang Lin. You sure have a lot of crap to say. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and when Master Simo arrived, his hands formed a seal. Mountain crumble. At this moment, illusory volcanoes appeared around Wang Lin. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he was stronger than back when Qing Shui was still injured. Illusory volcanoes appeared one by one. The rumbles formed a shocking sound wave that spread far and wide. Wang Lin was surrounded by volcanoes. His expression was calm, but his eyes were filled with powerful killing intent. Master Simo's expression became serious. He wouldn't dare to underestimate the power of someone who could trigger the Void Gate without any Joss flames. At this moment, his hands formed a seal and he waved. The vortex around him flew out and charged at Wang Lin. At the same time, Wang Lin's finger that was pointed at the sky mercilessly swung down. Mountain, first crumble. As Wang Lin's voice echoed, the volcanoes began to rumble. Black smoke came out from the volcanoes, covering the sky, and collided with the vortex. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the sky, creating a powerful shockwave that spread in all directions. The sky trembled and the earth cracked. At this instant, the cultivation planet began to tremble. Mountain, second crumble, third crumble. The volcanoes erupted and red lava shot out toward the vortex. At this moment, the rumbles were loud enough to shatter one's eardrums. A crack that connected the heavens and earth appeared in this world. In the sky, it was a spatial crack, and on the earth, it connected with the deep rift that had appeared. Mountain, fourth crumble, fifth crumble. As Wang Lin's voice echoed, the volcanoes began to overlap until they formed one real volcano, and it began its destructive eruption. However, although this volcano looked extremely real, it had no soul and was merely formed by a spell. At this moment, Wang Lin jumped into the air and his right hand reached at the earth. He shouted, "Since this volcano has no soul, then I'll grant it a soul. Extract the souls of all the mountains on this planet." As Wang Lin's voice echoed, the cultivation planet trembled and the earth rumbled as if a dragon was moving underground. One of the mountains instantly collapsed into a pile of rocks. It was as if its supports had all given out at once. Their souls, their supports, were all extracted by Wang Lin completely. Mountains collapsed one by one as their mountain souls were extracted. The mountain souls flew out and instantly gathered in Wang Lin's hand. There were no mountains remaining on this planet. The only thing left were piles of rocks. Wang Lin held all the mountain souls from the planet and threw it. The mountain souls fused with the volcano just as Master Simo's vortex arrived. At this instant, the volcano formed by Mountain Crumble had a soul. Its soul was extremely powerful, as if it was formed by countless mountain souls. Now this volcano was finally a real volcano. At this moment, Mountain Crumble finally reached completion. Mountain, ninth crumble. Wang Lin jumped directly to the final crumble. The volcano rumbled and a thunderous rumble echoed as if a storm was breaking out. The volcano shattered, forming a storm filled with rocks, lava, black smoke, and the mountain soul. This storm collided directly with Master Simo's vortex. A destructive aura spread out and landed on Wang Lin's body. His clothes flapped violently, and his hair fluttered. His face was pale, but not only did he not retreat, he charged at Master Simo. Master Simo's expression was also pale. When the shockwave hit him, his body turned into a ray of light, and he charged out. Mountain Crumble? This is by Feng's spell. Master Simo moved like lightning and charged out of the shockwave. His hands formed a seal, and he waved his hand. His coldly shouted, "Heaven as painting." After he shouted, the sky changed and countless ripples appeared in the air. Distortions appeared, and all other colors disappeared until it was pure white. This white was like a painting. There were countless shadows forming mountains and rivers. Earth as ink, Master Simo roared. Then the earth rumbled and turned completely black. At this moment, it was as if the earth had become ink. I'm the pen, one pen to break the heaven. Complete my heaven-breaking Dao. Master Simo waved his right hand as if it were a pen. The world changed as he waved his hand, like he was forming his own world. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. When he discussed Dao with Li Qianmei, they also talked about spells, and he had also obtained Sima Mo's jade. All of this allowed him to learn of a famous spell in the heaven-breaking sect. It was called the heaven-breaking Dao. Only the sect master and head elder of the heaven-breaking sect could learn it. It was extremely powerful. Master Simo. Master Simo. Could he be? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 1. Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's daughter, aka the female corpse that got revived. Chapter 1379, Great Emperor. With only a few strokes, he drew the planet they were on. Wang Lin's figure also appeared in the painting. Even if it is just my avatar, I can still kill you with the heaven-breaking Dao. Master Simo's eyes became cold as he raised his right hand and was about to viciously swing down. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and he shouted, "Heaven-breaking sects Sima Mo." His voice was like thunder and rumbled across the world, as if it was the roar of heaven. Master Simo's hands paused for a moment, and he stared at Wang Lin. Just at this instant, Wang Lin stepped forward. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. The heavens changed colors, and clouds scattered. Wang Lin's figure disappeared, and then reappeared before Master Simo. His right hand mercilessly pressed down between Master Simo's eyebrows. Master Simo's expression changed greatly. Due to Wang Lin's roar, he had missed the best opportunity to use the skill. At this moment, he didn't have time to think as he waved his right hand down. One stroke to break the heavens and earth. With one stroke, the mountain and river in the painting were torn apart. Everything collapsed, and even Wang Lin's figure in the painting began to distort. A tearing force came from Wang Lin's body and turned into intense pain. Wang Lin's face became pale and blood rushed up his throat, but he suppressed it. Killing intent filled his eyes as his finger mercilessly pointed forward. The power of this one finger was shocking to Master Simo. He quickly retreated while lifting the ink from the earth to block before him. He vaguely felt a life and death crisis from Wang Lin's finger that he hadn't felt in a long time. What kind of spell is this? The black ink instantly blocked before Wang Lin and collided with his finger. At this moment, rays of sword energy erupted from his finger. This was one of Wang Lin's aces, one of the 3 killing moves Wang Lin had prepared for Master Simo. Sword energy shot out like crazy. 1 ray, 10 rays, 100 rays, 1,000 rays, 10,000 rays, 100,000 rays, 1,000,000 rays, 10,000,000 rays. The finger contained a total of 39,999,999 rays of sword energy, and adding Wang Lin's finger, it was 40 million rays of sword energy. The power of 40 million rays of sword energy was heaven-shattering, and they all appeared at once. The 2 deer appeared around Wang Lin's finger. Master Simo's pupils shrank, and disbelief filled his eyes. The resulting thunderous rumble was heaven-shaking. The ink formed by the earth instantly collapsed when it collided with the sword energy. The sword energy pierced through the ink and shot directly at Master Simo. The 40 million rays of sword energy formed a storm, with Wang Lin as the center. This storm was filled with sword energy and gave off a powerful sword aura. There was a constant shrill coming from the rotating sword energy. From afar, it looked like tens of thousands of snakes flying, and it was a shocking sight. All of this happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the finger with 40 million rays of sword energy landed on Master Simo's body. He coughed out blood, and his body immediately moved. It was as if his body was being torn apart, but his hands quickly formed a seal. It wasn't that his body had collapsed, but he had used a special method to avoid Wang Lin's killing move and appeared 10,000 feet away. When he reappeared, an extremely strange scene unfolded before him. There was another sky above the sky and another earth below the earth. The heaven-breaking spell would create another world that would act as a prison. It could also fuse with the enemy, and breaking the painting was the same as breaking the world and using that to kill them. Wang Lin was surrounded by the world formed by the heaven-breaking spell and was unable to get out. Master Simo's expression was ferocious. His hands formed a seal, and he suddenly opened his arms. Then he quickly closed his arms and roared, "Break the heavens." When he roared, the world Wang Lin was in rumbled, and the painting in the sky began to tear. Wang Lin's figure inside the painting distorted even more. At this instant, All the cultivators on the cultivation planet were shaken. The old man from the Fire Sparrow clan and the people around him had long since began observing the battle with their divine senses. Watching the scene unfold, fear filled his eyes, and there was a complicated expression on his face. This person will die without a doubt. The heaven-breaking spell is indeed worthy of its name. Master Simo. Master Simo. I didn't expect him to come. Then the identity of the person who traded me the pills is obvious. Unfortunately, I don't know where the blood from the soul pills came from. The old man from the Fire Sparrow clan shook his head. He had already determined that Wang Lin was going to die. In the holy land of the Armored Dragon clan, the young master had also spread out his divine sense to observe and finally relaxed a bit. This person is very strong, but unfortunately, he can't escape Master Simo's spell. The heaven-breaking spell is amazing. It can form its own world to break. The Armored Dragon Patriarch also withdrew his gaze from the sky and relaxed a bit. He doesn't know his own limit. Master Simo is a third-step cultivator, so even though he only came with his avatar, Master Simo is not someone he can deal with. Even though he killed the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder, he is powerless before Master Simo. However, for him to hurt Master Simo, he is already not simple. Luckily, he has no chance of survival, or else, if he came looking for trouble, it would be difficult to deal with him. However, just as everyone was sure Wang Lin couldn't escape, a chance arose. Intense pain appeared in Wang Lin's body, and his eyes were bloodshot. The 40 million rays of sword energy surrounding him shot into the sky. 40 million rays of sword energy. Break this painting of heaven and earth for me. Break, break, break. Wang Lin seemed to turn into a ray of light, but it was more like a ray of sword energy made of his body. This ray of sword energy became an extra sword energy among the 40 million rays of sword energy. The storm of sword energy surrounding him gave off a destructive aura and brought Wang Lin toward the painting in the sky. At this instant, the storm collided with the painting. The 40 million rays of sword energy began to slam into the painting, and endless rumbles echoed across the world. Break open. Wang Lin's voice was hoarse as pain came in waves from his body. He coughed out blood, and his expression was ferocious. He waved his right hand, and the rays of sword energy became even more fierce. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the world formed by the heaven-breaking spell shattered. The world collapsed and turned into a shockwave that swept across the planet. Wang Lin broke free. The moment he broke free, the old man from the Fire Sparrow clan opened his eyes with disbelief and sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only him, even the Armored Dragon clan's young master was terrified. He subconsciously took a few steps back and exclaimed, This. There was also the Armored Dragon Patriarch. His expression also changed and became extremely gloomy. Simo, our battle has just begun. Wang Lin charged out, and his right hand pointed at the sky. He shouted, Since you tried to pierce the heavens, then I'll flip the heaven. As Wang Lin spoke, the world appeared inside his eyes and suddenly rotated. The sky became the earth, and the earth became the sky. At this moment, the world outside rumbled and began to reverse. Dao Master Blue Dream's Heaven Reversal Spell. Master Simo's expression became serious and he waved his right hand. For the first time, he took out a treasure. A 100-foot-long flag appeared beside him. There were countless restrictions on it. They all appeared at once and gave off the power of time. Time restriction. The 100-foot flag opened and the time restriction flew out. Tens of thousands of restrictions surrounded Master Simo, forming a restriction vortex. At this moment, the world reversed. The sky was under your feet and the earth was above your head. It was a scene that could shock anyone. The Armored Dragon Patriarch's pupils shrank violently. This person has Dao Master Blue Dream's spell. Humph, even so, I'm certain he will die to Master Simo's spell. Wang Lin let out a roar and slammed his hand down. The world rumbled and the sky began to smash down toward Master Simo. Master Simo was surrounded by the time restriction, and his eyes revealed a strange light. Time restriction, dissipate in time. Whether it is the heavens or earth, all will dissipate in the flow of time. Master Simo's arms opened, and the time restriction spread out to resist the world. The world began to rumble and became desolate, showing signs of collapse. Forbidden time spell, end of time. Master Simo's voice echoed loudly. Wang Lin's pupils shrank, and he was about to use a spell. However, just at this moment, a laugh appeared. It was very faint, but it entered the ears of every being on the planet. Interesting. If you can beat this third-step cultivator's avatar in 5 breaths of time, I promise your safety in the fallen land. In the holy land of the Armored Dragon clan, the expression of the 9th fallen elder, the Armored Dragon Patriarch, changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "Great Emperor." Master Simo's expression also changed greatly, and panic appeared on his face. The voice that came from the void echoed once more. 1. Chapter 1380, for breaths. 5 breaths. The time for one to take 5 breaths. Calling it an instant might be too fast, but it was just a bit slower than lightning flashing across the sky. Whether it was the armored dragon patriarch, the old man from the Fire Sparrow clan, or Master Simo, none of them believed it was possible to end the battle in 5 breaths of time. After all, the enemy Wang Lin faced was Master Simo. However, after Wang Lin heard this, his eyes shined brightly. Before the echo of 1 dissipated, Wang Lin waved his hand and erupted his full cultivation. End of Time was a spell Master Simo had comprehended himself from the time restriction, similar to Wang Lin's flowing time. Now that he had used this spell, a storm erupted from the time restrictions. The reversing world trembled violently under this storm. The sky became a sickly yellow, and pus began to appear. The pus began to gather and then ruptured, releasing large amounts of dark yellow liquid. The entire world became desolate. Countless cracks appeared on the earth and continued to spread as if the earth was rapidly aging. This all happened in an instant. The sky and earth closing and suddenly collapsed under this spell. The moment the world collapsed, the vortex formed by the time restrictions swept up the world and charged toward Wang Lin with an unimaginable, destructive aura. At this moment, the echo of the word 1 was still strong. Wang Lin's entire cultivation erupted, and a powerful light erupted from his body. In his eyes, everything in the world gave of light and gathered around him to form a large light silhouette. Light and shadow shield. When the time storm arrived, the light shadow shield formed and collided with it. The large light silhouette around Wang Lin flashed violently and flickered. When it collided, it caused the flow of time on Wang Lin to increase several-fold. If it was someone else, it would be very difficult for them to resist this time-based spell. However, Wang Lin had also comprehended his own time spell. It was the second spell he had created in his life, flowing time. The moment the time vortex collided with him, Wang Lin waved his right hand. The world rumbled and a large, stone door appeared. This stone door gave off a desolate aura which fused with Wang Lin. From a distance, Wang Lin seemed to be standing on the stone gate and was shrouded by the power of time. No matter how much the world raged around him, he didn't move at all. Only his hair moved in the wind, giving him an ethereal feeling. Also, at this moment, the light and shadow shield shined brightly, and a reflective force began to build. Master Simo's expression changed as he took a step forward without any hesitation and pressed his hand down. With this press, a heaven-shaking palm print appeared. It contained all the power he could use at the fifth heaven's blight and was filled with killing intent. It immediately broke through the time restriction around the light and shadow shield and collided with it. Waves of thunderous rumbles echoed in all directions, and the light and shadow shield collapsed. However, the moment it collapsed, Wang Lin let out a roar and formed a second one. This repeated again. In this brief moment, 3 light and shadow shields appeared. After the third time, the shield collapsed. However, the moment it collapsed, it reflected a majority of the power of the time restrictions and palm print back at the incoming Master Simo. 2. The voice echoed across the void once more. There were still 3 breaths left. No one who was strong enough to observe this battle with their divine sense believed Wang Lin could win in 3 breaths of time. When the word 2 echoed, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. When the light and shadow shield collapsed, he was also affected by the impact and coughed out blood. However, he let out a loud laugh and charged forward. As he charged out, Wang Lin launched his killing move. He was fast beyond imagination, and the thunder tattoo appeared in his right eye. The thunder had 9 types of accompanying thunder and immediately formed a giant thunder tattoo before Wang Lin. This thunder tattoo was heaven-shaking. The thunder essence was powerful, and the 9 accompanying thunders rumbled loudly. This was especially true for the last 3 accompanying thunders, G Thunder, Bloodline Thunder, and Defying Thunder. These 3 thunders erupted with great power, causing the thunder tattoo to shine brightly. In a flash, countless silver snakes appeared in the sky. They filled their skill and began to gather toward the thunder tattoo. This thunder tattoo was heaven-shaking, and when it appeared, Wang Lin pushed it forward. It launched its attack on Master Simo, just like how it attacked the Void Gate. The thunder tattoo filled the sky and charged at Master Simo. Master Simo's expression was serious. Along the entire way, he had dreaded Wang Lin's thunder spell the most. Although he had never experienced it himself, Recalling Wang Lin's attempts to break the void gate was enough to make his skin crawl. At this moment, when he saw the thunder tattoo, he recalled the scene of when Wang Lin attempted to break the void gate. He waved his hand, and the time restriction wrapped around him. Let's see if your thunder is stronger than my time restrictions. Wang Lin moved like thunder and pushed the thunder tattoo. It absorbed the endless thunder that had appeared from the void. It was like a bolt of eternal heavenly thunder and descended on Master Simo like divine retribution. The two got closer and closer, and that voice from the void echoed once more. 3. As the word 3 echoed, Wang Lin's body fused with the thunder tattoo, and it was impossible to tell them apart. The thunder tattoo collided with Master Simo's time restrictions. The resulting thunderous rumble was heaven-shaking and spread in all directions. Under this violent impact, the time restrictions around Master Simo trembled and collapsed. Under the powerful force of the thunder, the shattered time restrictions smashed toward Master Simo. As the time restrictions smashed toward him, the thunder tattoo closed in. All of this happened too fast. In an instant, the thunder tattoo imprinted on his chest. Master Simo's face turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He wasn't able to suppress it as he retreated. Thunder covered his chest, and crackling sounds echoed. His injuries got worse as he retreated. He looked horrified. Although he already thought highly of Wang Lin, he still couldn't believe how powerful the thunder was. Even time had to collapse before that thunder. Wang Lin was also hit by the time restrictions when the thunder and time restrictions collided. In an instant, his face turned old and wrinkly, and he became an old man. However, the next instant, endless vitality erupted from Wang Lin's body and reversed the aging. He returned to normal, but his face was extremely pale. It was obvious that facing the avatar of a third-step cultivator was an extremely difficult battle for him. Seeing Master Simo retreat, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and monstrous killing intent erupted as he gave chase. However, at this moment, that voice echoed from the void once more. 4. Before the voice finished, Wang Lin's laugh interrupted it. He pierced through the sky at full speed and caught up to the retreating Master Simo. Then he waved his hand. A golden pill the size of a fingernail appeared from the void and shot toward Master Simo at an unimaginable speed. It was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived 100 feet from Master Simo. Without waiting for the golden pill to get closer, Wang Lin roared without hesitation. Explode. As he roared, a heaven-shattering rumble echoed. It sounded like a cultivation planet exploding, and the shockwave traveled into the distance along with a destructive force. Master Simo was too close, and he coughed out blood once more. Terror appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect Wang Lin to have a treasure like this. When he was hit by the explosion of the pill, he felt like the flesh on his body was going to be torn off, and even his bones were going to shatter. If it wasn't for the fact that his original body was at the third step, and therefore he was able to gather a large amount of resources to refine an almost invincible body, an ordinary cultivator would have long died. Master Simo had refined this avatar after he found that he was trapped at the early stage of Nirvana Void for too long and couldn't get too many Dao spirits. He had refined this avatar hoping it would reach the third step and help improve his cultivation. As Master Simo's avatar was pushed back by the explosion, Wang Lin took a step forward and waved his right hand. The blaze fire mutation crystals he had refined was thrown out. Explode. Wang Lin roared as the blazing fire mutation crystals closed in on Master Simo. Just as the golden pill had exploded, the crystals began a second round of destruction. All of this sounds long, but in reality, it all happened in an instant. Not good. The armored dragon patriarch had been paying close attention to this battle. When he saw this, his expression changed greatly. Chapter 1381, Young Emperor. He retreated like crazy and the feeling of death rushed over him. It was like an invisible pressure that wanted to crush his whole body. The collapse of the blazing fire mutation crystal was even more intense than the dragon collapse pill. It contained heavenly fire and, under Wang Lin's control, had been compressed countless fold. It contained enough power to threaten a fifth Heaven's Blight cultivator. As the injured Master Simo retreated, Wang Lin's roar echoed, and the crystal suddenly gave off a blinding light. This light enveloped the entire planet and lit up the whole world. Master Simo let out a miserable scream, and his body began to burn. This dark blue flame didn't burn his clothes, but his flesh and origin soul. His miserable screams were enough to make the heart of anyone tremble. After suffering Wang Lin's 2 direct attacks, Master Simo was seriously injured but didn't die. His vision blurred, and he was filled with fear he had never shown before. The only thing in his mind was to escape. 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 However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, a bloodlight flashed inside the fire. A sword that could shake the world shot out from this bloodlight toward Master Simo. This sword was very fast. It was impossible to follow with the naked eye, and even divine sense couldn't keep up with it. Its speed seemed to not be bound by the law of heaven, and it instantly closed in on Master Simo. The seriously injured Master Simo couldn't dodge at all as the blood sword pierced through his chest. Popping sounds echoed inside his body, but he still didn't die. Master Simo's avatar was, after all, at the fifth heaven's blight cultivator, so it was not easy to kill. Wang Lin was fully prepared for this. Dragon Collapse Pill, Blazing Fire Mutation Crystal, 40 million rays of sword energy, and at the critical moment, he even took out the blood sword. In a short period of time, Wang Lin had launched all his killing moves, but in the end was still unable to kill a fifth heaven's blight cultivator. However, to injure him to this degree, Wang Lin could be famous in both the inner and outer realms. After all, he had only completed one essence. If he completed his second, third, fourth, and fifth essences, even if Wang Lin hadn't opened the void gate by then, he could fight against a third-step cultivator. Seeing that Master Simo still hadn't died, Wang Lin's expression became gloomy. He raised his right finger at the sky and was about to chase with a spell. However, at this moment, that voice from the void echoed once more. How can my fallen land be a place where you can come and go as you wish? As the words echoed, Master Simo had already escaped to the horizon, and he was about to disappear with ripples spreading around him. At this moment, the sky began to distort, and an invisible airflow formed a vortex. Just as Master Simo's figure was about to disappear, a finger charged out from the vortex and mercilessly pressed down on Master Simo. This finger was too big. It seemed to be as big as heaven. It was formed by the airflow and was transparent, but it could still be distinguished from the sky. Its speed was indescribable as it descended from the vortex. It was as if it was going to pierce a hole in the earth and collapse the sky. Master Simo let out a desperate cry when it landed on his body. He was unable to dodge or escape. It was as if an unimaginable force had appeared in this world and frozen everything. Even teleportation had been stopped. When the finger closed in, Master Simo trembled and coughed out blood. Large amounts of cracks appeared on his flesh and spread across his body. Finally, his body shattered into countless fragments, and his origin soul was torn apart. The wind blew by, and the smell of blood spread. It lingered for a long time. The voice from the void never appeared again. The finger returned into the vortex and disappeared without a trace. It was as if nothing had ever happened. The cultivation planet was completely silent. The old men from the Fire Sparrow clan were still staring dumbfounded at everything. They were still terrified and filled with disbelief. The Armored Dragon clan's young master's face was extremely ugly and showed a hint of panic and remorse. He nervously retreated and quickly stood beside his father. "Father, this is bad. This person seems to be favored by the great emperor." His father, the Armored Dragon Patriarch, was gloomy. He interrupted his son and gloomily said, "What is there to panic about? To be able to injure and force Master Simo's fifth Heaven's Blight cultivation avatar to retreat means he is very strong. Your father is indeed not his match, but I'm an elder of the Fallen Council and have been loyal to the Great Emperor, while he is a mere outsider. He didn't fulfill the Great Emperor 5 breaths requirement, but even if he did complete it, if he provoked me, the Great Emperor would still kill him. He won't dare to cause me any trouble. If I were him, I would immediately leave to find a place to heal." Wang Lin floated in the air and let out a big breath. Although his battle with Master Simo's avatar was short, it was filled with danger, and he was injured. What made him even more cautious was the attitude of the Great Emperor. Although Master Simo was seriously injured, to be able to kill the avatar with one finger means that he is far stronger than Daoist water. I just don't know how he compares to Dao Master Blue Dream. Also, he is obviously helping me. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He should leave now. After all, he was injured and needed to find a place to recover. However, when Wang Lin's gaze fell on the cultivation planet, his eyes turned cold. "The Fallen Council's 9th Elder. You dared to help Master Simo, so you're my enemy. 9th Elder. I'd like to see what the Great Emperor's bottom line is." Wang Lin rarely provoked others, but once someone provoked him, he rarely let them off. He let out a cold snort and moved like a meteor toward the location of the Armored Dragon clan. He was very fast as he moved like a ray of light across the sky and caused thunderous rumbles. The expressions of all the cultivators watching changed greatly. After watching Wang Lin and Master Simo's battle, no one dared to stop him. The face of the young master of the Armored Dragon clan turned deathly pale as he subconsciously walked back a few steps and exclaimed, "Father, The armored dragon patriarch felt his heart drop and bitterly thought about how he assumed Wang Lin wouldn't look for trouble after his battle. Although he was shocked, when he thought about the injuries Wang Lin had suffered, he revealed a ferocious expression. All second-step cultivators of the armored dragon clan, stop anyone from entering the clan. As the mighty voice echoed, more than 10 second-step cultivators flew out to stop Wang Lin. However, just at this moment, the world rumbled and the meteor made of thunder arrived. Wang Lin arrived before the armored dragon clan. Just as those cultivators were flying into the air, Wang Lin mercilessly pressed down. Scram! His cold voice was heaven-shaking, and as his hand pressed down, a giant palm print appeared. It smashed down toward the armored dragon clan. When the second-step cultivators of the armored dragon clan touched the palm print, they immediately coughed out blood. They were thrown away, and the physical bodies of 3 of them immediately collapsed. They weren't able to stop it at all. The palm print landed on the earth, and the entire armored dragon clan's land immediately collapsed. A mere small clan dares to scheme against me? You're courting death. Wang Lin laughed as he descended. His gaze fell on the father and son duo of the armored dragon clan. The armored dragon patriarch was terrified. He didn't expect Wang Lin to still be so powerful after being injured. He had no confidence in resisting that palm just now. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he pointed at the sky, and thunder began to gather. The armored dragon patriarch's expression changed greatly. He grabbed his son and immediately retreated as he screamed, "You dare to kill me? I'm the 9th elder of the Fallen Council. I was appointed by the Great Emperor himself. If you hurt just a strand of my hair, the Great Emperor will tear you apart." Just at this moment, a ray of sword energy closed in from the horizon. This ray of sword energy was shocking as it crossed the sky and closed in on this location. When the armored dragon patriarch saw this ray of light, the fear in his eyes dissipated and was replaced with ecstasy. Great Emperor's messenger. Haha, the messenger has come. An outsider like you would dare to provoke me, a fallen elder? You're dead. Not only was the armored dragon patriarch happy, but his son also relaxed and revealed a look of joy. Wang Lin raised his head. He wasn't in a rush to attack, but coldly looked up. A middle-aged man wearing red walked out from the ray of sword energy. He gave off no aura of a cultivator. Not even Wang Lin detected anything. It was obvious he had cultivated an extremely powerful spell to hide his cultivation. Fallen Council's 9th elder greets the Great Emperor's messenger. Since Lord Messenger came, please help. The armored dragon patriarch became respectful and clasped his hand. His son also became respectful. The middle-aged man's expression was cold, and he waved his hand. A red jade appeared in his grasp. As the Great Emperor decrees, the armored dragon patriarch trembled and lowered his head even more in respect. The armored dragon patriarch is stripped of his status as the 9th elder and must take this pill immediately. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and a black pill flew toward the armored dragon patriarch. The armored dragon patriarch's body trembled and his face became deathly pale. He was in a daze while staring at the black pill before him. Poison life pill. This. The middle-aged man's expression remained neutral and he slowly said, "There are some people you can't provoke and scheme against, so you must pay the price." When he finished, he immediately looked at Wang Lin. His expression was no longer cold. He smiled and respectfully clasped his hands. Subordinate greets young emperor. Chapter 1382, Old Friend. Young Emperor. When the armored dragon patriarch heard this, it was like a hammer had struck his chest. His face was pale as he looked at Wang Lin, and shock and bitterness filled his eyes. He wasn't the only one. The armored dragon clan's young master beside him was also pale. His mind trembled, and he was in a daze from the disbelief. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His expression didn't change, and his cold gaze swept past the messenger. Young Emperor? The messenger still had the respectful smile on his face, and quickly said, "The Great Emperor has already passed down the order to the fallen land. You are now the young emperor appointed by the Great Emperor and are above the 13 fallen elders." Wang Lin's expression remained neutral, and he didn't speak. At this moment, the armored dragon patriarch held the pill and bitterly looked at it. After silently pondering for a long time, he said to the messenger, "Messenger, Lord, can you spare my son's life?" The smile on the messenger's face disappeared. His expression became cold once more, and he slowly said, "I'm only here to deliver the pill and pass the Great Emperor's message. The fate of others has nothing to do with me." The armored dragon patriarch's eyes were filled with despair as he looked at this son, who was still stunned. He looked at Wang Lin with respect and bitterness as he whispered, Young Emperor, it was my fault for offending you, so please let my son go. I bear all responsibility. Young Emperor, have mercy." As he spoke, He suddenly raised his head and reached for his son. The young master was startled and immediately let out a miserable scream. His father held his body and injected origin energy inside. A thunderous rumble echoed as all his meridians were destroyed along with his origin soul. His cultivation had been wasted, and he had turned back into a mortal. Intense pain came from the body of the Armored Dragon clan's young master. He coughed out blood, and his face was ashen. The world around him distorted as all power escaped from his body, and he passed out from the intense pain. The Armored Dragon Patriarch knelt down and bitterly begged, "Lord Young Emperor, my son has lost his cultivation and can no longer cultivate. He will not be a threat to the young emperor. I beg the young emperor to have mercy and allow him to live." Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit and then nodded. The Armored Dragon Patriarch's face revealed a sign of gratitude, and he waved his right hand to safely put his unconscious son away. He then took a deep breath and swallowed the pill without hesitation. The pill instantly melted in his mouth and turned into black fire that rushed into his body. This black fire gave off a demonic feel and began burning his body like crazy. Even his origin soul burned. From the outside, the Armored Dragon Patriarch's body turned red before black fire came out from the pores of his body. He turned into a ball of black fire, and after the fire dissipated, nothing remained. What fire is this? Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. The entire cultivation planet was silent. Many people saw this scene, and they trembled. The great emperor was like a god here, and no one dared to challenge his order. The people of the Armored Dragon clan were all filled with fear, and they lowered their heads. A fourth Heaven's Blight cultivator in the inner realm can be the apex, and even in the outer realm, he can be the leader in a great clan. But in this fallen land, one would swallow a poison pill and die without hesitation. This just shows how strong the great emperor is. The reason he sent this pill to the Armored Dragon Patriarch was to show me and indirectly give me a warning. The death of the Armored Dragon Patriarch meant that this matter was over. The middle-aged man smiled and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. The Armored Dragon clan can't be left without a leader. I ask young emperor to appoint a new leader. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but his expression didn't change. His right hand randomly pointed to a youth at the Nirvana Scryer stage in the distance, and he said, "This person then." The youth was still trembling due to the death of the patriarch and the words of the messenger. He was stunned when Wang Lin pointed at him. But then he was like a person who went from burning in hell to ascending to heaven. This change was too drastic, so he couldn't react at all. He didn't have the highest cultivation level in the Armored Dragon clan. If there were no accidents in his life, he would have never become the patriarch and at most would become an elder. However, right now, after being pointed at by Wang Lin, a huge wave was set off within the youth. His body trembled and his eyes filled with ecstasy. He excitedly got up, took a step forward, and respectfully clasped his hands. Then, "Thank you, young emperor. From now on, the Armored Dragon clan will follow all of young emperor's orders, even if you ask for the clan's destruction." Junior. Wang Lin waved his hand and interrupted his words. He slowly said, "Bring all of your dragon collapse pills, blazing fire mutation crystals, and puppets. I want them all." The young man quickly nodded. Forget asking for just these treasures. Even if Wang Lin wanted the origin soul of the Armored Dragon clan members, he wouldn't hesitate to personally get them. To become the patriarch of the Armored Dragon clan was a great fortune for this young man. At this moment, he had already forgotten the death of the previous patriarch. He was immersed in his own excitement and had the intent to kiss up to Wang Lin. The middle-aged man clasped his hands at Wang Lin and smiled. "Young emperor, I have to head back and report to the great emperor." With that, he waved his hand, took out a jade, and respectfully handed it to Wang Lin. "Lord Young Emperor, the great emperor gives this jade token to you. This represents your identity. It is equal to the great emperor descending himself. No one will dare to take advantage of you in the fallen land. Great emperor also said you need to come to the fallen elder selection in 3 months." After the messenger handed over the token, he clasped his hands and disappeared into the distance. Wang Lin held up the jade token and carefully looked at it. The jade token was made from very common materials and only had the word emperor on it. The word was completed in one stroke and gave off an ancient aura, but there was clearly a strange force coming from the word. Outside the fallen land, in the ancient star system, when Master Simo's avatar died, deep within the spatial crack Master Simo was in, his original body opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, bright light shined like a ray of lightning flashing across the void. Thunderous rumbles echoed as if the entire void was going to collapse. There was a violent aura erupting from his body. It formed a storm that quickly spread. Master Simo's clothes danced, and his long hair waved. His eyes were as gloomy, and the light from his eyes slowly dissipated. What remained was coldness and killing intent. The death of his avatar didn't affect his cultivation much. He had refined that avatar to help him break through when his cultivation became stagnant. However, the death of his avatar had destroyed the plan he had been working on for a very long time. As a result, it was tantamount to destroying countless years of his effort. Fallen Land's great emperor. Master Simo gnawed his teeth, his expression ferocious. There is also that junior thunder cultivator. Aside from the thunder essence, he also has a hint of fire essence. Also, how did he know my name from the past? Could he be from the inner realm? Master Simo's eyes lit up as he raised his right hand and tore down. The void rumbled violently, and a gap was ripped open. Master Simo stood up and walked forward with his right hand pressed down. He roared, 7-colored god void nails, appear. 7-colored light came out from the gap. The light was intense, and the moment it appeared, it lit up the entire area, causing the whole void to be shrouded in the 7-colored light. 7-colored nails flew out from the gap and floated around Master Simo. A moment later, a total of 29 7-colored nails were floating around him like a ring. At this moment, the 7-colored light was so strong that it was impossible to see his figure, only the 7-colored light. The 7-colored god void nails from the sovereign that can kill third-step cultivators. I'm no match for the great emperor, but if the sovereign council gathers all third-step cultivators, we should be able to kill that person. Everything will depend on the decision of the sovereign council. Master Simo waved his right hand, and the 7-colored nails disappeared. He then took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. There was a group of cultivators moving through the fallen land. There were almost 1,000 cultivators with varying cultivation levels. At the center, there were around 10 second-step cultivators around one person. This person was wearing gorgeous clothes and was an old man. His appearance was ordinary, but his expression was extremely gloomy. Lord Greed, the Dark Scorpion clan's planet is not far ahead. We found out that the 10,000-year scorpion corpse you're searching for is likely there. The old man in the middle looked arrogant and nodded. He proudly said, very good. If this turns out to be true, then you will all benefit. After he spoke, the surrounding cultivators all revealed joy. If someone else had said those words, they wouldn't be so happy. But the person who had spoken was Greed. Over the years, who didn't know Greed? Greed would never go anywhere without treasures. These words had been verified time and time again by cultivators. He had also never made any false promises. Chapter 1383, Greed. However, this person had repeatedly made shocking appearances. The pills and treasures he would take out had set of wave after wave in the fallen land. Although Greed's cultivation level wasn't high, he was extremely slippery. Adding his strange spells and powerful treasures, he could always protect himself. Even people with higher cultivation levels than him found it difficult to capture him. In particular, this person was good at escaping and had a spell that could increase his speed 97-fold, making it impossible for ordinary cultivators to catch up. Greed was also extremely cautious and often wouldn't hesitate to escape. As a result, he rarely faced danger. As time passed, for some unknown reason, Greed's cultivation level steadily grew, and he had somehow reached the Nirvana Cleanser stage. Then his spells became even more mysterious. He gradually caught the attention of powerful cultivators in some of the clans. They became greedy and pursued Greed. Many thought that Greed would without a doubt die, but then Greed unexpectedly took out a lot of treasures he had never used before. Every treasure had heaven-shaking power. The 3 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators chasing Greed were injured when they were caught off guard by him. One of them was even killed. The remaining 2 fled with serious injuries. This matter set off a huge wave in the fallen land. It was too unbelievable. A Nirvana Cleanser cultivation hadn't died under the pursuit of 3 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators and had even killed one of them. Greed's name swept across the fallen land like a storm, but, similarly, the clan of the dead Nirvana Shatterer cultivator was furious. Although this clan didn't have a fallen elder, it was still very strong. In order to kill Greed, the clan had sent out a First Heaven's Blight cultivator. A First Heaven's Blight cultivator killing a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator was like a tiger trampling an ant. This matter set off an uproar, and just as everyone was sure Greed was doomed, another miracle happened. Greed took out a treasure. There were many rumors about this treasure later on. Most rumors said that this treasure was a broken statue. The moment the statue appeared, the entire fallen land rumbled and clouds filled the star domain. Roars that seemed to come from ancient times echoed, and the First Heaven's Blight cultivator instantly died to this treasure. That destructive force had shaken all the Heaven's Blight cultivators in the fallen land. That power was enough to destroy even third Heaven's Blight cultivators. Even fourth Heaven's Blight cultivators would have to spend a lot of trouble to remain unharmed. However, no one knew if Greed had even stronger treasures beside this one. After all, Greed owned endless treasures. This treasure was already beyond everyone's imagination. However, could there be a treasure that could instantly kill Nirvana Shatterer and Heaven's Blight cultivators? After this battle, Greed became famous. Rumor had it that the Great Emperor became interested and looked for Greed. Greed took this chance to hand over a treasure, and the Great Emperor gave him a pill to help increase his cultivation. A few years later, after Greed reappeared before everyone, he was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer. His reappearance had caught the attention of many cultivators at the Fourth Heaven's Blight. In secret, a Fourth Heaven's Blight cultivator wanted Greed's treasure and attacked him in secret. But in the end, he was seriously injured and was forced to retreat. In the end, no one dared to plot against him anymore. Rumors of Greed having many treasures spread. Aside from spells and treasures, Greed also had another ability. Wherever he appeared, there would be a heavenly treasure. Even if it was an abandoned planet, he would be able to find some heaven-shaking treasure. It was because of this that the phrase, "Greed never goes anywhere without treasures," began to spread. Aside from Greed's spells and treasures, he also had another quirk. Whenever someone made a strange reaction around him, they would receive his retaliation. This was because of the smell in his body. This Greed cultivated an unknown spell, and wherever he went, a foul smell would linger for a long time. At this moment, the 10 cultivators around Greed also smelled that almost unbearable stench. However, they didn't dare to reveal it and remained respectful. They moved very fast, and soon spotted the planet the Dark Scorpion clan was on. Greed's eyes lit up as he stared at the cultivation planet in the distance. There was excitement in his eyes. Back then, he had almost died to get to the outer realm and had used his own strength to accomplish his current achievements. He was now several times stronger than before, and he had even obtained new treasures. There were even several treasures he had almost given up his life to obtain, and they were incomparably powerful. Today, he was not the same person as he was in the past. If he went back to the inner realm, his status would be extremely high. However, he couldn't get excited, as the stench on his body was like a shadow on his heart. He couldn't smell it anymore, but whenever he saw the expressions of the people around him, it was enough for him to go crazy. He thought of a lot of methods to get rid of this stench, but this smell existed in his origin soul and was fused with his origin soul. No matter what he did, he couldn't get rid of the smell. This pain had tortured him until today. This made his hatred for the All-Seer, Wang Lin, and the Moongazer serpent reach a peak. All-Seer, if it wasn't for all of you forcing me to go to All Heaven, I wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. There is also that Moongazer. This old man vows that I'm going to tear it to shreds. The most important one is that Wang Lin. That person is my nemesis. He robbed me of all my treasures. My teleporting furnace, my ancient thunder dragon, my mountain and river painting, my mountain soul. All the treasures I spent tens of thousands of years gathering were taken by him. Every time Greed thought about this, he felt his heart ache. Aside from his hatred toward Wang Lin, there was a huge shadow over his heart. After encountering Wang Lin a few times, he felt extreme dread toward him. This dread became fear as time passed. Although his cultivation level had increased, this fear didn't dissipate, but became even stronger. He didn't know the reason himself, but every time he thought of Wang Lin, his mind would tremble. My lifelong nemesis. On planet Suzaku, the heaven-defying bead I fancied was taken by him. In the demon spirit land, my cultivation level was clearly higher, but in the end he devoured my ancient thunder dragon. My thunder dragon. It had accompanied me from my childhood, and if I still had it, I could have fused with it to become a thunder cultivator. Then I was forced by All-Seer and them to go to All Heaven to search for Wang Lin. Then, after suffering at the hands of the Moongazer serpent, I met Wang Lin. He took my furnace, my mountain and river painting, my everything. Then, just as I was about to escape from the Moongazer serpent, he stopped me, and I almost died from serious injuries. However, fortunately, heaven isn't blind, and I finally escaped. I managed to land on a cultivation planet. Greed recalled his past, and his encounters with Wang Lin were especially painful. He had sought treasures all his life, but only when facing Wang Lin did he lose all his treasures and almost die. This was a nightmare he couldn't forget. Now I have even more treasures, and my cultivation level is much higher. My treasures are even stronger than before. I don't believe you can break out from the inner realm and come to this fallen land to steal my treasures. If this really does happen, then you, Wang Lin, are really my lifelong nemesis. Greed sneered. He didn't think any of these thoughts could become real. In his view, it was completely impossible. This Cloud Escape clan has a treasure that can get rid of the smell in my body. However, I can't take it away. I only stay at the clan until I have studied it enough. Then I can go anywhere I wish. The world is big, so I definitely won't meet him again. Now that I have understood 80% of that treasure and just need the legendary ancient scorpion corpse from the Dark Scorpion clan, I'm 90% confident in getting rid of this smell. As Greed pondered this, he felt melancholy thinking about everything he had faced so far. My treasures from the past. He is really my nemesis. Good thing this old man is in the outer realm. Now there is no way I will meet him. Otherwise, I fear all my treasures would be taken by him again. Greed's fear for Wang Lin was born from the nightmares he had faced. Even though his cultivation level was higher now, he still couldn't get rid of his fear toward Wang Lin. Just like how a bird that was almost killed by an arrow but survived became stronger, and even became a ruler amongst birds, that injury from the past would forever be buried in its mind. It would tremble from just hearing the sound of a bow. This was a crack on his Dao heart. Unless Greed could kill Wang Lin himself to destroy this nightmare, he would forever be a frightened bird. Chapter 1384, Frightened Bird 1. Wang Lin quickly flew across space. He left the Armored Dragon clan after taking away a lot of the treasures they had accumulated. There were large amount of Dragon Collapse pills and Blazing Fire Mutation crystal in his storage space. There were also many puppets. The one with the highest cultivation level was at the first Heaven's Blight. These were all of the Armored Dragon clan's savings, and it was all given to Wang Lin by the new Patriarch. While flying, Wang Lin's lit up. He had been pondering. During his battle against Master Simo, the mysterious Great Emperor had suddenly appeared, and in the end, had even given him the title of Young Emperor. Does that Great Emperor have any relation with the Four Divine Sect? If he does, who is he? If he doesn't, why is he treating me like this? Also, all he did was send this jade and showed no intention of meeting me. What is the meaning behind this? Wang Lin frowned, and he flew faster and faster. At first he only said 5 breaths of time, which was within my expectations. After all, our battle was likely to catch his attention, and Master Simo had pursued me here. According to the law of the Fallen Land, he had to be punished and driven out. However, the Great Emperor killed Master Simo's avatar. It would have been fine to just drive him away, but killing expresses a certain attitude. After all, Master Simo is a third-step cultivator. The Great Emperor killed his avatar as a message to the Sovereign Council. It's obvious that the Great Emperor changed his mind. His original plan was only to watch from the side, but in the end he got personally involved. Just what made him change his mind? Wang Lin pondered even more before he suddenly stopped. He thought of one possibility. I have 5 essences in my body, and the Great Emperor has great cultivation, so he might have seen through it. Or he saw the fire essence in the fire crystal. If the Great Emperor is really related to the Four Divine Sect, he should be able to tell at a glance that I have the Vermillion bird. Perhaps these 2 possibilities are the real reasons he changed his mind. However, all of this is merely my own speculation. I don't know if any of it is true. Also, he punished the Armored Dragon Patriarch by sending his messenger as a way of displaying his might to me. In the end, he told me to go to the Fallen Elder selection in 3 months. This matter is strange. I'll just have to go in 3 months and see what this Great Emperor's objective is. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he focused himself. He used spatial bending to head toward the Dark Scorpion clan. Greed's group was moving very fast, and quickly closed in on the Dark Scorpion clan. These 1,000 cultivators flew across space, creating large amounts of ripples as they closed in on the Dark Scorpion clan's planet. A moment later, the 1,000 rays of light broke through the atmosphere of the planet and charged straight down. Greed was surrounded by the crowd, and he looked arrogant as he descended. The sky above the Dark Scorpion clan changed colors, and the cloud shattered. The sky seemed to be torn as ray of light pierced through. The expressions of all the cultivators on the planet changed greatly. They looked at the sky with fear in their eyes. Thunderous rumbles came from the sky, and the earth trembled. It was as if it couldn't withstand the pressure of all the cultivators charging out from the sky. The new location of the Dark Scorpion clan was around the cave Wang Lin was previously cultivating in. Right now, Zhou Big Red was walking around with his hands behind his back and a serious expression as he scolded some Dark Scorpion clan members. The old man named Zhang followed behind Zhou Big Red and looked respectful, but there was a hint of self-satisfaction in his eyes. This was especially so when he saw the Dark Scorpion clan cultivators who had higher cultivation levels and were trembling at Zhou Big Red's scolding. It's not me wanting to scold you, but look at what you all have done in the last few days. It's already been a few days, but you guys haven't even found a fart. When Master comes back, You all will have to bear the responsibility yourselves. Humph. Zhou Big Red waved his sleeve and let out a cold snort. His cold snort caused the faces of the Dark Scorpion clan members to turn pale. One of them hesitated before clasping his hands and saying, "This matter." Before he finished speaking, his expression changed greatly, and he looked up at the sky. At this moment, every member of the Dark Scorpion clan looked up at the sky in shock. The Dark Scorpion Patriarch was sitting in the valley outside Wang Lin's cave, when he suddenly opened his eyes in horror and flew into the air. Zhou Big Red was also startled, and he looked up at the sky. His face turned pale and became filled with horror. The old man named Zhang also gasped and was stunned. Ripples covered the sky as if it was the sea, and monstrous waves were set off. The rays of sword energy created a powerful howl as they closed in. This sound was weak at first, but soon became heaven-shaking. A loud voice came from the 1,000 rays of sword energy and echoed across the planet. The Cloud Escape clan wants to search for something and is borrowing the planet for 3 months. Dark Scorpion clan, leave immediately. The expression of the Dark Scorpion Patriarch changed greatly, and he immediately said, "Cloud Escape clan, what are you planning to do? Although my Dark Scorpion clan is small, it is still a member of the Fallen Council. You all." However, before he could finish speaking, a cold snort descended from the sky. Noisy. This word was cold and soon suppressed all other sounds. At the same time, a person walked out from the group of 1,000 cultivators. The moment this person appeared, his cultivation activated and a stench came from his body. This stench was too powerful, and as it spread, the Dark Scorpion Patriarch quickly retreated as he exclaimed, "Greed." Chapter 1385, Frightened Bird 2. This stench was powerful, and it lingered. As it surrounded the earth, it caused a large amount of the Dark Scorpion clan members to almost vomit. Zhou Big Red's cultivation was lacking, and he didn't know Greed's identity, so he directly vomited. His vomiting caused Greed's expression to become extremely gloomy. He waved his sleeve, and a large fan appeared. The fan glowed and swung forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the earth trembled and mountains collapsed. Even Wang Lin's cave collapsed. The Dark Scorpion clan members weren't able to withstand this wind and coughed out blood. They were mercilessly thrown back, like lonely leaves in the wind. The Dark Scorpion Patriarch struggled bitterly, but he couldn't help and was being slowly pushed back. The earth collapsed and the sky seemed to be torn. The old man named Zhang coughed out blood and went into a coma. He was thrown far away and not a trace of him could be seen. The might of the fan shocked all the cultivators here. Zhou Big Red was being held by a powerful force and was brought directly before Greed. The closer he got to Greed, the stronger the stench. Being assaulted by this stench made his expression extremely ugly. Greed stared at Zhou Big Red and slowly asked, "Stinky?" "Not stinky, not stinky." Zhou Big Red's mind trembled, and he endured the stench. He was afraid this person wouldn't believe him, so he took a deep breath and pretended to be intoxicated by the spell. However, this was like drawing feet on snake, which caused him to vomit once more. Seeing the killing intent in Greed's eyes, Zhou Big Red struggled to scream, "My master's cultivation is heaven-defying. If you kill me, you will without a doubt die. Not even the Dark Scorpion Patriarch can withstand one blow from my master. Although your cultivation level is high, you're not his match." Greed sneered. At this moment of life and death, Zhou Big Red risked it all and roared, "Master must be on his way back and could be back at any time. If you dare to touch me, you will without a doubt die. The Dark Scorpion clan became my master's slaves because they injured me. You will be the same. His cultivation is heaven-defying? If you hadn't said anything, it would have been fine, but now this old man will have to see how powerful your master is. Since the slave offended this old man, the master is also at fault. Anyone who provokes my bottom line must die." Greed waved his right hand, and a surge of origin energy entered Zhou Big Red's body. Zhou Big Red coughed out blood as if his whole body was going to collapse. Then he fell not far away. "If you guys were part of the Dark Scorpion clan, then it would really be inconvenient to kill you both. But since that's not the case, I really want to see how your master will kill me." Greed waved his sleeve, and a huge gust of wind swept all the Dark Scorpion clan members off the planet. After doing this, Greed waved his sleeve and he arrogantly said to the Cloud Escape clan, "All of you, accompany this old man to wait for this slave's master. I'll let you all see the might of my treasures. To see this old man use his treasures in your lifetime is your great fortune. This old man's treasures are powerful and few people can compare. Seeing this old man kill a Heaven's Blight cultivator is something you all will never forget." Greed's voice was extremely arrogant. He waved his hand and 9 ancient, stone tablets appeared before him. causing the sky to change colors. He waved again, and 99 swords appeared, giving off monstrous sword energy. With another wave, he seemed to sprinkle green light. When the green light fell on the earth, the ground began to shake and a dense forest formed. All of this caused the Cloud Escape clan members to become excited. They had always dreamt about seeing Greed use his treasures. Lord Greed's treasures are famous in the Fallen Land. We are honored to see them in action and might comprehend something from them. Rumor has it that Lord Greed's treasures can kill Heaven's Blight cultivators. This kind of things has never happened before, and I don't know what kind of treasures have earth-shattering power like this. Today I can finally see it myself. Lord Greed has many treasures, and no one knows how many he has. To be able to personally witness it them indeed a good fortune. The surrounding Cloud Escape clan cultivators were all excited and nodded in agreement. Zhou Big Red stared at the sky, feeling terrified. He didn't know Greed's identity, but when he saw the surrounding cultivators, his heart fell. Greed had an arrogant expression as he waved his right hand, and a roar came from the forest below him. It was as if the entire forest had become alive and twisted. What appeared before everyone made them gasp. The large forest suddenly sat up. What forest was this? It was clearly a large creature, formed by trees. Large trees gathered to form a giant tree man, who slowly stood up. This tree man was tens of thousands of feet tall, and gave off a powerful aura. As it stood up, it caused the earth to tremble violently. Greed's body flickered, and then he stood on the head of the treeman. His expression became even more arrogant. Then a thunderous rumble echoed before him, and a large rift appeared. A giant furnace slowly flew out, and floated beside him. Emperor Furnace. This is one of the rumored treasures of Greed, the Emperor Furnace. I heard that when Greed was still at the Nirvana Cleanser stage, he used this treasure against the 3 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators that were pursuing him. He killed one and seriously injured 2. Greed waved his right hand once more, and black fog appeared. It eventually shrank into a lance. This lance was made of fog, and gave off a powerful, destructive aura. The appearance of all these treasures shook all the surrounding cultivators, and they couldn't help but look at Greed in awe. Even Zhou Big Red began to panic and felt bitterness in his heart. Greed enjoyed these gazes a lot. When he received these gazes, he could forget the stench on his body and the humiliation he had suffered from Wang Lin. These are only a few of this old man's many treasures. I haven't even taken out my more powerful treasures yet. This old man has many treasures. Not even third-step cultivators can compare. You're all privileged to see just how long that Heaven's Blight cultivator can survive before me. Greed's mighty voice echoed, and the surrounding cultivators became even more excited. Zhou Big Red's expression became pale, and he thought, "It's over. It's over. I didn't expect him to have so many treasures, and they all look so powerful." From the expressions of the people around him, he has killed Heaven's Blight cultivators before and is very famous in the Fallen Land. It's over. It's over. Just at this moment, the treeman under Greed suddenly looked up, and its eyes revealed a monstrous, green light. Greed was filled with arrogance as he looked up at the sky. The treasures surrounding him rumbled loudly and showed signs of activating. The surrounding cultivators all looked up excitedly at the sky. They were waiting to see the might of Greed's treasures. Ripples appeared in the sky. This became the center of everyone's gazes. Then a figure slowly appeared. This figure was slightly blurry, but a feeling of indifference filled the world. Greed's expression was extremely arrogant, but when he saw the vague figure, his body trembled and his pupils shrank. His mind rumbled as his mouth opened wide and disbelief filled his eyes. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes to take a closer look, and this caused his expression to change greatly. He could never have guessed, even in his dreams, to see the source of his fear. The person that had stolen his treasures and become his nightmare, Wang Lin. This is impossible. My vision must have become blurry. Greed's heart rumbled and his body was covered in cold sweat as a huge wave was set off in his heart. His entire body was shaking, and when the figure became more clear, Greed took another look. An explosion echoed in his mind as his eyes widened and overflowed with disbelief. His nightmares erupted in his mind. The ancient thunder dragon being stolen, the furnace being stolen, the mountain and river painting being stolen, the mountain soul being stolen. All the memories of his treasures being stolen filled his heart before fear and shock submerged it all. It's him. How could he be here? It's impossible, it's impossible. He was in the inner realm. So how could he be out here? Nemesis, he is my nemesis. He must know that I have a new set of treasures and came to steal from me. All of this happened in a flash. The moment the figure walked out, everyone was excitedly looking at Greed, expecting him to take out a treasure to instantly kill this person. Greed let out a scream. It was mournful and earth-shattering. He didn't hesitate to retreat and activate a spell to increase his speed over 90-fold. He moved at a speed faster than the naked eye could see or divine sense could lock on as he escaped. The speed of his escape was unimaginable, like a startled bird. He didn't even have time to collect the treasures he had taken out. This was too sudden, and all the cultivators, including Big Red, were all stunned. What kind of spell is Lord Greed using? He sure is fast. He disappeared in a flash. Could it be some setup before taking out some powerful treasure? His scream just now, it's as if something went wrong. As if he had encountered something terrifying. Why do I feel like Lord Greed is escaping? Greed. Wang Lin's figure walked out from the world, and he was also startled. Chapter 1386, Collecting Treasure. The moment Wang Lin saw Greed, even with his mental fortitude, he was stunned for a moment. When he looked again, Greed had already escaped without a trace, leaving behind 1,000 dumbfounded cultivators. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. It was impossible for Greed to break through the sealed realm formation with his cultivation level, yet he was here now. Greed's speed was also extremely quick, which even startled Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, he had already escaped from the planet and didn't even have time to put away his treasures. The giant treeman formed by the forest just stood there. After losing Greed's control, it no longer had any destructive power. Beside the giant treeman, there was also a giant furnace. It gave off an ancient aura. One could feel its terrifying aura without even getting too close. On the other side, there was also a lance made of fog. It hadn't completely taken form. It was turning from lance to fog, and then lance again. It would often change at least 100 times in one breath. There were still 9 giant, stone tablets that seemed to form a formation. They gave off a ghostly light, and seemed to form a powerful protection. There were also 99 flying swords circling the area. The howls of their sword energy made it seem like countless dragons were circling the area. Wang Lin's gaze swept past all these treasures. He took a deep breath, and his pupils shrank. This Greed. I haven't seen him in many years, and he has gotten so many incredible treasures. Wang Lin didn't even look at the 1,000 cultivators before his hand mercilessly reached down. A giant hand covered the sky and descended. The 99 swords began to tremble. It was as if the hand contained a powerful, magnetic force, and it absorbed the 99 swords. After grabbing the 99 swords, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence origin energy. The energy swept over the 99 swords like wind, and Greed's divine sense imprints quickly collapsed. While Greed's divine sense was being wiped away from the 99 swords, far away from the cultivation planet, Greed was escaping with a look of panic on his face, and he was in a sorry state. When he saw Wang Lin, there was no thought in his mind. He didn't even think about escaping. His subconscious fear of Wang Lin erupted, and he immediately escaped at full force. He feared that if he was too slow that all his treasures would be taken one by Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. After he escaped, he suddenly became sober. He stopped, and his expression was filled with uncertainty. This old man is now several times stronger than before. My treasures are also even stronger than before, and I can fight Heaven's Blight cultivators. That Wang Lin is merely a junior, but why did I run? Greed clenched his teeth and recalled what had happened. Anger grew in his heart. He wasn't angry at Wang Lin, but at himself. This old man is no longer going to run. I'm going to kill Wang Lin and get my revenge. Killing intent appeared in Greed's eyes, and he turned around, about to head back. However, just at this moment, his expression changed greatly. His body trembled, and his pupils shrank. The divine sense on the 99 swords has been erased by force. Damn it. What cultivation level is Wang Lin at to be able to erase my divine sense by force? Greed paused, his expression as gloomy as water. He once again recalled the nightmares from the past. Thoughts flashed through his eyes, and he charged toward Wang Lin. However, he only took 3 steps before he stopped. His face turned pale, and he became filled with shock. The Bone Protection 9 tablets divine sense has been erased by force. I found the tablets outside that mysterious tomb, and they hadn't had divine sense imprinted on them for tens of thousands of years. My divine sense was completely integrated, so no ordinary person could easily erase it. How did he erase my divine sense in such a short period of time? Greed began to hesitate. He had a feeling that Wang Lin's cultivation was not simple. I hate myself for escaping too soon. I didn't have time to check Wang Lin's cultivation level. However, even if he took the stone tablets and flying swords, I still have the Emperor Furnace, the Fog Devil Lance, and the Heaven Burial Wood Spirit. He can't take them away in a short period of time. Greed had a ferocious expression as he flew along the path he came from. However, after only 3 breaths of time, a popping sound echoed in Greed's body. He coughed out blood, his face turned pale, and his expression changed greatly. The Fog Devil Lance has been taken. Greed was terrified and fear washed over his mind. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of looking for trouble with Wang Lin. The thought of escaping occupied his mind once more. Without hesitation, Greed turned around and escaped into the distance at more than 90 times his normal speed. Nemesis, nemesis. That damn Wang Lin is my nemesis. Greed's words were filled with bitterness, a powerful reluctance, and anger, but even more was a sense of being wronged. He had escaped the Moongazer after almost certain death and had found great opportunities. He had obtained more powerful treasures and thought he could shake the world. However, before he got to enjoy this good life, he encountered Wang Lin again. Greed felt sadness coming from his heart and let out a roar as he escaped. After several breaths, Greed's body trembled, and he roared, and he coughed out blood again. His body was unstable as he quickly escaped. Damn nemesis. He even stole my Emperor Furnace. My Emperor Furnace. Greed's heart stung. It was as if a hand had reached into his chest and taken a chunk of his flesh. I shouldn't have taken out so many treasures before the Cloud Escape clan. If I had only taken out one or none at all. Greed regretted what he had done as he escaped with a pale expression. He escaped very fast, and soon he was far away from the planet Wang Lin was on. He flew deep into the Fallen Land. On the Dark Scorpion clan's planet, Wang Lin's giant hand swept by. After taking the 9 stone tablets, the fog lance, and the large furnace, his gaze fell on the giant treeman on the ground. The treasures Greed had are far more powerful than before. Just these 99 words are far stronger than the ones from the Slaughter Realm. Also, these 9 tablets are made of bones and contain a powerful aura. More importantly, the fog lance has the aura of an ancient devil. Its aura is extremely ancient. It has probably existed for tens of thousands of years, or even more. As for the furnace, this object is not simple at all. The method Greed imprinted his divine sense on it is completely wrong. Just like with the ancient god furnace, he merely controlled some surface functions. This thing has great relation to the ancient demons. Although it has no demonic energy, I can vaguely feel that it's related to ancient demons. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he controlled the giant hand to reach for the dumbfounded treeman that was just standing there. When Wang Lin's hand landed on the treeman, a rumble echoed, but the treeman remained unharmed. Instead, the hand Wang Lin had created was knocked back, and a green energy came from the treeman. Under its impact, the hand formed by Wang Lin was torn to pieces. There was a flash of joy in Wang Lin's eyes. He didn't expect the treeman to have such a protective ability. That palm just now was enough to kill a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. But not only was the treeman not damaged, it had even counterattacked. It has to be said that there was no one controlling the treasures. If someone was controlling them, the power of the treasures would increase. Most of my treasures came from Greed. Greed is extremely lucky and is blessed by the heavens. His treasures are enough to shock most cultivators. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of essence origin energy, and it surrounded the treeman. Then Wang Lin waved his sleeve and put the treeman into his storage space. After doing all of this, he looked at the 1,000 cultivators that were shocked and terrified by his actions. He let out a cold snort and raised his right hand, revealing a jade token. Any of you recognize this? One of the old men who saw the jade immediately trembled, and disbelief filled his eyes. He took a closer look before his face turned ashen, and he exclaimed, "Emperor Token, before I come back, not a single one of you can leave. All of you wait here." Wang Lin's cold voice echoed as he pointed at the excited Zhou Big Red not far away and said, "Follow his orders." After leaving his order, Wang Lin charged into the sky. Ripples appeared. Then he took a step and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1387, Clue. While he was galloping, ripples echoed before Greed. When he saw the ripple, his expression changed greatly, and he changed directions without hesitation. Then his hand reached out, and a yellow leaf the size of his palm appeared. The moment the leaf appeared, Greed grabbed it and threw it at the ripples. One leaf seals the heavens. This yellow leaf looked very ordinary, without anything strange about it. However, the moment it flew close to the ripples, a powerful, yellow light came from it along with a powerful sealing force. In an instant, the yellow leaf seemed to increase in size countless fold and sealed off the ripples. No matter how much the ripples struggled, they couldn't escape the range of the leaf. After Greed threw out the leaf, he didn't dare to look at the result. As he charged forward, there was a flash of purple light, and 2 clouds of purple fog formed at his feet. The fog churned, and vague, mournful cries could be heard. They formed two giant, purple shadows, each with the appearance of an ancient devil. Standing on two devils, Greed moved even faster and disappeared without a trace. Just as he disappeared, Wang Lin walked out from the ripples that were sealed by the leaf. His expression was gloomy, and after he appeared, he threw a punch that collided with the leaf. This created a thunderous, heaven-shaking rumble, but the leaf didn't move at all. A rebound force came from it toward Wang Lin. What kind of leaf is this? Wang Lin's pupils shrank, and he didn't resist it by force. Instead, he used spatial bending to go around the leaf and continue chasing Greed. After Wang Lin left, the ripples gradually disappeared. The leaf gave off a yellow glow and also disappeared. Greed was rapidly escaping in space while the two devilish shadows roared angrily. As he flew, his eyes lit up and he suddenly waved his right hand. The leaf he had thrown out earlier appeared before him. Looking at the leaf, Greed revealed a hint of pride. This old man's leaf can seal the heavens. Even a fifth heaven's blight cultivator would have some trouble breaking free from it. I doubt Wang Lin has reached the fifth heaven's blight. Greed withdrew the leaf and quickly charged into the distance. After a moment, he sneered and waved his hand. The leaf charged into the void before him. The moment the leaf stopped, ripples echoed once more. Greed had used some unknown method to find out when Wang Lin would arrive and his exact location. This old man's escape spells are the most powerful, and few people can compare. If not for these escape skills, I would have been killed several times already with my own treasures. Greed let out a cold snort and quickly escaped. However, just at this instant, a ray of blood light appeared in the distance. At a glance, the blood light was in the distance, but the next instant, it filled the endless void. The blood light instantly closed in. Greed's expression changed greatly, and he didn't have time to dodge. He only saw the blood light rush over. This scene was shocking. The blood light looked like a big mouth, and it instantly closed in on Greed to devour him. As the blood light passed through Greed, popping sounds echoed and the sound of two pieces of metal colliding spread like crazy. A mournful cry echoed, and after the blood light passed, Greed was thrown far back. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. Under his clothes, there was a flash of light. He was unexpectedly wearing armor under his clothes. At this moment, a large amount of cracks appeared on his armor and quickly spread. The blood sword was knocked back several hundred feet. After Greed was thrown back, the two devilish shadows under his feet turned into black gas and surrounded his body. They formed a black storm around him and rapidly escaped. All of this happened in a flash. As Greed escaped with the black storm, Wang Lin walked out from the area the leaf was sealing. Without hesitation, Wang Lin grabbed the leaf with his hand. Greed, who was seriously injured, could obviously no longer control the leaf. After Wang Lin caught the leaf, he placed a large amount of restrictions on it. He had no time to study it now, so he threw it into his storage space. When he raised his head, Greed had already disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin's expression was cold, but there was a hint of excitement within it. Interesting. Greed does indeed have a lot of treasures. Every time I meet him, I obtain a lot of treasures from him. Last time, he lost almost all his treasures to me, and I thought he had died. I didn't expect to see him again, and he has even more treasures now. I understand his personality a bit. Unless he is pushed to the limit, he rarely takes out all his treasures like he did on the cultivation planet. He usually only takes them out one by one. He also has a lot of secrets. Forget how he got all these treasures. Just the method he used to enter the ancient star system is something I must know. Wang Lin leaned forward and suddenly disappeared. Two people flew through space, one escaping and one chasing, causing a thunderous rumble across the fallen land. This caught the attention of the fallen land, but after they saw the speed the two people were traveling at, they decided to just ignore these two. To be able to move at such speeds meant that their cultivation levels were extremely high. While escaping, Greed cursed bitterly. Wang Lin was easily keeping up with him, and he had no way of shaking Wang Lin off. Greed had more or less seen through Wang Lin's cultivation and knew he couldn't fight. However, he didn't wish to be caught. While rushing away, Greed's expression changed, and he felt a fluctuation to the right. He changed directions and clenched his teeth. His right hand reached out, and a black, jade bottle appeared in his hand. This jade bottle was cold and gave off powerful devilish energy. There were also images carved on the bottle. They were all images of ancient devils. Greed spat out blood on the jade bottle and roared, "Lend me 300 devil souls, and after killing this person, I'll offer the souls of 30,000 creatures." Just as his blood touched the jade bottle, the blood was absorbed. At the same time, two thorns stuck out from where Greed was holding the bottle. The two thorns stabbed into Greed's body and began absorbing large amounts of blood. All of this happened in an instant. After the bottle absorbed enough blood, the bottle released a satisfying sigh. At the same time, a large amount of black fog came out from the jade bottle. The jade bottle was like a volcano that was ready to erupt. The black fog quickly flew out and turned into ferocious devil souls. Each of these devil souls had a single horn. They were obviously ancient devils. These ancient devils' eyes were filled with endless madness and resentment, as if they were experiencing unimaginable suffering. They let out angry cries the moment they appeared. Mournful cries came from these devils. It was heaven shaking. In the blink of an eye, 300 devil souls flew out and surrounded Greed. Every single devil soul gave off the aura of a first heaven's blight cultivator. They rotated around Greed, forming a heaven-shaking devil storm. Devilish energy filled the area. The storm howled as it charged through space. At this moment, ripples appeared, and before Wang Lin's figure even walked out, the storm charged at him. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He immediately recognized the ancient devils inside the storm. These ancient devils were extremely similar to Tajia. The only difference was that these ancient devils' left eyes didn't have stars. Instead, there was a cloudy airflow in them, and when Wang Lin saw this, the ancient god stars between his eyebrows began to rotate on their own. Ancient god aura. Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. He clearly sensed that the cloudy airflow inside the eyes of the ancient devil souls were formed by ancient god energy. These 300 ancient devils were sealed by a powerful ancient god. In a flash, Wang Lin's mind was clear. As the storm closed in, popping sounds echoed inside Wang Lin's body, and he let out a roar. Roar. This wasn't a roar formed by a spell, but the roar of an ancient god. The stars between Wang Lin's eyebrow rotated rapidly, sending ancient god energy to his body and creating this heaven-shattering roar. The storm was stopped by the power of the roar. It unexpectedly stopped and didn't dare to move forward. The 300 ancient devil souls were filled with indescribable fear when they felt the ancient god aura within the roar. They recalled the past hidden in their memories, and the storm collapsed on its own. The 300 ancient devil souls scattered in all directions. All of this happened too fast, so fast that Greed couldn't react at all. He couldn't understand why his treasure had collapsed with just a roar. I finally know where you found these treasures. I didn't think you would be able to get there. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with ecstasy as he stepped toward Greed. Chapter 1388, Don't Be Afraid. Nemesis. He is my nemesis. Even my treasures are all countered. Greed screamed as he quickly retreated. Seeing Wang Lin close in on him, he mercilessly threw the jade bottle in another direction. He had done this before. After he arrived in the ancient star system, every time he thought about what happened, his heart ached like crazy. He vowed in his life to never throw away a treasure to distract someone while escaping. In his view, having his treasure taken was worse than him being killed. For example, the ancient god furnace and the ancient thunder dragon. If he knew that the furnace had saved Wang Lin many times, if he knew that it was the ancient thunder dragon that had allowed Wang Lin to become a thunder cultivator, become famous across all heaven, and give birth to the thunder essence. If he knew all of this, he would definitely cough out blood and almost die from the heartache. This old man has had great fortunate, great opportunities, and is favored by heaven itself. Graced by the heavens when I was 8, I dug up a 500-year-old yellow essence and devoured it. At the age of 13, I fell off a cliff and landed next to a 500-year-old vermilion fruit. At the age of 18, when I reached the foundation establishment stage, I obtained the ancient thunder dragon. At the core formation stage, when fighting a powerful enemy I was no match for, a giant furnace fell from the sky and smashed the enemy to death. After that, my path had always been smooth. The mountain and river painting, the mountain soul, the soul needle, and such were all obtained one by one without trouble. Only time, my path wasn't smooth, which was when I pursued the heaven-defying bead. Then I met this nemesis that took away all my treasures and everything I had spent so much effort gathering. However, I was still lucky and didn't die. Instead, I got even more treasures while adventuring and became strong. However, this damned Wang Lin didn't let me go and came to the ancient star system. As Greed recalled his life, his face was filled with grief and indignation. He was still retreating. Wang Lin revealed a smile that wasn't a smile and stepped forward. When he saw Greed throw the bottle in the other direction, he stopped his pursuit. Instead, he charged at the bottle. When Greed saw Wang Lin change directions, he waved his hand. A large flag appeared in his hand. This flag was golden, and the golden light lit up the void. There was a strange beast embroidered on this flag. It had the body of a dragon, but no claws. Instead, it had many pairs of wings, with half its body in the clouds as if it were flying. After taking out this flag, Greed mercilessly waved and a thunderous roar came out from inside the flag. The beast seemed to become alive. It immediately flew out from the flag and wrapped around Greed. They turned into a dark cloud and flew away even faster than before. Wang Lin ignored Greed and quickly caught up to the jade bottle. He waved his sleeve and put the bottle away. He laughed as he turned around and chased after Greed using spatial bending. This Greed is my lucky star. Wang Lin laughed as he disappeared. Greed's body was wrapped by the clouds and was surrounded by that strange beast. The beast had almost 100 pairs of wings, and every time they moved, its speed would increase greatly. They escaped at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Ripples followed after them. The ripples were like the waves of the sea. Inside the ripples, Wang Lin's figure was chasing after them, moving faster and faster. However, Greed's speed had reached its limit, allowing him to maintain a certain distance from Wang Lin. Even thought Wang Lin's thunder essence was complete. Even with the power of thunder, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to catch up in a short period of time. However, Wang Lin was in no rush. To be able to meet someone from home was a joyous thing. At this moment, Wang Lin was very happy. Meeting Greed had made him happy and surprised. In particular, Wang Lin had already seen that all of Greed's treasures were related to the 3 ancient order clans, and he had identified where Greed had obtained those treasures. For others, that place might not be useful, but to Wang Lin, it was an unimaginably good fortune. As for Greed, who had given Wang Lin this great fortune, the more Wang Lin looked at him, the more pleasing Greed looked. A ghost is haunting me. A ghost is haunting me. Greed felt pain from his chest, as if needles were constantly stabbing him. The source of this pain was personally seeing treasures being stolen from him. He stole the Starling Swords, the Protection Bone Tablets, the Emperor Furnace, the Fog Devil Lance, and didn't even let go of the Ancient Wood Spirit. Even the Ancient Stop Leaf and the Devil Soul Bottle were taken by force. Half of my treasures have become his, and that damn Wang Lin still won't let me go. He won't rest until he has taken all my treasures. The more Greed thought about this, the more sad and indignant he felt. As anger rushed into his heart, he clenched his teeth and decided not to run. He turned around and viciously started at Wang Lin. This old man isn't going to run anymore. I am going to go all out and fight you. Greed's eyes were red. He was a vicious person who had killed many. If not for the fact that he was terrified of Wang Lin, as well as the crack in his Dao heart that made Wang Lin his nightmare, he wouldn't have fled without fighting. And he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Now that he was forced by Wang Lin, he had forgotten the nightmare for an instant. His hands formed a seal, and a giant spatial rift appeared in the void. Demonic Wolf, descend and punish the heavens. As Greed roared this, his clothes fluttered and his hair moved without any wind. Monstrous demonic energy came from the rift before him. Wang Lin was extremely familiar with this demonic aura. It was the aura of an ancient demon. Demonic energy charged out from the spatial rift along with a red mist. The red mist quickly entered Greed's body through his orifices. Bursts of painful cries came from Greed's mouth. The veins in his body swelled up and his face was twisted due to the pain. The clothes on his body shattered, revealing a dark-colored suit of armor. The space behind him seemed to twist, and a 100,000-foot shadow slowly appeared behind him. This shadow was a wolf. A demonic wolf. The moment the demonic wolf appeared, the demonic energy in the area increased. A vortex appeared with Greed as the center and swept the surrounding area. Everything within 50,000 kilometers became part of the vortex, and a thunderous rumble came from inside it. The demonic wolf at the center of the vortex gave off a red glow. Its eyes were almost purple, and it let out a howl. Its howl was heaven shaking, enough to cause the heart of any creature that heard it to tremble. A sense of fear would arise from their soul. Ancient demon. Wang Lin's expression became serious as the demonic energy forced him out from being merged with the world. The moment he appeared, the demonic wolf let out a howl and stared at Wang Lin before suddenly charging forward. From Wang Lin's point of view, it was like a demonic meteor smashing toward him. The vortex shrank, which made it look as if the demonic wolf had become a bottomless pit. As the demonic energy within 50,000 kilometers condensed toward the vortex, a powerful suction force was created. It was very difficult for anyone to retreat from this suction force. All of this happened too fast. In the blink of an eye, the demonic world closed in and attempted to devour Wang Lin. You stole my treasures back then, damn it. Now you came to steal from me again, damn it. I have never been humiliated like this in my life. You deserve to die. Die. Die, die. Greed's voice was almost insane. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he let out a cold snort. As the giant demonic wolf closed in, popping sounds came from his body. His body expanded to more than 10,000 feet tall, and he became an six-star ancient god. The ancient god stars rapidly rotated between his eyebrows as he took a step back and raised his right hand. He let out a roar and monstrous bloodlight appeared. From afar, it was as if Wang Lin was holding endless bloodlight. The bloodlight was dazzling and turned into a 1,000-foot ancient blood sword in Wang Lin's hand. Holding the blood sword, when the demonic wolf was less than 100 feet away, Wang Lin's right hand chopped down. The 1,000-foot blood sword suddenly descended, and the bloodlight extended 10,000 feet. From afar, it didn't look like Wang Lin was using a sword, but a blood whip. It collided with the demonic wolf. A thunderous rumble echoed when the blood-red light landed on the demonic wolf's head. The wolf let out a mournful cry as it had left a large crack on its head. The bloodlight quickly broke all obstacles, causing the crack to extend deeper, and, finally, it penetrated the demonic wolf's body. One strike had split the demonic wolf in half. The body of the demonic wolf that was split in half fell past Wang Lin's body and dissipated among the stars. Only its reluctant roars echoed in this world. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral as he looked down at Greed. Fear filled Greed's eyes, and he retreated while letting out a scream. He waved his right hand and took out his most powerful treasure without hesitation. It was a broken wood carving. However, just as the wood carving appeared, Wang Lin's calm voice echoed across the stars. Stop! Greed's body suddenly stopped, and he could not move an inch. The fear in his eyes increased greatly. Don't be afraid. Answer a few of my questions, and I won't kill you. Chapter 1389, The Identity and Origin of the Statue 1. I actually forgot he could use this extremely domineering stop spell. A huge wave was set off in Greed's heart, and fear filled his eyes. This nemesis is too despicable. He had this spell, but didn't use it before and waited until I took out my most powerful treasure to extinguish my last hope. Greed's body and origin soul were completely frozen. He was unable to move an inch and could only watch as Wang Lin closed in. The broken statue gave off no aura and silently floated on Greed's right side. Wang Lin's body gradually shrank as he moved forward. When he arrived before Greed, he had already turned to the size of a normal person. He didn't pay attention to Greed, but grabbed the broken statue. After seeing Wang Lin taking his most powerful treasure, Greed felt as if a sword had pierced his heart. Once, twice, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times, the sword pierced his heart, causing Greed intense pain until blood flew down from the corner of his mouth. It's just a treasure. I believe Senior Greed won't be stingy. Back then, Senior gave me a lot of treasures, and now that we meet again, I'll gladly accept these. Wang Lin smiled as he carefully looked at the broken statue. Wang Lin's expression changed as he looked at the statue. This statue looked very ordinary, and there were many damaged parts. It was a carving of a person, but they had a strange appearance. This person looked like a middle-aged man wearing a cloud pattern robe. He had a plain appearance, but gave off a sense of majesty. The sense of majesty wasn't strong and didn't terrify you, but when Wang Lin's gaze made contact with the statue's gaze, his entire body trembled. His body trembled. The space before Wang Lin disappeared, and everything was torn apart. An indescribable force rushed out from the statue's eyes and entered Wang Lin's mind. The world rumbled in Wang Lin's ears, and even space itself was torn apart. The entire world collapsed into the void, and Wang Lin, impacted by the blow, was lost in this confusion. After an unknown amount of time, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, until one day Wang Lin saw a continent in the void. This continent was boundless. Wang Lin was enlightened. He felt that this continent's size far exceeded the entire ancient star system. Even adding the inner and outer realms together, they wouldn't be even cover 1/10,000 of the continent. Everything he saw in his mind dissipated and turned into nothingness. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he awakened. Space was still that space. The world was still the same world. Greed's eyes were filled with fear, and he couldn't move due to the stop spell. Wang Lin silently pondered. It didn't matter how many years he had spent in that mysterious state, because after he awakened, Wang Lin realized that it was only an instant. If there was really a time, then it would be the moment his gaze met the gaze of the statue. Was it an illusion? Wang Lin revealed a complicated expression. He didn't understand, but what he saw just now was deeply imprinted in his heart. He could never forget it in his life. What is it? Wang Lin's gaze fell on the statue once more. This second time was different than before. The seemingly ordinary statue seemed to have changed and gave off an indescribable sense of majesty. This majesty could make any cultivator before it feel like an ant. Even the world had to yield. Wang Lin even had a vague feeling that even third-step cultivators would tremble before the statue. Who the hell is he? Wang Lin silently pondered. Out of all the statues he had seen in his life, only Qing Lin's statue in the Demon Spirit Land could break down one's mind. Although this statue didn't dismantle one's mind, Wang Lin had a vague feeling that Qing Lin's statue was like an ant before this statue. The statue was only an ordinary middle-aged man. The man was looking up with a calm expression. There was no emotion being shown. Where did you obtain this statue? Wang Lin was still looking at the statue and not at Greed when he spoke. As he spoke, he waved his hand which loosened the stop spell on Greed so he could speak. Greed silently pondered for a moment before letting out a sigh and saying, "In an ancient tomb. In order to enter the ancient star system, you have to break the ceiling realm formation, which is impossible with your cultivation level. How did you get here?" Wang Lin's voice was cold, and it invaded Greed's mind, causing Greed's body to tremble. It was also that ancient tomb. All of my treasures were obtained in that ancient tomb. Greed gave up resisting. He understood that if he told the truth, he might have a chance of survival. He knew that the person before him was a monster and would never show mercy. If he aroused Wang Lin's suspicion and Wang Lin used soul search, then even if he didn't die, he would lose his sanity. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at Greed and slowly said, "What tomb? Explain in detail. Don't force me to search your soul." Greed didn't dare to conceal anything and quickly spoke. "After escaping from the Moongazer serpent, I didn't die, but hit on a half-abandoned planet in all heaven. I was hiding from you and spent time recovering. After a long time, I didn't see you chasing after me. I realized you probably thought I was dead. I felt a peace of mind and focused on recovering on that planet until I was completely recovered. Then I decided to leave. At that time, you were no longer in All Heaven. The entire All Heaven star system was extremely empty as a majority of the cultivators had gone to the Alliance star system for the war. This gave me an opportunity. I was safe along the way and I didn't want to return to the Alliance star system. Also, because I was devoured by the Moongazer, a stench had latched onto my body and origin soul. The smell lingered and it was unbearable. Thus, I traveled across the stars, looking for a way to get rid of this stench from my body. Days and nights passed until one day I approached the barrier to the lightning celestial realm. There, I found a strange vortex. That vortex appeared very suddenly, as if it had purposely appeared before me. I didn't find it very strange. I've encountered even stranger things in my life. Like back when I was at the core formation stage. I faced an enemy I was no match for, and the furnace fell from the sky, smashing my enemy to death. Wang Lin frowned and said, "Stay on point." Greed's body trembled, and he quickly said, "After the vortex appeared, I had a powerful feeling in my mind. I had never felt a feeling this strong before. Not when the furnace fell from the sky and killing my enemy, or when I saw the Moongazer serpent." Just as he said this, he saw Wang Lin frown. His mind felt cold, and he stopped wasting time. I didn't hesitate to rush into the vortex. Just as I entered it, the vortex disappeared. The vortex had appeared for no more than 3 breaths of time. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and then gradually became cold. He stared at Greed and slowly said, "It sounds like the vortex was opened specifically for you." Greed's expression changed and quickly said, "I'm not lying. Everything I said is true. I know you don't believe me, but it's the truth, and it's not the only time it happened to me. When I was 8, just playing in the village, I was able to find yellow essence. I fell off a cliff and found a vermilion fruit and obtained the ancient thunder dragon. The furnace fell from the sky and killed my enemy. Others need to fight for the rain furnace, but I was just flying outside and the rain furnace flew to me. Upon entering the celestial realm, others spend a lot of time carefully looking for celestial jades, but find few. When I went there for the first time, I was teleported into the cave of a celestial king. There was also an ancient inheritance from the Alliance that was difficult for others to find the entrance to. I walked 3 steps and was teleported inside. Greed was afraid Wang Lin wouldn't believe him. If it was all a lie, it wouldn't matter, but Greed knew that everything he had said was true. Sometimes even he found it unbelievable. Wang Lin interrupted Greed's explanation and slowly said, "Continue. What did you see after entering the vortex?" The vortex seemed to be another world. It was extremely chaotic and filled with spatial cracks. Just one step meant certain doom. There were countless pieces of floating boulders, and the depths were surrounded by fog, so I couldn't get a clear look. I couldn't find an exit there and was locked there for hundreds of years. The death aura there was extremely strong, and from my observation, I figured that place should be a tomb. I even saw a giant head on a boulder. This head was about 1,000 feet large and extremely ferocious. It had stars between its eyebrows. I found the Emperor furnace there. There was still incense smoke burning as if it was worshipping. As I went deeper, I found even more heads. These heads all gave off powerful resentment and reluctance. Some of them had a single horn or 2 horns. Some of them had treasures before them. As Greed recalled this, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Chapter 1390, The Identity and Origin of the Statue, 2. Aside from the statue and the ancient wood spirit, I obtained all my treasures from those heads. However, in the 100 years I was there, I only carefully moved around the other edge. I didn't dare to move to the inner region, so I didn't know what's there. Until one day, while I was moving between 2 boulders, I encountered a large amount of spatial cracks. With my cultivation level, I would have without a doubt died, so I could only retreat and enter into the depths of that place. When I arrived at the edge of the inner realm, I heard mournful roar coming from all directions. This made my body tremble, a tremble from the soul. I didn't dare to carelessly move from there. It wasn't until a few years later that I had the guts to move. I wanted to leave and return to the outer edge. I had a feeling that the inner part wasn't somewhere I could go and I would die. However, just as I wanted to leave, I was hit by a storm and was seriously injured before passing out. When I woke up, I was beside a large, withered forest. The forest was so big, I couldn't see the end. Even my divine sense couldn't cover the area. All the trees had withered and died. There was not a single leaf. I carefully moved through there in fear, and after unknown amount of years, I saw one tree that hadn't completely withered, and it had a single, yellow leaf. This was the first leaf I had seen there. The leaf was later taken by me. I also put the tree that hadn't completely withered into my bag of holding. I don't know where the forest was located in this mysterious place, and I could only move forward. It felt like hundreds and thousands of years had passed. The more I walked forward, the more serious the withering was. At the end, the trees would turn to ashes the moment I touched them. One day, I arrived at the center of the forest. I believe that's where the center should be. I saw a statue, and at the moment, I had a feeling that it was due to this statue that this boundless forest was withering. I felt that the statue was a treasure. The moment I picked it up, a vortex appeared. It was the same vortex that had brought me there. I was ecstatic and rushed into the vortex. After I came out, I was in a foreign star system. Later, I learned that I had come to the outer realm. After Greed finished speaking, he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned and began to ponder. There was a flash in Greed's eyes. Halfway through his story, he found that his body was no longer frozen. The stop spell seemed to have expired. At this moment, seeing that Wang Lin was pondering, Greed was extremely nervous and slowly retreated before suddenly speeding up. Just as he was about to escape, Wang Lin raised his right hand and casually reached out. In an instant, Greed let out a miserable scream as he was caught by an invisible hand and was pulled back toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's palm nearly touched Greed's forehead, and a mysterious suction force came from his palm and clearly entered Greed's head. Fear washed over Greed, and he screamed, "You promised not to kill me." Just as he screamed, Wang Lin's right hand landed on Greed's forehead. His divine sense rushed into Greed's origin soul and swept Greed's memory. At the same time, along with Wang Lin's powerful divine sense, thunder rumbled and gathered in his right hand. The thunder went into Greed's origin soul and cleansed his origin soul. Greed's body trembled, and in a moment, sweat covered his whole body. This only took an instant. Then Wang Lin waved his right hand, throwing Greed far away. "I won't take your treasures for nothing. You can go." Greed's face was pale as he bit the tip of his lip and spat out blood. His speed increased greatly, and he flew away. In the blink of an eye, not a trace of him remained. Greed's eyes were filled with lingering fear from escaping death and feeling wronged. "This is the second time I had all my treasures taken by him. I swear I'll never let it happen a third time. Most of my treasure have been taken, so staying in the fallen land is too dangerous. I must quickly return to my cave to take what's left and leave." Greed felt wronged, and after teleporting countless times to make sure Wang Lin wasn't following him, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was on Cultivation Planet. The moment he reappeared, he charged at a mountain and waved his hand when he arrived at the outer edge. The mountain rumbled and a thin crack opened. Greed didn't hesitate to enter, but the moment he entered, his body trembled. A foul smell came out from the crack and rushed into his face. It was so bad that he almost passed out. "Why does it stink so much?" Greed cursed, and his body suddenly trembled. He was frozen for a moment before he pinched his nose. After smelling carefully again, disbelief filled his eyes. "The stench from my body is gone. Even my sense of smell has been restored. I couldn't smell the stench of this cave before." Greed's eyes were filled with joy. During these hundreds of years, he had spent a lot of effort to resolve the stench from his body. After meeting Wang Lin and losing the chance to obtain the ancient scorpion corpse, he despaired. However, now the stench had unexpectedly disappeared on its own. I won't take your treasures for nothing. You can go. Greed remembered Wang Lin's words before he left, and he revealed a complicated expression. After letting Greed go, Wang Lin had turned around and returned to the Dark Scorpion clan. Greed had come out of the inner realm before him and had collected all these treasures for him. After obtaining all of Greed's hard-earned treasures and adding the joy of meeting someone from home, how could Wang Lin be willing to kill him? That Greed is my lucky star. I can't kill him. I must let him go. I'm looking forward to our third meeting. He will probably have more treasures to give me. Wang Lin smiled as he appeared above the Dark Scorpion clan's planet. The nearly 1,000 cultivators from the Cloud Escape clan hadn't dared to leave and were still waiting there. Zhou Big Red had become spirited and picked a few cultivators with high cultivation levels to heal him. He laid there and continued to let out cold snorts. Every time he let out a cold snort, the surrounding cultivators would tremble. They looked at Zhou Big Red with respect. They weren't afraid of Zhou Big Red, but of the master behind him. The expression of their patriarch after seeing the jade token made them realize that they had provoked someone they shouldn't and that a calamity was coming. The Dark Scorpion clan members that were dispersed were respectfully escorted back one by one. Pills were taken out to help them recover. Even the old man named Zhang was brought back. There were 2 female Cloud Escape cultivators rubbing Zhou Big Red's shoulders. He felt very comfortable and arrogantly said, I already told you all long ago. This old man clearly told all of you, but you all won't believe me. What's the use of keeping your eyes? It's not this old man looking down upon you, but with your cultivation levels, not to mention my master, even I don't consider you all a threat. Just one slap is enough to crush you all like ants. Zhou Big Red raised his chin and scolded them with disdain. The surrounding Cloud Escape cultivators all nodded in agreement. Even those that were haughty didn't dare to refute when their entire clan was facing destruction. The Cloud Escape patriarch and elders respectfully stood beside Zhou Big Red. They all had flattering smiles and continued to nod. Lord, please forgive us. I really didn't know Lord's identity. I hope Lord will say good things about us, and afterward, I'll send you a generous gift. The Cloud Escape patriarch felt bitterness in his heart. His cultivation level was clearly much higher. He could kill Zhou Big Red with one finger, but now he had to carefully serve this person. Zhou Big Red was very comfortable from the female cultivators massaging him. He let out a snort and proudly said, Since you realize your mistake, I should give you a chance to repent. But the Cloud Escape patriarch quickly took a few steps forward and waved his right hand to take out a jade bottle. His heart ached, but he clenched his teeth and offered it up. Just a little gift, I hope Lord accepts it. Zhou Big Red picked it up and looked at it. Joy appeared in his eyes as he put it away and coughed. This old man will try. Just at this moment, ripples spread in the sky and Wang Lin walked out. The moment he walked out, Zhou Big Red's expression changed and he suddenly stood up. He was afraid he was too slow and pushed aside the female cultivators behind him. Then a flattering expression appeared on his face. Welcome, Master, on your triumphant return. Master, Big Red hasn't seen you in such a long time that I felt lost. Even when I cultivate, I can't calm down unless I recite Master's name 100 times. Even then it can't compare to how much this little one missed Master. Only after seeing Master and being next to Master can this little one feel calm. Zhou Big Red quickly moved forward and used his invincible art. At the same time, he was very careful to not exaggerate too much and make Wang Lin mad. At this moment, the arrogance he showed before the Cloud Escape clan was gone, and now he was constantly flattering. This was the first time the Cloud Escape cultivators had encountered something like this and were gobsmacked. Even the Cloud Escape patriarch, who had just sent out the gift, was stunned. He couldn't imagine how someone could change so drastically in an instant. Quickly, make way. Why are you standing there? Don't block my master. Zhou Big Red rushed toward Wang Lin and pushed away the escaped Cloud Clan cultivators, including the patriarch. It was as if he had completely forgotten about the joy after receiving the gift. Chapter 1391, obtained through Deceiving. After Wang Lin returned, he created a large cave and went into closed-door cultivation. He set up restrictions so no one could take half a step within 50 kilometers of the cave. The Dark Scorpion clan had the highest status, so they occupied the area closest to the cave. The Cloud Escape clan was helpless, so they could only temporarily settle down nearby. Zhou Big Red was extremely arrogant. He moved between the two clans as he wished. The joy of being the focus of everyone's attention was something he couldn't get in the Scatter Thunder clan. Inside the cave, Wang Lin sat there and pondered. Earlier, Before the messenger left, the messenger had told him that a very important event would occur in 3 months. On that day, the fallen elders would be restructured. Some might keep their status and some might be replaced by others. However, Wang Lin didn't care about this. What he cared about was how he could accomplish his goal with the Fire Sparrow clan through this fallen elder election. The bait has been set. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and then he closed them as his divine sense spread out. His divine sense gradually merged with the world, becoming part of it. After a long time, Wang Lin slowly noticed that a familiar feeling in the distance was moving farther and farther away. In the dark space outside the fallen land, 3 Fire Sparrow clan members were flying far away. One of them was a middle-aged man with a solemn expression. He touched the mark between his eyebrows and his eyes revealed a strange light. Elder asked me to send the blood extracted from the pill back. This matter is of great importance to our clan, so we can't make any mistakes. If the elder's analysis is true, then after the patriarch and elders see this, they will definitely have more orders. The man's eyes were filled with determination. He and the 2 people beside him flew even faster and disappeared into the distance. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and his divine withdrew. A sneer appeared on his face. That blood contained a high temperature and a hint of fire essence. Aside from his own blood, nothing else could replace it. Therefore, he could use his connection to his own blood to find its rough location, even when it was far away. Once that sliver of essence is sent back to the Fire Sparrow clan, it will definitely set off a huge wave. Then my plan to obtain their fire essence should succeed. Since the blood has already been sent away, I need to prepare the second step. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and revealed a hint of gloominess. He waved his right hand, and a spatial rift appeared. The moment the rift opened, a mournful cry came from within. This cry was filled with sorrow and could make the hearts of people tremble. Grandpa Su, little Biao knows he was wrong. Grandpa Su, please let little Biao go. I'll never dare to deceive you again. Another scream echoed, and Su Ligua's laughter was mixed with it. To land in your Grandpa Su's hands was your fortune. Your Grandpa Su has been lonely for thousands of years. I'll never kill you. Little precious Jean Biao, you can rest assured, Grandpa Su won't make it too painful. The miserable screams echoed and sounded really tragic. Wang Lin frowned and let out a dry cough. As his cough echoed into the storage space, the screams suddenly stopped. Shortly after, Su Ligua's excited voice echoed, and he quickly flew out from the storage space. Su Ligua was holding a person. His clothes were in tatters, looking as if he was just attacked, and he looked extremely haggard. His eyes were filled with horror as Su Ligua held him and appeared before Wang Lin. Master, what do you need help with? This little one assures I'll do it well, and it won't be like back in the Scatter Thunder clan. Su Ligua threw Lu Jinbiao to the side and rubbed his hands together. Wang Lin didn't look at Su Ligua, but looked at Lu Jinbiao, who began to tremble. His heart was filled with indescribable fear. After being thrown into the storage space, he had been tormented by Su Ligua. He was devastated and miserable, and every time he thought about Su Ligua, it was like a nightmare. Wang Lin slowly said, Lu Jinbiao, do you admit your wrongdoing? When these words landed in Lu Jinbiao's ears, his body trembled violently. Then he knelt on the ground and cried, Celestial. This little one knows he was wrong and asked Celestial to give this little one a chance. This little one will never deceive again. Wang Lin's right index finger gently touched his knee and a strange light appeared in his eyes. He looked at Lu Jinbiao and said, Tell me, how is your deception without the jade? Lu Jinbiao wiped away the tears off his face and was filled with repentance. He quickly said, Celestial, what deception skill does this little one have? I completely relied on the jade, and now Celestial has taken the jade, so this little one can't deceive anyone anymore. I asked Celestial to give this little one freedom. This little one can't deceive anyone anymore. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he nodded. Since you can't deceive anyone anymore, you're worthless. Thus, there is no reason to keep you alive. Lu Jinbiao's face was filled with joy, but then immediately froze. Once he realized Wang Lin's meaning, his expression changed. His body trembled when he saw the coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he quickly said, Celestial misunderstands. Celestial misunderstands. What little one said was wrong. Even without the jade, this little one's deception skill is #1 in the Cloud Sea. No one can compare. This little one never relied too much on the jade. I only used it when I had to. This little one has been practicing the art of deception since young, and has always used any chance I had to practice. I'm a master of deception. Oh, then tell me, what is your understanding of deception? Wang Lin's right index finger was still gently tapping his knee. Although his voice was calm, this action caused Lu Jinbiao's heart to beat at the rate of his tapping. Deception, in truth, is the truth to trick people, to use any means, especially credibility, misunderstanding, or even prejudice, to achieve a certain goal. When needed, this includes camouflage, even to the point where you believe it yourself. Only like this can you fool others. Lu Jinbiao was cautious as he looked at Wang Lin. After seeing Wang Lin nod, he relaxed a bit. The art of deception I study is divided into 3 realms. The first realm is to deceive others. The second realm is to deceive yourself. The third realm is a certain enlightenment, like seeing a mountain as a mountain and seeing a mountain not as a mountain. Going back to the basics, it is similar to the first realm. These 3 realms sound simple, but in truth, most people linger in the first realm. They don't even believe their own words and are just deceiving to deceive. Their skills are trivial. Lu Jinbiao relaxed, but he was still cautious. Only after reaching a certain understanding of deception can one reach the second realm, to deceive oneself. To use any method and life experience to deceive oneself until even you yourself believe the deception is real. Lu Jinbiao took a deep breath. He seemed to have forgotten his present situation and became serious. There are others that have reached this realm. Whenever we meet, we always debate Dao and compare our understanding. However, most people I've met didn't dare to go too far into the second realm. After all, the second realm is extremely dangerous to us. The danger comes from ourselves. When we completely cheat ourselves, there is a chance we get lost and forget. We might become a gentleman, a villain, or even a madman. There were also some seniors who sank too far into the second realm and even forgot who they were. Whenever I think of them, I feel sadness in my heart. Lamentable, lamentable. Lu Jinbiao had forgotten this current situation, and there was a certain charm to his words. This caused Su Ligua's jaw to drop, and he mocked. Aren't you just a scammer? You talk as if it's like cultivating. Su Ligua didn't finish speaking when Lu Jinbiao suddenly stood up and glared at him. His eyes were filled with pride and haughtiness, but there was also a hint of loneliness. This loneliness came from someone who stood at the top. How can an ignorant child understand this old man's heart? When this old man was 4 years old, I began cheating and was already a prodigy at the age of 9. I dared to deceive a foundation establishment cultivator as a mortal. After 16 years, I could read people's hearts at a glance. Since then, I've walked the heavens and earth, seeking the limit of the art of deception. The world is big, and rumor has it that there are 3,000 Grand Daoists. However, who can tell this old man what the 3,000 Grand Daoists are, and that the Tao of deception isn't part of the 3,000 Grand Daoists? If what you all cultivate can be called Tao, then isn't what I cultivate considered Tao? How many creatures have been born throughout time, and how many creatures have perished? Ever since the birth of the universe and living things coming to be, deception has existed. If it is useless, then it would have long disappeared and not existed until today. This old man seeks to ask the heavens the rank of the Tao of deception among the 3,000 Grand Daoists. If there really is none, then this old man will make his own Tao outside of the 3,000 Grand Daoists. Su Ligua was gobsmacked. Even Wang Lin was startled. Chapter 1392, 6th Generation Vermillion Bird. This is the old man has reached the second realm of deception. Don't you all think this is easy? Deceiving yourself once is easy, but deceiving yourself for a lifetime is difficult. Deceiving yourself all the time would affect your origin soul, and even your memory would change. Even powerful cultivators that have reached the second step can't find real memories using soul search, because all the real memories have collapsed. The second realm is to deceive ourselves. At the peak, one either loses themselves and becomes someone else, or they can be reborn and remember themselves. Then they can break through the second realm and be able to turn back to themselves at any moment. Such a person is rare, and they would reach the third step of returning back to one's true form. If it wasn't for the fact that I relied on the jade so much that my Tao heart isn't strong, which made my Tao of deception stop, then not even Lord Celestial could catch me so easily. Now that you took my jade and destroyed what I relied on, it gave me a chance. In the storage space, my deception reached the peak of the second realm, and I took half a step into the third realm. Lu Jinbiao waved his sleeve and revealed a cold expression. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly said, "That's kind of interesting." After Su Ligua was yelled at by Lu Jinbiao, he didn't yell back but pondered for a bit. His gaze toward Lu Jinbiao changed before he clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator Jingbiao's words have widened my horizons. In the 3,000 Grand Daoists, there is the Tao of deception. Good, good, good. I want to know if the Tao I seek is also among the 3,000 Grand Daoists." Lu Jinbiao's eyes were filled with joy, as if he had changed into a different person. The pride and indifference he previously had collapsed in an instant. His back was still hunched, and there was still a hint of fear in his eyes. Just a little deception skill, nothing worthy of mentioning to Lord Zhou. As long as Lord Zhou doesn't bully this little one too much, this little one will be satisfied. His change was so sudden, it even startled Su Ligua. He cursed in his heart and didn't know what to say. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He carefully looked at Lu Jinbiao and slowly said, I can give you a chance. If you do it well, I'll let you go and even give you a great fortune. Lu Jinbiao's body trembled, and he looked at Wang Lin. You are often just deceiving one person or one sect, but now I want you to deceive an entire clan. Do you dare? Wang Lin's voice was calm, but when Lu Jinbiao heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Lu Jinbiao hesitated and whispered, This. In truth, it doesn't matter who I'm deceiving, but to set it up requires detailed preparations. No problem. You have 3 months to prepare. You said that the second realm of deception is to deceive yourself so that even your memory changes. So I'll give you a set of memories. The blue fire in Wang Lin's left eye surged out and surrounded Lu Jinbiao, forming a ball of fire. Su Ligua immediately retreated and revealed a hint of terror. This fiend's cultivation level has increased again. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 1 month went by. In this month, Su Ligua wanted to leave the cave to enjoy himself, but just as he was about to leave, he would be stopped by the restrictions. After trying a few times, Su Ligua continued to curse as he stared outside and began to daydream. On this day, Su Ligua was still in a daze when he suddenly looked back. Deep within the cave, the fireball had been burning there for a month. Shortly after, a violent roar came from the fireball, and the fire from the fireball formed a large vermilion bird, and it let out a cry. Then a figure slowly appeared from the fireball. At first the figure was blurry, but it became more clear as the person walked out. Su Ligua's pupils shrank, and he was startled. He vaguely felt like the person who walked out was familiar, and when he took a closer look, his eyes almost popped out. The figure walked out from the fireball and stood before Su Ligua. His clothes were still in tatters, but it didn't weaken his sense of majesty at all. Lu Jinbiao looked exactly the same, but the feeling he gave Su Ligua was like heaven and earth from before. The Lu Jinbiao now was like a master of a generation. As he stood there, an invisible pressure came from him. It was strong enough to shock anyone who saw him. A fire surrounded Lu Jinbiao and revealed the appearance of a vermilion bird. His gaze was indifferent and calm. He displayed his might without being angry, and when his gaze swept past Su Ligua, it even caused Su Ligua to suck in a breath of cold air. Lu Jinbiao's cultivation was erratic. Sometimes it was extremely powerful, and sometimes ordinary, but it was this change that made him mysterious. Although his gaze was indifferent, there was a sense of age deep within his eyes. This sense of age wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could have. It was a sense of exhaustion that only appeared after someone had lived for tens of thousands of years and had seen through life. This was an exhaustion of life. It was something that appeared after living for far too long. Su Ligua was completely startled. He couldn't tell if this was the same Lu Jinbiao he had bullied in the storage space. Although the two looked the same, the feelings they gave off were like two completely different people. You. Just as Su Ligua opened his mouth, Lu Jinbiao coldly looked at Su Ligua. This glance caused Su Ligua's scalp to go numb, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. This old man is the 6th-generation Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor. I'm looking for the 4th-generation Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor. I was seriously injured by the sealed realm formation when leaving the inner realm, Lu Jinbiao said, giving off a sense of majesty as if he was above all. This aura could only appear when someone had been in a high position that controlled the life and death of tens of thousands of people for a long time. At this moment, he had long forgotten he was once a scammer. His memory had changed, and he believed he really was the 6th-generation Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor. Even if a powerful cultivator searched his soul, they wouldn't find any flaws. All the memories they would obtain would be real. Lu Jinbiao coldly stepped forward. At this moment, Wang Lin's voice came out from the blue fireball in the cave. Su Ligua, serve the 6th-generation Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor and listen to all his orders. If you disobey him, I'll erase your existence. Su Ligua's body trembled, and he quickly nodded before following Lu Jinbiao. The restrictions on the cave were automatically opened, allowing the two to leave. Aside from Lu Jinbiao, no one knew what Wang Lin left on him in that month. After the two of them left, the fireball gradually disappeared and returned to Wang Lin's left eye. He still calmly sat there, and there was a flash of wisdom in his eyes. The second bait has been set. Fire Sparrow clan, don't disappoint me. Wang Lin revealed a sneer and waved his hand, causing a rift to his storage space to appear. A statue flew out. It was the one he got from Greed. Greed has gifted me a lot of treasure. I need to imprint my divine sense on all of them and learn of their powers so I can display their full strength in battle. This statue is obviously his most powerful treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken it out last. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Not everyone could reach the second realm of deception like Lu Jinbiao and change the memories in their mind. At least Greed couldn't. Wang Lin had searched Greed's memory and learned that what he had said was mostly true. He had also learned 2 key points from Greed's memory. The first key point was where the vortex had appeared in all heaven. The second point was where Greed had appeared after coming out from that ancient tomb. These 2 points should be useful to me. I should search that location in the ancient star system, as I might find some gains. As for the tomb, it is very like the rumored ancient order tomb. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the statue as he pondered. Who the hell is this statue? Why would it appear in that tomb? Wang Lin pondered for a long time before he extended his divine sense toward the statue. However, just as his divine sense was going to touch the statue, his eyes lit up. Perhaps she will recognize it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand, creating a second spatial rift. Wang Lin had opened this spatial rift just for one person. Silver moonlight came out from the rift and filled the cave. A beautiful woman slowly walked out from the rift. It was the woman in silver who had regained some of her memories. Wang Lin asked, "Do you know him?" The woman in silver put her hair behind her ear and looked at the statue after walking out. At this moment, her pupils shrank and she was stunned for a moment before she began to scream. Chapter 1393, 7 Colors Again, 1. Her scream was harsh and miserable, containing a great amount of fear. It was as if this man had done so much harm to her that even though her memories hadn't fully recovered, she couldn't help but let out such a miserable scream. The woman in silver's sudden change was not something Wang Lin had expected, and something he had never seen before from her. He quickly stood up and put away the statue. The woman in silver had already retreated to the edge of the cave. Her body was filled with monstrous fear, and her body trembled violently. Her face was pale, and at a glance she was like a lonely boat in a stormy sea, extremely pitiful. Wang Lin was about to move forward when the woman suddenly raised her head. The fear in her eyes was unimaginably strong as she snapped, "Don't come over." The voice was filled with loss and helplessness. There was also a distrust of all living things in the world. At this moment, she didn't even trust Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently stood there and felt remorse. He only wanted to find out the identity of the statue, but he didn't expect she would display such fear. Sounds of weeping came from the woman, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. The drops of tears made soft sounds as they fell on the floor. The tears shattered in the ground, forming a wet mark that gradually spread. "Don't come over. Don't come over. I didn't make a mistake. I didn't open the door. I didn't." The woman bit her lower lip, held her body against the wall, and slowly curled up. Tears flowed non-stop from her eyes as her shoulders trembled. Anyone who saw this would feel a sense of pity. Wang Lin slyly pondered. After a long time, he whispered, "I'm sorry." The woman was still curled up and her weeping was still filled with intense fear. Wang Lin slowly moved forward and slowly arrived next to the woman. He gently knelt down and touched her hair. He softly said, "Don't be afraid. It is all in the past now. Don't think about it. Since you have forgotten, just forget about it." Listening to Wang Lin's soft, comforting words, the woman gradually calmed down. She was still shaking, and after a long time, she slowly raised her head. There was still deep fear in her eyes, and she had bit her lower lip so hard that it was bleeding. "I didn't open the door. It really wasn't me," the woman murmured as she looked at Wang Lin. Aside from fear, there was also confusion in her eyes. I know, Wang Lin whispered, but his eyes revealed a strange light. The woman apparently knew the person the statue represented and likely had come in contact with that person. Who the hell was this person? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Wang Lin softly said, "I know it wasn't you who opened the door. Don't think about it anymore." The woman didn't seem to hear Wang Lin's words. Her eyes alternated between confusion and fear as she continued to murmur, "All dead. All been killed. Peach Cloud is dead. Purple Fall is also dead. All dead. He was certain we opened the door. All dead. I also died." Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and then looked at the trembling woman. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly asked, "Who is he?" "He is." The woman in silver trembled and the fear in her eyes increased several-fold. At the same time, her expression began to distort as a sharp pain washed over her. Under this intense pain, the woman began to scream once more. It was as if she didn't want to remember, to think about anything related to that person. Under this intense pain, a green gas appeared on her face as if it was moving under face. A bizarre mark that covered her entire face appeared. The previously beautiful woman suddenly became like a demon. She suddenly raised her head. The fear and confusion in her eyes had dissipated. Instead, it was replaced with apathy and death. At this moment, a powerful force erupted from her body like a storm. Wang Lin's mind trembled, and he immediately felt a powerful sense of danger. He retreated without hesitation. Just as he retreated, the woman raised her right hand and mercilessly pressed it toward Wang Lin. This palm didn't use any origin energy, but it caused the entire planet to tremble. The sky was originally bright and clear, but in an instant, it turned black as if dyed by ink. This darkness covered the sun and blocked out the sky. The entire planet was now dark. In this darkness, a rumble echoed. This wasn't thunder, but a sound much more powerful than thunder. A huge rift was opened up in the sky by this sound. This rift was different from normal spatial rifts. It was far deeper. The depth of this rift was something that couldn't be explained. It was as if this rift led to a mysterious and unfathomable space deep within the star system. The moment the rift appeared, green gas rushed out and charged at Wang Lin's cave. The restrictions weren't able to stop the green gas at all. It charged through and circled around the woman's right palm. Although this all sounds slow, it happened in an instant. The instant the woman raised her right hand, the green gas arrived. This is not spiritual energy, celestial spiritual energy, origin energy, ancient demon power, ancient devil power, or ancient god power. Wang Lin's pupils shrank as he rapidly retreated. The woman's right hand suddenly descended, and the green gas suddenly gathered to form a green palm that chased after Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, the palm closed in. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal, and the origin energy in his body surged to form a giant vortex that collided with the palm print. There was a thunderous bang, and the vortex collapsed. The palm print wasn't damaged at all and had pierced through. Wang Lin was still retreating and used the collapse of the vortex to leave the cave. Thunder flashed in his right eye and shot out, forming a giant thunder tattoo. 9 accompanying types of thunder circled the thunder essence, causing the thunder tattoo to give off a heaven-shattering rumble. The accompanying thunders rotated and blocked the palm print. The resulting thunderous rumbles were several times more intense than before. The thunder tattoo was pushed back. As for the palm print, a large amount of the green gas dissipated before chasing after Wang Lin once more. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and his right foot took a step back. He stopped and no longer retreated. His right hand reached at the void, and a monstrous blood light flashed as the blood sword appeared in his hand. Holding the blood sword, the moment the palm print penetrated the thunder tattoo, he let out a cold snort and mercilessly chopped down. The blood light instantly shined brightly. It was like a sea of blood had descended on the palm print. The sword paused for a moment when it collided with the palm print before slicing it in half. The palm print suddenly collapsed, but the green gas didn't dissipate. It condensed into a ball and was able to return into the rift in the sky. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. There was a salty taste in his mouth as blood flowed out from his mouth and eyes, but he held them back. His expression became cold as he flew up holding the blood sword. As the green ball of gas flew toward the rift, Wang Lin mercilessly reached toward it. Come down. The world trembled, and a giant, illusory palm appeared and grabbed the ball of green gas. The moment the green gas was caught by Wang Lin, the rift in the sky immediately closed and disappeared. The darkness disappeared, and light returned to the earth. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he appeared in the cave, holding the ball of green gas. What he saw caused him to frown. The woman in silver had passed out, and her face was ashen. Her body was unconsciously trembling, and she was still muttering. It wasn't me. It wasn't me who opened the door. It wasn't me. With a gloomy expression, Wang Lin arrived next to the woman. His left hand formed many restrictions that landed on the woman. After doing all of this, he was still frowning as he looked at the green gas in his right hand. This is another force outside of origin energy. This isn't the power of Zhou's flames or essence, but it's very similar to essence. What exactly is it? Does it have anything to do with that statue? This woman in silver has too many secrets. What exactly is her identity? One of the 8 ancient imperial concubines. Wang Lin couldn't figure it out. This woman said that Zhou's flame is poisonous. At first I thought she had cultivated Zhou's flames and ended up like this due to it. However, looking at it now, it doesn't seem that simple. Could it be that she knew Zhou's flame was poisonous before she cultivated it? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he stared at the unconscious woman. After a long time, he raised his hand and pressed it down on her forehead. He used the soul search spell he still hadn't used on her. There is no hatred between us, and I don't intend to hurt you. However, you have too many secrets that are important to me. With my cultivation level, as long as I'm careful, I won't damage your mind while using Soul Search. Wang Lin's eyes closed as his divine sense entered the woman's forehead through his right hand. Chapter 1394, 7 Colors Again 2. The woman's mind was cloudy, and there were flashes of green light inside. Wang Lin's divine sense swept through it, trying to find her memories. However, no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find anything relating to her memories. This place was extremely cloudy. As his divine sense was spread out, an unknown amount of time passed. Wang Lin's divine sense suddenly began to gather from all directions toward an area surrounded by green fog. The light from the green fog here was weak, and after circling it a few times, Wang Lin's divine sense slowly extended inside. Just as he entered, the green light from the fog increased and shot toward Wang Lin's divine sense. This green light was extremely similar to the green gas Wang Lin had just faced outside. As the large amount of green light arrived from all sides, Wang Lin's divine was like silk, avoiding all the green light as he continued to move forward. The deeper he went, the more green light there was. In the end, it was so dense that it formed a net and closed in on Wang Lin's divine sense without giving him a chance to escape. Wang Lin's divine sense shrank rapidly, and all the divine sense that had entered here condensed into a needle. The moment the green light closed in, his divine sense shot out and collided with the green light. Thunderous rumbles echoed. In the cave, Wang Lin still had his hand placed on the woman's forehead. His eyes were closed and his face turned pale as blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes remained closed. Inside the woman's mind, most of Wang Lin's divine sense had dissipated by the time he broke through the green light. The remaining divine sense charged into the depths of this cloudy area. More green light arrived, but Wang Lin's divine sense moved around, and in the end arrived at the deepest part of this green fog. The moment Wang Lin entered the depths, his divine sense trembled, and he saw something shocking that he could never forget. Deep within the green fog sat a person. This person wore a 7-colored robe and was a middle-aged man. As he sat here, he gave off 7-colored light. He wasn't an origin soul or real, but was formed by a seal. Inside the cave, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, feeling shocked. He moved his right hand from her forehead. Although he didn't find her memory, his gains were great. The figure in the woman's mind is exactly the same as the statue. Wang Lin silently pondered. It's 7 colors again. The moment he saw the figure, he first thought of the sovereign. However, he dropped the idea immediately. Although the sovereign was strong, he was not strong enough to make Wang Lin terrified just as a statue. He had seen third-step cultivators before. Dao Master Blue Dream's cultivation level was really close to the sovereign's, so Wang Lin could tell the difference quite easily. 7 colors. 7 colors. During my cultivation life, I have encountered the 7 colors many times. The All-Seer likes the 7 colors, and the Sovereign also has the 7 colors. There is also the spells that are 7-colored, and the 7-colored realm, where the Dao fruit was. There is also the 7-colored God Void Nail. Wang Lin had a feeling that there was a great secret hidden in the 7 colors. There is also the green gas and green light. Could they be part of the 7 colors? Wang Lin frowned, and after a long time, he let out a sigh. He waved his sleeve and put the woman in silver back into his storage space. This matter is too unfathomable for me. It is pointless to think about it now. I should refine Greed's treasure and obtain the Fire Sparrow clan's essence. Wang Lin pondered a bit, and then no longer thought about the statue. Instead, he took out Greed's treasures to refine and research. 99 hollow crystal swords. Greed obtained this from a boulder with the head of an ancient demon. In his memory, the eyes of this head didn't have any stars. The 99 swords were stained in blood and formed a sword formation. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the 99 swords immediately surrounded him, each giving off powerful cold energy. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his divine sense swept out. He carefully examined each of the 99 swords. They are indeed treasures of ancient demons, and they contain powerful demonic energy. It might not display its full power in my hands, but if my second avatar is complete and I use it as an ancient demon, the power would not be ordinary. This treasure, should I keep it or refine it? Wang Lin pondered a bit before waving his right hand. He left his divine sense imprint and restrictions on the swords before putting them away inside his storage space. If I refine them, the demonic energy inside will be wasted. Once I return to the inner realm, the second avatar can absorb it. Unfortunately, my connection to my second avatar is being blocked by the sealed realm formation, or else I could transfer it now. I won't know how my second avatar is doing after all these years. Wang Lin silently took out the second treasure The protection bone tablets. The 9 tablets surrounded him and gave off an aura Wang Lin was familiar with. This was the aura of the ancient gods. He lifted his right and touched a stone tablet. In greed's memory, he obtained them from a boulder that had the head of an ancient god on it. That ancient god had looked very young. It didn't seem to be an adult. The anger and confusion had lingered for an eternity in his eyes. The material of these stone tablets. They are made out of the bones of my ancient god clan. However, it wasn't made out of malice, but from the bones of an ancestor who died and willingly gave out their remains to be refined as treasures. Otherwise, there would be powerful resentment coming from it, and it would not be this calm. Greed only used this treasure as protection and wasn't able to activate the hidden ancient god spell inside. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the 9 tablets began to shine. Powerful ancient god aura erupted from the 9 tablets as they rotated around Wang Lin. In the end, they shrank until they condensed around Wang Lin's right arm. The 9 tablets fused into one and turned into a gauntlet. This gauntlet was grayish-white, looking as if it was a piece of bone. It wrapped around his fist so that his fist was now one size larger. It even wrapped around his fingers, so when he formed a fist, there would be crackling sounds. There were also many damage marks on it. There were sword marks and cracks, representing all the battles the young ancient god had fought. There is also an ancient god spell hidden inside this treasure. Just like the green shield, it's a life-saving spell. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to save the life of that ancient god. Wang Lin had a complicated expression on his face as his ancient god energy rushed into the gauntlet. 8-star ancient god spell, Ancestral Protection. This spell is not in 2C's memory. Wang Lin was immersed in the spell inside the gauntlet and only awakened after 15 minutes. If this spell is used with the light and shadow shield, it will be extremely powerful. After looking at his right hand, with a thought, the gauntlet melted and fused with his body. He raised his hand and reached at the void. The 3rd treasure appeared, Emperor Furnace. When Wang Lin first saw the Emperor Furnace, his heart skipped a beat. This was an aura he was very familiar with. It was an aura unique to royal ancient gods, and only royal ancient gods could feel it. I didn't expect Greed to obtain a royal ancient god treasure. Although it wasn't passed down by inheritance and was refined by someone else, it indeed is a royal ancient god treasure. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with joy as he looked at the Emperor Furnace, and the ancient god stars rotated rapidly between his eyebrows. Then starlight fell on the Emperor Furnace. The furnace rumbled and began to spin. Eventually, starlight came out from the furnace and landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Its size rapidly shrank until it eventually fused with Wang Lin's first star. Tua's son had fused 3rd-step cultivators into his stars, while Wang Lin fused treasures. These 2 methods were fundamentally different, so their paths were naturally different. Wang Lin's body trembled, and the ancient god power in his body rapidly increased. Popping sounds echoed in his body. This lasted for a long time before dissipating. His hair moved without any wind, and his body became stronger. Although it can't compare to the blood sword or the heaven-splitting axe in the Sealed Realm formation, it is almost on par with 2C's god-slaying spear. If I can completely refine it, its power will be endless. More importantly, its power is focused on refining. The joy in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He waved his sleeve and took out the 4th treasure. It was the fog lance that constantly changed between real and fake. The moment the lance appeared, devilish energy filled the cave and mournful cries came out of it, making it more fierce. Ancient Devil Treasure. Unfortunately, I don't have an Ancient Devil avatar. If I did, I could display its full power. Ancient Devil Avatar. I think that if I can integrate all 3 clans, I can reach back to the power of the Ancient Order. Wang Lin stared at the Devil Lance and pondered. I cultivated the Ancient God Body myself. The Ancient Demon Avatar was formed from the Soul Fragment and the Worship from 13th Clan, forming a power similar to Joss Flames. This made the Ancient Demon think it was me, so I didn't have to spend much effort to make it a part of myself. As for Ancient Devil, I might be able to create one myself. Of course, if I can catch one, it will be better. Wang Lin pondered as his right hand reached at the void and Greed's Devil Soul Bottle appeared before him. The moment the Devil Soul Bottle appeared, the devilish energy in the cave increased greatly and countless devil shadows appeared. The devilish energy shrouded the entire planet. From afar, the Dark Scorpion Clan's planet was shrouded by a layer of devilish fog. It was extreme shocking. I can't form a devilish body, but I can create a devil soul. Using that soul to control the ancient devil treasures would increase their power greatly. If there is a chance, I can possess an ancient devil body and make it my 3rd avatar. However, what are the chances of success? Wang Lin stared at the Devil's Soul bottle, and hesitation appeared in his eyes.